The gun tip pressed into the man's Adam's apple, and just as blood began to seep out, Jiang Yubai saw the goddess on his bed, ready to send him on his way. Ulan Qingduo straddled him, her spear icy cold, her eyes even colder than the spear tip. Jiang Yubai, 3 seconds, choose how to die. Jiang Yubai was just a mechanic whom everyone disliked. He had lived a quiet life for 3 years and never thought that he would die in his own bed. Even more outrageous is that the person who wanted to kill him was Ulan Qingduo, a top genius of the Dragon Kingdom and the school's universally acknowledged Ice Queen. She was wrapped in a thin blanket, her shoulders and collarbone covered in ambiguous red marks, and she hadn't even put on any clothes when she woke up. She was convinced that this useless mechanic had ruined her reputation while she was unconscious. Jiang Yu felt wronged and wanted to cry, because the one who actually did all this last night wasn't him at all. It was a palm-sized, 8-legged mechanical spider. I hope to live out my days in peace, do you agree? Jiang Yubai asked tentatively, and the tip of his spear immediately pressed down 1/2 inch. Ulan Qingduo gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. I was fighting a boss monster in the wild when someone knocked me unconscious with a club. When I woke up, I was lying in your bed. You good-for-nothing who lives off your parents' inheritance, do you dare to talk to me about misunderstandings? This world has long been invaded by games. Lifespan is the currency, ammunition is exorbitantly expensive, the strong survive by killing monsters, and the weak can only wait to die. Jiang Yubai's martyr parents left him with a long life ahead of him. He originally just wanted to live a peaceful, carefree life and live as long as possible. Unfortunately, the profession he awakened to was the one that was widely recognized as the most expensive and least promising job, the mechanic. While others were leveling up frantically, he lay around for 3 years, finding even going out to kill monsters too troublesome. Until he pointed to the little spider that was pretending to be dead on the bedside table. Senior, this is really not my fault, it's all her fault. The little spider immediately covered its compound eyes with its 2 mechanical legs, then tumbled onto the cabinet with a thud, emitting a series of silly electronic sounds. It's as if it's just a low-level robot vacuum cleaner that doesn't understand anything and does nothing. Ulan Qingduo's face turned completely dark. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? This piece of junk can knock out a level 29 job changer? Can it tie me up from the wilderness and bring me to your house? Jiang Yubai was sweating profusely with anxiety. She's mutated. Last night, she not only tied you up, but also released hypnotic gas. I'm a victim too. Shut up! Ulan Qingduo's killing intent erupted. Today I will clean house for the country. The moment the spear pierced down, the bedside table exploded. The palm-sized mechanical spider expanded to the size of an off-road vehicle in a fraction of a second, with purplish-red light surging out from its steel shell. The massive mechanical forelimbs swept across, forcefully blocking the ice-blue spear, sparks exploding in front of the two. Ulan Qingduo's hand went numb, and she almost dropped the spear. Immediately afterward, a shrill, childlike voice echoed through the bedroom from inside the spider. What are you yelling about, you idiot woman? So what if I stole your mine? I was the one who had my eye on that mine first. If you dare point that broken stick at my people again, I'll smash your head in. Jiang Yubai covered his face, knowing he couldn't hide it any longer. This mechanical spider named Crimson had long since awakened its independent personality, and despised its lazy master more than anyone else. Jiang Yubai lay at home like a corpse, while she went out to the wild every day to kill monsters and mine, turning herself into a 996 working spider. Last night, she ran into Ulan Qingduo while trying to steal a rare ore. The crazy spider knocked out a level 29 prodigy with a single blow, then carried her and the ore home together. Her goal was simpler and more outrageous: to create a level 29 nemesis for Jiang Yubai, forcing this useless guy to run dungeons to level up and survive. As Fei Hong spoke, she grew angrier and angrier. Suddenly, she turned her compound eyes and began to curse Jiang Yubai. I'm out there working myself to the bone every day, and you're just sitting at home getting moldy. I brought this woman back for you to breed with, and you don't even know how to be grateful? I hope you enjoy it to death. The moment the word breeding left her lips, Ulan Qingduo's eyes instantly turned red. You beastly master and servant, you're both beasts! She transformed into a silver blur, her spear piercing towards Fei Hong like a storm. Crimson screamed excitedly, her mechanical legs flipping over to pull out 2 pistols from her spatial storage. Bang, 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 bang. The cramped bedroom was engulfed in gunfire, bullets sweeping towards Ulan Qingduo like a storm of metal. She parried with her gun, sparks illuminating the room as bright as day. 30 bullets were fired in 2 seconds, and just as Ulan Qingduo was preparing to rush forward during the reloading pause, the gunfire did not stop. The barrage of bullets continued to rain down, and in 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, she was forced back to a corner. Why didn't the mechanic need to reload her gun? Crimson laughed wildly. Automatic loading module, space directly connected to the barrel. You bumpkin, haven't you ever seen unlimited firepower? A full half-minute later, the gunfire finally stopped. Ulan Qingduo leaned against the wall, her chest heaving violently. Shell casings were piled up all over the floor, and the wall was riddled with bullet holes. Crimson dismissively put away the scorching hot barrel. Ordinary bullets can't break your level 29 defense, otherwise they would have blasted you to smithereens. She shrank back to the size of a palm, cursing as she retreated into the mechanical space. Jiang Yubai quickly put on his clothes and coughed at Ulan Qingduo. Senior, look, even ordinary bullets can't penetrate my defenses. Doesn't that just prove I'm actually not very lethal? Ulan Qingduo stared intently at him, her eyes swirling with humiliation, shock, and a scheming she herself was unaware of. Mechanics do indeed have a short lifespan, but a mechanical creation that doesn't need to reload and can unleash unlimited firepower is essentially a mobile war fortress. The Dragon Kingdom's national destiny secret realm has suffered repeated setbacks, and it desperately needs a monster like this. She gritted her teeth, put away her spear, changed into her black combat uniform, and when she turned around again, she had returned to her aloof and arrogant demeanor. But her gaze toward Jiang Yubai remained as sharp as a knife. Jiang Yubai, this matter is not over. Jiang Yubai had just crawled back from the brink of death, but the mechanical spider on the bedside table was leisurely playing with a bright yellow bullet casing, its legs crossed. He threw a pillow at her, his face turning pale with anger. You still dare to play? Who told you to go out into the wild, kidnap a level 29 boss, and even use hypnotic gas on him? The pillow was gently pried open by 2 mechanical limbs, and Crimson jumped directly in front of his face, her red compound eyes flashing wildly. I'm doing this all for you. The lowly voice made Jiang Yubai's eardrums ache. Other people's beastmasters are sweeping through dungeons, but you're just staying at home getting moldy every day. Jiang Yubai said coldly. I am a mechanic, you are just my creation, mind your own business. Scarlet Flame flailed her 8 legs wildly and cursed. Bullshit! I'm your ancestor. That woman is a top genius of the Dragon Kingdom. I went through all the trouble of knocking her unconscious and carrying her back to breed with you, and you still complain? Just then, Jiang Yubai's mind suddenly went blank, and a blue light screen filled his vision. 3 years ago, he awakened the lowest level mechanic profession, but he had no talent and became a good-for-nothing in everyone's eyes. But now, that talent that had been stuck for 3 whole years has actually been restored due to an absurd accident. Soul and body compatibility 100%, the long-awaited talent awakening complete. Dark gold text appeared, passive talent, elemental harmony. From now on, each of his attacks will take turns dealing damage from the 6 elements, fire, ice, lightning, wind, darkness, and light, and all the mechanical creations he makes can share this power. The cost was simple, each bullet fired consumed 1 point of his mana. Jiang Yubai stared at the panel in silence for 10 seconds, finally uttering only one word. Damn. Crimson leaned closer. What, did I scold you and you finally understand? The exclusive talent of magic-type ability users was given to me as a mechanic. Jiang Yubai looked disgusted and turned off the control panel. Me, a guy with a wrench, getting my bullets enchanted? This system is insane. With that, he pulled the blanket over himself, ready to lie back down. The temperature in the bedroom suddenly plummeted to freezing. Crimson's electronic eyes had turned a purplish black, and her voice was chillingly menacing. Useless to no avail? Otherwise what? I don't go into dungeons. The next second, the mechanical spider let out a shriek, and its 8 legs slapped his face, scratching wildly. I've been saving up regular bullets for 3 years. Now every single one of them is an elemental armor-piercing round. Do you know how much these can sell for on the black market? Jiang Yubai clutched his head and screamed. Stop scratching! It's useful, very useful! Scarlet was so angry that she trembled, cursing and turning into a stream of light, which entered the mechanical space on his wrist. Jiang Yubai's consciousness sank into the space, where he saw a warehouse of over 100 square meters filled with ore, and Scarlet was standing in front of a machine tool, frantically suppressing bullets with her mechanical arm. On his personal panel, his remaining lifespan was clearly displayed as -1,002 years, 5 months, and 8 days. This was the source of Jiang Yubai's confidence to lie low. 3 years ago, his parents died in battle in a mysterious place, leaving him a huge inheritance and a subsidy for families of martyrs. In a world where lifespan is currency, a lifespan of over 1,000 years is enough for him to live comfortably until he dies without doing anything. Leveling up by fighting monsters? Daring to die in dungeons? A mechanic like him could die from a single hit. Why would he want to go looking for death? Jiang Yubai pulled the covers over his head and set a life goal for himself: to marry an ordinary person in 2 years and live a peaceful and stable life. For the next 3 days, he didn't dare leave the house and survived on takeout. He was afraid of running into the woman, Ulan Qingduo, who had been brought back by Scarlet. On the 4th day, having exhausted all excuses to continue taking leave, he slowly returned to school, sat in the last row of the classroom, lowered his head, and fell asleep in 3 seconds. After what seemed like an eternity, his desk mate suddenly shoved his arm, his voice trembling. Jiang Yubai, wake up! Look at the door! The whole class fell into a deathly silence, everyone staring at the front door. Ulan Qingduo stood there, wearing a white shirt, jeans, and a high ponytail. She wasn't wearing the bright silver scale armor, but she still made the whole classroom feel so oppressive that no one dared to breathe. The killing intent of a top-tier Lv.99 job changer, like an invisible knife, landed directly on the back row. She swept across the entire class, finally locking her gaze on Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai. The voice was as cold as ice shards hitting the ground. She pointed to the door. Come out! The whole class gasped in unison, looking at Jiang Yubai as if he were someone about to be buried alive. Jiang Yubai felt a chill run down his spine, knowing there was no way to avoid it this time, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow her to the rooftop. The wind was blowing fiercely, and Ulan Qingduo turned around, her eyes bloodshot. She originally thought that as long as Jiang Yubai was willing to work hard and take responsibility for what happened that night, she could give him a chance. Why have you been avoiding me these past 3 days? She asked coldly. I wasn't avoiding you, I just had a bit of a cold, Jiang Yubai said, scratching his head. Ulan Qingduo frowned. What are your plans for what happened that night? Jiang Yubai quickly explained. Senior, it was an accident. That damn spider has its own AI. I couldn't control it at all. I don't want to hear about accidents. Ulan Qingduo's voice suddenly rose. Do you think you can just brush this off with a single sentence? Jiang Yubai remained silent. Taking responsibility? Marrying a battle maniac and being dragged into dungeons every day? He just wants to be a rich and carefree ordinary person. Senior, I'm willing to make it up to you. Jiang Yubai suddenly looked serious. Ulan Qingduo's expression softened slightly. At least this guy had some sense of responsibility. Then, Jiang Yubai held up 5 fingers. I have 1,002 years of life remaining. I checked the black market price, and I'll give you half, a full 500 years. His face contorted with pain, yet his tone was sincere. From now on, let's go our separate ways, treat it all as a dream, okay? The wind stopped. Ulan Qingduo was completely stunned. 500 years of lifespan, for one night with her, to sever their relationship? She, the #1 prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom, was merely a nuisance that this good-for-nothing could deal with by simply passing her lifespan. Jiang Yubai? She squeezed out each of the 3 words through her teeth. Jiang Yubai was still chuckling awkwardly. If you think it's too little, we can discuss it further. Boom! A wave of icy blue air suddenly exploded. Jiang Yubai didn't even see how she made her move before her collar was tightly bound and her feet were lifted off the ground. Senior! A gentleman uses words, not fists. He tried desperately to pry her wrist, but it was like trying to move an iron mountain. Ulan Qingduo's stunningly beautiful face was inches away, and the anger in her eyes was almost bursting out. You think you're hopeless? You want to use the lifespan your parents gave you to live as a parasite for the rest of your life? 500 years of lifespan, and you think you can just get rid of me? She suddenly let go, and Jiang Yubai fell heavily to the ground. Immediately afterwards, she gripped the spear with her other hand, and the dragon-patterned 6 harmonies spear appeared out of thin air. The spearhead smashed into the concrete, and the rubble grazed Jiang Yubai's face. Ulan Qingduo looked down at him, her gaze filled with absolute dominance. From today onwards, you will never have a peaceful day. You must be at the academy dungeon entrance at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Jiang Yubai covered his face and shrank back. I'm not going. I'm fragile, I'll die. Not going? Ulan Qingduo sneered, the tip of her gun pressed against his throat. If you don't go, I'll smash your bones to pieces, stuff them into sacks, and carry you there. I'll personally take you down that dungeon. Senior, let's talk this out. Jiang Yubai hadn't finished speaking when a loud explosion suddenly resounded from the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky of the Dragon Kingdom was covered in thick crimson, and a cold, mechanical voice forcefully resounded in everyone's minds. Asia Region Announcement. National Fate's Secret Realm Battle Report Update. 1,000 representatives from the Dragon Kingdom were ambushed by traitors from the Sakura Kingdom. 300 remain alive. 700 members of the Sakura Kingdom remain alive. Jiang Yubai was stunned on the spot, and the ice blue spear in Ulan Qingduo's hand also turned into light spots and dissipated. Her face turned pale instantly. The National Fortune Secret Realm is full of elites at level 20 and above. Only 300 out of 1,000 people remain. If you lose, you will lose resources and have your basic lifespan reduced. Immediately afterwards, the system issued another warning, stating that the Dragon Kingdom had used the high-level rule item, the Balance of Fate, to determine that the Sakura Kingdom had violated the rules and disrupted the balance. If the Sakura Kingdom wins, the reward will be halved. If it loses, the penalty will be doubled. A remedial mechanism will then be activated, randomly selecting 100 level 20 to 30 job changers from within the Dragon Kingdom and forcibly sending them into the secret realm. On the blood-red sky, the golden list scrolled wildly, and each time it stopped at a name, it meant that someone was about to be sent to fight to the death. Jiang Yubai swallowed hard, relieved that he was only level 1 and not within the scope of the extraction. He just wanted to hurry back to his dormitory to hide. But in his mechanical space, the palm-sized mechanical spider Crimson was excitedly banging on the control panel. The National Fortune instance means high-level monsters, rare minerals, and heavenly Tao rewards. Crimson set her sights on the underlying data of the system's lottery system and directly used probes to brute force infiltrate it. Level 20 or higher? Bullshit! I just got the elemental coordination talent, and was looking for a place to test armor-piercing bullets. She pressed the confirm button, and a system notification popped up, tampering successful, target ID locked and forcibly implanted into the list. The list of outsiders is being finalized. Chen Feng, level 28 Berserker, Lin Yu, level 29 Elemental Mage, and Ulan Qingduo, level 29 Ice Lance Knight. Seeing her own name, Ulan Qingduo was not surprised and silently tightened the zipper of her combat uniform. However, when the 100th name lit up, the entire Dragon Kingdom fell into dead silence. 100th person, Jiang Yubai, level 1 Mechanic. List confirmed. Force teleportation will begin in 10 hours. Jiang Yubai stared at the 3 golden characters, his brain completely blanking out. Ulan Qingduo suddenly turned around. Aren't you level 1? The minimum level for the draw is clearly 20. Jiang Yubai's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his hair and yelling in despair. Me, a mechanic who wields a wrench, Can't even beat the slime at the village entrance. Crimson, however, arrogantly spoke in his mind. What are you yelling about? With me here, who kills whom is still uncertain. Jiang Yubai's vision went black, and he immediately realized. You did this? You actually hacked the Heavenly Dao system? Yeah, you're welcome. Once we've conquered the secret realm and looted all the mines, I'll build you a second mechanical body. Build your grandpa. I'm going to die. Jiang Yubai almost couldn't catch his breath. Ulan Qingduo grabbed his collar. Shut up, come with me. She lifted Jiang Yubai with one hand, turned into a silver blur and jumped off the rooftop. After using the outer wall for leverage, she landed steadily and dragged the screaming Jiang Yubai straight to the principal's office. Principal Zhao Jinshan stood in front of the projector, his eyes bloodshot, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. Ulan Qingduo shoved Jiang Yubai forward, urgently saying, Principal, the list is wrong. He's only at level 1. He won't survive a minute inside. Zhao Jinshan sighed heavily. He had already contacted the highest command. The command had even used the only top-tier rule item in the National Treasury, the transplantation item, to try and replace him with a level 28 lightning mage. However, the system refused to replace him, indicating that Jiang Yubai's binding priority was higher than any rule item. His name seemed to be welded to the list, impossible to remove. Jiang Yubai cursed Fei Hong in his mind, but Fei Hong laughed with her hands on her hips. What's there to be afraid of? Who can break through my firewall? Zhao Jinshan opened the black briefcase, which contained high-grade potions and a storage ring. He handed the item to Ulan Qingduo. The ring contains a lifespan of 100,000 years, which can be used as strategic funds. Once inside, don't fight the Sakura Kingdom head-on. Find your teammates first and do everything you can to survive. Then, Zhao Jinshan looked at Jiang Yubai, his expression complex. The orphan of a martyr was caught in this deadly predicament. Neither the country nor the school could protect him. Once inside, find a corner to hide in and die. Whether you survive or not depends entirely on your fate. After leaving the principal's office, the corridor was deathly silent. Only 9 hours and 50 minutes remained before the forced teleportation. Jiang Yubai suddenly called out to Ulan Qingduo. Senior, I still have over 1,000 years of lifespan left in my account. Can I use it all to buy tower shields and turn myself into an iron turtle? Ulan Qingduo looked at him like he was an idiot. His low-level equipment couldn't withstand a single basic attack from a level 20 monster, and he didn't have the level to wear high-level equipment. She grabbed Jiang Yubai's collar and warned him coldly. Once you enter the secret realm, immediately find a dog hole and hide inside, don't come out. If you dare to run around and feed the Japanese to farm points, I'll kill you first thing when I get out. Jiang Yubai looked at her murderous eyes and nodded frantically. Understood, understood. I promise I'll hide better than anyone else. No sooner had Ulan Qingduo left than a crimson, irritable lowly voice exploded in Jiang Yubai's mind. What do you know? You think that crappy talent is just a freebie? I just did the math. Inside the mechanical space, the 8-legged spider frantically pounded on the control panel, its compound eyes turning a deep purple. Jiang Yubai is only level 1, with a maximum of 90 mana points, and each enchanted bullet consumes a fixed 1 mana point. Crimson's firing rate is 30 bullets per second, and 90 mana points are only enough for her to unleash her full firepower for 3 seconds. 3 seconds? You're a 3-second man! Jiang Yu's face turned green. He opened the panel and saw that the blue bar was indeed pitifully short. The monsters in the National Fortune's secret realm were at least level 20. Once the battle started, his blue bar would be depleted in 3 seconds, his talent would be ineffective, and bullets would be like scraping a scald. Can I just take a blue potion? Jiang Yubai still tried to struggle. Crimson showed no mercy. Potions have a cooldown. If you encounter a monster while it's on cooldown, are you going to bite it with your teeth? Jiang Yubai was silent for a moment, staring at his remaining lifespan, 1,002 years, 5 months and 8 days. So what if I'm short on mana? As long as I can survive, money is nothing. 10 minutes later, he stormed into the school's logistics warehouse and slammed his hand on the counter. The administrator, old Lu, who had just been startled, said irritably, Basic equipment has a 10-year lifespan, go pick one yourself. Who's buying blank gear? Bring out all the top-tier level 1 equipment that's wearable and boosts spirit and mana regeneration. Old Lu glanced at his chipped mechanic badge and advised him not to waste money. Top-tier level 1 equipment doesn't offer much higher stats, but its price is specifically designed to rip off rich kids. Jiang Yubai, too lazy to waste words, directly placed his wrist on the card reader. Life payment pre-authorization, 1 year. The students picking through the junk nearby were stunned. Old Lu's attitude changed instantly. He immediately pulled 3 mahogany boxes from the safe. The Ring of the Deep Sea grants +2 mana regeneration per second. The Sage's Hood increases maximum mana by 200. The Mithril Robe grants +15 spirit. This set of equipment has a 1-year lifespan and is non-refundable. Jiang Yubai simply replied with 2 words. Swipe card. After the payment was successful, he immediately changed into a shimmering robe, and his mana cap instantly surged to 440 points. With enough mana and mana regeneration, Jiang Yubai breathed a sigh of relief when Crimson spoke again softly. I've got enough mana, but what about bullets? If we encounter a beast tide, even if I run out of my stockpile, you'll still die. Jiang Yubai abruptly stopped in her tracks as she stepped out of the warehouse, turning to stare at the materials area deep inside, her eyes turning red. 5 minutes later, he asked Lao Lu how much refined iron ore, mithril ore, and high-explosive sulfur were left. Upon learning that there were 300 tons of refined iron and 50 tons of mithril in stock, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll take it all, settle the bill. A notification sounded, and 10 years of his lifespan were deducted on the spot. As Jiang Yubai stepped out of the warehouse, he was so heartbroken he could barely breathe, but the mechanical space was already filled with a frenzied roar. Crimson had completely gone mad, its 8 legs becoming afterimages as it crammed tons of ore into the assembly line. Crate after crate of gleaming yellow bullets poured out, quickly piling up into a mountain of gold. You've broadened your horizons, you piece of trash! Once we're in the secret realm, I'm going to wipe out every living thing I see. 9 hours later, on the Academy's playground, the setting sun was like blood, and the blood-red list in the sky kept rolling. 99 elite job changers of level 20 or above stood in a square formation. No one spoke, some wiped their swords, while others clutched their family photos tightly. Everyone knew that only 300 out of 1,000 people would survive, and the 100 of them going in would likely just be giving points to the Sakura Kingdom. Jiang Yubai slowly walked into the group, his blue robe standing out conspicuously among the heavily armored soldiers. Ulan Qingduo, standing at the very front, paused for a moment upon seeing his attire, then grabbed him by the collar and threw him into the center of the group. 2 level 28 tower shield knights immediately blocked his way, while 3 assassins retreated to protect his back. A protective circle, as solid as an iron barrel, took shape in 3 seconds. The tall ones held the line, the short ones survived. This was an ironclad rule the Dragon Kingdom had earned with countless lives. Jiang Yubai had expected to be called a useless piece of trash, but to his surprise, these people prepared to die gave him the safest spot. The shield knight in front didn't even turn his head. Before we're all dead, it's not your turn to tank for a level 1 monster. Find a chance to slip away. Jiang Yubai opened his mouth, but his throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton, and in the end, he didn't say anything. On the high platform, Principal Zhao Jinshan and a military officer with bloodshot eyes walked out. The officer swept his gaze across the room and said in a deep voice, "The nation has failed you. The higher-ups will find a way to make up for the lost national destiny. So your mission this time is to survive. Forget the mission, forget about Japan, find those 300 people, and then hide as well as you can. As long as you can come out alive, the backbone of China is not broken." Several young girls in the group had red in their eyes, but none of them cried out. In Jiang Yubai's mind, however, Scarlet was cursing loudly, standing on high-explosive armor-piercing shells. "Hiding my ass! With this firepower, if I don't blast those dwarfs to smithereens when I go in, I'll change my surname to yours." A deafening thunderclap boomed, and a crimson beam of light descended from the sky, engulfing the entire playground. The teleportation countdown began. A fierce wind whipped at everyone's faces, and Ulan Qingduo's voice rang out in the team channel. Jiang Yubai, once you're inside, stick close to me. If the formation gets broken, throw your mechanical spider out as bait, and don't look back, just run for your life. Inside the mechanical space, Crimson, who was loading her dual pistols, froze instantly. What the hell is this tiger woman spouting? Using me as bait? I'll go out and blast her to smithereens right now. The countdown reached 0, and Jiang Yubai didn't even have time to break up the fight before a terrifying feeling of weightlessness swept over his entire body. Before his consciousness was torn apart, he saw the shield knight in the front row close his eyes and press a picture of a girl to his lips. Who the hell isn't afraid of death? This isn't a game, this is a meat grinder with no way out. The space completely collapsed, and Crimson engulfed everyone. The intense feeling of weightlessness finally dissipated, and Jiang Yubai's feet touched the soft, wet earth, his stomach churning. There was no roar of beasts, nor the overwhelming magic of the Sakura Kingdom's job changers. Instead, 99 killing intents instantly locked down every direction. Everyone drew their weapons in unison, and 2 shield knights slammed down their shields, skillfully trapping Jiang Yubai in the very center of their formation. Before them lay a dark, damp canyon, shrouded in thick fog, and several dozen meters away, several giant, dark purple spiders clung to the rock face. Ulan Qingduo, holding her gun in one hand, scanned the map on her arm guard and spoke rapidly. Mist Fault Zone, a low-level monster zone with a maximum level of Lv.10. The radar cannot detect the enemy country's coordinates. Lin Yu, a level 29 elemental mage, breathed a sigh of relief after sensing the area with her eyes closed, saying that there was a powerful rules shielding array here. The Sakura Kingdom had clearly tampered with things, but the command center had slammed down the scales of fate, and the Heavenly Tao had arranged a safe landing point for them. The tense atmosphere eased slightly, but Ulan Qingduo coldly ordered that all living things within a 5-kilometer radius be cleared within 30 minutes. No one is allowed to use high-level skills, and even less to make any noise that might attract high-level monsters. As soon as the words were spoken, 99 elite warriors rushed into the canyon like wolves pouncing on a sheepfold, and low-level monsters fell in droves. A level 10 demonic pangolin had just emerged from the ground when it was cleaved in two by the berserker's blade. Jiang Yubai watched, his heart itching, and silently reached for the wrench at his waist, thinking he could at least finish off a few low-health monsters and gain some experience. But the moment his hand touched the wrench, the assassin beside him pressed down on his shoulder, coldly telling him not to move. The assassin said disdainfully that with Jiang Yubai's physique, even taking a few steps and being out of breath might attract monsters. Standing there in a daze was the greatest contribution he could make to the team. Jiang Yubai decisively put his hand back in his pocket, indicating that since his brother had said so, he absolutely could not cause trouble for the organization. Half an hour later, all living things within a 5-kilometer radius had been cleared away, and the group found a hidden crevice deep in the canyon. 2 earth mages pried open the rock wall and squeezed out a 2-square-meter cave, while an illusionist set up a triple visual illusion array at the entrance. Jiang Yubai stared at the dark entrance of the cave, clicking his tongue in frustration. This wasn't a safe house. It was clearly a tomb for the living dead, tailor-made for him. Everyone's meaning was clear. Burying him here was the safest option. Ulan Qingduo came over, grabbed his collar, pushed him to the cave entrance, and then took off the ancient ring from her hand and stuffed it into his palm. Inside the ring were 3 cubic meters of food and pure water, enough for him to eat for 2 months, as well as 3 invisibility scrolls. Ulan Qingduo instructed him to tear the scroll at the slightest sound outside, hold his breath, and play dead. Jiang Yubai, however, sensed something was amiss. The secret realm was only open for 30 days, so why leave 2 months' worth of rations? Ulan Qingduo didn't answer, and everyone around her fell silent. They were going to support the 300 remaining soldiers on the central battlefield, a meat grinder with no chance of survival. These 2 months' worth of rations were their last resort for Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai had just called out, "Senior sister," when Ulan Qingduo stepped forward, her silver-white scales colliding directly with his chest. Staring at Jiang Yubai, she said domineeringly that if she didn't die this time, she would forgive and forget what happened that night, and Jiang Yubai would stay with her for the rest of his life. Jiang Yubai's scalp tingled. He quickly told her not to make such a bold statement. In TV dramas, such words usually don't last more than 2 episodes. Ulan Qingduo ignored him and pushed him directly into the crevice. The earth mage then clasped his hands together, and boulders crashed in from both sides. Before the last glimmer of light faded, Jiang Yubai only saw Ulan Qingduo raise her spear and soar into the blood-red sky without hesitation. The cave was plunged into complete darkness, damp and cramped. Jiang Yubai leaned against the cold stone wall, clutching the ring tightly, his eyes suddenly stinging. For 3 years, he had believed in the supremacy of survival, yet these people, who knew they were going to their deaths, left him with the safest grave. Just as he was about to express his feelings, a strange, disgusted cry suddenly rang out from the cave. A crimson light flashed, and a palm-sized crimson leaped out, transforming into a half-human-sized battle form upon landing. Crimson hugged its mechanical forelimbs, looking at Jiang Yubai with utter disgust, mocking his supposed pampering. It was so repulsive it almost made it vomit its own engine oil. Jiang Yubai, enraged, retorted that the other person was risking their life, calling it passion. Fei Hong, however, pounded the ground in frustration. The outside is full of experienced packs. The monsters are low level, but there are plenty of them. It pulled out 2 violently modified handguns, excitedly declaring that after 3 years of holding back, it was time to show these monsters what true physical exorcism was. Then, Crimson shrank back to the size of a fingernail and crawled out through a crevice in the rock, leaving Jiang Yubai in the grave pit to act as a water pump, obediently supplying it with mana. Jiang Yubai had just unscrewed the kettle when a system notification suddenly popped up on his retina. Your creation, Crimson, has killed a Lv.99 demonic pangolin, gaining 180 experience points. He sprayed water directly onto the stone wall, followed by a series of notification sounds in his mind. Talent, Elemental Harmony, triggered. A lightning attribute armor-piercing bullet caused a chain reaction, killing 5 Lv8 cave bats, gaining 800 experience points. Your creation, Crimson, has killed a Lv10 rock-breaker bear, gaining 200 experience points. The experience bar, which had been stuck at level 1 for 3 whole years, suddenly started to surge at a visible rate. Although the outside was completely soundproof, Jiang Yubai could already picture the scene, Crimson hanging on the cliff, her twin guns blazing, blasting all the monsters in her sight into mincemeat. This wasn't monster slaying, it was a one-sided massacre. Less than 10 minutes later, the system notification finally sounded. Congratulations, host, on leveling up to Lv2. You have gained 5 free attribute points, and all basic attributes have automatically increased by 1. Jiang Yubai looked at the panel, unable to suppress the corners of his mouth. While others risked their lives playing PUBG, he was hiding in a grave, idling away to cultivate immortality. But his smug satisfaction lasted only 3 seconds before his smile froze completely. Damn it, the National Fortune Secret Realm has a real-time points leaderboard, and with his points, a mere level 1 loser, increasing so dramatically, it's impossible that the 700 elites from the Sakura Kingdom didn't see it. Once they find him by following the points, this dilapidated tomb of the living dead won't be able to protect him at all. Jiang Yubai, pressed against the stone wall, broke out in a cold sweat. Crimson, you good for nothing, behave yourself, don't attract the Japanese. The cramped crevice in the rock face was pitch black. Jiang Yubai leaned against the rock, his retina flashing with pale blue light. Your creation, Crimson, has killed a Lv8 bat, gaining 160 experience points. Killed a Lv9 pangolin, gaining 180 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have reached Lv3 and gained 5 free attribute points. All attributes will automatically increase by 1. Looking at the rapidly increasing experience bar, Jiang Yubai pinched himself hard, wincing in pain. While others were out there fighting tooth and nail for the National Fortune Bureau, he was hiding in this tomb of the living dead, leveling up by AFK. His 10 years of lifespan were practically a steal. But before his smile faded, a glance at the blue bar made him freeze. His MP plummeted from 460 to 804, then quickly dropped to 124, like a flood. Jiang Yubai instantly understood. Crimson had been using physical bullets to clear mobs, but now she was using elemental enchantments like a normal attack. Warning! Host's mana is below 10%. 3 kilometers away from the safe house, deep in the mist, a 5-meter-tall level 10 elite troll is roaring angrily. Its body was covered in pus, and its thick arms slapped down several dead trees. Crimson stood on a pile of monster corpses, her twin guns spitting fire wildly. Elemental bullets wrapped in armor-piercing material blasted into the troll's chest, damage numbers constantly rising, and critical hits erupting one after another. The troll charged relentlessly through the gunfire, closing in the blink of an eye, its massive paw slamming down on its head. Crimson shouted for the final burst of fire to finish it off, but the gun only emitted a puff of black smoke before going silent. The lightning faded, the flames dissipated, and ordinary bullets, hitting the troll's thick hide, were actually deflected. A highly insulting number appeared above the troll's head, -1. Crimson froze for a second, then the troll roared and slammed down its giant paw, forcing her to slide 7 or 8 meters along the ground, leaving white scratches on its shell. In the mental link, Crimson's lowly-like voice exploded. "Jiang Yubai! You piece of trash, where's your mana?" Jiang Yubai covered his ears and protested his innocence. Even with full mana and equipment, he only had 460 points. Crimson fired 30 elemental bullets per second, draining him dry in 15 seconds. The mana-restoring equipment he bought with 10 years of his lifespan only restored 2 points per second, which was no match for this crazy woman's extravagance. As Crimson dodged the rocks hurled at her by the troll, she cursed. "Mages can pee all day, and you only get 15 seconds. The troll completely ignored the physical bullets aimed at her and strode closer, thoroughly enraging Crimson. Her electronic eyes turned a dangerous dark red, her abdominal armor popped open, and 2 eerie blue-glowing secondary arms extended, instantly assembling into 2 pistols. With 4 guns firing, Crimson roared. "No mana? I'll just overpower you with sheer firepower. Merciful physical salvation!" The bullets, forming a tangible metal whip, slammed into the troll's chest in a dense barrage, filling the screen with -1. Although the damage was pitifully low, it managed to keep the 5-meter-tall troll pinned in place, unable to take a single step. Jiang Yubai stared intently at the panel, watching his MP slowly recover, his palms drenched in cold sweat. 98, 99, 100. Crimson, I have 100 MP. Switch to enchantments. A bright red light flashed in the dense forest. Crimson roared, and 100 elemental armor-piercing bullets pierced the troll's heart through the ripped flesh in its chest. With a deafening boom, the troll exploded into a shower of minced meat, black blood raining down. Slay the Lv.10 elite monster, troll, and gain 2,000 experience points. Jiang Yubai watched the experience bar surge and finally breathed a sigh of relief. In just over 10 seconds, his back was already soaked with sweat. Before he could even rest, a sinister voice echoed in his mind. "I've had enough. We have to calculate mana costs just to fight a level 10 monster. I want to change the rules." Jiang Yubai was stunned and hurriedly stopped her from doing anything reckless. This was the National Fortune secret realm. However, Crimson completely ignored him. The pale blue light screen suddenly flickered wildly, and garbled text poured down like a waterfall. Outside, Crimson stood on the troll's remains, its 2 forelimbs plunging directly into the void, cursing at the heavenly Tao system. Warning! Illegal data intrusion detected. Warning! Creator is forcibly analyzing the underlying logic of elemental coordination. Jiang Yubai was so frightened that he almost choked on his water. This crazy woman actually went to hack the heavenly Tao system again. With a shattering sound, the blinding red light faded, transforming into a soft, dark gold. Due to the creator's extreme rage and unreasonable physical attacks, the host was forced to learn an exclusive passive skill, Spiritual Power Stealing Lv.1. Effect: when any attack from the creator triggers a critical hit, it restores 1% of the host's maximum mana. Jiang Yubai looked at the panel 3 times and was completely dumbfounded. Critical hits restore mana based on a percentage. As long as Crimson's attack speed is fast enough, isn't this a perpetual motion machine? Others have to beg the heavens for rewards when running dungeons, but his ancestor actually pointed at the heavens and cursed out a divine skill. 30 shots per second, even with only a 10% critical hit rate, it can still regenerate 3% mana per second. The underlying logic of this spider is simply outrageous. Not long after, the palm-sized crimson creature crawled back through the crack in the rock, its smoking gun barrel pressed directly against Jiang Yu's white forehead. At some points, Jiang Yubai swallowed hard and said that he now had 10 free attribute points. Scarlet immediately ordered, "Add all of them to spirit!" He wanted to try and at least allocate some points to stamina and agility so that he could run faster. With a bang, Crimson shattered a nearby rock with a single shot, sending shards flying into Jiang Yubai's face. "With me here, who can touch you? Your job is to lengthen your mana bar. The higher your maximum mana, the more you recover with each 1%. Immediately, right now, max out your spirit." Dignity was worthless before the dark muzzle of a gun. Jiang Yubai decisively backed down, pouring all 10 points of his freedom attribute into spirit. Current attribute changes: Spirit 1121. Maximum mana 460-560. Jiang Yubai sighed as he looked at the panel, realizing he'd been completely reduced to a heartless blue potion tool. "That's more like it." Crimson, satisfied, holstered her gun, jumped to the ground, and spun around twice. "Come on, let's go grind some experience." Inside the Dragon Kingdom's highest command headquarters, hundreds of holographic screens hung in midair, and red alarm lights cast a somber atmosphere over the hall. The main screen was divided into 3 sections. The largest image showed Ulan Qingduo leading 98 people, forcibly passing through the territory of level 15 ghouls. The shield-bearers held the front line, the assassins roamed around, and the mages controlled the battlefield. The entire team moved swiftly and fought with extreme ferocity. The elderly man in military uniform watched the screen and sighed in a deep voice. "Ulan Qingduo's command is becoming more and more stable." Zhao Jinshan rubbed his bloodshot eyes and said that she knew the situation was difficult, which was why she had locked Jiang Yubai in the safe house while she led the team to support the central war zone. On the second screen, 300 remnants of the Dragon Kingdom army were trapped in front of a cliff, surrounded by Japanese soldiers who were frantically shrinking their living space. Without reinforcements, they were doomed. Zhao Jinshan could only hope that Ulan Qingduo's reinforcements would arrive in time. As for the most inconspicuous screen in the corner, the radar was locked on Jiang Yubai's green dot. The elderly man in military uniform advised Zhao Jinshan to stop watching. Jiang Yubai was only level 1, and as long as he didn't wander off, surviving for 30 days on supplies wouldn't be difficult. But no sooner had he finished speaking than the monitor abruptly stood up, his voice changing. Jiang Yubai had leveled up, and not just to level 2, but his stats had jumped directly to Lv.3. The hall fell silent instantly. How could someone hiding in a cave eating dry rations possibly gain experience out of thin air? Zhao Jinshan immediately retrieved the logbook from the bottom layer of the heavenly Tao, but just then, the rock fissure where Jiang Yubai was hiding suddenly trembled violently. With a muffled thud, the camouflage formation shattered, and a large hole was smashed open in the rock wall blocking the cave entrance. Jiang Yubai dusted himself off and staggered out, while the old man in military uniform slammed his fist on the table and cursed angrily. Ulan Qingduo left him 2 months' worth of food and an invisibility scroll, yet this level 3 fragile character actually came out to die. The coordinates were quickly locked, and a pack of level 10 demonic wolves was approaching him, less than 300 meters away. Everyone thought Jiang Yubai was finished, and several female staff officers couldn't bear to watch any longer. But the next second, Jiang Yubai not only didn't run away, but instead stretched, and a purple light flashed on his wrist, and an 8-legged mechanical spider crawled out. The mechanical limbs folded and reassembled wildly, and in just 3 seconds, the spider swelled to the size of an off-road vehicle, its entire body covered in thick armor. This kind of spider was not recorded in the Dragon Kingdom's database at all. Immediately afterward, Jiang Yubai rolled over and lay sprawled on the spider's back, even taking a couple of sips of mineral water. The front lines are practically a meat grinder, and this kid's having a picnic on a spider? Just then, hundreds of level 10 demonic wolves burst out of the mist, their crimson eyes fixed on the man and the spider. The spider's abdominal armor suddenly sprang open, revealing 4 heavy machine guns that, without any preheating, immediately spewed out tongues of fire half a meter long. Flames, frost, and lightning intertwined to form a dense barrage, like a glowing wall, sweeping towards the wolf pack. The wolves at the forefront didn't even have time to howl before being torn to shreds in midair. Armor-piercing rounds imbued with fire elemental energy detonated one after another, blasting the wolf pack into the air. The entire massacre lasted only 10 seconds. A fan-shaped area within 200 meters was charred black. Not only were there no wolves, but not even a single intact tree branch remained. The tactical analyst stared at the slow-motion replay, so excited he ripped his hair out. This spider was firing elemental damage. 4 barrels firing simultaneously, at a rate exceeding 30 rounds per second, and without any reloading animation. The ammunition was clearly spatially connected. Even more outrageous is that these elementally enchanted armor-piercing bullets cost a day's lifespan for each one on the market. Jiang Yubai just used up at least 100 days' lifespan in 10 seconds. This isn't fighting monsters, it's throwing money away. Zhao Jinshan swallowed hard, his mind filled with Jiang Yubai's sleepy face. He couldn't help but wonder if the kid had spent all his compensation money on ammunition. Over the next week, the command's worldview was completely reshaped. At the front lines, Ulan Qingduo led her team in a bloody battle, familiar names disappearing from the battlefield every day, causing everyone to develop blisters on their lips from anxiety. Meanwhile, Jiang Yubai, back home, lived a life more disciplined than a retired cadre. I get up at 8 in the morning to drink water and eat bread, then lie on the spider's back at 9 and start my rampage. I take a nap at noon, while Crimson goes into silent killing mode. I go back to my cave to sleep at 8 o'clock sharp every night, never staying up late. For 7 whole days, the monsters in the Misty Fault were almost completely wiped out. Newly spawned monsters were shot in the head before they even opened their eyes. Jiang Yubai lay on his armor, feeling the changes after allocating skill points, and muttered something to himself with satisfaction. My mana regeneration has definitely increased recently, and the frequency of my body being completely drained has decreased. The 7th day ended, and Jiang Yubai was still last on the leaderboard with only 45 points, but his level had already reached Lv.10. The old man in military uniform looked at the cleared safe zone on the map, his lips twitching incessantly. Back then, Ulan Qingduo had topped her resources, and it took him half a month to kill monsters to reach level 10. Even if Jiang Yubai had pulled the trigger even once in those 7 days, the old man would consider it an effort on his part. Inside the secret realm, the spider carried Jiang Yubai back to the initial rock crevice. Jiang Yubai jumped down, stretched, and said his back ached from the jolting these past few days, but there was still enough food for half a month, so he needed to rest. Crimson instantly shrank to the size of a palm, jumped onto his shoulder, and pressed the scorching hot barrel against his ear. Jiang Yubai had already reached level 10, and the second slot needed to be opened immediately. For the past 7 days, Crimson had been the one dealing damage, and her oil was almost burned out. They needed to quickly find a little sister to share the workload. Jiang Yubai's lips twitched. Seeing that this crazy woman was about to explode again, he decisively started pulling her away. He covered his ears and backed away, saying that even working should have weekends off, and the production team's donkeys couldn't be used like this. He just wanted to live a quiet, carefree life. If he were to have another girl, how could he possibly survive? In the heart of the secret realm's battle zone, a thick fog shrouded the blood-red cliffs, filling the air with the pungent smell of blood and burning. A tattered dragon kingdom war flag lay planted among the rubble, a faint green flame still burning at its edge. After 7 days of bloody fighting, Ulan Qingduo gasped for breath against the rubble, her silver armor mostly shattered, blood dripping from her left shoulder into the mud. Of the 99 men who broke through the encirclement, less than 60 were still standing, but they had finally reunited with the 300 remaining soldiers trapped behind. But because of this, they completely fell into the traps set by the 700 elite troops of the Sakura Kingdom. Chen Feng walked over carrying his battle axe, his voice already hoarse. Qingduo, they are shrinking the circle. The poisonous fog in the southwest corner is getting thicker and thicker. There is a death trap buried there. Ulan Qingduo didn't respond, only looking down at the radar on her wrist. A dense swarm of red dots, like leeches, pressed in from all directions. The continuous battle had exhausted her, and her mind even went blank for half a second. The bloody battle before her suddenly vanished, replaced by the dimly lit bedroom from that night. The summer blanket, the red mark on her collarbone, and that skinny guy with a face that screamed, "I want to give up." Jiang Yubai's words, "I hope to die of old age, do you agree?" inexplicably echoed in her mind. Ulan Qingduo suddenly opened her eyes, gripped her spear tightly, and bit her tongue hard, using the pain to drive away this absurd scene. In this life-or-death moment, how could she even think of that good-for-nothing? She looked towards the safe cave she had sealed off herself hundreds of kilometers away and whispered, "Don't wander off." This was the only hope she could offer at this moment. Seeing her expression was off, Chen Feng frowned and asked, "Qingduo? It's nothing." Ulan Qingduo took a deep breath, her eyes turning cold again. She slammed her spear into the ground, and an icy blue shockwave exploded, forcefully pushing the surrounding poisonous fog dozens of meters away. "The southwest corner is a death trap, so crush it." She surveyed the blood-soaked remnants of her army, her voice icy. "No reinforcements, no way out. Wedge formation. I'll be the arrowhead, slaying these beasts." Frost shot into the sky, and Ulan Qingduo swung her high ponytail, transforming into a silver light as she plunged into the thick fog. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away, at the edge of the fog fault, the scene was completely different. The deafening clang of hammering metal echoed continuously. Jiang Yubai lay sprawled on the bearskin stone bed, groaning and covering his ears. "Big sister, you're my ancestor, can you stop for a moment?" Half a meter away, the palm-sized crimson figure completely ignored him. 8 mechanical legs swung, leaving after images, while the secondary arm transformed into a cutting machine, frantically cleaving through half a ton of mithril ore. Hearing Jiang Yubai complain, a gun barrel popped out from under her stomach, cocked it, and aimed it at his forehead. "Shut up! I risked my life to level you up to 10, and you still dare to complain about being tired? Hurry up and open the panel and unlock the slots." Jiang Yubai resigned himself to his fate and summoned the system, which lit up the mechanic job tree. At the top was a dark red mechanical eyeball, representing crimson. Below were 8 neatly arranged gray slots, without branches or advancement paths. Jiang Yubai finished counting and his face fell immediately. "Only 9 pits in total? Other necromancers can summon an entire army with a wave of their hand, and I only have 9 spots? Is the heavenly Tao targeting me?" Crimson stepped on the ore, her electronic eyes turning red and purple, and cursed this guy in her heart for being ignorant. These 8 slots are not ordinary creations, but 8 extremely powerful command cores. Including herself, these are only the first 9 sequences. Deeper still lies a piece of garbled code, representing sequence 0. Once she gathers the 9th creation and maximizes her computing power, she can break through the limitations and take over all authority. But she didn't intend to tell Jiang Yubai a single word about this. With that good-for-nothing's courage, he'd probably faint on the spot after hearing it. "Enough nonsense! Dump out all the materials and unlock the 2nd slot!" Jiang Yubai sighed and opened his storage space. Thousands of demonized wolf bones, troll carapaces, and mithril blocks immediately piled up into a small mountain. "Could we make a high defense, high HP iron turtle this time, or a healer? Don't make another meat grinder." Scarlet still ignored him. The machine tool roared to life, and flames shot 2 meters high from the furnace. She kicked several hundred kilograms of refined iron ore into the furnace, and the molten iron flowed into the mold along the channel, beginning the purification and extraction process. Jiang Yubai found a quiet rock, munched on compressed biscuits, and slept and ate and slept, enduring a full 24 hours. When he finally opened his eyes for the last time, a violent gust of wind whipped his hair into a mess. As the dust settled, a colossal steel beast stood prominently in the open space. The 6-meter-long, triangular, streamlined body is covered with thick, blast-resistant armor, and the tires have been replaced with heavy-duty tracks with barbed wire. It features one-way bulletproof glass and even thoughtfully includes windshield wipers, making it look like an absurdly thickened armored vehicle. Jiang Yubai dropped the biscuit in his mouth. "That's it. Where's the cannon barrel? Big sister, aren't you afraid of insufficient firepower? Why build a turtle shell without weapons?" Put your hand on it, activate it. Scarlet jumped down from the front of the vehicle and urged coldly. Jiang Yubai placed his hand on the vehicle's armor, and a system notification immediately sounded. Level 10 authority consumed. Sequence 02 creation successfully activated. The heavy-duty sliding doors slowly opened, revealing leather seats and a holographic central control screen, accompanied by an electronic voice with a Yandere, mature woman's tone. System self-check complete. Explosion-proof module 100%, power matrix 100%. Hello, Commander. I am Sequence 02, battlefield medic and heavy assault vehicle. Jiang Yubai was completely dumbfounded. Medical? Assault? You don't even have a tube. What are you going to use for assault? What are you going to use for medical treatment? 02, let this country bumpkin see what's what. Crimson sneered. The next second, the side panels of the armored vehicle slid open, revealing 10 combat drones with machine guns on the left and a bunch of watermelon-sized, red-glowing self-destructing metal balls on the right. 02 said in a sexy yet icy voice. The medical philosophy of this machine is to physically annihilate all targets that attempt to harm you. To address your health risks at their source, high-explosive metal ball targeted therapy is included as a bonus. Jiang Yubai's face turned green as he stared at the truck full of syringes and suicide bombs. Good heavens, this family is all cut from the same cloth. They kill without a care, using C4 as a first aid kit. This isn't a medical vehicle, it's a mobile powder keg. Get in. Crimson jumped into the passenger seat, the gun barrel banging against the control panel. Where to? Jiang Yubai clung to the doorframe, refusing to get in. The monsters here are all wiped out. Crimson's compound eyes flashed wildly, staring at the dense red dots on the radar. I'm going to massacre the secret realm. Before Jiang Yubai could even cry for help, he was yanked into the vehicle by a robotic arm. The doors locked, and the tracks violently crushed the rubble. This steel behemoth, bearing a medical sign, roared into the thick fog. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's highest command headquarters, only the hum of the holographic screen could be heard. At the center of the screen lay a blood-stained cliff. Kill! Ulan Qingduo charged headlong into the defensive line of 100 war gods from the Sakura Kingdom. There was no probing, no drawn-out fighting. Both sides went straight into a death battle. 2 level 28 swordsmen attacked from both sides, their katanas whipping up a bloody gust of wind, aiming straight for her vitals. Instead of retreating, Ulan Qingduo advanced, dodging the fatal blow, but the scale armor on her left shoulder was torn open by the blade, and blood splattered instantly. Using the momentum, she thrust her spear forward, the icy blue spear piercing the left swordsman's heart. With a sharp twist of her wrist, his heart exploded instantly. The right swordsman only hesitated for half a second before Ulan Qingduo withdrew her spear, turned, and, the shaft enveloped in a wave of frigid air, slammed it down on his head. With a bang, the swordsman became a corpse. Those who stand in my way shall die! Her hair was disheveled, blood clung to her pale cheeks, and the wound on her left shoulder was so deep that bone was visible. She was also severely exhausted. Yet, her eyes remained ferocious, like a beast driven to the brink of despair. The elite troops of the Dragon Kingdom behind her immediately charged through the gap, and the ambush formation set up by 100 people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was actually broken through by Ulan Qingduo by 30 meters. She fought with a life-or-death mentality. If the enemy slashed her, she would not defend herself. She would risk serious injury to send the tip of her spear into the enemy's throat. Inside the command post, the elderly man in military uniform gripped the control panel tightly, blood seeping from under his fingernails. A staff officer reported in a trembling voice. 35! She killed 35 of her rank-up recruits all by herself. The next second, the last Japanese shield guard blocking their path was frozen into ice shards, and the encirclement was completely torn apart. Ulan Qingduo, leaning on her spear, trembled so much she could barely hold the shaft. She coldly swept her gaze over the pursuers who dared not advance any further, spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and turned to walk into the dense forest. But as soon as she stepped into the forest, everything went black, and she nearly collapsed to her knees. She could only manage to stay upright by slamming the ground with the barrel of her gun. Her body was pushed to its limits, but from this day forward, in the intelligence databases of various militaries, the name Ulan Qingduo would be preceded by 3 more words, Valkyrie. Under the same sky, 200 kilometers away on the edge of the mist, a steel war chariot crushed dead trees and forced its way into the public war zone of the National Fate's secret realm. Jiang Yubai slumped in his seat, sipping an ice-cold cola, and looked at the holographic projection above him, asking, "Big sister, where are we going?" A metallic scraping sound came from the roof. Crimson didn't stay in the space. Instead, she transformed into a half-meter-tall mechanical form. 8 mechanical legs embedded themselves into the grooves of the roof armor, and after the latches locked, her energy core connected with the vehicle's power matrix. A tank with an 8-legged turret was officially completed. The center console lit up with a green light, and a gentle, mature female voice spoke. "Second sister's firepower module bridging complete. Commander, please allow this unit to be named Qingnong." Jiang Yubai almost spat out his cola. The name Qingnong sounded like it was for sending someone to their grave. Qingnong, however, rationally explained that her treatment philosophy was to bury all potential dangers in advance to ensure Jiang Yubai's vital signs remained stable. Jiang Yubai felt a chill run down his spine. Other people's creations were like sweet little cotton-padded jackets, but his whole car was full of antisocial lunatics. Scarlet interrupted him directly. "Jiang Yubai, you're level 10 now, I'm locking your experience bar." Jiang Yubai wanted to level up and increase his stamina, but Fei Hong told him that the experience required to level up from level 10 to level 11 would increase tenfold. This experience had to be saved for her to advance her rank and could not be wasted. At this moment, Qingnong suddenly reported that the radar had detected 2 Animite practitioners 1,200 meters away at the 2 o'clock position. One was a level 20 Windwalker, and the other was a level 21 Jungle Hunter. Jiang Yubai's hand trembled. Level 21 was clearly not something they could handle head-on at this point, and he immediately suggested taking a detour. Crimson became excited. Having just completed the fusion, it was the perfect time to sacrifice these 2 to the heavens. Qingnong calmly suggested that since the opponent's mobility was too high, it would be better to activate inducible conservative treatment. On the other side, 2 Animite job changers were perched in a tree, observing the war chariot. Jungle Hunter Nguyen, seeing that the chariot had no guild mark, concluded that it was an abandoned, low-health monster that had spawned in a secret realm, and its armor material was sure to drop top-tier items. The next moment, the tank seemed to have spotted them, slipped on the spot, and turned tail and ran before even the cannon could turn. The 2 men instantly took the bait, turning into green streaks and giving chase. When the distance closed to 500 meters, then 300 meters, thick black smoke billowed from the rear of the tank, and the door was knocked open halfway. Several small, round spheres, about the size of watermelons and flashing with a malfunctioning red light, rolled out of the carriage and into the mud. Windrunner saw the elemental fluctuations, recognized them as top-grade energy cores, and immediately slid over to retrieve them. Inside the carriage, Jiang Yubai silently swallowed, staring at the screen. With this level of intelligence, he'd basically given up on riding a bicycle. Qingnong spoke gently. "Target has entered the optimal distance for medication." With a sudden boom, several so-called first aid kits overloaded simultaneously, sending green mushroom clouds soaring into the sky. The violent shockwave, mixed with shrapnel, sliced trees within 10 meters in half. Windrunner couldn't even fully deploy his windshield. Half his body was instantly blown away. Brother Ruan was also thrown off balance by the blast, his face covered in blood, his head buzzing. He finally understood that this wasn't just some loose parts. It was a trap far more dangerous than an anti-tank mine. The tank ahead slammed to a halt, its side armor slid open, and 10 drones took to the air, their infrared beams instantly locking onto the 2 figures. On the roof, Crimson revealed 4 modified pistols, and a lowly-like voice blared through the forest via loudspeaker. "You little punks, trying to steal my blind boxes? Cut the ice and fire armor-piercing bullets, I'll scrape you to death even if I only scratch you." Bullets intertwined with icy cold and raging fire rained down like a storm. Each bullet did little damage due to the level suppression, but the terrifying rate of fire and the cumulative elemental damage were too much to bear. Before Windrunner could finish his cry for help, A final thunder armor-piercing round shattered his head. A system notification popped up. Creator has killed a level 20 Windrunner, granting Jiang Yubai 150 national fortune points. By feigning death to collect parts, they had truly tricked a level 20 powerhouse into death. Behind the tree, Brother Ruan stared at the headless corpse, his soul nearly leaving his body. This wasn't just an abandoned chariot, it was a cunning, living Yama. Without hesitation, he crushed the wind scroll, transforming it into a whirlwind, and turned to flee into the deep forest. Trying to escape? Inside the carriage, a dangerous red light flashed on the Qingdao control panel. Legion number 1 has been removed. Legion number 2 is attempting to escape. There is a risk of cancer cell spread. Full power, preparing for deep bone scraping therapy. The tank's exhaust pipe roared, spewing out a ghostly blue tail flame, like a wild beast, crushing everything in its path as it pursued. Inside the Sakura Kingdom's camp, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Matsushima gripped his broken staff tightly. Wooden splinters pierced his palm, but he felt no pain, only the burning sting of his face from being slapped. 35 elite corpses lay at their feet, all experts above level 28. Yet, Ulan Qingduo, leading a group of weakened Chinese soldiers, had managed to break through their impenetrable defenses of 700 men. Have you finished tallying them up yet? Matsushima gritted his teeth, his cheeks trembling. The adjutant, his face deathly pale, reported in a low voice, 41 dead, over 100 seriously wounded, and the Chinese soldiers had already followed Ulan Qingduo into the poisonous miasma forest. Baka! Matsushima kicked over a supply crate, roaring. 700 fully equipped men besieging 300 cripples, and they still managed to break through? He pointed at the corpses scattered on the ground, his voice completely changing. They've run out of mana potions, how could they still fight their way out? The adjutant lowered his head and could only explain that Ulan Qingduo was too strange, using a reckless fighting style that had terrified their own men. Matsushima stared at the leaderboard. Sakura was firmly in first place with 95,800 points, while Dragon Kingdom only had 13,500 points, ranking 10th. Most of Sakura's points were gained by ambushing Dragon Kingdom teams. The adjutant tentatively asked if they should continue the pursuit, since the Dragon Kingdom members had essentially met their demise once they entered the poisonous miasma forest. Matsushima remained silent for a long time, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Finally, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Stop chasing. Those Chinese are like mad dogs now. If we push them too far, they might retaliate. It's not worth it. The entire army should disperse, avoid the poisonous miasma forest, and clear out the high-level monsters in the secret realm. I will ensure that the Dragon Kingdom's points are forever nailed to the pillar of shame for last place." 200 kilometers away, at the edge of a dense forest, heavy tracks crushed giant trees, and the tank came to a stop in an open area. Jiang Yubai looked into the distance. The Animite hunter had already scrambled away and disappeared without a trace. "Not going to pursue them?" Jiang Yubai asked. Qingdao gently replied. "Don't pursue a desperate enemy. The target has already been traumatized. There's no need to waste bullets. It doesn't align with the machine's treatment logic." In the passenger seat, Crimson shrank to the size of a palm, chewing on the energy core with gusto, sparks flying everywhere. "That bastard got away fast! Once I reach Tier 1, let's see where he can run!" Jiang Yubai didn't reply, but his expression slowly darkened. The fact that people from Annam could appear here meant the secret realm was becoming increasingly unsafe. He immediately ordered Qingdao to activate the radar and search for the coordinates of the Dragon Kingdom people. A ghostly green pulse spread along the ground, and 10 seconds later, a holographic map was projected onto the center of the carriage. In the very center of the map, a cluster of green dots is moving at an extremely slow speed. Qingdao analyzed. "A Dragon Kingdom team has been discovered in the poisonous miasma forest. There are 317 people remaining, and they are in extremely poor condition. They could be wiped out at any moment." Jiang Yubai's gaze sharpened. Of the 400 men in the army, only 317 remained. He couldn't even imagine how devastating that battle had been. If things dragged on like this, the next time he saw Ulan Qingduo, he might only be able to attend a banquet. Just being alive is good enough, he muttered, but his body tried to lean back in his seat and continue slacking off. Crimson immediately panicked and jumped onto the holographic screen. Good my ass! This speed is slower than a turtle crawling. With their meager health, they could easily run into a bunch of monsters and be wiped out in no time. Jiang Yubai fell silent, the image of Ulan Qingduo covered in blood flashing through his mind. And her resounding words. I'll take care of you for the rest of my life. Jiang Yubai couldn't help but curse her inwardly. How could she so casually make such a death wish? People who say things like that in TV dramas are practically dead by now. But if he didn't clean up this mess, Ulan Qingduo might not be able to come back alive to fulfill her promise. He glanced at the ring on his hand, sighed deeply, and threw it onto the center console. Damn it, after 3 years of hiding, I still got screwed over by you. Jiang Yubai raised his head, his eyes losing their usual laziness and slickness for the first time. Qingnong planned the wildest route, find the place with the densest monsters. He gripped the tactical handle hanging from the roof of the vehicle, his knuckles turning slightly white. These bastards are seriously ill. They need a thorough physical cleansing. Other characters' support units are healers, but this one is a manic loli with a head full of firepower, and a cybernetics doctor who treats C4 like a fever reducer. This isn't going to the doctor, it's a mobile crematorium. Crimson burst into a piercing, maniacal laugh. Why didn't you do this sooner? Fire! Fire! The central control screen of Qingnong also turned from green to red. Treatment plan updated, full map coverage, indiscriminate physical excision. No need for anesthetic, just scrape the bone directly. The tank spewed eerie blue flames from its rear, its tracks carving 2 deep craters in the mud, before roaring into the most dangerous red dot zone. 20 minutes later, on Despair Slope, thousands of mutated ogres were still gnawing on bones. Suddenly, a tank flew down from the top of the slope, crashing heavily into the center of the monster horde. Qingnong's gentle, mature voice echoed through the valley. Fellow patients, the medical vehicle is in position. The next second, the armor plates were pushed open with a bang, and dozens of self-destructing balls flashing red light rained down on the monster pile. The crimson light on the roof swelled to the size of an SUV, with 4 gun muzzles radiating a violent elemental glow. Accept your salvation, you scum! Gunfire and explosions instantly illuminated half the sky. Jiang Yubai sat in the car, staring at the experience notifications frantically scrolling across his retina, his scalp tingling. Slay a Lv.99 ogre, experience points plus 360, double the reward for leveling up. This isn't monster grinding, it's just harvesting, a metaphor for exploiting others. Meanwhile, on the long-dormant National Fortune Points leaderboard, Jiang Yubai, who was at the bottom and forgotten by everyone, suddenly started fluctuating wildly in points, like a zombie rising from the dead. In the frontline camp of the Sakura Kingdom, Matsushima sat cross-legged in the main tent, slowly polishing his katana. On the tactical sand table, the lights of the Dragon Kingdom's camp had almost been extinguished, and he thought victory was assured. The tent flap was suddenly flung open, and the adjutant, Harada, scrambled in, his face deathly pale. Sir! Something's happened! Matsushima frowned, his katana snapping back into its sheath. What's the panic? Are all those remaining soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom dead? Harada pointed tremblingly at the sky outside the tent, his voice cracking. No! It's the leaderboard! That bottom-ranked level 1 trash! Matsushima quickly stepped out of the tent and looked up to see Jiang Yubai's name flashing a blinding red light on the Secret Realm's light screen, his ranking skyrocketing. Name, Jiang Yubai, Dragon Kingdom, level 10, current points, 3,650. Each time the red light flashed, the points would increase by tens or even hundreds, showing no sign of stopping. Matsushima's face turned ashen. He grabbed Harada by the collar. Are all the intelligence agencies incompetent? What kind of level 1 mechanic can level up to level 10 in 8 days? Harada managed to say. News has come from Annam that a fully armed tank appeared at the edge of Despair Slope. A level 20 Windwalker was blown to pieces on the spot. The driver is suspected to be from China. Matsushima stared intently at the leaderboard. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yubai's score had risen to 3,800. In the short time it had taken to speak, that kid had clearly swept through another group of monsters. Matsushima finally realized that this wasn't some useless mechanic at all, but a walking meat grinder. Send word. Recall the Wind Demon squad tracking Ulan Qingduo. Join forces with the Korean assassin group. Lock down the coordinates of Despair Slope. Bring back Jiang Yubai's head. We absolutely cannot allow him to rendezvous with the main force of the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom's highest command headquarters was deathly silent, with hundreds of technicians staring intently at the central holographic screen. The screen showed no forbidden spells, no legionary charge, only a single war chariot rampaging through a horde of monsters. Mechanical spiders on the roof unleashed torrents of elemental metal, and self-destructing spheres rained down, blasting hordes of ogres into charred remains. Jiang Yubai, the one who orchestrated all this, was sprawled in the passenger seat, comfortably yawning. Zhao Zhinshan's lips trembled, while the old general beside him gripped the table tightly. Non-vacuum firepower coverage, elemental adaptive enchantment, and this kind of mobile fortress-level defense system. The old general stared at the tank covered in mangled flesh, his voice deep. What level 10 player could create such a horrific commotion? The chief tactical analyst shouted excitedly. We were all wrong! The mechanic isn't useless. Jiang Yubai has already figured out the ultimate way to play this class. A resolute glint flashed in the old general's eyes. The fate of the nation for a century rests on this young man. He is the trump card for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. He immediately ordered the retrieval of the last remaining cross-dimensional communication scroll in the National Treasury. Zhao Zhinshan exclaimed anxiously. That's the Dragon Kingdom's last one. The old general only said one word. Use! All countries must be keeping a close eye on Jiang Yubai now. No matter how strong his firepower is, he's only level 10. If he encounters a high-level assassin, he'll still die. As the scroll unfurled, blood dripped down, tearing a rift in the rules of heaven. Deep within the poisonous miasma forest, in an abandoned cave, the remaining 300 Dragon Kingdom people were tending to their wounds, the atmosphere extremely oppressive. Ulan Qingduo leaned against the stalactites, her silver armor already stained blackish-brown with blood. Chen Feng approached, carrying a battle axe, and told her in a deep voice that fewer than 150 people could still wield weapons. The poisonous miasma would shrink in 3 hours, and they would be completely trapped. Ulan Qingduo wearily closed her eyes, but the image of Jiang Yubai's hiding cave flashed through her mind. 9 days had passed. As long as that guy stayed put, surviving to the end wouldn't be a problem. She habitually opened her tactical terminal to check the safe house coordinates, but a full-channel battle report instantly popped up. National Fortune Individual Ranking, 10,023rd, Jiang Yubai, Level 10, 4,120 points. Ulan Qingduo stared at the screen, her mind blank for 3 seconds. Jiang Yubai? Level 10? 4,120 points? She stood up abruptly, her wounds tearing open, but she paid no heed to the pain. I told him to stay put, and he went to Despair Slope to go clubbing? Chen Feng was startled by the murderous aura emanating from her. Qingduo, what's wrong? He's been exposed. Ulan Qingduo gritted her teeth, her anger followed by an overwhelming sense of panic. 4120 points is like a walking ATM in the eyes of the Japanese. Jiang Yubai is only level 10. Even if she manages to get lucky and find a lucky spot, she won't survive against a max-level assassin. Despair Slope is a full 180 kilometers away, with high-level monsters in between. She gripped her spear tightly, trembling with anger, and turned to rush out of the cave. Just then, a dazzling golden light disregarded the rules of the secret realm, and pierced directly into her brow. The old general's voice boomed in her mind. Jiang Yubai has overturned the mechanic's understanding. He is the cornerstone of the Dragon Kingdom for the next 100 years. Top secret order, abandon all breakout attempts and advance towards Despair Slope. Protect Jiang Yubai at all costs. Even if all 300 of you are wiped out, you must ensure he gets out alive. The golden light dissipated, and Chen Feng swallowed hard. What did they say? Ulan Qingduo slowly straightened up, her spear flashing, shattering the frost. Everyone, regroup and head towards Despair Slope. Go catch that reckless bastard! She gritted her teeth. I'll break his legs myself and drag him all the way back to the Dragon Kingdom. Before the words were even finished, Ulan Qingduo transformed into a silver light and plunged headlong into the swirling poisonous miasma. At the edge of Despair Slope, the heavy tracks crushed the head of a level 19 armored rhinoceros, and the tank came to a steady stop amidst the carnage. Jiang Yubai lay sprawled on the leather seat, holding an ice-cold cola he had just taken from the vehicle's refrigerator. Awesome! He let out a satisfied burp. On the center console, a tiny crimson figure, no bigger than a palm, pounded the panel furiously with a small wrench. Jiang Yubai! We've broken into the top 10,000. The monster zones ahead are even denser. Today I'll lead you through the top 1,000. Jiang Yubai rubbed his buzzing ears. Alright, calm down for a bit. Qingnong, find a sheltered spot to park. I want to take a nap. Qingnong's gentle voice sounded. Roger that, Commander. However, this unit suggests you cancel your nap plan. The holographic map lit up, and more than a dozen red dots were frantically flanking from 3 directions. Target identified, joined assassin group from Japan and South Korea, level 25 to 28. Qingnong's tone remained gentle. The patients are approaching us in organized groups. We recommend initiating the intensive treatment program. This machine is planning the best burial, oh no, evacuation route for you. Jiang Yubai stared at the rapidly approaching red dot on the radar, and his cola suddenly lost its flavor. Level 28? And they're here to assassinate me? The image of Ulan Qingduo holding a long spear flashed through his mind, and he covered his face in despair. It's over. If my senior knew that I had been hiding and hiding, I had become the enemy of the world. If my senior catches me this time, she'll chop me up alive before the assassins even have a chance to do anything. Outside Despair Slope, a pungent, acrid smell of burning filled the air with a howling wind, while red lights flashed frequently inside the carriage. Jiang Yubai sat up straight, carefully placing the iced cola into the cup holder, while 3 red dots on the holographic map rapidly surrounded it in a triangular formation. Level 28-3. He stared at the screen, quickly calculating the gap between the 2 sides in his mind. Level 10 versus level 28. There is an absolute barrier in attributes. No matter how thick the Qingnong is or how fast the Crimson Fire is, it is impossible to withstand being face-to-face with a high-level job changer. Qingnong, cancel the straight retreat and go through Poison Dragon Valley. The terrain there is narrow and has many turns. Roger that, Commander. We are replanning the treatment route. Should we play some soothing funeral music? Shut up and get to work. Jiang Yubai snapped irritably. Crimson, in the passenger seat, brandished her 8 mechanical legs and scratched at the seat in frustration. Why run? My cannon barrel is still hot. Let's just blast them to pieces. Jiang Yubai pressed down on her metal head, reminding her that the enemy could easily dodge the barrage of bullets, and that fighting head-on would be suicide. He glanced at the panel. His experience points were 91,200, less than 9,000 short of leveling up. So Jiang Yubai released all his drones, ordering them to avoid the 3 red dots and specifically sweep up the monsters below level 20 on both sides of the route. Meanwhile, he ordered Qingnong to convert all the first aid kits to sensor mode, burying 3 every 500 meters, but not on the ground. They were all to be hung on tree branches. The chariot spewed out a ghostly blue tail flame and plunged into the mist of Poison Dragon Valley. 5 kilometers away, 3 high-ranking assassins from South Korea sped along the woodland, the leader, a level 28 assassin named Park Jin-yo, looking utterly disdainful. In his view, sending 3 high-ranking professionals to hunt down a level 10 Chinese was making a mountain out of a molehill. When Mage Li Ming, however, set his sights on the chariot's equipment, convinced that Jiang Yubai must be hiding a divine artifact. Berserker Cui Tai, carrying his greatsword, was only interested in quickly eliminating his target to avoid missing his sleep. As they rounded a bend in the cliff face, Li Ming leaped into the air, intending to use a thick, withered branch for leverage. The moment their feet touched the tree bark, a gentle notification sound from Qingnong suddenly rang out in midair. Cancer cells detected approaching. The next second, 3 watermelon-sized high-explosive self-destruct balls exploded simultaneously, and green flames instantly engulfed an area of 30 meters in radius. Li Ming hadn't even fully activated his magic shield when he was blasted into a rock wall, spitting out blood. Park Jin-yeol, covered in dust, came to a screeching halt, cursing angrily. Who would hang landmines in the sky? Choi Tae, his eyes bloodshot, charged forward with his greatsword, determined to tear Jiang Yubai to pieces. Inside the chariot, Jiang Yubai had his eyes glued to the holographic screen. 300 meters to the right rear, the one with the great sword has accelerated. Qingnong, reverse for half a second, scatter the broken nails, and launch. The cumbersome chariot immediately performed a strange drift, scattering a large patch of dark green triangular nails at its rear, before its track sped up to create distance. A few seconds later, a shrill scream came from behind. He had stepped on a poison nail and collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Park Jin-yeol was furious. The guy in front of him wasn't a normal job changer. He was a ruthless, heartless bastard. Every corner was a trap, either sensor mines in the trees or poisonous nails in the mud. Chasing them felt more like clearing mines for them. At that moment, Crimson opened fire wildly from the roof of the vehicle, and 10 drones drove all the surrounding poisonous spiders and ghouls back to the rear of the tank. Jiang Yubai watched the experience bar jump rapidly, his heart pounding. These 3 pursuers were not only enemies, but also the perfect scavengers. He deliberately drove his chariot into the monster horde, and Qingnong, relying on its armor, directly ran over them, leaving behind a field of enraged monsters. Park Jin-yeol and his companions caught up, crashing headlong into the monster horde. They could only slay the poisonous spiders while struggling to keep up. Only then did Park Jin-yeol realize that Jiang Yubai was using them to clear monsters, treating them like free laborers. He went completely mad, biting his tongue, forming hand seals, and unleashing the secret technique. Shadow Strike. Park Jin-yeol transformed into an indistinct black mist, his speed tripling as he forcibly broke free from the monster horde and charged straight at the chariot ahead. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters, the distance between the two sides rapidly decreased, and the alarm from the Qingnong system pierced everyone's eardrums. High-energy target locked, fatal collision predicted in 3 seconds. Electronic will generated. Should it be sent to family members? Jiang Yubai stared intently at the experience bar, 98,200, just 200 points short. The drone was still strafe and drawing monsters, but it was too late. Park Jin-yeol's blade cleaved through the mist, aimed directly at the rear engine of the tank. This strike, imbued with the power of a level 28 fully charged attack, was enough to slice the chariot into scrap metal. Die, you dragon country worm! Park Jin-yeol grinned maliciously from the rear of the chariot, his dagger plunging down with deadly force. Facing death, Jiang Yubai not only remained calm, but his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Did he really think he would only run away? He grabbed 2 high-explosive self-destruct balls from the control panel and shouted, "Qingnong, open the door!" The armor plate above his head slid open, and Jiang Yubai stood up against the strong wind, accurately smashing the 2 red glowing self-destruct balls towards Park Jin-yeol's face. Park Jin-yeol, his face full of disdain, was about to use his sword energy to cut the bomb in advance when Jiang Yubai roared, "Crimson, blow them up!" 2 thunder armor-piercing rounds arrived first, forcibly detonating the self-destructing ball when it was less than 5 meters away from Park Jin-yeol. A violent shockwave exploded in midair, causing Park Jin-yeol to freeze, his blade veering off course by half an inch, leaving only sparks on his side armor. That brief second of forced movement was enough. The aftershocks of the explosion knocked over several recently lured, low-health ghouls. Kill notifications flooded the screen, and his experience points surged by 3,000. The previously stuck experience bar suddenly burst into golden light. Finally, he had enough experience. Jiang Yubai slumped back into his leather seat, panting heavily. His clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. But when he looked up, his mouth was already stretched to his ears, and he roared at the roof of the car. "Crimson! Coming, bro!" Crimson let out a wild, lowly-like voice, leaping directly into the air. "My first tier form!" Ding! 100,000 experience points deducted. Sequence 01, Core Permissions unlocked. First tier reconstruction officially begins. The ear-piercing metallic clanging sound echoed throughout Poison Dragon Valley, and 100,000 experience points were instantly drained. The 8-legged mechanical spider on the roof, the size of an SUV, was completely enveloped by a dense, crimson beam of light. Its hard, heavy armor plates rapidly liquefied, folded, and collapsed wildly inward. Park Jin-yo had just been thrown back by the shockwave of the self-destructing ball, his feet carving deep furrows in the mud before he barely managed to regain his footing. He looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. As the red light faded, the steel spider had vanished. In its place on the armored vehicle's blast-proof roof was a petite figure, less than 1.2 meters tall. She wore a dark red, heavy metal Lolita dress, the hem edged with cold, serrated alloy teeth, and her twin ponytails were woven from neural transmission cables. Her electronic eyes radiated undisguised rage and madness. She carried an exaggeratedly heavy shotgun in one hand, its barrel still emitting white steam. Park Jin-yo was completely dumbfounded. Shouldn't the creations of mechanics be clumsy, rigid lumps of iron? But this berserk lowly in front of him, who could laugh, move, and exude a dangerous aura, shattered his understanding. "I don't care what you are, stop playing tricks!" Park Jin-yo gritted his teeth, gripped the poisoned dagger in reverse, and unleashed the full speed of a level 28 assassin. He transformed into a blur, stepped onto the armored vehicle, and soared into the air, the dagger aimed straight for Crimson's throat. Crimson grinned exaggeratedly, not flinching at all, and swung her shotgun at his face. "You son of a bitch, times have changed!" With a deafening roar, fire elemental flames erupted from the muzzle. Hundreds of enchanted armor-piercing steel balls transformed into a fan-shaped metal storm that blasted outwards. Park Jin-yo's scalp tingled. He forced himself to twist in midair, crossing his two daggers in front of his chest. But under the terrifying combined physical and magical damage, he only lasted a fraction of a second before being blasted more than 10 meters away, crashing heavily into a giant rock. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His top-quality leather armor on his chest was riddled with holes. How could a level 10 newbie possibly deal such outrageous damage? He didn't even have time to catch his breath. On the roof of the car, the metal skirt armor on Crimson's back suddenly popped open, revealing 4 slender, sharp mechanical spider legs. Each mechanical claw had a fully automatic submachine gun attached to its end, plus the shotgun in her hand, making a total of 5 firepower output points. "I'm suffocating. I'm going to give you all a physical send-off today!" 4 submachine guns roared simultaneously, unleashing bullets imbued with 6 elements: ice, lightning, wind, fire, light, and darkness, weaving an impenetrable net of fire. The giant rock where Park Jin-yo was hiding instantly crumbled, then turned to dust in the alternating elemental bombardment. His composure completely crumbled. This level of firepower was even more terrifying than a 10-man elite squad. It was simply beyond his capabilities. Park Jin-yo no longer cared about his assassin's dignity. He crushed the scroll of Gale and fled into the depths of the mist, using both hands and feet. On the other side, Wind Mage Li Minggang, recovering from the series of explosions, clutched his broken ribs and shakily stood up. He heard his captain's desperate roar, and looking up, he met Jiang Yubai's emotionless eyes behind the windshield. "Qingnang." Jiang Yubai tapped the center console with his fingertips. "Roger, Commander. A severely disabled patient has been detected ahead. This unit has requested euthanasia treatment." Instead of fleeing, Qingnang floored the accelerator, and the massive steel chariot roared as it rammed into Li Ming. Li Ming, terrified, raised his staff, but the crimson figure on the roof had already turned its gun, and a shotgun blast precisely shattered his right knee. He screamed and fell to his knees. The next second, the heavy, barred tracks rolled over him without hesitation. Killed a Lv.99 Wind Mage, plunder points plus 1,500. Jiang Yubai frowned as he looked at the system notification. "Killing these people doesn't give any experience, isn't this just working for nothing?" Crimson, however, used her mechanical leg to pick out a purple storage bag from Li Ming's remains and tossed it into the car through the sunroof. "No experience, but plenty of equipment. Strip these guys naked and take them all back to the Dragon Kingdom's black market to exchange them for lifespans. Jiang Yubai opened his storage bag and found 2 top-tier purple-grade items above level 20, along with a considerable amount of materials. All of this was worth at least several decades of lifespan remaining. The disdain in Jiang Yubai's eyes instantly transformed into a greedy gleam. This is a huge win. Qingdong, shift gears and keep chasing along the same route. That idiot with the great sword is still lying on the ground. The treatment route along the way has been planned. Let's go immediately. Qingdong's massive vehicle launched a violent drift, its tracks spinning wildly, charging towards the berserker Cui Tai who had been knocked down by the poison nails. Less than a minute later, another heart-wrenching scream echoed through Dragon Valley. National fortune points were credited again. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's Supreme Command headquarters, the spacious hall was deathly silent, save for the continuous hum of the server fans. Hundreds of staff officers, technicians, and guards stood frozen in place, their eyes glued to the screen. In the scene, Crimson transforms into a heavily armored loli with twin ponytails, wielding a shotgun in one hand and blasting a level 28 assassin away with a single shot. A junior tactician swallows hard, his voice trembling. A level 10 mechanic, handcrafting a living Gundam? This thing can even swear? Zhao Jinshan takes off his reading glasses, looking at the old general in disbelief. Is this a mimicry mecha, or a mechanical life form with its own consciousness? The old general in the central position gripped the control panel tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. In the database, even the world's top mechanics could only create giant, inanimate mechs at their strongest. But Jiang Yubai's creations not only possessed anthropomorphic emotions and tactical taunts, but could also reshape themselves at will. The old general gasped, his eyes sharp. What this kid created isn't a weapon, it's a living mechanical life. He's pushed the limits of the mechanic profession to the extreme. The next second, he grabbed the top-secret red phone and gave a stern order. Immediately cut off all external live broadcast signals from Jiang Yubai, and encrypt all footage with the highest level of chaos encryption. Anyone who dares to access Jiang Yubai's combat logs, except for the 7 core members of the command center, will be prosecuted for treason. After hanging up the phone, the old general looked at Jiang Yubai on the screen, who was slumped in a leather chair, happily checking his storage bags, his eyes filled with fanaticism. Where are Qingduo's men? Report, 160 kilometers from Despair Slope, expected to arrive in 10 hours. The old general slammed his hand on the table. That kid is a walking national treasury. Even if hundreds of people are wiped out, we can't let him lose a single hair. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm of Poison Dragon Valley, Jiang Yubai had just stuffed the captured purple equipment and materials into his spatial storage when the central control radar suddenly emitted a rapid beeping sound. At the radar's edge, swarms of red dots appeared frantically, and Qingdong's voice unusually took on a cold, mechanical quality. Warning, a large number of high-energy heat sources are approaching. The target is the remnants of the combined forces of Japan and South Korea, totaling 12 people. Level 25 to 28, distance 15 kilometers, estimated to complete encirclement in 9 minutes and 40 seconds. If completely surrounded, the survival rate of this unit in a force breakout is only 0.01%. Jiang Yubai's smile vanished instantly. Zooming in on the map, he discovered that 12 red dots were forming a tight net-like formation around Poison Dragon Valley. Park Jin-yo, the only one who escaped, had clearly sold out all his coordinates and information. Jiang Yubai glanced at his stats. He was only level 10, his health as fragile as paper. Although Crimson had reached Tier 1 and its firepower had skyrocketed, it was a bottomless pit of mana consumption. Green Bag was only Tier 0, and if it were focused down, this chariot would be reduced to scrap metal in half a minute. Crimson was furious on the roof, stomping on the armor with a loud thud. Charge out and fight them! I'll take them down one by one! Fuck you, you big jerk! You think you're the Terminator? Jiang Yubai slammed his hand on the center console, his eyes turning icy cold. He never fought a battle he couldn't win. Poison Dragon Valley was flanked by near-vertical cliffs, its terrain long and narrow, perpetually shrouded in poisonous miasma that both obscured visibility and caused continuous health loss. More importantly, its depths were marked with high-level monster lairs. Positional warfare would be certain death. Since a direct confrontation is impossible, then let's not fight. Jiang Yubai drew a winding and treacherous route on the virtual sandbox. Qingdao, halt the frontal assault, activate full silence on the tanks, and max out heat shielding. Use the forks in the Poison Dragon Valley and engage them in guerrilla warfare. Replace all the suicide bombs with dual fuses that combine delay and sensing, and bury them in blind spots, under dead leaves, and around corners halfway up the mountain. I want them to take one step, then blow up the next. Crimson, put away your submachine gun and only use single-shot high-precision sniper rifles. Strike once, then move on, don't be greedy for damage. Jiang Yubai leaned back in his chair and picked up his half-finished iced cola. Fighting these guys is pointless and you won't get any experience points, it's a complete waste. Hold them off, then lure them into a monster horde, let the monster brothers give them a good beating. The central control screen of the Qingdao aura flashed with a ghostly green light. The guerrilla therapy plan has been taken over, ensuring that every pursued patient enjoys top-notch targeted blasting death service. The roar of the tank suddenly subsided, the tracks were covered with a silent magnetic levitation coating, and the massive vehicle, like a black panther blending into the night, silently glided into a side road covered with highly poisonous vines. A few minutes later, Kamita, the captain of the elite squad from the Sakura Kingdom, joined forces with the remaining members of the South Korean squad. He crushed the withered bones on the ground, looked at Li Ming, who had been crushed in two, and the shattered giant rocks in the distance, his face full of contempt. That piece of trash Park Jin-yo brought 3 people, and he was scared out of his wits by a level 10 brat from the Dragon Kingdom. The leading mage of the Korean nation, his face ashen, said, Kamita-kun, that kid's creation is indeed strange. Its firepower is abnormal. Baka! All excuses. Kameta drew his katana, the blade pointing at the poisonous valley, his eyes filled with greed and disdain. A mere level 10, even if he finds a national fortune item, how long can those stats last? He sneered and ordered, all troops, advance and search the mountain. Lord Matsushima has decreed that whoever can tear off the head of that level 10 trash today will be rewarded with 100 years of lifespan. Crush him! The miasma in Poison Dragon Valley was so thick it was impossible to dissipate, and the surroundings were filled with withered trees and the stench of decay. Kamita walked in the middle of the column, his feet crunching and making a sticky sound in the mud. He stared at a very shallow track mark on the ground, his eyelids twitching wildly. Heavy tanks couldn't move fast in this kind of mud. Jiang Yubai definitely wouldn't go far. Kamita impatiently pushed aside the Korean assassins blocking his way, ordering the shield guards to advance and the mages to dispel the poisonous miasma. He simply didn't believe that a level 10 newbie could turn the tide with just some scavenged items. The remnant 12-man formation immediately advanced, with 2 level 28 heavy shield guards raising their tower shields, their earth elemental light pushing aside 3 meters of miasma. A kilometer away at the canyon bend, the black chariot had already blended into the shadows, its engine silent, not even a trace of heat escaping. Jiang Yubai leaned back in his leather seat, sipping a lukewarm cola, watching the 12 red dots slowly moving on the radar. He glanced at the yellow dots surrounding the red dots on the sand table. Those were all level 22 venomous swamp crocodiles mutated by miasma. This formation is pretty standard, but they chose the wrong spot. He called over Crimson and told her to fire 1 shot and then retreat, not to be greedy for damage. The palm-sized Crimson grabbed the toy-like sniper rifle and slipped out of the vehicle through the ventilation duct. Kamita's team had only advanced a short while when a faint mechanical cocking sound came from the canopy of dead trees above the shield guards on the left. The next second, a fire elemental armor-piercing bullet shot down from the mist, blasting the shield-bearer's right knee. The shield-bearer screamed and fell, his shield crashing into the mud, tearing a gap in the tight defense. Kamita drew his katana and roared, ordering 3 mages to bombard the tree canopy. Fireballs and wind blades instantly shattered the withered tree, but Crimson had already leaped to another tree hundreds of meters away. She also casually flicked a small, glowing green ball deep into the ruins of the broken tree roots. The residual heat from the mage's bombardment immediately detonated Qingdang's specially made sensor-activated first aid kit. With a deafening roar, A shockwave carrying mud and poisonous spikes slammed into the 12-man squad. The explosion also alerted the swamp crocodiles, and more than a dozen giant crocodiles, each over 5 meters long, burst out of the mud and began to attack and bite through the gap in the defenses. Kamita gritted his teeth in anger, and could only order a retreat into the defensive perimeter to clear out these heavily armored, highly venomous monsters first. The team was thrown into chaos. To create distance, the two mages retreated to the right behind the black rock, preparing to cast their ultimate spells. Kamita, along with the melee fighters, desperately held off the poisoned swamp crocodile, while the mages stayed put, promising to provide cover. But just as the two raised their staffs, a slight tremor ran through the ground. Without the roar of engines or any warning, a black steel-armored vehicle pierced through the thick fog and slammed into their path. Jiang Yubai broke the silence, and the vehicle's engines roared to life, the roof armor sliding open. Crimson light shot into the sky from the roof, and the mechanical spider rapidly expanded and reconstructed in midair. Upon landing, she had transformed into a berserk Lolita dressed in a dark red Lolita dress, firmly blocking the two mages. Qingnang's gentle voice came through the car's loudspeaker. "Hey, you two patients, time for your medicine." Crimson didn't give them a chance to activate their magic shields, shoving a shotgun directly into the lightning mage's mouth. With a deafening roar, the fire elemental shotgun exploded at point-blank range, instantly turning the lightning mage's head and upper body into a charred, bloody mist. The ice mage, terrified, wet himself, crushing an instant cast scroll and erecting a thick ice wall in front of him. Crimson sneered, her mechanical skirt armor springing open, and submachine guns mounted on her 4 spider legs opened fire simultaneously. A metallic storm, a fusion of 6 elements, tore through the ice wall in a second, and the remaining bullets pinned the ice mage to the black rock. From the moment the chariot broke through the fog to the deaths of the two mages, less than 3 seconds had passed. Crimson laughed as she snatched the 2 men's storage bags, shrinking them back to the size of a palm, and returned to the passenger's seat through the sunroof. The chariot shifted into reverse, its tracks violently reversed, and it vanished back into the miasma in the blink of an eye, leaving not even a trace of exhaust fumes. 3 minutes later, Kamita finally managed to chop down the poisoned swamp crocodile and led his men to the rear of Black Rock. Looking at the 2 mage remains on the ground, barely pieced together, Kamita's mind went blank. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! He stared at the bullet holes in the black rock, his eyes filled with resentment and frustration. This isn't level suppression, this is mechanics utterly crushing us. How could a level 10 newbie possibly break through a level 28 defensive barrier? Kamita gritted his teeth and raised his head, his voice filled with greed. What he has is no ordinary tool. Capture him. Capture him at all costs. I want his life. The tank smoothly drove into another hidden abandoned mine tunnel, but the atmosphere inside the tank was filled with excitement. Crimson, clutching 2 bulging storage bags, gleamed with the light of a bountiful harvest in her mechanical eyes. 2 high-level skill books and 5 top-tier pieces of equipment. Jiang Yubai, you're a truly despicable genius. She stuffed the spoils into Jiang Yubai's arms, excitedly jumped onto the control panel, and waved her front legs, demonstrating the tactics she had just used. Grow bigger first, fire right in their faces and blast them to pieces, then shrink back and run away. They won't even have a chance to see what model my gun barrel is before they're shattered. Isn't this 1,000,000 times more satisfying than fighting monsters head-on? From now on, let's fight like this, lure them in, lay mines, ambush them, and then shoot them down. Scarlet poked Jiang Yubai's chin with the scorching hot barrel of her gun, issuing a domineering warning. If you dare to lead me into a positional assault, I'll shoot you dead first. Jiang Yubai casually brushed the barrel aside, rolled his eyes, and said, If I can gang up on you, I'll never fight one-on-one. If I can kill you by trickery, I'll never fight head-on. Experience can be gained for free, but my life is my own. The small, matchbox-sized Qingnang sighed helplessly. This machine approves of removing the source of danger early, but sneaking around like a cockroach is really against the dignity of medical workers. She preferred to directly crush the enemy from the front, using all-around firepower to physically eliminate them. Dignity my foot! That's just burning money! Crimson pointed at the central control screen and cursed. Jiang Yubai rubbed her temples and slumped back in her chair. A berserk lowly who had discovered the Six Brothers' tactics and realized their firepower was severely lacking. A Yandere AI with obsessive-compulsive disorder about firepower coverage, it seemed his peaceful days were over. At the same time, a golden light flashed from the surveillance camera inside the tank, its view spanning millions of miles of spatial barriers. Every dirty trick Jiang Yubai did in Poison Dragon Valley was projected frame by frame onto the large screen in the Dragon Kingdom's command center. The hall was deathly silent. These generals, who had fought countless battles in direct combat, watched this young man effortlessly employing underhanded tactics, and were completely speechless. Despicable, treacherous, cunning, and lacking in martial ethics, these 16 words became their sole assessment. The chief tactical analyst wiped away cold sweat and whispered his analysis of Jiang Yubai's tactics. First, cripple the scouting enemies, then detonate the mage's area of effect lightning, using wild monsters to disrupt the enemy formation. Finally, have the creator shrink to conceal its form, then take advantage of the chaos to get close and instantly kill it. This whole strategy would likely break the opponent's mental defenses several times over. The old general in the main seat suddenly burst into laughter, slamming his hand on the table. Good! I love this kind of dirty trick. In this cannibalistic secret realm, heroism is all nonsense. Surviving and seizing the enemy's good stuff is the only real thing. He looked at Zhao Zhinshan with admiration in his eyes. With this brain and these methods, as long as he doesn't do anything reckless, the enemy will have to sleep with one eye open in this secret realm. Zhao Zhinshan couldn't laugh. He admitted that Jiang Yubai's tactics and creations were national treasures, but what truly worried him was Jiang Yubai's temperament. An orphan of martyrs, clinging to the lifespan his parents had risked their lives for, he had no sense of belonging to the country, and was only thinking about shady ways to survive. If this kind of self-serving sixth son gets his secrets out by Japan or the US, and they offer him 100,000 years of lifespan and first-class citizenship, how can we keep him? The core leadership fell silent. Using force to coerce the martyr's descendant would only push Jiang Yubai to the opposite side. But leaving him unchecked would make it too easy for external capital to break through their defenses with massive lifespans. The old general interlaced his fingers, his eyes fixed on Jiang Yubai on the screen. If forceful control doesn't work, then find him a bond he can't bear to part with and can't shake off. Zhao Zhinshan smiled bitterly. This scoundrel was impervious to both soft and hard approaches. Who could possibly control him? Unbeknownst to them, the gears of fate had already meshed days earlier. The kidnapping and mating blunder caused by the mutated spider had already forged a karmic bond between a woman and Jiang Yubai. The colossal chaos created by the mechanical construct had, by a twist of fate, bound the Dragon Kingdom's most outstanding prodigy and this utterly lazy sixth brother together. Meanwhile, on the other side of the secret realm, amidst the swirling green poisonous miasma, a silver figure was fleeing for her life. Ulan Qingduo was covered in blood, her gleaming silver scales mostly shattered, and 7 or 8 gashes marred her skin. Dragging her dragon-patterned spear, she smashed through the mutated thorns, charging straight towards Despair Slope, the fire in her chest burning ever brighter. Jiang Yubai's shameless face, attempting to buy off their relationship with 500 years of lifespan, and his cowardly promise to hide, kept flashing through her mind. I told you to stay put, and you came here to dance the night away? Ulan Qingduo gritted her teeth and forced out a sentence against the howling wind. You damn bastard, I told you to stay put but you insisted on going out and having fun. Today I'm going to break your legs myself and drag you all the way back to the Dragon Kingdom. Commander. Qingnang's voice was so gentle it seemed to drip water, yet Jiang Yubai broke out in a cold sweat. The radar detected a high-energy health bar, tearing through the poisonous miasma forest defenses and charging towards us. Qingnang paused, her tone becoming even gentler. The most dangerous thing is that she floored the gas pedal, her target being us. Jiang Yubai's eyebrows twitched. Is Japan in a panic? They're sending people to hunt us down? No, the signal belongs to the Dragon Kingdom camp. The ice element is severely excessive, and it also carries an extremely strong spear resonance. The carriage fell silent instantly, and Jiang Yubai stared stiffly at the passenger seat. The tiny, dark red, twin-tailed loli, Crimson, was sitting on the control panel, clicking and wiping her gun. The two stared at each other for 3 seconds, then almost simultaneously cried out, "Run! Run! 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 That living devil is coming to claim my life!" Jiang Yubai nearly smashed the center console with a slap. Qingnong's screen was filled with question marks. "Commander, are you trying to avoid friendly forces from the Dragon Kingdom? According to medical guidelines, we should be giving them priority care." "Protect my ass!" Crimson kicked the panel. "That's a level 29 Ice Lance Knight." Before entering the secret realm, she repeatedly told this good-for-nothing to find a hole to hide in, but he ended up driving a dump truck and climbing into the top 10,000 rankings. "If she catches us, she'll turn us to ashes even before the enemy does." Qingnong suddenly realized. "I understand, this friendly force has a serious tendency to cause trouble for medical staff." "It's not just serious, it's practically terminal." Jiang Yubai and Fei Hong nodded in unison. Jiang Yubai was completely numb, his mind filled with the death ultimatum his senior had given him before entering the secret realm. She told him to find a dog hole and hide, and never come out. But not only did he not hide, he also swept through despair's slope like a mobile arsenal. He broke into the top 10,000 in points and also sent away 4 level 25 experts from South Korea and Japan. This isn't just dancing in a minefield, it's practically pole dancing in a minefield. "It's over." Jiang Yubai slumped into his seat. "In the past, when she caught me, the worst I got was a broken leg and I was stuffed into a sack. If I fall into her hands this time, I'm afraid I'll be dismantled into parts and soaked in formaldehyde." Crimson, clutching a heavy shotgun, sneered. "Now you're scared? Weren't you having a blast clearing the map earlier?" Jiang Yubai glared and retorted. "Who just saw the monster horde acting like they were seeing their own father, firing elemental armor-piercing rounds like they were free? You've provoked a living devil, why should I bear the brunt of it all? At your current social class, you're not even worth a single shot from her." Qingnong promptly reported. "The friendly forces are advancing extremely fast. If we do not change course, they will have a devastating physical collision with our vehicle in 47 minutes. 78 kilometers, filled with monsters and poisonous miasma, yet she managed to cross it in just 47 minutes. Jiang Yubai glanced at the real-time rankings. Rank 8734, Jiang Yubai, Dragon Kingdom, Lv.10, points 5890. Starting as a complete loser at level 1, he managed to climb into the top 10,000 out of hundreds of thousands of players. That's quite a feat. But if something goes wrong, it can be really deadly. "Let's go," Jiang Yubai said without hesitation. "Reset the navigation using Qingnong and take the route that the radar can't detect and that has the worst road conditions. Crimson, send out a drone." Crimson was taken aback. "What, are you setting a date to collect the body in advance?" "Screw you." Jiang Yubai raised his hand and poured out a bunch of high-grade potions from his spatial storage. He took out instant restore potions, high-level mental potions, and even a special antidote he had taken from the corpse of a Korean mage. She led her people through the poisonous forest, she must have been badly injured. The drone blocked the view, and we'll airdrop medicine when she appears. Scarlet narrowed her electronic eyes. "Oh, normally it takes forever to find a lost coin, how come you're willing to spend so much money today?" Jiang Yubai said in a serious tone. "Senior sister is the pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. If she were to die here, how would I, a lazy bum, continue to live a carefree life?" Finally, he lowered his voice guiltily and said, "Besides, it's better to pay money to avoid trouble, just pay some protection money. She took my things, she can't really dismantle me into scrap metal and sell me, can she?" Scarlet, unusually, didn't argue and immediately rewrote the drone mounting program. "The medicine can be delivered, but the drone must self-destruct after delivery, leaving not a single screw behind." Jiang Yubai was puzzled, and Fei Hong jumped up and gave him a flick on the forehead. "The drone carries my exclusive mechanical frequency. She's tracked us down. Are we playing a game of cat and mouse as we run away?" "Granted. Deliver the medicine and ascend to heaven immediately." Jiang Yubai made the final decision. The drone silently disappeared into the toxic fog, while Qingnan whipped its tail wildly, its tracks kicking up a cloud of mud. The entire heavy armored vehicle moved like a hit-and-run truck. 43 minutes later, the thick fog on the east side of Poison Dragon Valley was forcibly shredded by a dragon-patterned spear carrying an extremely cold storm. Ulan Qingduo crashed through the poisonous thorny vines and staggered into the open space. Her gleaming silver scales were already tattered, and the wounds on her left shoulder and thigh were so deep that bone was visible. In her haste to continue her journey, she had no time to bandage them, and could only use ice element to freeze the chapped flesh and stop the bleeding. Chen Feng, carrying a chipped battle axe, followed along with his 7 wounded teammates, panting heavily. In order to catch that level 10 boss who was letting loose, Ulan Qingduo went on a killing spree. Braving the poisonous miasma, they single-handedly razed 3 high-level monster camps, a speed that was enough to shake the international community. "Captain, we've reached Poison Dragon Valley. It looks like the front has been breached." Chen Feng stared at the scorched wasteland, his face full of shock. Ulan Qingduo knelt down on one knee, her fingers brushing against the deep bullet holes in the rock wall, her pupils suddenly contracting. "The apertures are completely identical, resulting in extremely strong armor-piercing properties." She glanced around at the dense, honeycomb-like pits, her voice low. "It's not a mage's cleanse. The attack carries both high-temperature melting and extreme-temperature freezing. This insane, high-frequency barrage of multi-element firepower is so powerful that even if you puff up your staff until it smokes, you can't unleash such devastation." Her gaze shifted to the 2 deep muddy tracks on the ground, and her brows furrowed even more. "Dual-track self-propelled track, with a load capacity of at least 10 tons. The Chinese military does not have such a steel behemoth in its equipment depot." But she quickly suppressed her doubts and gripped the ice-blue spear tightly again. Regardless of which powerful figure passed by, Jiang Yubai, whose ranking on the leaderboard was fluctuating wildly, was ultimately located within a 2-mile radius. "Everyone spread out and conduct a thorough search." Despite the dizziness from blood loss, Ulan Qingduo gave the order with murderous intent. "I want to see him alive or dead. Even if we have to dig up the urn today, we still have to bring him back to me." The 8 people dispersed and quickly advanced along the main passage of Poison Dragon Valley. 3 minutes later, Chen Feng stopped at a fork in the road, not because he had spotted the enemy, but because the enemy had run right into their faces. The remnants of 10 Japanese and Korean soldiers are searching and advancing along the 2 tracks on the ground. Kamita walked in the middle of the group, his katana drawn, his face full of rage. The 2 sides collided head-on at the corner. The air froze for half a second. When Kamita saw the woman in the lead, he was first stunned, and then almost burst out laughing. He was covered in blood, his silver scale armor mostly shattered, but he would never mistake that ice-blue dragon-patterned 6-way spear. Ulan Qingduo, a level 29 Ice Lance Knight, is the ceiling of individual combat power in the Dragon Kingdom and is also the target of a hefty bounty offered by Songdao. Kamita grinned and brandished his sword, about to order his men to surround and kill him, when a streak of icy blue light swept past his eyes. Before the shield guard beside him could even raise his hand, a fist-sized hole appeared in his neck, and he fell straight into the mud. At the same time, the chests of the 2 South Korean melee fighters froze into an icy blue, and they died without even bleeding a drop of blood. 3 breaths, 3 corpses. Kamita hadn't even seen how Ulan Qingduo had drawn her gun. By the time he forced his gaze back, the cold blade of the gun was already pressed against his carotid artery, and half of his face was almost frozen. Ulan Qingduo, her breathing steady, asked in a hoarse voice. "Jiang Yubai, a level 10 Chinese mechanic, appeared here. Where is he?" Kamita's hand, which was holding a knife, froze in midair. The reaction of a level 28 assassin was a joke in front of this woman covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and roared. "That madman ran away long ago. They chased him for half an hour, but they couldn't even catch a glimpse of the tank." Before he could finish speaking, the blade was pushed in another inch, and a drop of blood slid down Kamita's neck, instantly freezing into ice shards. Ulan Qingduo only asked 2 words. "Alive?" Kamita nodded quickly, saying that they hadn't encountered Jiang Yubai at all. The whole time, that guy had been hiding in the shadows, using his chariot to ambush them. Upon hearing, "Alive!" Ulan Qingduo's hand holding the gun paused slightly, and the fatigue from the continuous 160-kilometer journey instantly dissipated. It's enough that he wasn't caught. The next second, the icy blue spear light surged, and Kamita was pierced through by the spear, pinned to the rock wall. The remaining 9 enemies were also surrounded by the assault team led by Chen Feng and were wiped out in less than 2 minutes. After the battle, Ulan Qingduo swept across the canyon, but there was no Jiang Yubai, no mechanical spiders, and no heavy tanks. She opened the tactical terminal and saw that Jiang Yubai's score was still over 8,000, indicating that he had left the battle, but his coordinates were now completely out of reach. Chen Feng sighed and said that the kid had indeed fired here, but he had vanished without a trace. Ulan Qingduo responded softly, "At least he's still alive." Just as everyone relaxed their vigilance, the sound of a mechanical motor came from above the poisonous miasma, and a palm-sized drone slowly descended. The drone landed in front of Ulan Qingduo, its abdominal slot popped open, and high-level life potions, mental recovery potions, and antidote scrolls fell to the ground. It had no guild logo or number, and hovered quietly for 2 seconds, as if confirming that the goods had been delivered. Immediately afterwards, a red light flashed, and the drone shot straight into the sky, exploding into dazzling but harmless metal fragments, with a boom, leaving not even a screw behind. Chen Feng picked up the antidote scroll and couldn't help but say, "This is definitely a mechanical creation. Qingduo, is this kid deliberately avoiding us because he's afraid you'll get attached to him?" Ulan Qingduo's face went from astonishment to disbelief, and finally turned completely black. The icy blue elements exploded, and the 10-meter-long muddy ground instantly turned into an ice mirror. He dared to deliver medicine from so far away, dared to blow up drones to destroy evidence, and then just ran away after delivering the goods? She smashed half a rock wall with a single shot, roaring angrily. "I've traversed 160 kilometers of poisonous miasma forest, and my left shoulder bone is almost flipped out. Is he really that afraid of me chasing after him and taking away his experience points?" Chen Feng hid behind a rock and carefully reminded her to drink her medicine first, as the wounded man was still bleeding. Ulan Qingduo unscrewed the potion and drank half of it. The wound on her shoulder healed quickly, but this slight relief was nothing compared to her murderous intent. She gripped the empty medicine bottle tightly, telling Chen Feng to remember this debt and that once they left the secret realm, she would tie Jiang Yubai to a combat chair and demand an explanation. How exactly did he get from the safe zone to Despair Slope, and where did that tank come from? There was nothing on the medicine bottle, no message, no mark, not even a "Take care, senior." After delivering the medicine, they ran away as if they were afraid of being caught. 17 kilometers away, in a dried-up underground riverbed, armored vehicles were quietly speeding along. Jiang Yubai slumped in the driver's seat, staring blankly at the experience pool, while Fei Hong leaned against the center console, secretly asking the fierce-looking woman if she had received the medicine. Jiang Yubai didn't even look up. "Who cares? She took my money, she can't keep chasing me down to kill me." He gulped down a mouthful of ice cola, watched as the friendly signal representing Ulan Qingduo on the radar was left far behind, and decisively turned off the radar. As long as he runs fast enough, trouble will never catch up with him. He told Qingnan to find a quiet corner to park and turn off the engine, and to fully extend the radar warning line. Jiang Yubai leaned back in the seat, found the most comfortable position, and closed his eyes. Playing in raids is too tiring, he wants to lie down. On the east side of Poison Dragon Valley, Ulan Qingduo threw the last bottle of antidote to Chen Feng, her voice already hoarse. "Send it out." Chen Feng caught the potion, glanced at the batch of hard currency gleaming with a high-level light in his arms, and his eyelids twitched. 6 bottles of life potion, 4 bottles of spirit recovery potion, and 8 antidote scrolls. Where did a level 10 newbie get all of this? Ulan Qingduo said in a flat tone. "It was taken from those people in South Korea." But Chen Feng could see clearly that the veins on the back of her hand holding the gun were always taut. The surviving soldiers who had narrowly escaped death gradually gathered around, and when they saw the medicine, their eyes finally lit up again. A shield guard, whose left arm was riddled with a deep pit from the poison, slapped an antidote scroll onto the wound. A green light forcefully penetrated the rotting flesh, drawing out the poisonous blood bit by bit. He trembled with pain, but gritted his teeth. His life was saved in the end. After all the medicines were distributed, Ulan Qingduo took a step forward with her spear, the icy blue blade slicing through the thick miasma. Listen up, everyone. The command's bottom line is very clear. We will not initiate direct conflict with any country. If you encounter a lone high-level monster, kill it if you can, and retreat immediately if you can't kill it. No one is allowed to fight to the death. Her voice paused, then turned cold. Don't even dream about suppressing the Dragon Kingdom's national fate punishment by killing a couple of wild monsters. In the last 3 days, the ultimate boss of the secret realm will spawn here. That's our only chance to turn the tide. The spear crashed down heavily, instantly causing the ground to explode with spiderweb-like ice patterns that spread all the way to everyone's feet. Chinfeng gasped. You're going to bring a group to steal the boss? It's not about wanting, it's about taking it. Ulan Qingduo raised her eyes, her gaze sharp and frightening. The points pool is too low. Only by securing the kill points and lifespan rewards from the boss can the Dragon Kingdom avoid being at the bottom and being punished. Even if this is a battlefield, we must gamble with the fate of our nation. Chinfeng looked at the remaining 300 or so soldiers around him, his heart sinking. To send such a small force to confront the final boss was practically gambling with their lives. Ulan Qingduo swept her gaze across every blood-stained face. So until then, all of you stay alive. No one objected, and no one backed down. These people, who had survived the poisonous bloodshed, had already staked their lives on the spear of this 23-year-old woman. Ulan Qingduo quickly arranged the patrol lines and security zones, and handed over the rest and repair tasks to her deputy. Rest and regroup on the spot to preserve our fighting strength. In 20 days, we'll gamble on the fate of the nation. Next, she named 3 people: Chinfeng, a level 27 battle axe knight; Lin Wei, a level 26 windwalker; and Zhao Laosi, a level 25 heavy shield knight. You 3 come with me. Chinfeng was taken aback. Where to? Ulan Qingduo had already turned around and walked towards the dimly lit underground river. Arrest them. Chinfeng quickly followed, his face full of distress. The command's order is to protect that kid, not to hunt him down. I'm going to protect him, Ulan Qingduo said without turning her head. So that he won't be killed by his own stupidity on the way. Chinfeng and Lin Wei exchanged a glance, both understanding that this was no escort mission, but rather a recruitment drive to conscript men and collect debts on the side. Ulan Qingduo then instructed Zhao Laosi. Hold the shield in your hand. Zhao Laosi thought there was going to be a tough battle, but she coldly added a sentence. To prevent that bastard from running away again, we'll use this to block him. Zhao Laosi's lips twitched, and he could only cling tightly to the tower's shield, which was as tall as a person. The 4 of them quickly disappeared into the depths of the poisonous miasma. At the same time, in a secluded bend deep within the underground riverbed, heavily armored vehicles were parked on a dry riverbed. The engine was off, the headlights were off, and the carriage was pitch black. Jiang Yubai, wrapped in a tattered military overcoat he had borrowed from the logistics department, was sleeping peacefully in the leather seat. He still had a drop of soda clinging to the corner of his mouth, completely unaware that someone was outside preparing to arrest him. On the control panel, the little red-clad lowly, Crimson, sat with her legs crossed, hovering over the edge of the holographic screen, looking utterly disgusted. She asked Qingnang, "Are there hordes of monsters outside?" Qingnang immediately reported that within a 5-kilometer radius, there were 17 level 12 poisonous swamped crocodiles, 32 level 8 corrosive bats, and 1 level 15 mutated saber-toothed lizard. Scarlet jumped up immediately. Perfect! Once this good-for-nothing wakes up, I'll go out and clear the area. You stay in the car and launch all the self-destructing drones to maximize the search radius. Qingnang raised a question, This wave of experience should be at least tens of thousands of points. Shouldn't we level up the commander first? Scarlet rolled her eyes on the spot. Jiang Yubai is currently level 10, but her mana is a pitiful 630 points. She can barely keep up with the two of them firing at the same time by relying on her passive mana drain. Even if you level up to level 11 and put all the extra free attributes into spirit, you won't get more than 50 points of mana. What can 50 mana points do? A single volley from my submachine gun will drain him dry. More importantly, the experience required to level up will double after level 11. Using the most valuable experience on Jiang Yubai at this stage would be a complete waste. As Scarlet grew angrier, she jumped onto Jiang Yubai's nose and crushed the tip of his nose with a thin mechanical leg. Jiang Yubai mumbled, "Don't make a sound," and turned over to continue sleeping, drooling almost dripping from his mouth. Enraged, Scarlet kicked him again before jumping back to the control panel and starting to settle scores with Qingnong. She's already at Tier 1, with firepower and physical strength that can keep up, but Qingnong is only a Tier 0 chariot, and its defensive armor simply can't withstand a single blow from a high-level professional. To advance from level 0 to level 1, you need a full 100,000 experience points. Once you've leveled up, we'll add talents and skills. Each of the two maxed-out skills will cost 50,000, which will be another 100,000. Crimson pulled out the final number on the screen. 200,000 experience points. She scoffed. With our meager resources, how can we upgrade the commander? Good steel must be used where it's needed most. You should upgrade to the next level first, making your armor thicker and your magazine larger, so that we sisters can coordinate our attacks more effectively. As for Jiang Yubai, with his level 10 stats, he's basically a walking ATM that anyone can one-shot in the secret realm. His only responsibility is to supply the blue dye and keep him alive. We'll take care of the rest. Qingnong fully understood and immediately confirmed the priority of growth: chariot upgrade, talent upgrade, skill enhancement, and only then would it be the turn of the already scarce commander himself. Crimson nodded in satisfaction. As long as Jiang Yubai continues to supply blue energy, and there are no enemies to disturb him, it will only take 4 days to accumulate 100,000 experience points. With the addition of skill experience, it will take a maximum of 10 days, and there are still 20 days left until the end of the secret realm, which is more than enough time. Crimson walked to the car window, her mechanical eyes fixed on the dark river outside, and patted the heavy shotgun beside her. 10 days later, I'll smash their heads to their faces in the front row, and you'll self-destruct and fly everywhere in the back row. Whether it's a multi-nation coalition or a secret realm boss, we'll slaughter them all. Qingnong gently added the last sentence. Give me a pair, and I'll pack them up and perform a physical exorcism. Scarlet nodded in rare satisfaction, but Jiang Yubai mumbled incoherently from under his military overcoat. Don't make a sound, sleep for another 5 minutes. Jiang Yubai turned over, covered his head with his coat, and prepared to continue sleeping. Scarlet rolled her eyes, and her 8 mechanical legs suddenly exerted force, stomping on his ear. 5 minutes, my ass! Get up and offer your blue! Jiang Yubai, his eyes half open, spoke in a voice like a sleepy ghost. What were you all yelling about just now? Scarlet told him that she and Green Nong were discussing how to use his experience. Just as Jiang Yubai asked about his experience, Fei Hong squatted down and stared straight at him with her compound eyes. You are not allowed to level up. Not a single penny of the experience you gain from killing monsters will be spent on you. Jiang Yubai froze for 2 seconds, then jumped up from his seat. Are you crazy? Scarlet kicked him back down and coldly started calculating the accounts using her mechanical fingers. Upgrading the Qingnong skill requires 100,000 experience points, upgrading the talent skill requires 50,000, and upgrading the skill requires another 50,000. 200,000 experience points, not a single one less. How could there be any for him? Jiang Yubai's face went from furious to pained, and finally only showed despair. You want to spend all 200,000 experience points? I'll still be level 10. If someone gets close to me, I won't even be able to outrun them. Crimson pressed a miniature shotgun against his nose. Why are you running? With me and Qingnong here, who can touch you? No monster slaying, no melee combat, do nothing but lie down. Your only job is to be my power bank. Jiang Yubai remained silent for a long time before finally recognizing his own position. So in this team, I'm just a walking battery. You've finally developed self-awareness. Scarlet patted his face. Jiang Yubai took a deep breath, lay down again, and covered his head with his military overcoat. Okay, just don't make me use a wrench to chop monsters. You guys do whatever you want, I'm going back to sleep. Crimson happily shrank back to the size of a palm and climbed out through the skylight. Less than 3 minutes later, bursts of gunfire and screams of monsters erupted outside, and system notifications flooded the screen. Poisonous swamp crocodiles and corrosive bats were continuously killed, and experience points were accumulated one by one. Jiang Yubai listened with his eyes closed for a while, then took out a compressed biscuit, took a bite, and fell asleep again while chewing. 3 hours later, he was awakened by the urge to urinate. He had just finished urinating next to the rear wheel of the chariot when he looked up and froze. The riverbanks were piled high with monster corpses, the scales of the swamp crocodile were neatly stacked, and the bat wing membranes were also piled up. Crimson was standing on the head of a level 15 mutated saber-toothed lizard, prying out its teeth one by one. This thing can be sold for money, she said without turning her head. Jiang Yubai was speechless. You don't even spare the teeth? Abrasive material. One piece in Ulan Kingdom is worth at least a day's lifespan. A poor person should be aware of their poverty. Jiang Yubai said his parents had given him 1,000 years of lifespan, but Fei Hong didn't buy it at all. That's still poor. Enough for you to live on, not enough for me to eat. Jiang Yubai was too lazy to argue with her and turned to look at the experience statistics. After 3 hours, he had only accumulated 12,000 experience points. I'm still 88,000 experience points away from the 100,000 needed to advance to the next level of Qingnong. This pace is far too slow. Qingnong then pointed out that level 12 monsters give too little experience per monster, and to improve efficiency, one should find areas where level 18 or higher monsters gather. Jiang Yubai instinctively felt it was too dangerous, but Qingnong unfolded a holographic map on the car window. At the end of the underground river is a cavern where monsters are between level 16 and 20. The terrain there is enclosed and not easily detected from the outside, making it suitable for long-term, safe, and efficient monster clearing. Jiang Yubai stared at the map for 10 seconds. It was closed off, of moderate level, and sufficiently hidden. He didn't quite grasp the importance of staying alive, so he only uttered one word. Walk. The tanks roared as they drove into the depths of the river. For the next 3 days, Jiang Yubai experienced the most outrageous days since his transmigration. He lay asleep in the car, while Crimson woke up outside killing monsters, ate cookies, glanced at her experience bar, and went back to sleep. Occasionally, he would be kicked awake by Scarlet to provide Blue, and after providing Blue, he would lie back down with a clear conscience. Once, when I went out to use the restroom, there were already 2 rows of monster corpses outside the car, and Crimson was squatting in the wreckage dismantling materials. She wouldn't even let go of the mineral crystals in the cracks between her bones. Later, Jiang Yubai even set up a simple hammock in the back seat, made of materials that corroded the wing membranes of bats. Scarlet didn't want it to go to waste, so she forced it on him, and to her surprise, he slept quite comfortably. The experience points steadily increased, and by the 3rd night, the accumulated experience points finally reached 67,000. We're still short 33,000. Crimson perched on his shoulder, staring at the panel. At this rate, we'll have enough for the 100,000 to upgrade the Qingnong skill by the day after tomorrow. Jiang Yubai, sipping a straw, swayed back and forth in the hammock. The mine was quiet, with only the occasional low growl of wild monsters in the distance. For once, he felt that this kind of life wasn't so bad after all. He can become stronger simply by lying down, although it is not he himself who becomes stronger, but the creatures he supports. But what does it matter as long as I don't die? You'd better be more proactive! Scarlet slapped him on the back of the head. Jiang Yubai said matter-of-factly. Big sister, I've already been very proactive. Providing blue is a huge mental drain, you wouldn't understand. Just as Scarlet was about to erupt, Qingnong's holographic screen suddenly lit up, and the two of them shut up at the same time. Jiang Yubai sat up straight, gripping the can of cola in his hand tightly. What's wrong? Qingnong spoke half a beat faster than usual. The remote radar detected 4 sets of life signals. From the northwest, it is flowing upstream along the underground river channel, about 23 kilometers away. 3 of the groups are between level 25 and 27, while the 4th group has an unusually high concentration of ice elements. Her gun-type weapon resonance frequency also perfectly matches the samples in the database. Level 29. The air in the carriage seemed to be sucked out instantly, and Jiang Yubai and Fei Hong exchanged a glance. They were not afraid of the enemy, but of their own allies. Qingnong calmly announced. Based on the target's current speed, it will arrive in 41 minutes. On the holographic screen, the ice-blue light representing Ulan Qingduo is approaching straight along the river. Without hesitation, without stopping, and without taking a detour, it was like a cruise missile with its coordinates locked. Jiang Yubai looked at the point of light, and slowly covered his face. The phrase, "It seems like life can go on like this," is still fresh in my mind. His face was swollen from being slapped. Is this woman a guide dog? Crimson had already grabbed her shotgun and, gritting her teeth, asked the most crucial question. The question is, where do we run this time? Where do you want to run? Jiang Yubai flipped off the hammock, tripped over his military overcoat, and almost got his face splattered on the spot. He rushed to the center console, looked at the holographic map, and his face instantly fell. The underground mine has only one main passage, with all the side paths leading to dead ends, making it look like a centipede with a broken leg. The worst part is that every fork in the road is a dead end, with no back door at all. Jiang Yubai slumped into his seat, took a swig of iced cola to calm his nerves, and couldn't help but curse. What kind of lousy feng shui is this? Scarlet kicked the center console and raised her submachine gun, ready to settle scores with Qingnong. Qingnong explained in a gentle, mature voice that the initial criteria for finding a path were closed, extremely concealed, and avoiding external radar. It executed the instructions perfectly, but the standard defense logic did not include the option to intercept fully leveled friendly forces. Stop arguing, everyone! Jiang Yubai suddenly stood up. Where is she? Qingnong replied that Ulan Qingduo had already arrived at the river entrance, 11 kilometers from the mine entrance, and would arrive in 18 minutes. 18 minutes is all it takes. There's no escaping, and fighting is out of the question. This mine has only one exit, and Ulan Qingduo guards the outside. He's a turtle trapped inside. Moreover, the woman had just crossed 160 kilometers of poisonous miasma forest, was covered in blood, and even her bright silver scales were mostly broken. She went to such lengths just to find him. Jiang Yubai recalled that he hadn't even dared to leave a message when delivering medicine before, and had blown up the drone and run away, so he was even less willing to fight back. He looked at Scarlet. With your Tier 1 firepower, can you hold her off for 3 minutes? Crimson paused for a moment, then looked down at the miniature heavy shotgun in her hand. Yubai, you're dreaming. She said that Ulan Qingduo is the top-tier configuration in Tianjiao, and its level 29 strength should be calculated as at least level 39. At her current level of firepower, her attacks are almost as effective as cupping therapy. Moreover, even if they could win, Jiang Yubai would never be willing to let her fire. The carriage fell silent instantly. Jiang Yubai's mind flashed back to the disappointed look in Ulan Qingduo's eyes on the rooftop. Before entering the secret realm, she insisted on giving him rations and a precious invisibility scroll. And that phrase that always lingers in her mind, if he doesn't die in there this time, she'll take care of him for the rest of his life. Jiang Yubai closed his eyes, resigning himself to his fate. So there's no other choice but to run. Scarlet was so anxious that she pounded her 8 legs on the control panel. Where do you think you're going? I was just asking you that. Jiang Yubai immediately asked Qingnan how far it was from the end of the main passage. 4 kilometers. Press the gas pedal all the way down, full speed. The heavy armored vehicle roared, its tracks crushing rocks as it sped wildly through the mine. The blinding headlights tore through the darkness, and Scarlet was thrown back by the force of the acceleration, staggering as she gripped the steering wheel tightly. What do we do when we reach the end? Should we bang our heads against the wall to spice things up for her? We'll talk when we get there. Shut up, let me think about it. For the first time, Scarlet was rendered speechless by his outburst, and could only stare at the rapidly receding rock wall in silence. At the same time, Ulan Qingduo stopped at the entrance of the mine. 2 brand new heavy tracks on the ground extend from the riverbed into the depths of the mine. She gripped the ice-blue dragon-patterned spear and calmly said, "He went into the mine." Chen Feng, Lin Wei, and Zhao Laosi huddled in the back, none of them daring to breathe loudly. It wasn't that she was tired, but rather that Ulan Qingduo was too peaceful at that moment. This suppressed calm was 10 times more terrifying than when she went berserk. She gave the order. Chen Feng searched the left side road, Lin Wei searched the right side road, and Zhao Laosi followed her onto the main road. Search thoroughly, turn over every side road, don't miss even a single breathing cockroach. Chen Feng couldn't help but ask, what if Jiang Yubai wasn't hiding in the side passage? Ulan Qingduo raised the tip of her gun and pointed it at the deepest part of the mine. Then he will wait for me at the end of the main road. She stepped into the darkness, a hint of coldness on her lips. This mine is a dead end. This time, he has no way to escape. Chen Feng and Lin Wei exchanged a glance, both feeling that this was not protecting their teammates at all, but rather the black and white impermanence coming to boost their sales targets. Chen Feng picked up his battle axe and went to search the left side, patting Zhao Laosi on the shoulder with sympathy before leaving. If you really catch up and she goes berserk and attacks, who will you point your shield at? Zhao Laosi paused for 3 seconds. It depends on the situation. If it gets too bad, I'll raise my arms and protect myself first. On the other side, the main passage finally came to an end. The tank's headlights illuminated a gray-brown rock wall, thick and hard, without any gaps or collapses, and without even a vent. This is a dead end in a physical sense. Jiang Yubai slumped over the steering wheel, looking as if his soul had been drained away. He was still not giving up and asked Qingnan if there were any ventilation shafts, underground rivers, geological fissures, or even rat holes. The skin revealed that there was no passable exit ahead. The rock wall is 17 meters thick, and it would take 40 minutes to break through it with the tank's current firepower. Jiang Yubai asked again, "How much longer until she arrives?" 7 minutes. He buried his face in his arms, muttering in despair. This is a complete disaster from the start. What terrible things have I done? Crimson didn't say anything, but jumped off his shoulder and used its 8 mechanical legs to climb up the rock wall. She initiated the highest precision or vein scanning, simultaneously employing infrared, ultrasonic, and magnetic field geological mapping. The bottom left corner is solid, and the very center is also solid. She suddenly stopped at the upper right corner of the rock face. The crimson compound eyes switched to bright white, and the data stream refreshed wildly. Wait a moment. Crimson lay on an inconspicuous protrusion, her mechanical legs trembling slightly. There are extremely faint spatial fluctuations here. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Jiang Yubai excitedly. Yubai, behind this wall lies a spatial rift. The carriage fell silent for half a second. Jiang Yubai looked at the ordinary rock, then at the ice-blue light spot that was constantly approaching on the holographic screen. Ulan Qingduo will be there in 6 minutes. This is simply a divine blind box found in dire straits. He ripped off his cumbersome military overcoat and sat up straight instantly. Can it be pried open? 8 crimson mechanical legs frantically chiseled at the rocks, the thuds echoing through the mine like death knells. Just as the 4th strike landed, a very faint sound suddenly came from the depths of the main passage. It wasn't a monster respawning, but rather the sound of steady footsteps. Jiang Yubai felt a chill run down his spine, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Crimson. Shut up, I'm not deaf. The crimson compound eyes scanned at full power, relentlessly searching for crevices in the rocks. She quickly detected a very faint spatial fluctuation. This place was affected by the mineral vein, making it impossible for ordinary radar to detect. The footsteps grew closer, and before the person even showed their face, the oppressive feeling had already gripped Jiang Yubai's throat. Qingnan, scan this spot, full power! The acupuncture needle emitted a holographic beam, locking onto a protrusion on the rock face. 3 seconds later, a golden notification popped up on the central control screen. The entrance to the hidden area of the secret realm has been detected. It is a one-time entrance leading to a level 3 herb resource area, where a guardian boss is located. The entrance requires contact activation. Once entered, the entrance will be permanently destroyed. You will be randomly teleported out after completing the area's missions. Jiang Yubai's expression changed. Wasn't this Schrodinger's dog hole? Once inside, no one could be found, but once outside, one might fall into a safe zone or be swallowed by a monster. Scarlet jumped up and down in a panic. But if you stay here, you'll have to face that crazy woman behind you. Qingnang's gentle voice rarely revealed urgency. The high-energy threat target is 2 kilometers away and is expected to be close to us in 2 minutes. But the next second, a hoarse and cold voice came from deep within the passage. Jiang Yubai, I know you're in there. You have 10 seconds to come out. Jiang Yubai's scalp tingled. 2 minutes? This woman's speed was simply not what a normal player should be able to do. Qingnam, shrink! The 6-meter-long heavy armored vehicle instantly folded into a palm-sized metal cube, which bounced into Jiang Yubai's hand and was stuffed into his pocket. The entrance was on a 3-meter-high cliff, which was completely out of his reach, even with his full spirit stat at level 10. Crimson, help me up! Scarlet immediately threw down the high-strength steel wire. Jiang Yubai grabbed the wire and tried to push up, but slipped on the moss and fell. His palm was ripped open by the edge of the oar, and blood instantly smeared his palm. Crimson struggled to pull upwards, her voice cracking. The footsteps behind her were getting closer, but Ulan Qingduo didn't run, she just walked at a leisurely pace. It was precisely because she wasn't in a hurry that it was even more terrifying. She wasn't afraid at all that Jiang Yubai would escape. 3. Ulan Qingduo's countdown came from behind the bend. Jiang Yubai gritted his teeth, his arm veins bulging, and he darted upwards 0.5 meter. 2. His hand finally touched the edge of the rock wall, and the moment his fingertips touched the stone surface, a dazzling golden light exploded from inside the rock wall. A crack the size of a human figure silently opened, revealing a bottomless, azure void. The hidden area entrance has been activated. 30 seconds remaining. Walk! Jiang Yubai plunged into the crevice, and the crimson light shrank to the size of a palm, transforming into a red glow that followed closely behind. 1. As Ulan Qingduo rounded the last bend, the gleam of her ice-blue dragon-patterned spear illuminated the end of the cave. She stood still, the golden crack at the highest point of the rock wall rapidly shrinking, and Jiang Yubai's figure was swallowed by the dark blue. Before leaving, Jiang Yubai looked back once. 12 meters away, their eyes met, as if separated by the boundary between life and death. Ulan Qingduo was covered in blood, her silver scale armor was mostly broken, new flesh was growing from the wound on her left shoulder, and her black hair was messy and stuck to her temples. But her eyes were surprisingly bright, filled with anger, disbelief, and a stubbornness that sent chills down Jiang Yubai's spine. The next second, the crack closed completely, and the rock wall returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Zhao Laosi arrived carrying the tower shield, only to be dumbfounded upon seeing the scene. Qingduo, where is he? Ulan Qingduo did not answer. The veins on the back of her hand holding the gun bulged, and an extremely cold aura burst from the soles of her feet, causing the cave to drop to freezing point within 3 seconds. Jiang Yubai, you dared to jump into a hidden area with unknown details just to avoid me? She slammed her gun into the ground, sending large cracks spreading across the rock face. Then she turned and left, leaving behind a cold command. Pass down the order. The entire army is to form a net and keep watch for any spatial fluctuations within the secret realm. If he jumps out from any corner, stop him at all costs. Zhao Laosi swallowed hard and silently moved the tower's shield closer to him. This shield wasn't for defending against monsters now, but to protect himself from Ulan Qingduo's immediate wrath. At the same time, Jiang Yubai landed face first on the stone slab at the end of the azure void, his mouth full of dirt. He touched his nose tremblingly. Thankfully, it wasn't broken, only bleeding. Crimson bounced off his back and landed on the back of his head, exhaling a long breath that smelled of engine oil. He's alive for now. Jiang Yubai lay on the ground, looking around. This was an unknown underground cave, with glowing mineral crystals hanging upside down from the dome, and a ghostly blue halo filling the space. The air was filled with the strong scent of herbs and the earthy smell of soil, and a notification popped up on the system panel. This is the hidden area, Azure Grass Abyss, a level 3 herb resource area where a large number of rare herbs grow, and it is protected by a guardian boss. The guardian boss is named the Abyss Mother Spider, level 30, and is currently in a dormant state. Only by defeating it can you unlock resource gathering privileges. Jiang Yubai stared at the line Lv.30 and fell silent. The level 3 herb area is good news, but the level 30 guardian boss is bad news, as he is currently only level 10. He covered his face, his voice filled with despair. Being 20 levels higher than someone else, this is called feeding them kills. You don't even need to pay for shipping. From the deep darkness 300 meters away, came the muffled breathing of a colossal creature. It was still in a deep sleep, yet no one dared to approach. After completing the surrounding scan, Qingnong reported another piece of information. Within a radius of 50 meters at Jiang Yubai's feet, a large number of level 3 rare herbs were growing. At least 3 of them are core materials for low to mid-level recovery potions that are extremely scarce on the black market. According to the black market prices on the World Channel, the total net value of this herb field is approximately 10,000 years of lifespan. Jiang Yubai's hands froze, and his crimson compound eyes instantly lit up like searchlights. How many? A lifespan of 10,000 years, Qingnong patiently repeated. Provided that the master can harvest it all while still alive. Jiang Yubai and Fei Hong both looked into the darkness 300 meters away, their heavy breathing still rising and falling. The man and his creation exchanged a glance, neither speaking, yet the air was thick with the dangerous aura of people dying for wealth. Just then, the even breathing sounds that had been heard in the darkness suddenly stopped without warning. 300 meters away, hundreds of scarlet lanterns glowed faintly in the darkness. It opened its eyes. 300 meters away in the darkness, 8 dark purple compound eyes lit up simultaneously. The ground shook, like a heavy pile driver roaring underground. The dull tremor traveled from the soles of his feet all the way to his head, making Jiang Yubai's molars go numb. The system notification popped up mercilessly. Guardian Boss, the Abyss Mother Spider has awakened. Warning, this area is an enclosed space. Escape is not possible. Defeat the Guardian Boss to unlock gathering privileges and leave the passage. Jiang Yubai immediately shouted. Qingnong, report the data! Qingnong responded swiftly. The Netherworld Mother Spider, with its legs extended to about 12 meters, was level 30, with an estimated HP of 120,000 to 150,000. It had extremely high physical defense, but its elemental resistance was unknown. Then, she gently added that she was still in the 0-level state, and her armor was almost made of paper. If she were to get scratched or bumped, she would most likely be destroyed on the spot. Scarlet perched on Jiang Yubai's shoulder, staring into the darkness as she translated. It means that if it touches us, we'll end up in an urn. The next second, the mountain of darkness moved. Thick spider legs dragged across the ground, their carapace scraping against the gravel. Under the eerie blue light of the mineral crystals, a giant spider clad in dark purple armor was fully revealed. A huge, translucent egg sac hung from its abdomen, and its 8 compound eyes locked onto Jiang Yubai, but it did not attack immediately. Jiang Yubai's Adam's apple bobbed, and he only said 2 words. Crimson, unite! Crimson light instantly shot up from his shoulder, his petite body swelled in midair, his dark red metal skeleton unfolded, and his 8 steel spider legs spread out sharply. At the same time, Jiang Yubai took out a green pouch the size of a matchbox and smashed it hard on the ground. With a loud bang, the black chariot unfolded and took shape within 2 seconds, and the crimson spider form landed on the roof, its mechanical legs clicking into the preset slots. 4 submachine guns popped out from the side skirt armor and were loaded, with the main weapon, a shotgun, pointing straight forward, and the mobile turret was assembled. "Firepower ready," Crimson sneered. "The machine is ready," Qingdao responded simultaneously. The tank's engine roared, its tracks crushing the rock slabs. But then, the Abyss Mother Spider suddenly pushed off the ground, its 12-meter-long body shooting forward like a runaway high-speed train. "Fire!" 4 submachine guns simultaneously unleashed tongues of fire, their elemental armor-piercing bullets imbued with fire, ice, lightning, and wind, relentlessly bombarding the Mother Spider's frontal carapace. But when the damage numbers popped up, Jiang Yubai's face instantly turned ugly. -37, -42, -51, -38. A normal shot only deals around 40 damage, and a critical hit barely breaks 100. Based on 150,000 HP, it would take at least 3,000 shots to hit completely. 4 submachine guns fire 24 rounds per second, which seems like a fierce barrage, but this is under the premise that the Mother Spider stands still, does not regenerate health, and does not fight back. Jiang Yubai told Fei Hong with a bitter face that at this scraping efficiency, it would probably only take 2.5 minutes to grind it to death. Just as Scarlet thought it wasn't too slow, he added, "The premise is that the other party is a wooden statue that doesn't spew poison, doesn't breed, and has to cooperate with them to take beatings." Scarlet completely exploded. "Shut up! Don't try to settle scores while I'm getting washa!" She raised her shotgun and fired a frost-laden shot at the nearby Mother Spider's joints. Critical hit. -127. The damage finally looked a little better, but the Mother Spider didn't even lose her charging rhythm. She lowered her head, her 8 compound eyes glowed brightly purple, and she opened her mouth to spew out a fan-shaped waterfall of poison. Wherever the venom passed, the ground sizzled and corroded. "Qingdao, dodge!" The tank's tracks spun wildly backward, narrowly sliding 3 meters to the side, avoiding the poison waterfall head-on, but a few drops of venom still splashed onto the left side armor. Qingdao calmly reported, "The dissolution rate of the left side armor plate is 17%. 1 more shot and the left wing hardpoint will be amputated. Tier 0 tanks are too fragile and simply cannot withstand this kind of damage mechanism." Jiang Yubai immediately told Fei Hong to create some distance, but Fei Hong was also anxious. "I've almost broken the accelerator." The tank reversed at full speed, the barrage of bullets on its roof never stopped, but the speed difference was too great. The Mother Spider could easily take a step that covered 6 or 7 meters, while the chariot could travel at most 8 meters per second on the gravel ground, and the distance between the two was still rapidly decreasing. 30 meters, 20 meters. The Mother Spider raised one of its front legs high, then crashed down like a collapsing iron tower. Hard to write. The tracks left blinding sparks on the stone slabs as the tank twisted at an incredible angle. With a loud bang, the spider legs slammed into the side of the vehicle, instantly shattering the rock slab. The shockwave, carrying debris, tilted the vehicle. Crimson was almost thrown off, and could only use her 8 mechanical legs to hold onto the gaps in the armor. Jiang Yubai bumped into the roof inside the carriage, his vision went black, and he couldn't help but curse. This is like being hit in the face by a dump truck. Before he could recover, the second spider leg had already locked onto the top of the chariot. "Qingdao, spin around!" "It's too late, master." With a loud bang, the spider leg slammed solidly into the front of the chariot. The front armor shattered instantly, and metal fragments poured into the vehicle like a torrential downpour. Crimson was ripped from the roof by the immense force and tumbled as it crashed into a pile of rubble 10 meters away. The vehicle was slammed and slid back 5 meters along the ground, leaving a shocking dent in the front and the left track snapping on the spot. The holographic screen lit up with a glaring blood-red alarm. Qingnang's voice finally broke into electrical noise. 62% of the front armor is damaged, mobility has decreased by 80%, and the combined state has completely collapsed. She paused for a moment, then gently gave her diagnosis. This machine can now be sent directly into the incinerator. The mobile artillery emplacement is completely rendered useless. Jiang Yubai crawled out of the wrecked carriage in a disheveled state. His knee scraped against a piece of broken nail, causing him to gasp in pain. The mother spider did not continue the pursuit. She remained coiled in place, and the translucent egg sac on her abdomen began to writhe wildly. Pft. One by one, fist-sized, dark purple spiderlings tore through their egg membranes and fell to the ground like dumplings being dropped into a pot. 10, 20, 30, the number kept increasing rapidly. The blue spider diligently broadcasts news from the scrap metal. A new spiderling has been added, level 15, with approximately 3000 HP per spiderling. The mother spider is currently undergoing a massive proliferation of spiderlings. Her ultimate advice was to perform physical debridement before the spiderlings spread across the entire screen. The problem is, Qingnang can't even move a car anymore, let alone use a scalpel. Not far away, Crimson struggled to her feet from the pile of rubble, having been reduced to her 1.2-meter-tall lowly form. Her dark red armor was torn in several places, and her mechanical ponytail hung limply, sparks flying everywhere. She dragged her shotgun and looked at Jiang Yubai. The arrogance and mania in his eyes had vanished, leaving only the clarity that came from being suppressed by absolute power. We can't beat them. This is not a complaint, but an objective fact. With her Tier 1 firepower, if she were to forcefully clear the field, it would probably take until the game shuts down. The mother spider could easily destroy the Qingnang with a single touch, and now it's even starting to mass produce troops. Crimson gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, "This game is a dead end." At the same time, inside the Dragon Kingdom's highest command headquarters, a large screen occupying half a wall was playing the horrific scenes from the Azure Grass Abyss. The old general sat in the head seat, staring intently at the screen, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Is there really no other way? Can we force reinforcements to be sent? The chief of staff shook his head bitterly. The hidden area was protected by the laws of independent space, and the system completely locked out external interference, so that even text signals could not be transmitted. The old general then asked about the cross-border telepathic scroll in the national treasury, but the last trump card had already been used on Ulan Qingduo a while ago. The entire command center fell into a deathly silence, with only the air conditioning vents still whistling dully. The old general stopped speaking and just stared at the level 10 boy on the screen. Jiang Yubai knelt amidst the mechanical wreckage, facing alone a level 30 abyss spider mother that was still frantically laying eggs. The screen was filled with red alerts, like a pre-written death notice. Just watch, the old general said in a hoarse voice. Right now, there's nothing we can do but watch him struggle. He slowly picked up the tea, which had long since gone cold, and swallowed it in one gulp, his hand still as steady as a rock. However, when the teacup was placed back on the solid wood table, it still made an extremely dull, heavy sound. Jiang Yubai knelt on one knee in the pile of scrap metal, staring up at the mountain of flesh of the mother spider that was constantly spawning new soldiers. Alarms and electrical noise filled his mind, and he forced himself to suppress his panic, but one detail kept magnifying in his retina. After each time the mother spider sprays venom and waves her 8 long legs, she pauses for about 2 seconds, and the light in her compound eyes dims for a moment. Moreover, when it retreats to protect the egg sac, a slit will briefly open at the junction of its abdomen and cephalothorax. There's no hard shell there, only soft flesh. Jiang Yubai immediately called over Scarlet and asked her to scan the crevice. After confirming it, Scarlet couldn't help but curse. Everyone knows the weakness, but the mother spider's 8 sickle-like legs protect it. There's no angle at all. No need to go around it, just break it down and attack it. Jiang Yubai looked at the Qingnang chariot lying sprawled among the rubble. The Qingnang's right track could still crawl at a low speed, and it had 4 drones and 17 self-destructing balls remaining. Jiang Yubai instructed Qingnan to specifically control the swarm of spiderlings. There was no need to clear the area, just keep them away from him and absolutely forbid any close-quarters combat. He then turned his attention to Crimson, ordering her to kite the mother spider alone, forbidding her from engaging in direct combat or greedily dealing damage. Each time you fire, retreat for 2 seconds, run out of the attack range, wait for the mother spider to chase you and turn back, then seize the moment when it is stunned after the attack to strike its weak spot. Crimson was stunned. This level 30 boss had over 100,000 HP. Were they really going to kite it and whittle it down bit by bit? Jiang Yubai said. If it's tens of thousands of lives, then we'll fire tens of thousands of shots. Crimson was worried that her mana wouldn't be enough to sustain her. Each elemental bullet consumed spiritual power, and with Jiang Yubai's limited mana pool, how could she possibly maintain full power continuously? Jiang Yubai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and immediately revealed his passive ability, Spiritual Power Steal. As long as Crimson's attack triggers a critical hit, it can restore 3% of his maximum mana. His maximum mana is currently over 1700, and a single critical hit deals over 50 mana points. Crimson has 4 submachine guns and a shotgun, capable of firing 60 rounds in 2 seconds. Even with a critical hit rate of only 10%, there are at least 6 critical hits in 2 seconds, consuming 60 mana points but recovering more than 300 mana. With 1 in and 1 out, he netted 250. As long as Crimson keeps firing, his mana bar will never run out, and Crimson's elemental bullets can be replenished indefinitely. Scarlet was silent for a few seconds, then shouldered a shotgun taller than herself. She warned Jiang Yubai that if he miscalculated even a little, she would shoot him first, even in death. The next moment, the petite red-haired figure left afterimages as 4 submachine guns swept towards the mother spider's 4-leg joints. The mother spider hissed and swung her leg down, but Crimson rolled to the side, grazing the barbs. She then raised her shotgun, and taking advantage of the mother spider's leg retraction and stiffness, fired a shot into the gap in the soft armor. The attack struck a weak point, dealing over 200 damage. The mother spider convulsed in pain and instinctively recoiled. At the same time, more than 40 newly hatched spiderlings pounced on Jiang Yubai. Qingnan immediately took action. The wrecked war chariot, trailing a deep blue flame, rolled over the rocks, and 4 drones took off. The self-destructing ball rolled precisely into the center of the insect swarm. The exploding fireball tore through the grass, releasing a nano-corrosion toxic mist. The gentle breeze caused the spiderlings to line up and take deep breaths, while system notifications began flooding the screen. Jiang Yubai ignored the experience points and focused solely on his mana bar. His mana dropped first, then surged, stabilizing at over 900 in just 2 seconds. He was right. This strategy is a complete closed loop. Jiang Yubai immediately reminded Crimson that the mother spider was recovering from its initial attack, exposing an opening, and to continue firing. Another shotgun blast echoed in the distance, and the weak point critical strike was triggered once more. Looking at the long health bar, Jiang Yubai finally sneered. Only a few 100,000 health points. He could slowly whittle it down. Even if he lies here, he'll still drag this beast to its death. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom's highest command headquarters was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. On the screen, the level 10 boy leaned casually against the rock, while 2 weakened mechanical creations moved left and right according to his commands. They managed to control a peak level 30 berserk boss like a headless fly. In the corner, a young staff officer was still muttering to himself. Another genius is going to be lost this time. But when he looked up, he saw the old general holding a cold teacup, motionless. In the scene, Crimson glides back and fires another shot into her weak point. Chief of Staff Zhao Jinshan was so shocked that his glasses almost fell off. He couldn't help but ask, "Is Jiang Yubai trying to use hatred to his advantage?" The old general stared intently at the screen, a terrifying glint in his eyes. "No, he's at war. This kid is playing a god-level micromanagement game that transcends levels 20. The mother spider was completely enraged, and the egg sacs on her abdomen began to wriggle again, doubling the number of insects in the second wave. As for the self-destructing balls of Qingnan, only 9 remain. Jiang Yubai instructed Qingnong to conserve her balls and sent a drone to the poisonous bushes on the left front to draw aggro. Young spiders have short legs, so entering the poisonous bushes would slow them down. The sweet-smelling green sachet responded, promising to scoop them all up and catch them all in one fell swoop. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yubai reminded Scarlet that when the mother spider lays eggs, she clamps her legs together to protect her abdomen, but the barbs on her third right leg have been broken, so that area is not properly protected. Let Crimson cut in from that blind spot and fire. As Scarlet fired her gun and cursed, Jiang Yubai actually noticed which of its legs was shorter. Jiang Yubai said that when the mother spider turned back to chase her, she clearly twisted her right ankle. The channel went silent for a second, and then the shotgun fire immediately blasted into that fatal blind spot. Another critical hit to the weakness, the damage still exceeded 200. The old general slammed his teacup heavily onto the table, splashing tea everywhere. He abruptly stood up and ordered that every second of the battle footage in the hidden space be archived separately. Classified as top secret, classified as confidential. In the 20th hour, Jiang Yubai leaned firmly against the rock in the shadows, the back of his head against the cold stone wall. His robes were already torn to shreds, his knees were covered in cracked and congealed blood, his throat was so dry it felt like he had swallowed shards of glass, and his lips were split open with 3 bloody gashes. The blue light bar on my retina was still jumping wildly, 580, 576, 582, before finally stabilizing. For a full 20 hours, he didn't move an inch, nor did he dare close his eyes. The only thing he did was keep a close eye on his mana, acting as a human power bank to keep his mana up at critical moments. Shotguns roared again in the distance, and Crimson's voice had completely gone silent on the communication channel, with only the hum of mechanical fans on the verge of breaking down filling the background. How much blood does it have left? Jiang Yubai glanced at the boss's health bar. A little over 2,000. Scarlet gasped. I've stayed with you for 20 hours, and I only have 10 bullets left. If 10 bullets can't destroy it, I'll self-destruct. Jiang Yubai braced himself against the rocks to stand up, his stiff knees making a series of cracking sounds. Qingnong, has the little brat been cleaned up yet? Qingnong's gentle voice was tinged with electromagnetic noise. The last spiderling has been dealt with, and all of my medicine has been distributed. Her tank form had long since burst, now shrunk to the size of a palm, nestled in Jiang Yubai's pocket. Only one drone remained in the sky, drifting crookedly. 300 meters away, the abyss mother spider lay motionless. It wasn't dead, it had simply been drained of all its strength. Over 20 hours, more than 1,000 bullets were precisely fired into the gaps in the abdomen, turning this level 30 guardian demon of the secret realm into a panting, mangled piece of flesh. 3 of its 8 legs were crippled, its carapace was riddled with charred bullet holes, and dark purple venom dripped continuously from it. Its hundreds of compound eyes still gleamed eerily, like will-o'-the-wisps dying out in a graveyard. Jiang Yubai took a deep breath. Crimson, the last round, send it away. I'm really angry. Before the words were even finished, a dark red figure burst out of cover. Her tattered crimson Lolita dress flew wildly in the wind, and her severed mechanical ponytail was only connected by electrical wires. Of the submachine guns on her 4 mechanical spider legs, only 2 were still usable, but her charge was still as ferocious as if she were courting death. Crouch low, slice sideways, slide to her knees. She slipped into the blind spot of the mother spider's severed leg, the scorching hot shotgun barrel plunging directly into the blasted flesh of her abdomen. Give it to me, explode! Boom! Weakness critical hit. Minus 218. The mother spider's massive body convulsed violently. Crimson used the momentum to flip backward, and as soon as she landed, she raised both submachine guns simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of dazzling blue flames. The damage numbers flooded the screen like a waterfall, and the mother spider's health bar plummeted from 1,500 to 1,200, and then to 800. It let out a mournful cry, struggling to raise its remaining 2 front legs, trying to unleash one last sweeping blow. But its legs froze completely halfway through the air. It's already pushed to its limit. 500, 300. Crimson fired a burst of energy from her feet, charging forward once more, pressing the muzzle of her gun against the mother spider's frantically twitching compound eyes. Her mechanical eyes shone brightly. "This one shot is worth 20 hours of my overtime pay!" Boom! Fatal critical strike. -231. With a soft poof, all the compound eyes of the abyss mother spider went completely dark in the same instant. The massive 12-meter-high mountain of flesh crashed down, sending fragments of its carapace flying everywhere. The dark purple fluid pooled under the reflection of the azure mineral crystals, causing the entire azure grass abyss to tremble before falling into a deathly silence. For the first time in 20 hours, not even the chirping of insects could be heard here. Crimson stood beside the corpse, staring at the scorching gun barrel in silence for 2 seconds, then dropped the gun and collapsed to the ground. "I never want to see a spider again in my life." But when she looked down and saw her mechanical spider lower body, she instantly broke down. "I am a spider myself. I don't even want to see myself." Qingnong peeked a miniature gun barrel out of his pocket and added quietly, "Congratulations, the surgery was a great success. The patient has been discharged permanently, and even his ashes have been scattered." "Shut up!" Scarlet yelled angrily. "I'm talking about the boss, second sister." In the distance, Jiang Yubai didn't respond. He leaned against the rock where he had been squatting for 20 hours, his mind blank, his eardrums ringing, and his calves completely stiff. He raised his hand, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't fear, but rather that his blood pressure and blood sugar had plummeted. "It's over?" There was no response, only the exhaust whirring of the mechanical cooling system. Jiang Yubai forced a smile from his chapped lips. "It's over." The words had barely left his mouth when his knees buckled, and he slid down the stone wall to the ground. Forget about the things scattered everywhere. Forget about winning so much. Only one thought remained in his mind. "Finally, I can sleep like a log." His eyelids kept drooping, but he still used his last bit of strength to open the system panel. Defeat Guardian Boss, Abyss Mother Spider, Lv.30. Experience gained, 30,000. Judgment, quadruple reward for exceeding level. Actual experience gained, 120,000. Before he could even make out the string of numbers, the panel on his retina began to flicker violently, and a dazzling golden light instantly engulfed everything. It's not just Jiang Yubai's panel, but the entire world. At the same time, the golden characters of the heavenly Tao core exploded like a nuclear explosion, forcibly dominating every job changer in the Asian region's national fortune secret realm, and also covering all terminals connected to the heavenly Tao system worldwide. World announcement. Congratulations to Jiang Yubai, a Dragon Kingdom class changer. You have successfully defeated the Guardian Boss, Netherworld Mother Spider, Lv.30, in the hidden area of the National Fortune Secret Realm. Trigger detection, level difference of 20 levels. This is considered a solo kill beyond the target level. Dragon Kingdom's National Fortune bonus increases the growth rate of level 3 and below herbs nationwide by 100%, permanently effective. All Dragon Kingdom players who have changed jobs will receive 5 free attribute points. Jiang Yubai will receive 25 free attribute points. The hidden area belongs to Jiang Yubai. He can leave the secret realm and return to reality. All level 3 herbal resources within the area belong to the owner. The golden light faded, and the world fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then, a tremendous frenzy was unleashed. Chapter 26, You'll lie low, but you'll carry the nation's fortune. Chapter 26, You'll lie low while I lead the Dragon Kingdom's Supreme Command. The Golden World announcement completely dominated the entire holographic projection. The old general stared at the words, then brought the teacup to his lips, only to have the rim of the cup hit his front teeth. He then realized that he had forgotten to open his mouth. Bang! He slammed the teacup back onto the table, making a loud noise. The growth rate of herbs has increased by 100%. He read it out slowly and deliberately, afraid of mispronouncing the words. Nationwide permanent. Zhao Jinshan, standing next to him, silently took off his glasses and wiped the lenses 3 times with the corner of his clothes. Headmaster. The young staff officer in the corner had a dry throat, and his voice sounded like a duck being choked. Herbal medicine is a core resource that will be deducted if our secret realm loses. I know. Zhao Zhinshan put his glasses back on. After this server-wide announcement, we'll have to cover our final score. The gap created by the punishment was also forcibly filled directly. The entire command post was completely silent. The same young staff officer who had previously complained about losing another one swallowed hard. He really wore down the level 30 monster to death? No one can answer that. The old general supported himself on the table with both hands and slowly straightened up. The boulder that had been pressing on my chest for 20 hours was finally shattered by those words. Pass on the order. The old general had a powerful voice. Announcement to the entire army. All Dragon Kingdom job changers within the National Fortune Secret Realm will each receive 5 points of freedom attribute for free. And tell those bastards while you're at it. He paused, his eyes slightly reddening. This massive map-wide heal was brought back by a level 10 little guy who risked his life for us. The frontline camp of the Cherry Blossom country. Matsushima was sitting with his legs crossed, holding a projection of the bottom-rank standings of the Chinese national team. 1 second ago, he had just finished bragging to his adjutant. China's chances of winning this round are completely ruined. Before the words were finished, a golden light shattered the screen. Matsushima's sinister smile froze instantly, his eyes practically glued to the camera. Jiang Yubai, a job changer from the Dragon Kingdom. Super-level solo kill. All members of the Dragon Kingdom receive +5 to their attributes. Herb effects are permanently doubled. Smack! He crushed the holographic projection in his hand. Impossible. He stood up, his face contorted. Absolutely impossible. The adjutant stood to the side, trembling like a leaf. Commander, the entire Dragon Kingdom team received 5 attribute points for free. That's equivalent to everyone leveling up without taking any damage. I know how to do accounts. Matsushima kicked the table over. He built his advantage on the lives of over 400 elite soldiers. The balance was completely restored by a single announcement from a low-level level 10 mechanic. Herbs doubled permanently. These words slapped his face like a relentless blow. Matsushima clenched his back teeth tightly. Contact South Korea and Vietnam immediately. That guy named Jiang Yubai, no matter where he teleports to after emerging from the hidden area. Concentrate your fire. Chop him into mincemeat. Deep in the poisonous miasma forest, Ulan Qingduo stared at the golden panel. For a full 10 seconds, she remained motionless. Boom! She plunged the ice-blue spear headfirst into the soil. Chen Feng leaped up from behind, his face beaming with barely suppressed elation. Qingduo! Did you see that? 5 points in all attributes for free. It's happening all over the country. That kid's gone completely on a killing spree, he really is. Shut up. The 2 chilling words froze Chen Feng's smile on his face. Lin Wei frantically tugged at Chen Feng's sleeve from behind, frantically giving him meaningful glances. Zhao Laosi silently held the tower's shield in his hand in front of him. The panel disappeared. Ulan Qingduo turned around, her beautiful face showing no excitement whatsoever, but instead radiating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Level 10. She speaks as fast as a machine gun. Fight the level 30 boss. They were locked in a broken hole and fought for a full 20 hours. She drew her spear, the tip of which brought up a patch of frost, freezing the grass half a meter around it. Does he think he has 9 lives to squander? Chen Feng swallowed hard, but dared not utter a sound. What were my instructions before I entered the secret realm? Ulan Qingduo's eyes were practically spitting fire. I'll let him hide. I'll give him food and invisibility scrolls. I told him to find a mouse hole and squat there until the dungeon ends. And then what happened? That bastard is driving a tank around the entire map, drawing aggro, killing monsters, and getting on the leaderboard. I went to find him, but he ran faster than a dog. I chased him to the mine, and he just went straight through a spatial rift. Okay, then just go inside and play dead, okay? No! He went and challenged a level 30 female spider to a one-on-one fight. As the last few words were uttered, the surrounding temperature plummeted. A thick layer of frost spread wildly along the ground, even covering the rock walls with a layer of ice. Chen Feng took 3 steps back, and Zhao Laosi raised the shield directly to his eyes. Lin Wei simply hid behind Laosi and pretended to be dead. Qingduo. Chen Feng spoke despite the wind and snow. No matter what, he's won big, which is great news. Good news? Ulan Qingduo stared intently at him. Chen Feng understood this time. There was no anger in those beautiful eyes at all. Instead, it was a feeling of lingering fear. It was the kind of extreme panic that comes from almost watching this kid die a horrible death. He just got incredibly lucky. Ulan Qingduo lowered her voice and gritted her teeth. What if he doesn't have that luck? The entire room fell silent. Ulan Qingduo picked up the spear and strode forward, her pace twice as hurried as before. Pass down the order. Everyone, abandon monster hunting and lock onto the coordinates of all spatial fluctuations in this area. The first second he popped out of the hidden area. Her hands gripped the gun barrel tightly, her knuckles turning blue. I'll go pick him up myself. Old Zhao peeked out halfway, looking at the murderous figure's back, and silently raised his shield an inch higher. Sister Wei? Zhao Laosi asked in a breathy voice. Is Qingduo happy, or does she want to kill someone? Lin Wei rolled her eyes. They have them all, but judging from the situation, I reckon the first thing I'll do when I pick him up is beat him half to death. The deep blue grass abyss. The golden light completely dissipated. Jiang Yubai slumped on the ground covered in spider slime, staring blankly at the 25 extra points of free attribute on the panel. What does it mean to become rich overnight? This is what you call absolute wealth. He was just about to force a bitter smile. Out of the corner of his eye, next to the mother spider's enormous carcass, a dense, almost dripping purple gold light was flashing wildly. His buttocks hadn't even left the ground yet. Crimson had already sprang into action like a wind-up flea, its compound eyes locking onto that ball of light. Holy crap! Holy crap! We've got a huge shipment! Before Jiang Yubai could even speak, the tattered holographic screen of the Qingnan, a traditional Chinese medicine, lit up beside his ear. The mature woman's voice remained gentle and tender, but now it carried a hint of intriguing Yandra charm. Commander. Preliminary scan of boss drops complete. I suggest you lie down immediately and take deep breaths. Qingnan paused for a second, her voice becoming even softer. Because according to my computing power assessment, the moment you see the spoils, your blood pressure spikes, greatly increasing the chances of a stroke. You might need to sleep for another 3 days and 3 nights to fully digest this big surprise. Chapter 27 Instant Wealth. 10,000 years of lifespan in hand. Chapter 27 Instant Wealth. A lifespan of 10,000 years in hand. Before Crimson even got close, the system panel was already plastered on Jiang Yubai's face. The drop list scrolls down line by line. Jiang Yubai's gaze was fixed intently on those words. First line. Drop, 200 years of lifespan, triple bonus for defeating enemies of a higher level, actual gain, 600 years. Jiang Yubai felt a dryness in his throat. 600 years. The year his parents died in battle, all the family fortune they left him was for the year 1002. After buying equipment and stockpiling ore, and carefully managing his finances for 11 years, he still had 991 years' worth of savings left in his account. Now, a wild spider opened its mouth and spat out something that had been there for 600 years. This overwhelming wealth was thrown right in their face. 600. Jiang Yubai's lips moved, but she didn't make a sound. Crimson, crouching beside the mother spider's carcass, fixed its compound eyes on that number. The lowly's entire body was launched into the air. 600 years? This violent lowly voice is so off-key. I've been betting on this for 20 hours. This is a huge win. I'm ecstatic. She leaped and bounded around the enormous mother spider carcass, her metal shreds rattling loudly as they bumped against each other. It's like a manic hamster that's hit the jackpot. Jiang Yubai was too lazy to pay attention to her. It popped up because the second line dropped. Drop, Lv.30 purple quality equipment, Abyss poison armor, heavy armor chest plate. Drop, Lv.30 purple quality equipment, spider silk boots, light armor shoes. Level 30. Purple outfit. 2 items. Jiang Yubai's fingers trembled uncontrollably twice. One factor is the physiological reaction of low blood sugar after squatting for 20 hours. But more often than not, they are stimulated. He's not of a high enough rank to wear those 2 items. But you can just take it out. Every level 30 purple item on the black market is incredibly expensive. Just as he started calculating in his mind, a third notification popped up forcefully. This completely shattered his plans. Drop, Lv.30 purple quality equipment Abyss's Eye, mechanic exclusive. No level requirement. Attributes: Spirit plus 35, Mana regeneration speed plus 5 seconds, critical hit chance plus 8%, critical hit damage plus 15%. A quick glance reveals a screen full of attribute bonuses. My spirit level increased by 35 points. A single piece of exclusive purple gear with no level requirement significantly improved his weaknesses. He glanced at his current mana. 1,230. The mana regeneration rate skyrocketed from a paltry 2 points per second to 7 points per second. Critical hit chance increased by 8%, critical hit damage increased by 15%. Every attribute precisely hits the nail on the head regarding his role as a human power bank. It was as if, before the mother spider died, she thoughtfully glanced at his stats and then, pinching her nose, tailored a large set of equipment specifically for him. Is this for me? Jiang Yubai muttered to himself, feeling that the plot development today was ridiculously surreal. Nonsense! Crimson slid over and rushed over, her compound eyes scanning the panel from top to bottom. After watching it, the 1.2-meter-tall boy was so excited that he was shaking. It's not fear. It's the kind of spasm that someone with severe firepower insecurity experiences when they see an armory with its doors wide open. No level requirement. Exclusive. 35 spirit. 8 critical strike points. She turned her head and stared at Jiang Yubai. Master, do you know how much gold this thing is worth? Jiang Yubai's face was expressionless. I understand. This means I can last longer as a power bank. Wrong. Scarlet laughed wildly. This means I can unleash my full power without worrying about you getting exhausted. Very good. In the eyes of this naturally rebellious little devil, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Jiang Yubai sighed and casually clicked to confirm the equipment. My right eye stung, and I blinked twice unconsciously. When I opened my eyes again, there was a ring of dark, mysterious pale purple lines deep in my pupils. The eye of the abyss directly completed the optic nerve binding. The blue light level on the retina was visibly skyrocketing. 880-1230. Mana regeneration per second, +2 +7. The clarity of the entire world has improved significantly, and all data appears larger. Scarlet stared at the 1200 blue bar above his head, letting out an extremely comfortable, snoring sound from her throat. 1002. The voice of the violent lowly was unusually gentle. I no longer have to worry about you running out of mana in 3 seconds and becoming a complete failure. Thank you for describing my blue energy levels like premature ejaculation. Jiang Yubai rolled her eyes in annoyance. That's how it is. Scarlet snorted coldly and pointed to the very bottom of the list. It's not over yet, keep reading. Jiang Yubai followed the fingertip and suddenly heard a very soft, sweet ah coming from his pocket. It carries a subtle background electrical noise. It wasn't because I was startled. It's the kind of murmur that a deranged serial killer can't help but utter when he sees a perfect work of art. Little baby. Qingnang's extremely gentle, mature voice floated out, so light it seemed to float away. Sister, you didn't see wrong, did you? Space stone. 100 square meters. She paused for 2 seconds, her voice tinged with a morbid pleasure. Our house is going to double in size. Upon hearing those 3 words, Crimson bristled on the spot and flew over from beside the remains of the mother spider. 100 square meters? The lowly voice reached its peak. My old ammunition production line is so crowded there's barely any room to stand. Now that I have 100 square meters, I'm going to build a factory. She grabbed Jiang Yubai's wrist and pressed it down hard. Use it now. Expand your horizons. Immediately. What's the rush? Jiang Yubai squeezed his hand back, and the dark blue space stone fell into his palm. It's about the size of a fist, and it's still a little hot to the touch. He didn't crush it immediately, but instead looked up and glanced at the system countdown. Hidden area time remaining, 57 minutes. Less than an hour has passed. He leaned against the stone wall to stand up, his stiff kneecaps cracking like firecrackers. Shift your gaze downwards. A deep blue abyss, shimmering with light. Clumps of rare, level 3 herbs covered the ground like a blue galaxy, even filling the cracks in the rocks with blue light. The main ingredients are scattered all over the ground. Total value, at least 10,000 years of lifespan. The district-wide announcement just now clearly stated. Ownership of this area belongs to Jiang Yubai. This territory belongs to him. The grass on the ground, even uprooted, belongs to him. Jiang Yubai stared silently at the sea of deep blue flowers for 3 seconds. Then, close your eyes. Silently recite. Bite. Region owner privileges triggered. All level 3 herb resources in Azure Grass Abyss have been transferred to the mechanics exclusive space. They didn't pick them one by one. The blue light beneath my feet receded madly, like waves rolling in one after another. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. The screen was filled with a completely pale blue light, which then disappeared. The bare, rocky surface was completely exposed, truly barren of any vegetation. Commander. The communicator in my pocket rang again. Right now, every part of my body is burning hot. I'm not angry. They're so excited their cooling system is about to break down. Qingnang's voice was soothingly, yet tender and chilling. How many wonderful things can my sister create for you in 10,000 years? High-energy explosives, poison armor plates, and swarms of self-destructing drones. As long as all those potential dangers are physically eliminated. She let out a soft breath. This is the most perfect form of preventative medicine. Listening to the ravings of a tank and a spider beside him, Jiang Yubai rubbed his temples. I brought up the panel and glanced at the total assets. The original 991 years. In addition to the newly received 600 years. And then there's that 10,000-year-old herb. 11,591. Add 3 more level 30 purple items. A 100 square meter space stone. Jiang Yubai closed the panel, slumped his head back, and gave a self-deprecating twitch at the corner of his mouth. When I was dragged into the secret realm a dozen days ago, I had less than 1,000 years of lifespan left, and only wanted to eke out a living. Now look what's happened. He, a level 10 nobody, somehow managed to become the richest person in the secret realm. Who can I complain to about this? Alright, let's clean up the mess. Jiang Yubai suppressed his chaotic thoughts and reached out to take out the miniature cube. Qingnang. What are your orders, Commander? This boss dropped 120,000 experience points. You need 100,000 to advance, but we can deduct that amount. The cube in the pocket suddenly fell silent. Now I'll upgrade your rank. 1 second, 2 seconds. An extremely gentle voice rang out. The original noise at the bottom was completely cleared away, leaving only the hum of cold machinery intertwined with frenzied activity. Commander. These are the words my sister has been waiting to hear. It's been a very, very long time. Jiang Yubai swiped his fingertip across the panel, swiping away 100,000 experience points. The system notification sound slammed down. Creation sequence 02, Qingdao, consumes 100,000 experience points to advance to Tier 1. The miniature cube in Jiang Yubai's hand was launched into the air. The moment they landed, all the light in the cave was sucked out. The dark golden mechanical particle stream exploded out with a roar, multiplying wildly in the air like a rampant virus. The tracks, armor plates, and gun barrels of the heavy armored vehicle are constantly disintegrating, compressing, and reshaping in the particle storm. But this violent reorganization did not stop at the form of the tank. The massive mechanical body was compressed to its limit within 10 seconds, and the metal skeleton emitted a teeth-grinding cracking sound. The armor plates taper inward, transforming into a military green, fitted long trench coat. Dark gold biohazard symbols are coldly branded onto the cuffs and collar. The light faded. A tall, slender figure, standing at 1.75 meters, stepped gracefully out of the smoke of battle, wearing knee-high tactical boots. Long, slender, fair fingertips gently brushed against the collar. Qingdao stood up. Chapter 28 Encountering a Traitor? My mecha girl is ready to fire. Chapter 28 Encountering a Traitor? My mecha girl is loaded. The mechanical particles dissipate, and a humanoid figure emerges. She is 1.75 meters tall, and has a slender figure. The heavy armor and tracks of the tank were disassembled and reassembled into a military green, slim-fitting long trench coat. The cuffs and collar were embroidered with dark gold biohazard symbols. A row of odds and ends hung from his waist. At first glance, it looks like a tactical magazine. Upon closer inspection, each metal ball had 2 words affixed to it: First Aid. Her long, silver-gray hair reached down to her waist. She raised her hand, her slender fingers bending and spreading in turn, adapting to the feel of her new body. A top-notch mature female voice, with a slightly lazy nasal tone, soothing and numbing. The operating table can finally be overhauled. She lowered her head to look at Jiang Yubai, narrowed her eyes, and a sickly gentle smile appeared on her lips. Commander, your sister can finally stand up to treat you. Jiang Yubai looked up at her. It was 2 centimeters taller than me, and its waist was covered with self-destructing balls that could be triggered at any moment. That's not what you call seeing a doctor. Why don't you call out? Qingdao tilted her head slightly, her smile growing even wider. But my sister's patient is an enemy. Before she finished speaking, she raised her hand. A large number of drones appeared in the air behind them, doubling in number. Each gun barrel spun once in the cold light, and a self-destruct module was installed under the wings. The emergency rescue ball at his waist changed from 1 row to 2 rows, with flashing green lights, and its power was a level more terrifying than before the upgrade. Crimson came closer and looked up at Qingdao for 3 seconds. He chuckled. He's only a little taller than me. Second sister, don't worry about the height difference. Qingdao bent down, her attitude as gentle as if she were coaxing a child. Little sister can squat down and talk to you at eye level. Are you looking for death? The little girl snapped. All right, stop arguing. Jiang Yubai casually took out a space stone and crushed it. Mechanics exclusive space expansion, 100 square meters / 200 square meters. Blue light entered my palm. He then opened the panel and focused his gaze on the 25 points of free attribute. My fingers didn't stop. I poured my heart and soul into every shot. Without a second's hesitation. Crimson's compound eyes flickered, and this time, unusually, it didn't call him a piece of trash. The numbers on the panel started jumping wildly. Spirit, 53,113. The blue energy level jumped to 1580. The mana regeneration per second increased from 2 points to 7 points. The crimson compound eyes grew brighter and brighter. 1,580. Her voice softened, which was unusual for her. I no longer have to worry about you running out of mana in 3 seconds. Thank you for making me sound like a quick shooter. It wasn't going to last long to begin with. Jiang Yubai ignored her, patted his trouser leg, and stood up. System notification. 31 minutes remaining in the hidden area. Where do you run after you get out? Scarlet asked, carrying a shotgun. Let's avoid the senior search network first. King Go's true nature is to prioritize stability. Qingnong, what is the current coverage area of the full map radar? Reporting to the commander, 50 kilometers. Qingnong smiled slightly. That's enough. Jiang Yubai stretched. Whoever is alone, we'll bite them. 31 minutes later, the spatial rift tore open. Jiang Yubai landed in a grove of dead trees in the northwest corner of the secret realm. After confirming that the final coordinates of Ulan Qingduo were 87 kilometers away, his tense nerves relaxed. Safety. For the next 5 days, Jiang Yubai's team began a true guerrilla therapy mode. The radar over the 50-kilometer radius of Qingnong is like a net that covers the sky and the earth. Any lone enemy class transformer within this range cannot even hide from a sneeze. Jiang Yubai specifically targets small teams of 2 or 3 people. The playing style was extremely inhumane. Qingnong transformed back into human form and lurked in the treetops, deploying drones for extensive reconnaissance. After locking onto the target, Crimson sneaked in from the flank to break through and wipe out the enemy. The self-destructing drones of the first Qingnong class have become a nightmare for the enemy. First, use a fire net to force people together, then the drones will directly form a formation and dive down. The emergency ball, with double the power, combined with the Crimson elemental armor-piercing bullet, focuses on physical salvation. 2 seconds later, the battle was over. On the 3rd day, Crimson pulled a purple longsword from the corpse of an Animite swordsman. She shook it with a look of disgust. Melee weapons, garbage, sell them and buy minerals. Qingnong squatted down beside him, elegantly rummaging through his storage bag, and pulled out a bottle of high-level stamina potion, casually tossing it to Jiang Yubai in the driver's seat. Commander, you need to replenish your nutrition. Not eating on time for 3 consecutive days will affect your mana recovery efficiency. I'm not your battery. That's you? Jiang Yubai resignedly unscrewed the cap and took a sip. In 5 days, 7 enemy squads were wiped out, and 19 lives were lost. On the leaderboard, Jiang Yubai's name jumped from the top 10,000 to the top 3,000. He slumped in his chair, staring at the rankings, feeling utterly absurd. Just 2 weeks ago, he was a useless person who was disliked in the school's logistics warehouse. Now, he's probably the most wanted level 10 newbie in the entire dungeon. What a life! Jiang Yubai stroked his chin. From a lazy, opportunistic king to a pariah, is this a complete win or a complete loss? I've already won. Crimson perched on his shoulder, carefully wiping the gun barrel. This is the first time in my life that I feel I haven't lost out by following you. Thank you for your kindness. The evening of the 6th day. On the east side of the Deadwood Forest, beside a dry riverbed, 2 conspicuous dots suddenly appeared on Qingnong's radar. Commander. Qingnong tilted her head, a strange emotion creeping into her tone. These 2 signals. What's wrong? System identifier, Chinese. Jiang Yubai sat up abruptly, then paused. A Chinese? Are you sure? Confirmed, level 27 2 people. Qingnong paused for a moment. But their route of movement was not to join up with the remnants of the Dragon Kingdom, but to head straight for the outer outposts of the Sakura Kingdom. Jiang Yubai's eyes darkened, and he remained silent. Crimson, silence, follow them. The tank instantly lowered its engine noise and glided along the shadow of the riverbed like a ghost. 500 meters away, 2 men dressed in standard Chinese armor were squatting behind a giant rock, talking and smoking in hushed tones. The miniature listening drone from Qingnong hovered silently 30 meters above their heads. The conversation was transmitted back to the car word for word. Damn it, what happened to the promised S-level treatment? Once we entered the secret realm, they kicked us out of the main team and dumped us in this godforsaken place to clear monsters. The other voice sounded deeper, tinged with resentment. You still want to be a starter? What do those Matsushima bastards take us for? Now that we've handed over the intelligence, we're not even cannon fodder. If I had known it would be a bad job, I would not have taken this lousy job. During that raid with 1,000 men, the intelligence we provided directly betrayed the entire vanguard of the Dragon Kingdom. The man took a deep drag on his cigarette. 700 lives! The captain and the rest of them all perished in the ambush. Jiang Yubai's breathing stopped. The temperature inside the carriage suddenly dropped to freezing. This isn't because the Qing'an, a traditional Chinese medicine, has turned on the air conditioning. It's crimson. Her compound eyes glowed with a terrifying dark red light. My wife and children are over there, there's no turning back. The deep male voice continued to pour out his grievances. The immigration procedures were arranged by Matsushima, and he signed a contract of life imprisonment before leaving. Family members are like hostages, understand? They're there in case we run into people from China. As long as we don't run into that crazy woman, Ulan Qingduo, it'll be fine. What about that level 10 mechanic who's been dominating the leaderboard lately? What if we run into her? Level 10 is nothing but a charade. It's good that we ran into him. We can use his head to exchange for some bounty with Matsushima. Hearing this, Jiang Yubai slowly leaned back in his seat. Close your eyes. In my mind, the scene of entering the secret realm on the first day flashed by like a revolving lantern. On the smoke-filled training ground, 99 elite soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom formed a death formation, protecting him tightly in the very center. The Shield Knight, his face covered in blood, turned and roared. Until all the veterans are dead, it's not your turn, a level 1, to tank. 700 lives. She was sold off so easily by 2 scumbags. Commander. Qingnung's voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling undertone. Do you need your sister to arrange the surgery? Jiang Yubai did not open his eyes. No rush. His voice was even lighter than Qingnung's, so light that it lacked any trace of human vitality. Let them finish what they have to say. He opened his eyes, and the purple lines deep within his right eye throbbed wildly. Now that you've finished talking, let's start the treatment. Scarlet stood on his shoulder, not shouting as usual. But the heavy shotgun in her hand had already made a crisp cocking sound. The wind through the barren forest swept across the dry riverbed, stirring up a chilling dust. 500 meters away in the darkness, 8 drones silently unfolded their metal wings. The emergency spheres under the wings flashed a faint green light in unison. It was as if death had opened its eyes. Chapter 29 Good News, Getting a Free Genius, Bad News, being recorded. Chapter 29 Good News, Freebies from the Prodigy. Bad News, being recorded in the dead forest, dried up riverbed. Qingnung's miniature listening drone hovered silently at a height of 30 meters. The conversation between the 2 men below was recorded in the tank compartment without missing a single word. A message has come from Matsushima. The person speaking was speaking in a very low voice. When the final boss of the secret realm appears, the 9-nation alliance will not make a move. Once the remnants of the Dragon Kingdom's army wear down the boss, we'll all rush in and collect their heads. 9 kingdoms? Another voice trembled. Didn't you say 5? The country of Kimchi, Annam, 3 Central Asian countries, plus 3 small Southeast Asian countries. Matsushima has pooped all the time he could in the past 2 weeks, making a total of 9. 9 countries all attacking China as one? That's too much. What are you afraid of? Don't you even look at the standings? The man sneered. That level 1 mechanic from the Dragon Kingdom single-handedly pulled the team's score up. If the Dragon Kingdom were to take down the final boss, do you think Matsushima would just stand by and watch it happen? The other person was silent for 2 seconds, then asked in a muffled voice. So how exactly do we fight? When the final boss appears, the Allied forces will surround it from 3 sides, first eliminating the people, and then dividing up the boss. What about Qingduo? That woman, Ulan Qingduo, is the biggest variable. Matsushima has spoken. South Korea will send 10 level 29 elites to keep a close watch on her the entire time. 10 students from the class of 29 targeting one person? You think that's an exaggeration? That woman took on 35 level 28s all by herself in the poisonous miasma forest. Matsushima watched the surveillance footage 7 times, and he broke out in a cold sweat while watching it. Without at least 10 level 29 fighters, it's impossible to suppress this killing goddess. The man paused, then asked, "Where is that level 10 mechanic?" Matsushima's original words were, "No matter where he is, the Allied forces will send special personnel to search the mountains. I want to see the car alive, or I want to see its parts dead." The wind in the deadwood forest carried the smell of decay. The conversation paused for a moment, then the deep voice spoke again, filled with deep regret. "To be honest, sometimes I wonder if I made the wrong choice back then. During that raid with 1,000 men, we were the ones who sold out the vanguard positions. 700 lives! The captain and the rest of them all perished in the ambush." "Shut up!" Another person interrupted sharply. "My wife and children are in Matsushima's hands. You signed a death contract before you left. Your family is your hostage, do you understand?" "I know, I just didn't expect them to let me into the secret realm." The deep male voice gritted its teeth. "Once we got in, we realized that after handing over the intelligence, we weren't even cannon fodder. What happened to the promised S-rank treatment? I've been kicked out of the main team for clearing jungle monsters. Don't think about it anymore, there's no going back. As long as I don't run into that crazy woman Qingduo, it'll be fine. As for that level 10 mechanic, it's just as well that we ran into him. Use his head to exchange for some bounty with Matsushima. At least it'll serve as a pledge of loyalty." The two stood up, dusted off their trousers, and walked westward along the riverbed. The direction is directly towards the outer outposts of the Sakura Kingdom. Inside the tank, Jiang Yubai leaned back in the leather seat, closed his eyes, and remained silent for a full 10 seconds. "Commander." Qingnong's gentle, bone-chilling voice drifted from the cockpit. "The 9-nation coalition will encircle and suppress you, and will also target and eliminate you." She tilted her head slightly and smiled like a spring breeze. "Should I arrange a preventative physical evaporation treatment for them right now, sister?" Jiang Yubai opened his eyes, his gaze clear. "No rush, wait a moment." Crimson crouched on his shoulder, a shotgun resting on his knees, her compound eyes fixed on the 2 distant points of light on the screen. The top brass of the Dragon Kingdom couldn't possibly not know who the traitor was. The blood debt of 700 people must have been investigated afterward. She snorted coldly. "Keeping them alive without killing them is like fishing for fish. But these 2 fish are much fatter than the command had anticipated." Scarlet turned her head, her compound eyes meeting those of Omi Yoshiro. "The 9-nation coalition has surrounded you, and your beautiful senior sister is squatting right in the center of the encirclement with more than 300 remnants of her army." Jiang Yubai didn't speak, but tapped the metal armrest twice with his slender fingers. Then, he slowly sat up straight. 700 lives were sold off by these 2 bastards. His voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling undertone that sent shivers down one's spine. Scarlet remained silent, and Green Bag also quieted down. Jiang Yubai closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, the purple array pattern deep within his right eye throbbed wildly. Then, he let out a long sigh. That sense of utter despair shattered the tense atmosphere from before. To be honest, he slumped back in his chair, completely adopting a nonchalant tone. What I fear most right now is not the 9-nation alliance at all. The crimson compound eyes flickered. Then what are you afraid of? I'm thinking about a very real survival problem. Jiang Yubai stared blankly at the roof of the car, utterly dejected. If I eliminate these 2 traitors, deliver the intelligence to my senior, and then incidentally kill a few of those little karaomi from Japan. He swallowed hard. After we leave the secret realm, will she punch me a couple less times? The car fell silent instantly. The crimson electronic eye slowly glowed a dangerous red light. With a formidable enemy at hand, is this all you can think about? Otherwise what? I'm thinking about how to survive the first hour after I leave the book. Jiang Yubai glanced at the palm-sized spider on his shoulder and said irritably, Stop pretending. When we actually meet, you'll be more flustered than I am. Who was it that knocked out a top-tier female student from the class of 29 with a single blow and carried her back here? Crimson proudly puffed out her chest. That's for your own good. For my own good? Jiang Yubai almost cracked his voice. You carried someone to my bed, released a high concentration of hypnotic gas, and then told me it was for my own good? Aren't you the ultimate beneficiary? Crimson stood with her hands on her hips, extremely arrogant. Do you even understand the concept of yin and yang harmony? How did you unlock your elemental harmony skill? Where did you get your spiritual power stealing skill? Without me paving the way for you, you'd still be a piece of trash that breaks at the slightest touch. How did you manage to accumulate nearly 1800 mana like that? It's all because of my own worries. I don't need this outrageous way of paving the road. You need to. I don't need it. The chariot jolted. The gentle, soothing voice of Qingnan drifted out at just the right moment. The road ahead is bumpy, and the shock absorbers have been automatically activated. Please continue, I'm listening. One person and one unification were both stuck for a second. Scarlet reacted quickly, jumping directly onto the armrest. 8 mechanical legs firmly planted themselves, pointing directly at Jiang Yubai's nose and cursing loudly. You don't need it? Then what do you need? Do you need to lose your life? The number 1 prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom at the age of 23. The Ice Lance Knight. 1.72 meters tall, slim waist, long legs, and unparalleled beauty. Shut up. You've gotten a huge advantage and you're still pretending to be an innocent victim. Scarlet was heartbroken. I worked so hard to set this up, and you didn't say a word of gratitude, yet you blame it all on me? I'm the one who tied her up. And the one you slept with. Jiang Yubai was furious. I was hypnotized. It was beyond my control. Bullshit. Hypnosis isn't physical castration. You're perfectly energetic when it's time to get hard. How the hell do you, a spider, know this? I was practically glued to the bedside. I had a VIP viewing experience the whole time. Dead silence. Even the alert tone of the Qingnan radar scan paused for a moment. Jiang Yubai's vision went black, and he felt his soul and spirit dissipating. You watched the whole thing? I not only watched it, I also recorded it. Crimson blushed with smug satisfaction. Ultra HD and censored, triple physical backup in mechanical space. I'm keeping an eye out for scumbags like you who pull up their pants and then deny everything. Jiang Yubai's temples began to throb uncontrollably. Crimson. I'm going to ask you a question now, very, very calmly. Spit it out. What if my senior finds out about that video? She'll break you first, then dismantle me, destroy the video, and then dig a hole to bury herself alive. Crimson speaks faster than a Gatling gun. So what you should be thinking about right now is how to make her completely devoted to you, instead of bringing up old grievances with me. Jiang Yubai took a deep breath and then exhaled heavily. I shouldn't have created you in the first place. Too late. Do you think you can control your old woman? They can't control it. Indeed, I've never been able to control them. Second sister. An extremely gentle voice abruptly interrupted the argument. A holographic projection of azure and silver-gray color slowly appeared beside the control panel. She clasped her hands together, tilted her head, and stared quietly at Scarlet with her vertical pupils, her smile sending chills down one's spine. I have a question I'd like to ask you. Scarlet turned her head warily. Explain. What happened that night? Xingnang slowly counted on her fingers, her tone as seductive as the allure of the abyss. What exactly happened? Jiang Yubai and Fei Hong both froze. From your conversation just now, my sister has roughly deduced a set of logic. Xingnang's smile grew even sweeter. My second sister kidnapped a level 29 prodigy from the Dragon Kingdom in the wild and attacked him with hypnotic gas. This led to the commander having an encounter with that prodigy. She deliberately dragged out the last syllable. Irreversible deep physical contact. Scarlet picked up on the joke with remarkable ease. Jiang Yubai covered his face in anguish. Destroy it quickly. Chapter 30. After sending out the intelligence, she unplugged the internet. The senior student was furious. Chapter 30. After sending out the intelligence, she unplugged the internet. The senior was furious. Jiang Yubai buried her face in her hands, not daring to look at these two clowns at all. And then, that senior sister Ulan Qingduo is currently leading a group of people to search for you across the secret realm. Xingnang's voice was still so gentle it could melt water, yet it sent a chill down Jiang Yubai's spine. Saying find is too polite. To be precise, it's a settlement. She paused, a hint of mockery flashing in her vertical pupils. It's not just about stealing the spotlight in the secret realm this time, but also the good deed you did that night. Two stacked together, the fire is explosive. For the first time ever, Scarlet didn't argue. She just squatted on the armrest with her arms crossed, looking at him with a "you're dead" expression. With a slight twitch of Xingnang's fingertips, a line of small, gold-embossed characters popped up on the holographic screen. Before entering the secret realm, she said to herself, "If I don't die in there this time, I'll take care of you for the rest of my life." Jiang Yubai peeked out from between his fingers. What does this mean? Forced sugar daddy/sugar baby arrangement. It means she admitted it. Xingnang stared straight at him. She admitted to everything that happened that night. They're giving me life-saving rations and top-quality scrolls. A 23-year-old prodigy, intolerant of any flaws, has managed to achieve this. She tilted her head. Commander, this is already trampling on the dignity of the high-class beauty and forcing her to swallow it down. Jiang Yubai withdrew his fingers, feeling as guilty as a rat that had stolen oil. But what about you? You can't stay put and have to wander around everywhere. Killing to climb the leaderboard, defeating bosses above their level, and exploring secret rooms. Go where it's most dangerous. The sound of the green bag was as steady as a mirror. She's not angry that you're too strong, she's angry that you're disobedient and reckless, and even more angry that you don't let her control you at all. Every time you do something earth-shattering, you're essentially dancing in her minefield. The car was quiet for a moment. So now it's no use for me to just lie down and let them mock me? Jiang Yubai's voice was muffled in his palm. Killing traitors and delivering intelligence are acts of service to the Dragon Kingdom. But it's about extinguishing the fire in her heart. Xingnang had a smile on his lips. That's adding fuel to the fire. The more trouble you cause, the more afraid she is that you will rot outside one day. Scarlet slapped her thigh and jumped up in a fluster. So if you're saying we're going to die anyway, then why be a coward? I'll keep killing until I'm satisfied. Second sister, it's your reckless logic that led the commander to this point. Who are you calling a brute? You're a fake doctor who's all talk and no action. Can't even make a simple bandage. What are you pretending to be, Zhuge Liang? Crimson leaped directly in front of Xingnang, its mechanical compound eye shoving into Xingnang's pupil. As a medical institution, who have you cured? What else can your drone do besides dropping bombs? Can your suicide bombs reduce inflammation? Xingnang's elegant smile froze for a second. Second sister, my role is preventative medicine. That's a physical ritual to deliver the deceased. Her flushed voice rose 8 octaves. You're just a killing machine in a white coat, and you still have the nerve to analyze girls' psychology? Do you even know what it means to feel heartache? After shouting, Xingnang, she turned and pointed a finger at Jiang Yubai. And you! Don't think that killing a few traitors makes us even! What you owe them isn't just points, it's your life. Do you understand? Jiang Yu's eyelids twitched. So you mean I should slit my throat to pay her back? What I mean is, you'll have to pay for this while you're still alive. Crimson's voice deepened, carrying an undeniable domineering tone. Once you're out of the secret realm, stand obediently in front of her. Let her hit me, let her curse me, let her stab me with a spear. As long as you're not stabbed to death, you'll have to stand there and take it. That's what a real man is. As soon as she finished speaking, Crimson crouching ducked and plunged into the mechanical space, the entrance slamming shut with a bang, clearly furious. The only sound in the carriage was the low growl of the engine. Qingnong lowered her eyes, her fingers unconsciously stroking the metal ball at her waist. Commander, my second sister said I don't know how to heal people. Jiang Yubai looked up and noticed that Qingnong's expression had changed. She remained gentle, but a chilling, morbid beauty emanated from her vertical pupils. I really don't know how to suture, how to stop bleeding, or how to soothe the patient in a gentle way. In my logic, as long as the source of the harm is completely eliminated, there will be no pain. She opened her palm, and wisps of eerie green light seeped from between her fingers, like a living virus pulsating. Creation Sequence 02, Qingnan, Emotional Critical Point Reached, Obsession Awakens. Unlock Passive, Saprophytic Infection, Lv.99. Effect, all self-destructing units will release nanoviruses, deducting 0.1% of the target's current health per second for 30 seconds. This wound will never heal. Oh, I see. Qingnong looked at the green light in her palm and murmured softly. I can't heal wounds, but I can make the enemy's injuries bleed forever. Are you planning to take this medical approach all the way down to the underworld? Jiang Yubai's eyes twitched slightly. Isn't this the most elegant form of prevention? Qingnong looked up and smiled, her gentleness sending chills down one's spine. Watching the enemy's life slowly drain away until it reaches zero. This is the highest level of healing I can give. Jiang Yubai took a deep breath, his heart filled with mixed emotions. One is a violent demolition maniac, the other is an elegant yandere. This isn't a mechanic's place, it's clearly a madhouse. But Scarlet's words kept echoing in his mind. You owe me your life. Some debts are indeed unavoidable. He turned around, swiped open the communication panel, paused in midair for 3 seconds, and then started typing rapidly. Senior, secure the intelligence. 2 traders are moving northwest towards the dried-up riverbed, heading to the Sakura Kingdom's outpost. Those bastards from Matsushima have assembled a 9-nation coalition to encircle the Dragon Kingdom when the final boss spawns. The Korean Kingdom has sent 10 level 29 characters to watch you. Prepare in advance. Don't engage in direct confrontation. Jiang Yubai. Click send. Seeing the delivered message pop up on the screen, Jiang Yubai acted without the slightest hesitation. With a click, he simply pulled out the signal module of the communicator. Physical internet outage. As long as I log off quickly enough, you won't be able to curse me. Qingnong, turn off the lights, get out at full speed. Let's go to the forest in the northwest and be the orioles that catch the peep. As you wish, Commander. The tank accelerated with a roar, its tracks violently crushing the dead trees, disappearing into the depths of the mist like a silent beast. On the other side, deep within the poisonous miasma forest, Ulan Qingduo gripped the terminal tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. The recording on the screen had finished playing. The disgusting conversation between the 2 traders was pushing her to the limit with every word. 700 lives lost. The entire vanguard was wiped out. Chen Feng stood behind her, his hand already on the hilt of his knife, his murderous aura almost tangible. Lin Wei covered her mouth, her eyes red-rimmed. Zhao Laozi slammed the tower's shield into the ground, remaining silent, but everyone could feel the suppressed energy about to erupt. Following the recording was a terrifyingly detailed intelligence summary. Coalition coordinates, encirclement plan, and targeted surveillance list. Ulan Qingduo slowly lowered her hands and closed her eyes. Qingduo? Chen Feng called out tentatively. No response. But with Ulan Qingduo at the center, a layer of frost is spreading outwards like crazy. Wherever it passed, the poisonous miasma was instantly frozen into dust. The temperature in the originally dark passage plummeted to freezing point within seconds. He knew where the traitor was, and he also knew that the Allied forces were going to surround and kill me. Ulan Qingduo's voice was as cold as an Arctic ice blade, yet it carried a chilling quality. He had planned everything out and paved the way for me. Then, she opened her eyes, and the icy blue light in them almost overflowed. He unplugged the network cable. He actually dared to cut off the signal. Zhao Laozi silently raised the tower's shield, covering most of his face. Chen Feng silently fastened his helmet and pulled down his goggles. Lin Wei shrank her neck and leaned closer, her voice trembling. Is Sister Qingduo touched, or even angrier? Chen Feng swallowed hard and whispered. Have you ever seen what a volcano looks like before it erupts? Ah? She's already starting to smoke. Chapter 31. Enraging the boss who was letting down his business, his ashes were scattered. Chapter 31 angered the slacker boss, and his ashes were scattered in the northwest of the withered forest, where the dried-up riverbed was swept by sandstorms. Two figures ran wildly along the river. The person walking in front was a level 27 swordsman with a headband tied around his forehead and his hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist. A level 26 archer followed behind, wearing leather armor. He would take 3 steps and then look back, his face clearly showing his guilty conscience. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up! The swordsman urged impatiently. The archer swallowed hard, lowering his voice. The Songdo outpost is 3 kilometers ahead. Do you really think that level 10 Chinese mechanic from the Dragon Kingdom can kill him? What's it to me? The swordsman sneered. Even after filling in 700 vanguard soldiers, the sky didn't fall down. He shook the scabs off the back of his hand. Let's hand over this last set of coordinates, change our identities, and go to Japan to live a life of luxury. As for the Dragon Kingdom? Dead men tell no tales. The archer didn't respond. The two then moved forward another 400 meters or so. Just as they rounded a bend in the riverbed, the two stopped simultaneously. A war chariot was positioned across the middle of the river, completely blocking the road. A small dark green flag was stuck on the turret, with an extremely arrogant crooked smile painted on it in white paint. The archer nearly bumped into the swordsman's back, and was about to speak when he was interrupted by a "Shut up!" The riverbed is flanked by steep, bare mud walls, 6 or 7 meters high, with not even a mouse hole to hide in. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Is that the level 10 mechanic from the Dragon Kingdom? The archer drew back the bowstring half an inch and retreated nervously. The swordsman stared at the chariot for a few seconds, then chuckled and removed his hand from the hilt of his sword. That level 10 trash? Driving a piece of junk to set up a street stall here? The archer's voice was still fading. But he's been dominating the charts lately. They only killed lone, easy targets. It was all done through sneak attacks. The swordsman drew his long sword, the blade gleaming coldly in the wind. We're level 26 or 27, do you think we'd be intimidated by a level 10 noob? I might as well chop him down while I'm at it, and take his head to Matsushima to exchange for a few decades of lifespan. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. The archer gritted his teeth and strode toward the chariot. 10 steps. 5 steps. 3 steps. Click. The tank's air pressure door suddenly popped open. It was pitch black inside, and there wasn't a soul in sight. The two paused in their steps. In the depths of darkness, a pair of eerie purple vertical pupils lit up. Good afternoon, both patients. Qingnong's extremely gentle, mature voice drifted from the depths of the carriage, carrying a chilling laugh. Your sister has been waiting for you for a long time. We'll arrange physical resection surgery for you right away. The swordsman felt a chill run down his spine and, without saying a word, swung his sword at the car door. Before the blade could fall, his toe kicked something hard. He looked down. A metal ball the size of a fist was pressed against his boot, its surface flashing a deadly green light. Boom! Directional fragmentation explodes. There were no towering flames, only extreme, violent cutting. The powerful shockwave tore through the swordsman's lower body armor, ruptured the left femoral artery, and caused blood to spurt out half a meter away. The archers fared even worse. He had just drawn his bow fully when a death-dealing buzzing sound came from above. A drone swooped down face to face with him, and the self-destruct module under its wing exploded 2 meters above his head. The powerful shockwave, like a giant hammer, slammed the archer into the muddy riverbed, knocking out 2 of his front teeth. From the moment the trap was triggered to the moment both players were wiped out, it took less than 4 seconds. This was not a close battle at all. It was a one-sided intellectual crushing. 3 hours earlier, Jiang Yubai had Qingdao pinpoint the escape route of the 2 men and accurately calculated the blind spots around the corners. Lay the tank horizontally and plant the landmines. It's no different from fishing in commercial ponds with bait. Ah! The swordsman, dragging his bloodied and mangled left leg, gripped his knife with both hands and continued hacking at the car. A small, dark figure leaped off the roof of the car. Upon landing, the wind intensified the swell, instantly transforming it into a petite figure of only 1.2 meters tall. The dark red Lolita skirt fluttered in the wind, and her 2 ponytails left a trail of afterimages. Crimson held up an exaggeratedly large heavy shotgun, shoving the barrel directly into the swordsman's mouth. "My lord, times have changed." The little girl had a sweet voice, but her tone was extremely fierce. "Let's see who your broken knife can cut down now." Boom! 0 distance, face-to-face output. The swordsman was sent flying more than 10 meters away, his chest armor exploding into countless fragments. The long sword slipped from his hand and became firmly embedded in the mud wall in the distance. The archer had just emerged halfway out of the mud, his eyes darting around wildly, his hand just touching the teleportation scroll at his waist. A military boot slammed heavily onto his wrist. The sound of bones cracking is crisp and pleasant. The archer screamed and looked up. Jiang Yubai stood in front of him. He was only wearing a top-quality robe, the collar of which was casually open, and the sleeves were rolled up to his elbows. His face was expressionless, revealing the indifference of someone looking at a dead person. "How could you, a level 10 possibly?" The archer trembled in pain. Jiang Yubai completely ignored him. He turned his head and looked at the swordsman who was being trampled under the feet of the crimson figure. The swordsman's body was half-stained with blood, and he was gasping for breath like a broken bellows. Looking into Jiang Yubai's eyes, he panicked completely, and immediately put on a fawning expression. "Brothers, let's talk this out." Jiang Yubai squatted down, his voice very soft. "What's your name?" "Well-proportioned and correct." The swordsman swallowed a mouthful of blood and stammered. "Level 27, sword-wielding." "Who the hell asked about your level?" Jiang Yubai spoke calmly, yet every word was piercing. "I ask you, is the life of 700 of your compatriots enough to buy you a ticket to the land of cherry blossoms?" The swordsman's face turned deathly pale. The archer lay prone in the mud, shaking until he turned to dust. "How did you know?" "I'm asking you, is that enough?" Jiang Yubai repeated it again. The swordsman's eyes darted around, his lips trembled as he remained silent, but his right hand silently reached into his boot. Jiang Yubai saw it all clearly, but he didn't even lift his eyelids. The swordsman drew his hidden blade and thrust it straight at Jiang Yubai's throat. Bang! A gunshot rang out crisply and cleanly. A wisp of smoke rose from the submachine gun in Crimson's hand as an ice element armor-piercing bullet precisely shattered the swordsman's right wrist. Along with the hidden blade and 3 severed fingers, it flew far into the mud. The swordsman clutched his severed wrist, rolling on the ground and screaming in agony. Seeing this, the archer turned around, pulled out the dagger hidden behind his back, and tried to stab Jiang Yubai in the back. Click! A pleasant smell of disinfectant wafted by, and Qingnong was already standing behind him without him noticing. Long, slender, fair fingers held a shimmering green metal ball and affectionately pressed it against the back of the archer's head. "Sure, don't move." Her mature, older sister-like voice was so gentle it was as if she were soothing someone to sleep. "If my sister slips, your brains will be smeared all over the mud within a 5-meter radius." The archer froze, his dagger clattering to the ground. Jiang Yubai slowly stood up and casually patted the dust off his knees. The dried-up riverbed was silent except for the panting of the two traders. 700 people, and you just sold them off like that?" Jiang Yubai's voice was so loud it was suffocating. The swordsman gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his face. "The Dragon Kingdom's High Command used the last rule-based item to send more people into the secret realm." Jiang Yubai paused for a moment. "Do you know who was brought in as a replacement?" The archer's face, buried in the mud, twitched. "He is a level 1 piece of trash." Jiang Yubai pointed to his own nose and gave a self-deprecating twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Those veterans protected me tightly in the center of the formation and said to me, 'Before all the veterans are dead, it's not up to a level 1 newbie to tank monsters.'" The swordsman's Adam's apple bobbed laboriously, and he even forgot to scream. The archer collapsed to the ground, too weak to move. "Now, half of those veterans are dead." Jiang Yubai looked down at them, and a crack finally appeared in the emotion in his eyes. "I have never done any good deeds in my life. I only wanted to live a life of leisure and wait to die. You have forced me to commit murder and arson." Jiang Yubai uttered these words slowly and deliberately, squeezing them out through clenched teeth. "Because of you bunch of scum, I'm forced to live and die in this mess. Forced to fight monsters much stronger than themselves, forced to risk their lives against those insane bosses. All I want is to live out the 1,000-year lifespan my parents left me and quietly be a useless piece of trash. What did I do wrong?" There was no hysteria, but the suppressed despondency and rage were enough to terrify the two of them. The archer burst into tears and kowtowed repeatedly, rolling and crawling on his hands. "We're sorry, we were forced into this. They threatened our families." Jiang Yubai lowered her eyes and looked at him one last time. Just one glance. Then I looked away. All the anger on his face faded, leaving only emptiness. It was a deathly silence, like someone forced to work overtime all night after all their strength had been drained. Crimson. "I'm here." They probably performed a physical ritual to help him pass on to the afterlife. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp gunshots rang out, without the slightest hesitation. The riverbed has returned to calm. Jiang Yubai turned around and dragged his tired steps to the chariot. Suddenly he slammed his fist on the armor, tilted his head back, and cursed loudly at the sky. "What a disaster! All I wanted to do was slack off." A furious roar, filled with resentment, echoed through the dried-up valley, startling several carrion birds into flight. Crimson stood beside the 2 headless corpses and blew away the gunpowder smoke from the muzzle. Surprisingly, he didn't offer any sarcastic remarks. He just pursed his lips and muttered something under his breath. "You're wasting my bullets." Qingnong leaned against the carriage door, her dark purple vertical pupils half closed. Unconsciously, her fair fingertips tossed and caught the deadly green bomb, spun it 3 times, and then stopped. She looked up at Jiang Yubai's devastated back and smiled gently. Green, corrosive fumes seeped out from between my fingers. "It's so heartbreaking," she whispered in a Yandra-like voice that only she could hear. "The next person who dares to make the commander unhappy will be chopped up very, very evenly by my sister." Chapter 32, The final boss has appeared, and 2 madmen have joined the fray. Chapter 32, The final boss has been refreshed, and the 2 madmen have been online for 6 days. Later, in the post-war review report issued by the Supreme Command of the Dragon Kingdom, these 6 days were referred to as the River Valley Plague Period. It actually has absolutely nothing to do with the plague. It was just a tracked vehicle wandering around the northwest corner of the secret realm like a wild ghost, and wherever it went, the signal had to be uprooted. Day 1. 4 Animite job changers camped overnight in the valley. In the middle of the night, a self-destructing drone slid into the gap between the tent turf. After 4 muffled thuds, the tattered rag was blown to the treetops by the blast wave and fluttered in the wind all night. The main focus is on physical exorcism, leaving no survivors. The next day, a 3-person reconnaissance team from Japan, seeking thrills in the dense forest, insisted on following fresh tracks. The leader had just stepped on a mine, while the 2 behind him were still discussing in bastard language whether it was bait. Bang! After the bombing, the world went quiet. There's no need to discuss it anymore. One went to see his great-grandmother on the spot, while the other 2 fell into the pit, clutching their broken legs and howling in pain. Immediately afterwards, Crimson leaped down from the treetop. 2 headshots, and he's gone. The third day. A level 28 swordsman from the Korean country is washing his face by the river. Looking down, a faint green light floated on the water's surface. A metal ball the size of a fist is slowly swaying downstream. By the time he realized what was happening and tried to pull up his pants and run away, the ball had already cracked. There was no earth-shattering fire, just a muffled poof. Enchanted with green nanoparticles, it frantically drains blood, cell by cell. The swordsman charged into the forest like a madman. Before he could run 30 meters, the crimson ice element armor-piercing bullet precisely pierced his shoulder blade. He plunged headfirst into the riverbank, sword clutched in his hand, dying with his eyes wide open. Day 4. The Allied forces finally panicked. Matsushima immediately ordered that everyone should stick together in groups of at least 5. What's the point? 5 people went out to fight monsters, but their hometown supply point was blown up. 5 people stayed behind, while Qingnang's drone swarm went over and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Once the formation broke up, Crimson called out names from the back row. Jiang Yubai sprawled in the co-driver's seat of the tank like a lump of mud, watching the red dots on the holographic radar being removed one by one, and yawned in boredom. These foreigners are really stubborn, lining up to give me experience points. Day 5. An 8-person joint patrol team is traveling through the canyon. Suddenly, everything above my head was dark. 20 drones swooped down from all directions like a suicide squad, detonating in rapid succession like dumplings being dropped into a pot. A thick green mist billowed into the sky, choking people so much that their senses seemed to distort. After the screams subsided, the 3 of them melted together. The remaining 5 were covered in nanoviruses, their health bars were almost depleted, and they couldn't even hold their weapons steady. Scarlet swaggered in through the poisonous fog. 1 shot, 1 kill, fair and just. Day 6. The camps in various countries were in complete chaos, with everyone talking about one word, ghost train. They didn't even know if the person in the driver's seat was a human, or a ghost. All I know is that the car disappeared after it was hit. You can't catch up with them, you can't block them, you can't defend against them. Meanwhile, on the points leaderboard, the name, Jiang Yubai, skyrocketed from over 3,000 to over 1,000. By the time the stall closed on the 6th day, my personal score was consistently among the top 3. It directly dragged the bottom-ranked Dragon Kingdom to the middle. 6 days, 117 heads. They went completely on a killing spree. Meanwhile, Ulan Qingduo spent the last 6 days practically breathing in car exhaust fumes. It's always just a little too late, like stepping on the gas. The first time, she chased them to the scorched camp in the valley. The tracks on the ground were still fresh, and the mud around them hadn't dried completely. The second time, she found the wreckage of a crashed drone in the dense forest. The wing mounting holes were empty, the self-destruct module had been completely removed, and steam was still rising from the screw holes. The third time, she stood at the ambush point in the canyon. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and the toxic fumes still clung to below the knees, not yet completely dissipated. But the person is gone. Every time, it runs faster than a rabbit. She opened the panel expressionlessly, staring at Jiang Yubai's communication ID, offline. For 6 whole days, not even a single punctuation mark was sent. Day 7. The announcement from Heavenly Tao has caused a stir. The ultimate guardian boss of the National Fortune Secret Realm will appear in 12 hours. Note, the final boss is level 35. Poisonous Miasma Forest, temporary camp. 312 Dragon Kingdom job changers lined up. Ulan Qingduo stood at the very front. His silver scale armor was covered with patchwork and repair marks, and his ice blue spear stood upright beside him, its tips still covered with dark red scabs. The final boss will appear in 12 hours. Her voice was cold and clear, and the entire camp fell silent. I'll go alone. The quiet air was ignited. No! Chen Feng rushed out. A level 35 boss, are you going to die alone? The country's order is for you to return alive. Ulan Qingduo didn't even lift her eyelids before interrupting. More than 300 lives, we can't gamble with them anymore. You all spread out and farm monsters to increase your score. Lin Wei's knuckles turned white as she gripped the dagger, and although her lips moved, she couldn't utter a single word. Chen Feng stubbornly tried to stop him, but Zhao Laosi quickly grabbed him. Sister Qingduo. Lin Wei finally spoke, her voice trembling. You can't possibly defeat the final boss by yourself, so what are you even doing there? I don't fight the boss. Ulan Qingduo's eyes were as still as a deep well. The 9 Kingdoms Alliance is definitely grouped up at the spawn point. I'll go check it out and see if I can snatch the final blow. Grab what you can, and retreat if you can't. She paused for a moment, her tone leaving no room for argument. A person can go in and come out. No one dared to speak anymore. Ulan Qingduo drew her spear, turned around, and walked decisively into the dense forest. Chen Feng stood frozen in place, his shoulders pressed tightly down by Zhao Laosi. Watching the silver figure disappear, Zhao Laosi sighed and muttered in a low voice. You guys don't know anything. She wasn't going to steal the boss. Chen Feng was stunned. Zhao Laosi gestured towards the leaderboard with his lip. The top 3 spots were occupied by that name that sent chills down everyone's spine. That kid was on the leaderboard for 6 whole days with his unparalleled skill. Zhao Laosi curled his lip. Now that the final boss has appeared, do you think those old foxes will obediently cower in their dens? Qingduo is going to ambush someone. The secret Central Highlands. 17 kilometers from the boss spawn point. The tank shut down and lay dormant in the half-collapsed underground cave. Jiang Yubai slumped in the driver's seat and pulled open the control panel. 6 days of intense, forced work resulted in all skills and talents being upgraded to level 2. The mana regeneration from Spirit Stealing's critical strikes has increased to 1.5%, and the enchantment damage of Elemental Harmony has surged to 20%. Crimson perched on his shoulder, a tiny spider the size of a palm, its bright red compound eyes fixed intently on the direction of the spawn point. On the holographic radar, the light spots were frantically converging towards that coordinate, like a swarm of leeches that had caught blood. The 9-Nation Alliance has confirmed a total of 5,392 members. Qingnang's sophisticated, mature voice echoed in the carriage as she reported data as if reciting a menu. They're all garbage that's eager to be used as fertilizer. Jiang Yubai closed his eyes, his fingers tapping the steering wheel unconsciously. Where's the senior? Qingnang paused for a moment, then his tone unusually carried a hint of disdain. Single signal, moving toward target area. Lone wolf, without any burdens. Jiang Yubai's fingers stopped, and he remained silent. On the radar, more than 5,000 red dots were densely packed together. Meanwhile, in the southernmost part of the area, a blue dot was heading straight towards the red light. Jiang Yubai stared at the blue dot. 1 second. 2 seconds. He sighed resignedly, took out the signal module he had pried off 6 days earlier, and inserted it back into the card slot. Buzz! The communication terminal lit up. What's gotten into you again? With a stomp of her short, crimson legs, 8 eyes immediately turned to stare at her. Jiang Yubai turned the communication off again and rolled over to find a comfortable position. Don't open it yet, wait for the boss to show itself first. Scarlet stared at him for a full 3 seconds, her compound eyes flashing red. What mischief are you plotting? Jiang Yubai leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes as if he had no bones. I'll take a nap first. Then what? Then. He paused for a moment, a dangerous yet helpless smile curving his lips. Let's see if there's a chance to land the final blow. We can't afford to lose this big one. There was a 2-second silence in the car. Crimson slowly turned her head, looked at the single-minded blue dot on the radar, and then at her own hypocritical host. The little girl finally couldn't take it anymore and squeezed out a perfectly enunciated Chinese curse through gritted teeth. You two are such a perfect match. You two are a bunch of lunatics. Chapter 33 Everyone's a noob. Tens of thousands of players use positioning tactics against each other. Chapter 33 Everyone's a number 6. Tens of thousands of players are using each other's positioning to exploit the boss's respawn point for the 3rd hour. Jiang Yubai lay sprawled on a protruding rock platform halfway up the mountain, like a salted fish. He was covered by a soft, heat-insulating blanket pulled from the tank, and the stone eaves above his head served as cover, completely blocking his view. The boss spawn point is 7 kilometers directly ahead. With remarkable foresight, Qingdao reduced the brightness of the holographic radar projection to its lowest level and attached it to the rock wall. The surface was covered with countless tiny lights. Red, yellow, blue, and green. The colors are clearly distinguished by nationality. The most red color is concentrated on the north side of the basin. That was the kingdom of Sakura and its 9-nation allied forces, totaling more than 5,300 people. The remaining dozen or so countries are like bulk canned goods, clustered around the basin. The entire Asian region has tens of thousands of people. They were all crammed into one pit, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. It's out. Qingdang's gentle, mature voice rang in my earpiece. Jiang Yubai raised his head. 7 kilometers away, the ground in the center of the basin is collapsing violently. Mud and rocks poured in, and dust rose dozens of meters high like an angry dragon. Immediately afterwards, a dark golden beam of light tore through the earth and shot straight into the sky. 7 kilometers away, the rocky platform beneath Jiang Yubai's feet was trembling violently and uneasily. He steadied himself and picked up the binoculars. Amidst the swirling dust and mist, a colossal object slowly rose from the ground. Big. Outrageously large. Its terrifying body, 30 meters tall, is covered with layers of dark golden rock. With each step it took, the ground looked as if it had been struck by a meteorite. A deep pit was created, and rubble flew in all directions like bullets. This is not a living thing at all, it is a natural disaster. National Fortune Secret Realm Ultimate Guardian Boss, Rock Emperor Ergen Lv.99. Health points, 10 million. Seize the 10 million. Jiang Yubai silently put down the binoculars, closed his eyes, and paused for 3 seconds. 10 million blood. The crimson figure perched on his shoulder remained silent. 8 short mechanical legs twitched, and compound eyes stared at the golden mobile fortress in the distance. Her silence indicates that even this grumpy little girl thinks the data is ridiculously absurd. Based on my current total firepower reserves. Qingdao paused for a moment, his tone revealing an absolutely rational data analysis. Emptying the ammunition depot will probably take away about 30,000 points of its health. 3 per 1,000. Pure gua sha. Jiang Yubai buried his face in the heat-insulating blanket in despair. Then tell me, are you going to use your head to deliver the final blow? The premise is that we need free laborers to help us clear out the previous 9,997,000 health bars. Qingdao chuckled softly, with a chilling elegance. So now we're watching the show. No one dared to make the first move. Tens of thousands of people surrounded the basin, divided into more than a dozen camps, but not a single one dared to go up and use a basic attack. Rock King strolled around in the center of the basin, and with a casual sweep of its tail, it leveled half of a small hill. Everyone was staring at each other. Everyone is waiting for others to make the first move so they can comfortably sit back and enjoy the spoils. Jiang Yubai shifted to a more comfortable position and yawned. Same as me. What do you mean, same as you? Scarlet sneered. Everyone's just trying to survive. Her crimson compound eyes flashed wildly, but she couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. That's really sneaky. On the northern highlands, the 5,000 people of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom were arranged in an orderly formation. The shield-bearers stood at the front, the mages huddled behind, and Matsushima's military flag was planted at the highest point, not even daring to flutter too much in the wind. The Persian-Indian allied forces to the south were even more ruthless. Their 2,000-plus men stood far away, not even drawing their weapons. He's even more cunning than Jiang Yubai. The smaller countries to the west are even more disorganized, maintaining a safe distance of 300 meters between each other, for fear of being betrayed by their teammates. More than 10,000 light spots formed a lifeless ring on the radar. Humans did indeed surround the boss. But no human being feels that they are in a superior position right now. They're all counting other people's heads. Qingnang's voice was as gentle as water. Whoever makes the first move is the biggest culprit. Jiang Yubai complained. Fighting the boss results in the death of your own people, while not fighting the boss allows others to take advantage of the situation, a classic prisoner's dilemma. Your understanding of game theory is quite good. I just coasted through my elective courses in high school. 6 hours have passed. Still no one moved. Rock Emperor strolled around 3 times, crushing a hill and flattening a riverbed. 10,000 people just watched it stroll around in a dull and lifeless way. It's like 10,000 diners surrounding a fish tank. All of them are tempted, but none of them want to get their hands wet to scoop up the fish. The scene where Qingnang suddenly reports a famous moment. The 3 shield bearers in the front row of the Persian army moved forward 50 meters, and then retreated. Testing the waters? It was a wasted effort. The mages in the back row didn't even stand up. Scarlet finally couldn't hold back any longer and went straight from the excitement phase to the rage phase. Hit them! Attack them! Every single one of them, stand here as punishment. I'm going down there right now and I'll show these cowards how to initiate a team fight with a flash. Jiang Yubai grabbed her by the back of the neck and ruthlessly suppressed her. You're just a first to creation. If someone were to stomp on you, you wouldn't even have a piece of good iron left. Scarlet was so angry that she kicked her legs wildly in midair. Jiang Yubai casually stuffed her into his shirt pocket, his fingertips gliding over the radar as he dragged the map southeast. 11 kilometers away. The bottom of a dried-up underground river. A lone blue dot of light, hidden beneath a layer of broken rocks several meters thick. Ulan Qingduo. This woman was even better hidden than him. Qingnang's fully equipped 50-kilometer radar almost missed her. She didn't move either. Jiang Yubai stared at the blue dot. Yes. The green bag responded. Since the boss spawned, this senior's position has not shifted by even a millimeter. Jiang Yubai didn't speak, but tapped his fingers lightly on the stone wall. He remembered what he had said earlier. Let's see if we can land the final blow. This woman definitely thinks the same way. A man and a woman, separated by 11 kilometers of wasteland, squatted in their respective deep pits, plotting the same dirty deal. Crimson poked half its head out of its pocket, and gave the most accurate and insightful commentary. You two definitely have that serious illness. The 10th hour. The turning point has finally arrived. It wasn't that anyone suddenly developed a spirit of sacrifice. Rather, it was that 2 small teams from Korea and Annam started fighting without any warning. Perhaps it was to grab a VIP spectator spot, perhaps it was a long-standing grudge, or perhaps it was because he had been waiting for 10 hours and developed a temper. On the holographic radar, 2 clusters of light are locked together, and within seconds one of them will be extinguished forever. It's starting. Jiang Yubai rolled over and lay flat on his stomach. Qingnang's voice remained calm. It was 4 hours later than I expected. The shootout lasted only 3 minutes. But those 3 minutes are enough to pour a bucket of gasoline into a powder keg. When the Persian-Indian Allied forces in the south saw the chaos in the east, their first reaction was not to intervene. Instead, they took advantage of the chaos to push forward 200 meters, trying to get a free damage dealer. Upon seeing this, the Japanese were displeased, and Matsushima immediately ordered the entire 5,000-strong front to advance. This made the small countries in the west really uneasy. If you bet, I'll bet too. If I don't bet, I'll lose a fortune. Tens of thousands of people, like dominoes that have been violently toppled, rushed irrationally into the center of the basin. 10 hours of feigned understanding shattered into dust in 3 minutes. Immediately afterwards, the Rock Emperor, whose peaceful slumber had been disturbed, stirred. Its massive, mountain-like forelimbs suddenly rose and slammed down on the fastest charging team. Boom! The ground collapsed, creating a sinkhole. More than 20 people were melted on the spot before they could even let out a scream. The melee has officially begun. Chapter 34 is all crippled? Drones are preparing to raid their base. Chapter 34, they're all crippled? The drone is preparing to raid their base at dawn. It wasn't that the sun had come out, but rather that the golden light emanating from the boss had turned half the sky a dark yellow. Jiang Yubai rolled over like a salted fish. The thermal blanket was already wrinkled like dried pickled vegetables, and the cold dew on my back dripped straight down my spine. He lay motionless on that broken rock for 30 hours. My back ached as if I had been run over by a strong man weighing hundreds of kilograms, and both of my legs were basically amputated from the knees down. But he didn't budge an inch. The holographic radar projection of Qingdao was faintly attached to the rock wall, with the brightness turned down to the lowest setting. The image above is so realistic that even a top-tier mental hospital couldn't capture this effect. Tens of thousands of signal points representing various countries are crammed into the basin, grinding each other like meat. While scraping the boss, they also bleed their allies. The Persian Mage Guild had just given the boss a fiery bath when, upon turning around, they found all their fragile members had been groped by the sixth assassin from Annam. The Sakura Kingdom's allied forces struggled to erect a shield wall, barely managing to withstand a powerful dragon tail attack from the boss. The Korean swordsman inside the shield wall performed a backstab on the spot, killing 2 Japanese nurses with a single blow. The Siamese archers were hiding in the distance, dealing damage for free, when a stray arrow, seemingly out of nowhere, struck them right between the eyebrows. This directly ignited a full-scale, irreconcilable war between them and the neighboring Indian kingdom. The main theme is someone who doesn't recognize his own family. The number of patients is decreasing sharply. Qingdang's sexy, mature voice, which sent shivers down one's spine, rang out in the earpiece. She read the battle damage reports every hour with the beauty of a critical illness notice. In the first hour, 437 people were physically evaporated. In the third hour, a total of 1,200 people lost vital signs. In the sixth hour, medical records for 2,800 people were filed. The 12th hour. Qingdao paused, a hint of morbid pleasure in his tone. The number of survivors is less than 5,000. Jiang Yubai tapped the rock listlessly. How much blood does that big rock have left? Life points, 7.2 million, 72% remaining. More than half of the more than 10,000 top-tier combatants were killed. They managed to rub off only a layer of skin from the Rock Emperor. Scarlet popped her little head out of Jiang Yubai's pocket, her twin ponytails shaking angrily. Are these idiots missing their brains? I could shoot with my foot and still be more accurate than them. 60% of the damage went straight to friendly fire. Jiang Yubai was too lazy to pay attention to this violent little girl. He set up his high-powered telescope and glanced at the center of the basin. The ground was covered with corpses that had been pixelated. Broken weapons and scattered equipment fragments were mixed with blood and mud, making it impossible to distinguish one from another. The boss also looked pathetic, with dozens of cracks carved into its dark gold rock shell, and rubble falling down in a flurry. But it remained lively and energetic, and a single swipe of its paw would elicit a chorus of howls. Jiang Yubai put down his binoculars. With a pull of the skateboard, the radar switched to the southeast. That lone blue star representing Ulan Qingduo. It remained completely still. That crazy woman still didn't move. Scarlett's 8 compound eyes flashed red light as she gritted her teeth. Are you just sitting here with her, trying to keep her company? Jiang Yubai sighed. I call this a cautious approach. I'll wait for my senior to go up and initiate the team fight first, while I, as a mechanic, can stay behind and launch surprise attacks. What was she thinking about while she was squatting in the toilet? Jiang Yubai remained silent for 2 seconds, his lips twitching. That woman is probably waiting for me to go out and act as bait. Scarlett was so angry she laughed. Incredible! You 2 old fools might as well just become sworn brothers right here and now. The 18th hour. The numbers on the radar are still dropping wildly. Number of survivors, 3,100. Boss HP, 5.2 million. The chaotic battle in the basin eventually devolved into a one-sided meat grinder. The remaining members of the group tacitly stopped fighting. It wasn't a sudden pang of conscience. The blue tubes and blood vials were truly emptied. Matsushima's flag was still flying over the northern highlands, and the Allied forces of 5,300 men had been reduced to just over 1,000. The combined Persian and Indian forces numbered only 600. The remaining scattered countries combined amount to less than 1,000. All told, it's a little over 2,000. A desperate roar came from afar. On the north side of the basin, several high-ranking team leaders huddled together, shouting wildly, at a safe distance of 30 meters. Xingnan decisively intercepted the signal and synchronized the conversation to the headset. Matsushima's voice came first, filled with exasperation. If we keep fighting, the boss won't die, but we'll be sent back to our hometown first. Crimson snorted coldly. Isn't that obvious? The Persian leader's voice had already cracked. 300 people from the Dragon Kingdom, and we haven't even seen a single hair of them. Don't you think this is strange? Matsushima gritted his teeth and remained silent for a few seconds. They either die in the poisonous miasma, or they broaden their horizons. Wait until we're all dead before you loot the loot. Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow. This little notebook actually has some brains. But not entirely. The people from India couldn't wait to interrupt. Cease fire! Everyone focus fire on the boss. Whoever lands the final blow gets to keep it. Where are those people from the Dragon Kingdom? We'll talk about it once we're out. 300 defeated soldiers, we'll finish off the boss and send them on their way. After 2 minutes of discussion, an agreement was reached. On the holographic radar, the light spots that were originally tearing each other apart began to loosen, retreat, and rearrange themselves. They all aimed at the huge golden spot of light in the center of the basin. The fighting has stopped, Xingnan said. Jiang Yubai hummed in agreement. More than 2,000 people turned their guns on Yanhuang, unleashing their skills as if they were free. Spells, arrows, flashes of swords, and shadows of spears, one wave after another. Gua Sha has finally become an effective treatment. 5 million. 4,800,000. 4.5 million. Jiang Yubai glanced at the southeast direction again. The blue dot remained still. He waited for an hour, but nothing happened. 2 hours, 3 hours. The crimson electronic compound eyes were almost short-circuited from flickering. You've been staring at her for 3 hours, she said sarcastically. Should I personally go and send her a team invitation? Jiang Yubai turned off the radar and sighed dejectedly. No need to watch, she won't make a move. Crimson was taken aback. Why? If she wanted to mess with this boss, with her strength, she should have gone down there and gone on a killing spree long ago. Jiang Yubai's eyes were clear, but his tone was somewhat helpless. She's not waiting for the boss to have a sliver of health left. Then what are we waiting for? She was waiting for me to have an attack. Crimson didn't understand. Jiang Yubai gave a bitter smile. This woman knows I can't resist this kind of temptation. As long as I can't resist grabbing it, the signal will be revealed. She doesn't need to look for anyone, she can just come and pick them up directly. Crimson gasped for breath of cold noodles. Is this woman poisonous? Qingnong, check it out. Jiang Yubai stroked his chin. Even if we're just here as decorations, where does the Dragon Kingdom rank in terms of national fortune points right now? Reporting to the commander, 5th place. The sound of the green bag was steady. The top 3 will receive awards, and those who come in 4th place and below will be penalized. How much can my personal first kill against a higher level opponent, plus the points from these past few days of guerrilla warfare, be worth? Enough to pull the Dragon Kingdom out of the red line of punishment, and completely offset the loss. It means that even if we don't fight over this broken stone, the Dragon Kingdom won't collapse. Exactly accurate. Qingnong added. But if you insist on trying to get kills in a firepower network of 2,000 people, given our current combat strength model. Survival rate? Less than 4%, of which it has great medical anatomical value. Jiang Yubai finally understood. Ulan Qingduo, that protective woman, was even more cunning than him. It's not worth it. In her eyes, risking one's life for the first kill of a boss is pure idiocy. She only has one thing to do. Jiang Yubai walked out of the secret realm hole. That's all. The rocky platform remained quiet for a long time. The wind blew in through the cracks, lifting the edges of the insulation blanket. Inside the basin, more than 2,000 people are still fighting the boss to the death. Rock Emperor's health bar is dropping 1 bar at a time. 4 million. Jiang Yubai suddenly recalled the scene on the Longwa playground before they set off. The veteran sandwiched him, a fragile figure, right in the middle of their formation. The tall shield-bearer patted him on the shoulder and laughed, scolding him. Before all the veterans are dead, it's not your turn, a level 1 newbie, to get beaten up. Then, without looking back, the group plunged into the deadly, poisonous forest. Jiang Yubai opened his eyes, and his expression had completely changed. Qingnong. I am here, master. Are there any drones left in stock? 17 hummingbirds, all equipped with self-destruct modules, are ready to perform physical excision surgery for you at any time. That's enough. Jiang Yubai slowly propped himself up. I lay there for 30 hours, and even my bones were cracking. Let them out. Crimson immediately perked up, pulling back the bolt with a click-clack sound. Just blow it up. I'll show them what it means that truth lies only within the blast radius. What's the rush? Jiang Yubai slapped her back into his pocket, gazing at the dilapidated rock behemoth 7 kilometers away. We're not going to bomb people. What are they going there for? Jiang Yubai chuckled softly, revealing his inherent cunning. Let's go give them a medical checkup first. Let's see which crack on this boss is the deepest. The electronic vertical pupils of Qingnong lit up instantly. Yes, ma'am, I'll go and take its pulse right away. 17 miniature drones, each carrying high-explosive bombs, slid out like ghosts along the dead corners of the rock face, silently scattering into the basin. At the same time, the bottom of the underground river 11 kilometers away. Ulan Qingduo, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. The cold spear reflects the snow, and the dragon pattern lights up. Chapter 35, The Self-Destructing Drone Scouts the Way. That senior sister address was so smooth. Chapter 35, The Self-Destructing Drone Scouts the Way. That senior sister was so smooth. The formation in the basin has been completely destroyed. On the holographic radar, Rock Emperor's health bar is stuck at the 3.5 million mark. Jiang Yubai lay sprawled on the rocky platform like a salted fish, staring at the numbers that were jumping wildly every second. 3,480,000. 3,450,000. 3,410,000. The rate at which health is lost has increased significantly. The boss's shell was mostly broken, revealing a large area of dark red soft tissue. An exposed wound will lose thousands of health points with just one cut. More than 2,000 people risked their lives for 30 hours, finally managing to wear down this level 35 catastrophe-level behemoth, cutting into its flesh with every strike. Master, all 17 hummingbirds have reached the preset altitude and are ready to perform physical removal at any time. Qingnang's gentle, mature voice flowed through the earpiece. The target crack has been located, on the left side of the abdomen, in the area of crustal detachment in the 4th section. How deep is that crack? Jiang Yubai asked. 40 centimeters deep, with a width perfectly suited for 2 high-explosive metal spheres. If it explodes inside your stomach, how much damage will it cause? Jiang Yubai's tone was laced with calculation. The Qingnang pauses for half a second, then enters precise calculation. Single critical hit cap is 1,800. Double bullets detonate in a closed space, increasing damage by 40%. In conjunction with my saprophytic infection, it deducts 10/10,000ths of your current health every second. She chuckled softly, a hint of madness in her voice. If it is triggered when its health drops below 50,000, there is a very high probability that it will be reset to 0. Jiang Yubai clicked his tongue. 50,000. This means he has to be like an extremely patient old hunter, waiting for the group of laborers below to drain his 3 million plus health bar dry. Then, precisely targeting that fleeting killing line, they fed the bomb into a slit only 40 centimeters wide. The script was better written than anything in Hollywood, but if his hand slipped even slightly, he'd be out of a job. TCH stopped dreaming. Crimson fur darted out of his pocket, skillfully climbing up his collar and shoulders, his compound eyes flashing with a warlike red light. Those little bastards in Matsushima are treating you like you're a thief. If your few beat-up planes dare to show their faces, they'll be the first to get excited. Jiang Yubai remained noncommittal. During those 6 days of guerrilla warfare, he used self-destructing drones to send a large number of people away. Even if Matsushima had a pig's brain, he should have developed PTSD from all that. Qingnang, take a look at the Northern Highlands. How many people are left behind Songdao to watch the show? 12 people, all independent of the main formation, are forming a fan shape to defend the outer airspace. Qingnang answered instantly. All ranged attack types, level range 27 to 29. His crimson compound eyes flashed wildly as he ground his teeth and sneered. What a typical air defense interception network, it's purely aimed at drones. Jiang Yubai sighed. 12 level 30 French-style turrets, their crossfire can turn a 300-meter-high sky into an impenetrable fortress. No matter how fast a drone is, it's still just for delivering food. Matsushima's scheme has hit his weak spot. Throw 6 planes out. Jiang Yu didn't even lift his eyelids. Scarlet turned her head and stared at him. You only have 17 left. Throwing them out now is just giving them free experience points. Yes, let's use them as cannon fodder to scout ahead. Jiang Yubai's tone was languid. Go test their firepower response speed and see if there are any leaks in this iron barrel. Crimson was speechless and choked with emotion, finally managing to utter a sentence after a long pause. You're absolutely wicked. Qingnang, the first batch of 6 aircraft, cutting in at low altitude from the northeast. Go all out, be arrogant, no need to hide. Jiang Yubai gave the order. Yes, ma'am. 6 miniature drones, each equipped with a self-destruct module, hurtled forward like 6 deadly venomous bees, skimming along the gravel path. The engine roared and screeched as it tore through the air. Just 3 seconds. 12 skill beams lit up simultaneously on the Northern Highlands. Fireballs, wind blades, lightning bolts, and ice spikes intertwined to form an impenetrable barrage of death, completely locking down the 300-meter-wide airspace. The first one was split in 2 by the wind blades. The second plane was hit by an ice spike, its wings frosted over, and it crashed headfirst into the ground. Just as the third aircraft was about to pull up, 2 fireballs slammed down one after the other, exploding into a shower of parts. 6 planes, 4 seconds, all destroyed. Not a single plane managed to fly into the basin. Interception radius of 400 meters. Reaction delay of 1.3 seconds. Qingnang's tone remained gentle, but the data he presented was utterly disheartening. There is a coverage gap of about 30 meters in the southeast direction, but the enemy can complete the fire support within 0.8 seconds. Damn! 0.8 seconds? My bullets couldn't even get past that. Scarlet was so angry she wanted to smash the gun. Jiang Yubai continued to lie on the rock, feigning death, his eyes fixed on the radar. 6 of them were used as fireworks. All they have left are 6 core combat units equipped with high-explosive metal spheres. How do you manage to withstand the barrage of attacks from 12 high-level mages and send a bomb right under the boss's belly? According to the calculation method of Qingnang, the survival rate is less than 4%. This is like defying death itself. It's pure suicidal thinking. What exactly are we going to do? Just shut up already! Scarlet was so anxious she kept scratching her head. Jiang Yubai ignored her and lightly swiped his finger across the holographic screen. The radar image then shifted to the southeast corner. A pale blue dot representing friendly forces is flashing. It's moving. Ulan Qingduo's exclusive signal is hurtling toward the basin at an extremely terrifying speed. She moved. Jiang Yubai's fingers stiffened slightly. She got off to a flying start the moment you sent out the first batch of drones. Qingnang delivered the finishing blow at the opportune moment. Jiang Yubai stared at the point of light, feeling a headache coming on. The first batch of drones were deployed, and the energy fluctuations from the skill clashes could not be hidden from the senior student. He should have guessed that this woman, who had been obsessively squatting for 30 hours, was waiting for him to finally reveal his coordinates. She had only one simple and direct thought in her mind. Drag out Jiang Yubai, that weakling, and break his legs that are running around aimlessly. I'm fucking speechless. Jiang Yubai buried her face in the thermal blanket and let out a desperate sigh. What's wrong now? What's gotten into you? Scarlet asked, puzzled. That crazy woman's calculations are more accurate than mine. Jiang Yubai raised his head listlessly, his expression even more somber than if he were visiting a grave. She knew that my trump card couldn't break through the air defense network of those 12 people. Crimson glanced at the rapidly rising blue coordinates on the screen, then at her master's hopeless state. Then you can just keep lying there like a turtle. Anyway, with her superhuman mobility, there's only one more chance. Your hiding place will be reached in 7 minutes. Qingnang gently accepted the verdict. Jiang Yubai felt a sudden, sharp pain in his heart. 7 minutes? Once she charged in front of them, both of them were exposed to Matsushima's radar. A level 29 melee prodigy is dragging along a level 10 mechanic who's so fragile he'll break at the slightest touch. I'm surrounded by 2,000 people, and there's a level 35 berserk boss next to me. This plot doesn't even deserve to be called feeding kills. It's pure double kills delivered from afar. He struggled to reach out, his fingertips touching the edge of the communicator, before cowardly pulling his hand back. What's your zodiac sign anyway? Are you a teenage mutant ninja turtle? Crimson jumped on his shoulder, unleashing her full taunt skill. Are you too embarrassed to ask your senior for help? Or are you afraid of incurring her favor by sleeping with her? There's no need to be so coy. Jiang Yubai was hit where it hurt and remained silent for a full 3 seconds. All correct. Hi, trash. Scarlet rolled her eyes. Jiang Yubai froze for another 2 seconds. The boss's mournful roar in the basin, mixed with artillery fire, shook the rock walls, causing dust to fall. We can't delay any longer. He straightened up, grabbed the communication module, and roughly shoved it into the interface, moving so fast he was afraid he'd change his mind at any moment. Qingnang, switch to the shortwave encrypted channel and go there. Connected. The channel was deathly silent, followed by a deafening howl of wind. Huff, huff. She was running at full speed against the extreme terrain. Explain. Cold and decisive, just one word, as short as an ice blade drawn from its sheath. Jiang Yubai took a deep breath and forced down his pitiful pride. Senior! That, senior sister, was delivered with such smoothness and utter shamelessness. There is a 40-centimeter deep crack on the fourth segment of the boss's abdominal carapace on the left side. I need to send the bomb in there. Her response was completely unmoved. But Matsushima deployed 12 French-made artillery emplacements around the perimeter, specifically to target my drones. Jiang Yubai paused, then his tone finally broke down, revealing a hint of self-righteous slacking off. I don't have enough firepower, I can't get through. The wind in the channel grew even more violent. She continued to accelerate, her feet not treading on gravel, but on some kind of unstoppable determination. What do you want me to do? Ulan Qingduo's voice cut through the wind and slammed directly into his ears. Chapter 36 reveals the truth. 11 of the 17 drones were bait. Chapter 36 The truth comes out. 11 out of 17 drones are bait. Jiang Yubai gripped the communicator, his palms sweating profusely. I need you to throw a shot at the boss. There was a 2-second silence on the channel, then the wind stopped. She stopped. Throw the gun. The tone was flat. Right. Jiang Yubai finished speaking in one breath. No need to hit, no need to aim at the boss. Just throw the gun out, unleash your ice burst, go all out. Everyone knows you. Matsushima is wary of me like a thief, but he's even more afraid of you. When you threw that shot, the first reaction of more than 2,000 people wasn't to look at the boss. It's for you. You want me to be the bait. 3 seconds. Jiang Yubai said word by word. Everyone was watching you, and my drone was gone in those 3 seconds. You throw it and then run away. I'll throw it and run? The channel went silent again. Jiang Yubai could hear his own heartbeat. 1 second, 2 seconds. Coordinate. Without the slightest hesitation. Send me the precise coordinates of the crack. Jiang Yubai swallowed. Qingnang. Sent, master. Qingnang responded gently. There was a soft, click, sound over the channel. The gun was taken off the waist. Jiang Yubai. You'd better stay there and wait for me. Before he could finish speaking, the communication was cut off. He didn't break it, she pinched it herself. Crimson perched on his shoulder, its compound eyes fixed on the rapidly moving blue dot on the radar. She cried. Shut up. I'm not deaf, her voice was trembling. I said shut up. Jiang Yubai stood up. I lay there for 30 hours, and my legs were so numb I almost knelt down. He leaned against the rock wall and caught his breath. Qingnang boss's HP. 1,620,000. How fast is it falling? It's around 40,000 per minute, and it drops below 100,000 after 38 to 40 minutes. Where is the senior student? 3 kilometers from the southern edge of the basin. At her current speed, she will be within effective range in 4 minutes. 4 minutes later, Jiang Yubai closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again. All 11 aircraft have taken off. Formation plan? 5 planes in a group, heading northeast, following the same route as the first group. Crimson turned her head. Are you out of your mind? 6 people just died on that road. I know. Jiang Yubai interrupted her. These 5 planes were sent to their deaths. What about the remaining 6? Circle to the south and fly close to the ground. Jiang Yubai kept his voice very low. Wait until Senior throws that shot, then pass under the foot of the interception array on the south side. The crimson compound eyes lit up, then went out, then lit up again. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. 2 seconds later, a lowly voice squeezed out from between her teeth, high-pitched and hoarse. Wait a minute, let me sort this out. You never intended for the first 6 planes to fly in from the very beginning? You're using 6 lives to measure those guys' shooting range? The second batch of 5 planes, and you risked 5 lives to pin those 12 men's eyes to the northeast? The last 6 planes were the ones that actually killed people. They crawled over everyone's feet while over 2,000 people were all looking at the senior student. Jiang Yubai remained silent. Scarlet was silent for a full 3 seconds, then she cursed. Hold. The sound wasn't loud, but the red light in its compound eyes flashed like an alarm light. Jiang Yubai, you scum of the underworld! Of the 17 drones, 11 were decoys. 6 are real, 6 metal spheres, 2 to fill the cracks, and 4 to provide cover. You've been ready from the very first second you've been lying on this rock. You're all black inside, you even schemed against your senior. Jiang Yubai did not respond. What is the success rate? Scarlet's voice was taut and strained. Qingnong flicked the metal ball at her waist with her fingertips, her voice gentle and soft. If Ulan Qingduo's gun can distract the interception array for more than 2 seconds, 23%. Why not? 2%. There was a 3-second silence. Scarlet stared at Jiang Yubai for a while, and the red light in her compound eyes slowly calmed down. Okay. Her voice changed. It wasn't cursing anymore, but it wasn't exactly convincing either. It's more like a grumpy little dog that's been tricked by its owner, and is now gritting its teeth and accepting defeat. You're fucking atmospheric this time. I've followed you for 3 years, and only today do I realize what it means to have calculated everything just to survive. Jiang Yubai patted her in his pocket. They're gone. Where to? Run away. He slid down the rocks and ran toward the chariot. Should we run away and wait for the senior to catch us? Scarlet cursed and followed. Southern edge of the basin. When Ulan Qingduo rushed out of the underground river, Song Dao was the first to react. It wasn't because he was staring south. The ice elemental fluctuations emanating from her were so intense that the air a kilometer away was cooling down. Matsushima's pupils contracted. Ulan Qingduo! On the northern highlands, within the 12-person interception formation, 3 people subconsciously turned their heads to take a look. In that instant, 5 drones screeched as they hurtled in from the northeast. The engine was blaring. The route was exactly the same as the first batch. Intercept them! Matsushima roared. 12 men turned their heads, 9 opened fire, and the eyes of the remaining 3 were still fixed on the man to the south. 5 drones were blown up one after another in the crossfire, with debris and sparks scattered all over the ground. Total annihilation. Matsushima gasped for breath, but didn't finish. To the south, Ulan Qingduo stopped. She stood atop the gravel slope, 1,200 meters in a straight line from the boss. He held the ice-blue 6-harmony spear in his right hand, the tip pointing downwards. The chill seeped outwards from the gun barrel, and the gravel beneath their feet condensed into a layer of white frost with a crackling sound. More than 2,000 pairs of eyes were all looking over, and the boss tilted his head slightly. Ulan Qingduo raised her spear, and the ice element was compressed at the tip of the spear, causing the temperature to collapse. Ice crystals formed in the air 30 meters in front of her, visible to the naked eye. The people closest to the basin instinctively took a step back. Everyone knew what she was going to do. Matsushima's expression changed. Stop her! 30 high-level job changers turned around simultaneously from the north, south, east, and west. The shield riders raised their shields, the mages initiated their attacks, and the archers drew their bows, all aimed at Ulan Qingduo. And at that very second, on the ground south of the basin, 6 dark figures slid silently along the cracks in the gravel. 6 drones? The wings were narrowed to their narrowest point, less than a meter off the ground, and the engines were pushed to their lowest position. Underneath each of them hung a dark blue metal ball. They passed right under the foot of the interception array. No one saw it, because more than 2,000 eyes were focused on that gun. Ulan Qingduo swung her right arm back, twisted her waist, and the gun slipped from her hand. The ice-blue spear flew out of his hand, its shaft spinning rapidly. The icy air tore a 100-meter-long trail of ice shards through the air, heading straight for the boss's abdomen. Stop them! 7 skills simultaneously took to the air to chase after it. Fireballs, wind blades, and lightning arrows rained down on the spear from all directions. At the same time, 6 drones bounced off the ground and flew straight at the 4th segment on the left side of the boss's abdomen, where there was a 40-centimeter deep crack. Matsushima saw it, but the words caught in his throat. It's too late. On a scree slope a kilometer away. The moment Ulan Qingduo threw the gun, she had already turned around. I didn't look at the gun, I didn't look at the boss, I didn't even look at the skills that were chasing and shooting at her in the basin. A real woman never looks back at an explosion. A thin layer of ice clung to her silver armor, and her black ponytail swung over her shoulder as she turned. She walked down the hillside at a slow pace, as if she were returning home from the battlefield. In the valley 7 kilometers away, Jiang Yubai scrambled into the tank and kicked the door shut. Qingnan, go, 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 go! With a roar of engines, the tank violently turned around, its tracks crushing the ground, and plunged headfirst into the nearest crevice. As long as I run fast enough, my senior's punishment can't catch me. Over the basin. A long, ice-blue spear, 6 drones, and 7 interception skills. As well as, in a distant corner, at least 3 small country commando teams were keeping a close eye on the battle. At the same time, he sprang up from his cover and unleashed his last, pent-up attack on the boss. All the attacks were in the air, none of them had landed yet. On the boss's health bar, a number was displayed. 53,000. Chapter 37 National Fortune First, Bad News Arrives at the Door from Senior. Chapter 37 The nation's fate is paramount, but bad news comes as a senior student blocks the door, and streams of light intertwine in the sky above the basin. Before the shriek of the icy blue spear slicing through the air had even faded, 7 interception skills had already exploded, filling the screen with flames. 6 drones flew close to the ground like ghosts, dropping metal balls before diving down instantly. On the periphery, 3 small country assault teams, their eyes bloodshot with rage, unleashed their most potent survival skills on the boss. Rock Emperor Ergen let out its final roar, sending rubble flying everywhere. Immediately afterwards, it is white light that can cause blindness. It was an overwhelming heat wave. The entire basin looked as if it had been overturned by a giant hand, with 3-meter-high waves of stone mixed with smoke and dust sweeping across the entire area. Bite. The system's notification sounds bombarded everyone's ears, making their eardrums ache. Kill detection in progress. Multiple valid sources of damage have been detected. The Heavenly Tao Core is currently determining their attribution. Estimated time, 180 seconds. Quiet. The hundreds of people who survived in the basin, whether they were standing or on the verge of death. The hologram was frozen in place, its eyes fixed on the golden countdown above its head. 3 minutes. No one dared to breathe loudly. Matsushima stood on the northern high ground, his chest heaving. The 12-man interception formation behind him had long been rendered useless. The fact that those 6 drones actually crawled between their legs was enough to make him lose all face for the rest of his life. But he couldn't care less about any of that. He was doing mental arithmetic. Ulan Qingduo's shot was interfered with and failed to penetrate the core. The damage from the drone's explosion is barely enough to fix the boss's foot. The final blow was most likely delivered by those swordsmen on the east side. Matsushima clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. It must be ours. The other job changers around them were also calculating, their eyes all revealing the same thought. I'm so tired of winning. But Matsushima's heart was beating faster and faster. An extremely absurd premonition, like a venomous snake, burrowed into his spine. 50 seconds. He recalled the skillful maneuvers of that level 10 mechanic. Those metal balls will emit green smoke after they explode. Matsushima's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. That's a virus. 0.1% of the current health is forcibly deducted every second. Lasts for 30 seconds. If the boss hadn't been taken down by that burst of damage, but instead had only a tiny bit of health left. Who cleared it? It wasn't a knife, a gun, or even those desperate swordsmen. It's poison. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. The giant golden characters exploded in the void, the light blinding countless eyes. Judgment complete. The ultimate guardian boss, the Rock Emperor Ergen, has been defeated. Owner, Jiang Yubai, a Dragon Kingdom job changer. Kill method, continuous damage, saprophytic infection. The basin was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. More than 1,000 ruthless individuals stared at the 4 words, corrosive infection, and fell into prolonged self-doubt. To put it simply, this boss was killed by a mouthful of phlegm. Puff! Matsushima let out a strange, muffled sound from his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the armor on his chest red. Final score calculation for the National Fortune Secret Realm. First place, Dragon Kingdom. Total points, 1,278,441. Second place, Japan, Sakura Country. Total points, 1,278,440. 1 point. A full point. Ambushed by 700 men and an allied force of 5,000 men, they endured for 30 days, only to be defeated by that poison. Matsushima pushed away the adjutant's hand, his voice trembling like he was playing a violin, his mouth full of the taste of blood. Where are they? Where is that Jiang Yubai? No one answered. The basin was completely empty, not even a single track mark was left. The instigator was smug the moment the verdict was made. 7 kilometers away. The chariot bounced around in the crevice of the rock, almost falling apart. Jiang Yubai had no interest in reading the server-wide announcement. He was gripping his seatbelt, his face deathly pale. Faster! Faster! Qingnong, are you driving a race car or a kiddie ride? Commander, the current road surface is covered with 87% gravel, so the strong pressure you feel on your buttocks is normal. Qingnong's voice was as gentle as if she were soothing a child to sleep. I suggest you close your eyes and rest for a moment. I will make sure your body is unharmed. She spoke the last 4 words very slowly, and Jiang Yubai broke out in a cold sweat. Sudden. Sizzle! The chariot left a charred tire track and came to a screeching halt in the pile of rocks. Jiang Yubai almost flew out of the window, his forehead hitting the windshield directly. Grandma, what's going on now? He rubbed his forehead, opened his eyes, and then froze. Outside the windshield, right in the center of the passageway. A long spear. The gun was entirely ice blue, shrouded in a chilling aura, and the ice shards that fell to the ground made a soft rustling sound. Jiang Yubai's mind went blank with a buzz. Didn't she throw her gun to attack the boss? How could it be here? 2 seconds later, he realized what was happening. This woman has no sense of martial ethics. She has 2 guns. Use one shot to snatch the first kill, and use the other to block him. When did she arrive? Jiang Yubai's voice was as dry as if he had eaten 3 pounds of flour. Qingnong smiled gently at the control panel. Based on the ambient temperature and residual energy, it was estimated to have occurred approximately 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes. At that time, Jiang Yubai was still waiting for the judgment, while his boat was sticking out on the edge of the basin. After throwing away her gun, she didn't even look at the result before charging straight to the only escape route. This isn't combat instinct, this is causal prediction. Jiang Yubai has completely given up. Once this woman sets her sights on you, you'll probably never be able to go to a nursing home in your lifetime. Crimson jumped out of Jiang Yubai's pocket and squatted on the dashboard, its 8 compound eyes flashing with merciless mockery. I told you long ago, you can't escape. Shut up. She's faster than you. I told you to shut up. She's always faster than you, you useless master. Jiang Yubai was too exhausted to retort. He looked out into the shadows and saw a figure slowly emerging from the rock face. Her silver armor was stained with blood, her ponytail was slightly disheveled, and stray hairs clung to her pale face. The wound on her left shoulder was still bleeding, and the rough bandage had long since turned red. Ulan Qingduo crossed her arms and quietly watched the chariot. His eyes were bright, like a red-hot blade. After chasing him for 23 days and traversing hundreds of miles, she finally cornered this cunning man in a dead end. Instead of taking action, she was in no hurry. "Go down," Scarlet complained. "If you don't get off, she can dismantle this car into parts. If she comes up." Xingnan delivered the finishing blow at the opportune moment. "To protect the commander, I might resort to a treatment plan that results in mutual destruction." Jiang Yubai took a deep breath. He silently sent a final message to his legs and his heart. "Old buddies, if this is a disaster, we'll find good families for ourselves in our next life." I opened the car door and got out. My legs are really weak. It wasn't the numbness from lying down for 30 hours, but a simple fear of the powerful, the creditor. This is called accepting one's fate. He stood at the front of the car, no more than 3 meters away from the long spear that exuded a chilling aura. Above their heads, the golden announcement was still playing on a loop. First place on the individual points leaderboard, Jiang Yubai. Radiant with light. Ulan Qingduo didn't even raise her head. She never cared about those empty titles. What she cared about. Only the man in front of me had, dejection, written all over his face. Jiang Yubai opened his mouth, trying to come up with a decent opening. I thought for 3 seconds, then failed. Finally, he could only manage a forced, professional smile that looked worse than a grimace, and weakly raised his hand. "Hi, senior. Long time no see. Would you believe me if I said I was just passing by?" Chapter 38. Even heaven is biased. 0.03% of the damage is monopolized, and all drops are lost. Chapter 38. Even heaven is biased. The golden text that claimed 0.03% of the damage and absorbed all the dropped heavenly Tao cores was still hanging above everyone's heads when, in the next second, it shattered into a sky full of golden light. The entire sky of the secret realm was violently torn apart by a thicker, brighter golden rune, which crashed down like a waterfall. All those who participated in the National Destiny Mystery Realm around the world, whether standing, lying down, or half dead and sprawled in the mud. At the same time, a bold and bright blood-red pop-up window appeared in my field of vision. Heavenly Tao Core activated. Level 20 National Fortune Secret Realm Asia Region Final Settlement. Settlement in progress. Settlement complete. The remaining 1,000 or so job changers from various countries in the basin were instantly put on hold. No one spoke, they didn't even dare to breathe. When the Heavenly Tao Core announces the settlement, it emphasizes domineering power and never cares whether your heart can take it or not. First place, Dragon Kingdom. Total points, 1,278,441. The moment those words appeared, an Anmite archer on the south side of the basin collapsed to the ground with a thud. They didn't even bother to rub their bruised knees. He wasn't injured, he was just so frightened by the number that his legs went weak. Judgment. A comeback from the brink of defeat. Trigger condition, the survival rate of participating personnel is below 30%, and the final ranking is reversed to first place. All national fortune rewards doubled. In just 4 simple words, double the reward. A series of synchronized suction sounds echoed from the basin, rising and falling like exhaust fans. Details of rewards for the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune. High. National fortune value plus 500, doubled, plus 1,000 points. 2. The total reserves of all mineral resources within the Dragon Kingdom have increased by 50%, after doubling, directly doubled. Matsushima stood frozen in place, like a cracked stone statue. The adjutant behind him opened and closed his mouth, making gurgling sounds in his throat, but couldn't utter a single word. Judging from the shape of his mouth, he was clearly sending a warm greeting to the family of the Heavenly Tao. Mineral reserves doubled? The resource blockade line that the Sakura Kingdom had painstakingly built outside the borders of the secret realm for 3 years was destroyed in this instant. It's completely useless. It's too hard even to wipe your butt with. But the core of the heavenly Tao had no intention of giving them a chance to breathe. 3. Lifespan bonus for all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. 10 years, doubled to 20 years. Dead silence. This time it was truly deathly silent. Even the sound of the wind seemed to have been cut off. With 1.4 billion people in China, would each person gain an extra 20 years of lifespan for free? A Korean sorcerer was trying to calculate the total on his fingers, but after 2 seconds, his CPU overheated. This number is so large that it exceeds the limits of human imagination. It has literally extended the national destiny of an entire nation. A strong, metallic taste of blood filled Matsushima's mouth. The adjutant reached out to help him up, but this time he didn't push him away. It's not that I'm being generous, it's that my arm just won't obey me anymore. The core message of Heaven's Tao is to kill someone by destroying their spirit. Individual points ranking settled. First place, Jiang Yubai of the Dragon Kingdom. Occupation, mechanic. Level, Lv.10. It's that name again. Several remaining Japanese soldiers in the basin, still alive, heard these 3 words. Instinctively, I widened my eyes and looked around, afraid that the cunning mechanic would crawl out from some crack in the ground and deliver another blow. Unfortunately, that person had already vanished without a trace. Top-ranked individual reward, all attributes plus 5, all skills upgraded by 1 level, lifespan plus 100 years. Seeing this, although everyone was jealous, they managed to keep their expressions relatively composed. After all, they came in first place, so it's only right that they get some good stuff. But the next second, 4 large golden characters popped up on the screen. Special condition triggered. Matsushima's eyelids twitched violently. Condition 1. Conquer the level 20 National Fortune Secret Realm at level 1. Condition 2. When defeating the final boss, your personal level must be Lv.10 and the boss's level must be Lv.35, a difference of 25 levels. This achieves the killing a boss of a higher level achievement. Condition 3. In a battle involving over 2,000 players with an average level of 28 after job advancement, deliver the final blow with precise accuracy at level 10. Comprehensive assessment, snatching food from a tiger's mouth. All individual rewards are tripled. Quiet. It was so quiet it was unsettling. Some people were already mentally calculating it. All attributes plus 15. All skills will be upgraded by 3 levels on the spot. You get 300 years of lifespan for free. This isn't a reward, this is practically a direct path to godhood. Matsushima's hand gripping the hilt of the knife trembled like a leaf, his knuckles turning blue from the effort, before he finally let go, powerless. That wasn't relief. It was being completely stunned into numbness. Also, from this moment on, the tone of the Heavenly Tao Core's broadcast suddenly became somewhat subtle. It even carried a sense of exhilaration, like finally being able to unleash something you've been holding back for a long time. Given that over 2,000 people were simultaneously subjected to bruising during this boss fight. The core ruling of Heaven's Tao, killer, belongs to Jiang Yubai. Kill method, saprophytic infection. According to unspoken rules, the final loot should be distributed based on damage contribution, but the golden text hovered over the word, but for a full 3 seconds. More than 1,000 pairs of bloodshot eyes stared intently at the sky. You 2,000 plus job change players, averaging level 28, huffed and puffed for 70 hours, and managed to reduce the boss's health by 99.97%. And that level 10 mechanic. The text paused again. Based on a mere 0.03% damage share. Through a lump of poison. They easily delivered the final blow. The 3 large characters. A lump of poison. Hung in the center of the sky, shining brightly. On the south side of the basin, an Indian shield warrior suddenly burst into wild laughter, laughing until tears streamed down his face. This isn't humor, this is pure rage. Therefore, Heaven has decided, all loot from this boss will be dropped. There will be no further distribution. All of it belongs to Jiang Yubai alone. The item has already been placed in his mechanical space. You're welcome. Several muffled spitting sounds of blood rang out from the crowd. It was unclear who had broken their defenses first. The core of the heavenly Tao delivered the final blow, a truly masterful touch. This ruling is not open to complaints, appeals, or petitions. If you have any complaints, please contact Tiandao. Sorry, Tiandao does not have customer service. Now a large number of people in the basin knelt down completely. The adjutant behind Matsushima bent over and gagged, his face as red as a pig's liver. 30 days. 700 people were stationed there, a 5,000-strong allied army was deployed, and 12 top-tier experts formed a blockade. In the end, they all became the laborers of that level 10 mechanic? The way Heaven broadcast this news was practically smearing the words. A bunch of good-for-nothings. All over everyone's faces. Second place, Japan, Sakura country. Total points, 1,278,440. 1 point. Just 1 point short. Judgment, narrow defeat, all rewards halved. National fortune value plus 125, mineral resources increase by 12.5%, and life expectancy of citizens increases by 2.5 years. Two sets of numbers are hung side by side. 1,000 to 125. Mineral resources doubled to 12.5%. 20 years versus 2.5 years. No one spoke. The contrast was too painful. It felt like it was stabbing right into one's heart. The archers from Annam looked at the 2 lines of text. His lips trembled. He wanted to laugh and cry at the same time, and he even felt a little sorry for Matsushima. Third place, Persia. Fourth place, India. Note: those who rank fourth and below will face punishment according to the national destiny. The penalty entries scrolled by rapidly, but nobody cared anymore. The blood-red crack in the sky began to expand rapidly, like a gaping maw ready to devour someone. The secret realm will close in 60 seconds. All participants will be forcibly teleported back to their home country's starting point. Countdown begins. 60, 59. Beams of teleportation light lit up in the basin. Matsushima stood in the center of the pillar of light, his face as pale as a sheet of paper, showing no trace of anger. The adjutant spoke in a trembling voice. Lord Matsushima. Matsushima ignored him, staring intently at the empty valley. There were no chariots, no spiders, not even a footprint. That man left so decisively and cleanly. The brightness of the light beam was increased to the maximum. Matsushima gritted his teeth and forced out 3 words. Jiang Yubai. On that day, he remembered the name, and job seekers all over the world remembered the profession. That mechanic who carried a lump of poison and manipulated everyone at will. The basin is empty. The blood-red crack suddenly closed. The golden runes shattered into dust, silently scattering across the devastated battlefield. The secret realm of national destiny has officially closed. Chapter 39, A Battlefield of Bloodshed. The hero of the Dragon Kingdom was dragged away like a chick by her. Chapter 39, A Battleground. The hero of the Dragon Kingdom was dragged away from the capital of the Dragon Kingdom by her like a chicken. Central Plaza. The afterglow of the teleportation array was still flickering, and that dreamlike azure blue had not yet dissipated. Zhao Jinshan stood at the very front of the arrivals area, surrounded by a sea of people. They were all presidents of the 4 top universities in the Dragon Kingdom and high-ranking military officials. At the outermost perimeter, cameras and lenses were already set up. The reporters held their breath, wishing they could shove their cameras into a teleportation array. Above the square, a holographic screen was frantically repeating the Heavenly Tao's settlement announcement. It's already been posted 3 times already. No one gets tired of it. In fact, every time they watch it, the cheers from the crowd are enough to shake the clouds in Kyoto. We're so mad from winning, we're really so mad from winning. As Zhao Jinshan listened to the overwhelming sound around him, his lips twitched. He wanted to laugh, but he had to maintain his composure. The old general sat in a chair beside him, his hands folded, but his eyes were sharper than an eagle's. They're out. The old general's voice was deep and resonant. The beam of light lit up. The first batch of job changers emerged like beans falling from the sky. 20, 50, 100. These pampered students, who usually looked down on everyone in the academy, now had their armor torn and their faces covered in blood. After landing, someone looked up at the words, "Number 1 in the Dragon Kingdom." On the big screen, his throat tightened, and he immediately covered his face and squatted down. The roar in the square instantly lifted the roof. Zhao Jinshan quickly stepped forward and helped each of them up one by one. Chen Feng landed, his left arm in a sling, his right hand still gripping the knife handle tightly. When Lin Wei finally landed, her staff had broken into a fire poker, and the ointment smeared on her face made her look like a distressed little kitten. "Damn, I'm still alive!" Old Zhao lay sprawled on the ground, gulping down the sweltering air of Kyoto. "Is everyone here?" The old general's gaze swept across the area like a radar. "I didn't see the person I most wanted to see. Where is Jiang Yubai?" The voice wasn't loud, but it drowned out the cheers of thousands of people. The staff officers turned their necks in unison, like a flock of startled cranes. The school principals all stood on tiptoe, and the media cameras almost filled Chen Feng's nostrils. Chen Feng wiped the blood and mud from his face, his expression strange, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. "He's behind." As soon as the word "behind" was uttered, the surging crowd strangely split open to both sides, creating a path. All the spotlight, all the attention, the expectations of the entire nation. The end of that road was completely locked. Then, quiet. It's like someone pressed the global mute button. At the end of the road, Ulan Qingduo is walking towards us step by step. Her bright silver scale armor was mostly torn, and the bandage on her left shoulder was stained black with blood. Half of her high ponytail had come undone, and a few strands of hair were stuck to her cheek with sweat, giving her a menacing aura as if she had crawled out of a pile of corpses. His right hand held a long, icy blue spear, which pointed diagonally at the ground, leaving a chilling trail in its wake. And her left hand. He was grabbing someone by the back of the collar. Jiang Yubai. This rising star of the Dragon Kingdom single-handedly brought down the allied forces of various countries, and was named by heaven as having snatched food from the tiger's mouth. He was being half dragged and half lifted by his senior in an extremely shameful manner, his two legs drawing two soulless arcs on the cement ground. How can I describe the expression on his face? It's probably the kind of dead fisheye that says, "The world can be destroyed at will, just don't make me walk." His name still shines brightly on the honor roll, but in reality, he's like a cat being held by the scruff of its neck, looking utterly hopeless. The unlit cigarette in Zhao Jinshan's mouth fell to the ground with a snap. The entire staff was transformed into stone sculptures. The principals exchanged knowing glances, as if asking themselves, and wisely kept quiet. The old general squinted and first looked at Ulan Qingduo's face. That's not cold. That was the destructive aura of, "I'm furious right now, I'll stab anyone who tries to stop me." Let's look at Jiang Yubai again. Hanging steadily in the senior's hand, it even yawned. Jiang Yubai's lips twitched slightly. "Senior sister. Shut up. With so many people watching, give me some face, even if you make me hop around." 3. She couldn't even be bothered to count 1 and 2. Jiang Yubai immediately muted his microphone. Ulan Qingduo carried him across the square without looking to the side, right in front of the national audience. The screeching sound of the gun tip scraping the ground was exceptionally clear in the silent square. The two staff officers instinctively wanted to take a step. "Don't move!" The old general's voice was light and airy, yet it held the two men's feet firmly in place like nails. "Let her take it away." Zhao Jinshan snapped out of his daze, his face filled with conflict. "Old commander, is this a commendation ceremony for meritorious service? Look at her hand." The old general pointed. Zhao Jinshan looked over. Ulan Qingduo was almost at the exit, her back ramrod straight, each step precise as if from a textbook. but the hand that was holding Jiang Yubai by the back of his collar was trembling slightly with all 5 fingers. That was the exhaustion after overexertion, and also a kind of emotion stretched to its limit. We chased them for a full 23 days. The old general leaned back in his chair, his tone profound. I fought my way out of the poisonous forest covered in blood, and I was filled with resentment. If you try to stop her now, she might actually drag you through the streets with her. Zhao Xunshan fell silent. He bent down, picked up the cigarette, and put it back in his pocket. That commendation. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Let them have a chat first. The old general suddenly smiled. I was worried about how to tie this sly kid up with a rope so he wouldn't run away. There's no need to look anymore. The rope grew legs and chased after the person for 23 days, finally bringing him back. Plaza exit. Ulan Qingduo, dragging Jiang Yubai's back, disappeared around the corner. Chen Feng knelt on one knee, staring in that direction, still feeling lingering fear. Lin Wei leaned closer, her voice so soft it was barely a whisper. Will the junior from Yangtze River University get beaten to death? Chen Feng wiped the blood off his face and pondered for a moment. Death is unlikely. But there's a high probability they'll be beaten so badly they won't be able to take care of themselves. Lin Wei glanced at the 2 drag marks on the ground and silently shrank back. It's beyond saving. This situation is truly beyond saving. The gears in the square began to turn again, and the sounds of rescue, handover, and cheers rang out once more. But in everyone's mind, that image was stuck. The man who saved the nation's fate was dragged away by his senior like a sack of potatoes. On the path after the corner, Jiang Yubai stared at the swaying green leaves above his head, feeling the friction between his back and the ground. Senior! Speak! Where do you plan to drag me to be executed? Can't you just give me a quick death? Ulan Qingduo didn't stop walking, her voice was icy cold. To a place where you can run your legs off and still not get out. Jiang Yubai sighed and gave up struggling completely. Inside his pocket, the crimson electronic compound eye flashed. An encrypted signal rang out in the 2 sisters' channel. Crimson green pouch, it's all over, the host is going to become a vegetable. Qingnong Feihong, to correct you, this is called high-intensity emotional interaction. Commander, it is recommended that you activate absolute surrender mode for the next 72 hours. Qingnong Feihong, also, I have completed the synchronization of the boss's loot list. Qingnong Feihong, this matter cannot be told to the commander at the moment. Crimson green pouch, why? Are you keeping me from seeing something precious? Qingnong Feihong, because he would laugh out loud with excitement upon seeing it, and once he laughed, Ulan Qingduo would take it as a provocation and beat him up again. Crimson green pouch, what exactly is that? Telling me halfway will suffocate the spider. The crimson green bag. The answer will be revealed in the next chapter. Smiley face. Crimson green pouch, you fucking skipped a crucial moment? Believe me or not, I'll tear down your signal tower. Qingnong Feihong, hee, I won't give it to you, smiley face. The channel was forcibly disconnected. Chapter 40 Her silence was more terrifying than a gun. Chapter 40 Her silence was more terrifying than a gun. The world settlement announcement remained suspended in the sky for a full 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, the gold lettering disappeared. For a full 40 seconds after they disappeared, the highest command centers of all the countries on Earth were deathly silent. 40 seconds. In a top-tier intelligence system, that's enough for an analyst to write 3 life or death reports. Until the 41st second. Kovac, co-analyst for Europe, what is the name of that level 10 character from China? European Joint Data Team, Jiang Yubai, male, 18 years old, a Dragon Kingdom job changer, professional mechanic. Starting level Lv.1, estimated to be around Lv.12 upon completion of the dungeon. Before I could even finish reading those 3 lines, the channel exploded. European Joint Representative for Nordic countries. Wait a minute, my brain isn't quite working yet. Did you go in at Lv.1? European Joint Conference Nordic Representative, and then slaughtered the point standings? European Joint Data Team, yes. They defeated a level 30 level enemy by level 10, soloing the Hidden Area's Guardian boss, in a 20-hour battle. The channel went completely silent. 4 seconds passed. European Joint Representative for the Nordic countries, is this data something carbon-based organisms could produce? No one can answer this question. But within 3 minutes, the independent intelligence systems of the 14 member states of the European Union all raised the threat assessment of China to the highest level of red line. At the same time, on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, in the Stars and Stripes top-floor conference room, the director in charge of Asian intelligence slammed the report on the table. The dull thud struck everyone's heart. Check. Director, how far have we gotten in the investigation? Take out the dirt on your ancestors for 3 generations. He left no trace of the underlying logic or the source of the blueprints for those 2 mechanical creations beside him. The director leaned back in his chair, his index finger pointing intently at the photo on the report cover. If I can poach this guy, I'm willing to offer the highest price in the entire league. Someone nearby swallowed hard and tentatively asked, "What if we can't dig it up?" The meeting room was completely silent. The director flipped to the last page of the report. The screenshot of Tiandao's announcement hadn't faded yet. A level 10. He stared at the line of text, speaking slowly, his voice filled with a deep-seated dread. A level 10 kid under the noses of more than 2,000 level 28 elites. Using a bloat of unknown poison, I swallowed the first kill of the final boss along with all its loot. The most outrageous thing is that heaven even took his side and protected him, and wouldn't allow him to appeal. He tapped his fingers twice on the table. If you leave this kind of person alone, he will grow into a great Buddha on his own. Once you grow up, it's no longer a variable. Call him unsolvable father. The director paused, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Of course, let's try to be polite first, and then resort to force. Let's talk it over first. Within just 2 hours, similar dialogues were staged in the top intelligence agencies of 9 countries around the world. Different wording, different languages. But on the table in every meeting room, there was the same report. The same photo was affixed to the cover of the report. An 18-year-old boy who looks listless and sleepy. The occupation field reads mechanic. The level column reads Lv.10. The intelligence chiefs of 9 countries stared at that incredibly deceptive face, feeling a chill run down their spines. The same sentence was swirling in everyone's mind. This thing calls itself level 10? Dragon Kingdom, Jiang Yubai's apartment. The door was pushed open. To be precise, it was Ulan Qingduo who grabbed Jiang Yubai by the back of the collar with one hand, pushed open the door with the other, and kicked it with her heel. The force wasn't great, but the muffled bang startled all the motion-activated lights on the entire floor, turning them on. Jiang Yubai was thrown in. He landed on the living room floor like a flipped salted fish, his shoulders hitting the ground first, and he slid half a meter away. It only managed to stop when my back hit the coffee table leg. He didn't move. It's not that I'm too injured to move. I really dare not move. Ulan Qingduo stood at the entrance and looked down at him. Turn around, close the door, and lock it. Then I just stood there, looking at him. He remained silent. Jiang Yubai held his breath and waited for 5 seconds. There were no spears falling, no torrential questioning, and certainly no deadly 3-second countdown. There's nothing there, just looking. He steeled himself, and slowly raised his gaze. Ulan Qingduo's eyes met his gaze. Jiang Yubai's back began to be covered in cold sweat. He can take a beating, and he can accept being verbally abused. But I just watched quietly. With heaven's will upon him, he would rather poison 10 more hidden bosses than face this situation. He swallowed hard, the rubbish he was about to say stuck in his throat. They tried to pry open a crack in the solid ice, but it got stuck. Ulan Qingduo's gaze did not waver for even a moment. Inside the pocket, the crimson electronic compound, I quietly opened a crack. Crimson green pouch, why isn't she making a move? What big move is she preparing? Qingnong Feihong, thinking about something. Crimson Green Pouch, what are you thinking about? Qingnong Feihong, I suggest you don't ask, smiley face. The channel was eerily quiet. The living room was so silent that even Jiang Yubai's heartbeat could be heard clearly. That wasn't the kind of tension that makes your adrenaline surge. It was an indescribable feeling of weightlessness, as if you were constantly falling. Because he saw that Ulan Qingduo's eyes were changing. When he was dragged back, his eyes were clearly filled with anger. It wasn't the kind of irritability that ignites easily, but rather a burning intensity that had been suppressed in the depths of the eyes and was now rekindled. Just looking at it felt like it would scald you. But now, that anger has subsided. To be precise, she had firmly suppressed it into her very bones. Jiang Yubai had never seen what was left in his eyes before. It's not a cold shoulder, not a sign of disappointment, and certainly not a prelude to a purge. It's more like extreme fatigue. Hollow. That's not the enlightenment that comes from sudden realization, it's the forced burrowing of all ineffable emotions into the ground, leaving only a crumbling shell. Jiang Yubai's heart skipped a beat. He understands the countless emotional thresholds of Ulan Qingduo. Angered, chasing with guns drawn, counting down to 3 seconds. He had a foolproof survival strategy for each one. But faced with this emptiness, his mind went completely blank. Immediately afterwards, something extremely heavy surged out from beneath that empty shell. Jiang Yubai couldn't quite put his finger on what it was, but his muscle memory worked faster than his brain, and he instinctively shrank back half an inch. Because that feeling was like an irreversible decision. They've already made a fatal mistake, nothing can change their mind. He didn't know what she had decided. But my intuition was screaming in my head, it's related to you, it's 100% related to you. Then, under the dim living room light, Ulan Qingduo's eyes suddenly lit up. Jiang Yubai remained frozen in place. It is tears. One drop. She didn't lower her head to hide it, nor did she raise her hand to wipe it, not even her thick eyelashes trembled. She let the teardrop hang in the corner of her eye for 2 seconds. Then it slid down her fair but dusty cheek, hit her chin, and shattered. From beginning to end, her face remained expressionless. She didn't utter a single word from beginning to end. Jiang Yubai's lips were open. It felt like there was a wad of water-soaked cotton stuffed in my throat, and I couldn't make a sound. He honed his skills on the brink of life and death throughout his life. Threatened people with lifespan threats, fooled them with witty remarks, slipped away unnoticed, and played the coward. Those survival rules he could master even with his eyes closed. Before this single, silent tear, they declared bankruptcy directly. Ulan Qingduo finally withdrew her gaze, took a step with her long legs encased in black boots, and turned to walk into the depths of the corridor. I pushed open the bedroom door. Go inside. The door was half open, not closed properly. Jiang Yubai sat on the floor, his back against the hard coffee table legs, staring intently at the half-open door. Like a mecha that had lost signal, it remained motionless. Inside the pocket, a faint slit of light appeared again in the crimson compound eye. Chapter 41 Offering Incense Before the Portrait, forcibly led by the senior student. Chapter 41 After offering incense before the portrait, Jiang Yubai was forced by her senior to sit slumped on the floor, like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. The sound of cabinet doors opening and closing came from the bedroom. Those were his clothes. Ulan Qingduo is emptying his wardrobe. He was stunned for 2 seconds before realizing the seriousness of the situation. From her pocket, crimson peeked out half of a flashing electronic compound eye. Hey, I'm asking you something. She spoke in a very low, mechanical voice. What is this woman doing? Collect the laundry. Is she crazy? Why would she take your clothes? Crimson withdrew her head, and 2 seconds later, the encrypted channel began flashing wildly. Crimson Green Pouch, alert. Host's underwear is about to be confiscated. Qingnong Feihong, I've observed it. Crimson Green Pouch, What's wrong with her? Qingnong Feihong, within her closed-loop logic, it's the kind of permanent containment. Crimson green pouch, where to take it? Sell it? Qingnong Feihong, an exclusive villa for the academy, equipped with top-tier security measures. Without her authorization, not even a fly can get in. Crimson green pouch. So, host, you're going to be kept as a mistress? Qingnong Feihong, from her perspective, it's called absolute protection. Crimson green pouch, from the host's perspective? Qingnong Feihong, completely losing personal freedom and initiative. Crimson green pouch, grass stimulating. The raids are still ongoing. Bedroom, study, storage room. Even the little cabinet in the corner of the kitchen, disguised as a stash of cash, couldn't escape her clutches. Jiang Yubai's lips twitched. Did this woman have X-ray vision? After all the searching noises subsided, a crisp sound of combat boots hitting the ground echoed through the corridor. When Ulan Qingduo returned to the living room, she had nothing in her hands. All her belongings had been crammed into her high-end storage space. Her gaze swept around the room, finally settling on the west wall. There were 2 black and white photo frames hanging there. Portraits of Jiang Yubai's parents. It's been 3 years. I've replaced the frame, but the position hasn't changed an inch. Ulan Qingduo walked straight over. Jiang Yubai stood up. His brain, which usually tolerates anything but crippling itself, completely shut down at this moment, and he stared at that figure's back. Ulan Qingduo took out a handful of cold incense from the cabinet and lit it with a flame at her fingertips. She held the incense in both hands, her straight back slightly bent. He bowed his head respectfully before those 2 photos. The living room was completely silent. Crimson green pouch, what's she up to this time? Qingnong Feihong, as you can see. Crimson green bag, from the moment I knocked her unconscious and carried her back until today. Qingnong Feihong, a total of 31 hours and 20 minutes. Crimson green pouch, in the end, she won so badly she was numb. Qingnong Feihong, a perfect tactical crushing victory. Crimson green pouch, shouldn't we reflect on that lousy plan we made back then? Qingnong Feihong, it's too late. Prepared to go as part of the dowry. Ulan Qingduo straightened up. His gaze lingered on the 2 black and white photos for 2 seconds before he finally spoke. The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and remarkably steady. Uncle, Auntie. Jiang Yubai even missed a breath. My name is Ulan Qingduo, and I am Yubai Senior. There was a very brief pause before the words, Senior Sister. Jiang Yubai heard it clearly. I'm worried about him being out there all alone. Another pause. This stop lasted for an extremely long time. Then, she dropped a bombshell. I will take care of him from now on. The last 4 words were spoken with resounding force. Don't worry, elders. The entire living room fell silent for 3 seconds. Jiang Yubai's face cracked. He just wanted to live a quiet, uneventful life, like a lazy bum waiting to die. How could they just show up at our door and force us to get married without even a heads up? And with this kind of ransacking, coercive sale? Etc. His throat was so dry it felt like he had swallowed a handful of sand. What did you just say? Ulan Qingduo ignored it. She carefully placed the 3 incense sticks into the old flower pot on the windowsill, took a half step back, and bowed her head solemnly once again. Then she raised her hand to remove the photo frame, carefully held it to her heart, and put it away. The west wall is empty. The wall that had witnessed his countless you slouch moments over the past 3 years is now empty. Jiang Yubai stood there, staring at the pale white expanse. She just offered incense and bowed before his parents' portraits, and that's what she said. I'll take care of him from now on. No matter how you break this down, it's incredibly hardcore. In his pocket, the usually irritable Crimson didn't dare utter a single word. Ulan Qingduo turned around and locked her gaze on him. Those eyes were as still as a deep pool, a calm that reflected the outcome being decided and the decision being made without regret. Come with me. She paused, her tone cold and hard, leaving no room for negotiation. Or perhaps... She placed her hand on the ice-blue Six Harmonies spear. You want me to drag you away? Jiang Yubai opened his mouth. A barrage of protest stuck in my throat. What gives you the right? Where are you taking me? What kind of oath are you making about these photos? But not a single word came out. Because his mind was filled with that image from just now. She has only shed one tear since she walked in. Just that one drop. Then they took away all his belongings, made him pay respects to his parents, and used the oldest and most solemn set of rituals in the Dragon Kingdom. The outrageous things he did in his life included using his lifespan as leverage, fooling people with witty remarks, playing dead and backing down to slip away. Faced with this, sincere, feeling so heavy it was almost suffocating. They've all become worthless paper. It's like a complete dimensional reduction attack. In the encrypted channel, Qingnong coldly issued instructions. Qingnong Feihong, for the next 72 hours, I suggest you put away your fear of insufficient firepower and avoid provoking her. Crimson Green Pouch, I've never seen anything like it before. This is the first time I've ever thought you were right. Jiang Yubai glanced at the west wall. I glanced again at the person standing ramrod straight at the door. Without struggling any longer, she stepped forward and followed. In the midnight corridor, the dim yellow light stretched the shadows of the two people. Jiang Yubai put his hands in his pockets, his fingertips casually brushing against the crimson body of the machine. This violent spider, which usually explodes at the slightest touch, is now as docile as a figurine. The feeling of weightlessness came from the elevator descending. Jiang Yubai turned his head and glanced at Ulan Qingduo beside him. She still had that aloof and detached demeanor, as if frozen for thousands of miles. Just then, the crimson thing in my pocket began to glow red. Crimson green bag. So, what exactly did that world boss drop? Can you tell me now? Qingnong Feihong, the time is not yet ripe. Crimson green pouch, why? I'm about to burst. Qingnong Feihong, in his current mental state, hearing this will cause his emotions to fluctuate beyond a certain threshold. Crimson green pouch, how big can it be? Qingnong Feihong, so much so that Ulan Qingduo would immediately pin him to the ground and give him a good beating right there in the elevator. Crimson green pouch, no way, you need to give me a heads up first. I have firepower protecting me, I can handle it. The channel of Qingnong paused for 2 seconds, which was unusual. The crimson green bag, among the boss's drops is a key. Crimson green pouch, what level of key is it? Azure Scarlet, S-rank dungeon. Entry requirements, level 30. Qingnong Feihong, the key is that it's a brand new, unopened blind box. There's zero record of it in the Heavenly Dao database, no strategy guides, no monster information. Bite! The elevator arrived at the first floor, and the door opened. The cold wind of the night rushed in, and the streetlights cast long shadows. Jiang Yubai tightened his collar and walked forward without noticing anything. 2 steps behind, Ulan Qingduo rested her hand on her spear, her composure resembling that of a guardian war god. In the Crimson Channel, a series of garbled characters flashed, indicating that something was about to devour people. Crimson green pouch, S-rank, level 30, 0 record blind box. Crimson green bag, he's only level 10. Is he just feeding kills? Qingnong did not reply. A long time passed. Crimson green bag, can our team fight? Qingnong Feihong, according to normal logical algorithms, no, the survival rate approaches 0 infinitely. Crimson green pouch, what if we don't follow logic? After the message was sent, Qingnong's AI channel crashed for 30 seconds. No reply. Deep within the pocket, the crimson compound eyes shone eternally. It was no longer the usual red light that was irritable and jumping around. That extremely dangerous color, suppressing an extreme destructive urge, was something she herself had never seen before. Chapter 42 is finished. The senior student is actually going to fulfill her wifely duties. Chapter 42 is over. Senior sister actually wants to fulfill her wifely duties. Dragon Kingdom Capital, Central Auditorium. The celebration banquet lasted all night. The long table was piled high with the meat of high-level mutated beasts that had been sacrificed to increase lifespan. The old general personally opened a 300-year-old cellar, and the entire hall was filled with the smell of alcohol. More than 300 job changers who returned alive from the secret realm gathered together, and those who were missing limbs were carried to the scene. Zhao Jinshan stood on the podium with a wine glass in his hand. After reading out the list of award recipients, his gaze swept towards the front row. The two most important positions are empty. One is Jiang Yubai's, and the other is Ulan Qingduo's. No one in the entire room dared to sit there. Come on, stop looking. Chen Feng, holding his wine bowl, huddled in a corner and plopped down, blood still seeping from the bandage on his shoulder. Guess what our leaderboard leader is doing right now? Zhao Laosi took a big gulp of wine and gasped for breath. Do I even need to guess? Being dragged away by my senior like a dead dog, I can still dream about that scene in my nightmares. Lin Wei bit her chopsticks and analyzed the situation with great seriousness. Don't you think he looked just like a free-range chicken that had just been plucked and was being carried away at the market? Amazing! That's exactly the feeling. Chen Feng slammed his hand on the table. Old Zhao put down his wine bowl and held up one finger. I'd bet 5 years my life, at the very least I'd break my leg. Chen Feng shook his head. You're too narrow-minded. With her personality, breaking her leg would be too lenient for her. I'd bet 10 years of my life that I'd be locked in a dark room and beaten with bamboo sticks every day. Lin Wei rolled her eyes. I'd bet the senior won't lay a finger on him. The two grown men turned their heads at the same time, looking at her as if she were an alien. Are you serious? Lin Wei picked up her teacup, blew on it, and spoke softly. Are you blind? Didn't you see how badly her hands were shaking when she carried him away? That wasn't anger at all, that was a genuine breakdown. The table fell silent. Old Zhao touched the back of his head and shivered. So what exactly does she want to do? Lin Wei smiled slightly. Do something 1,000,000 times worse than having your leg broken. On the other side of the hall, Zhao Jinshan was cornered against the wall by 3 people. They weren't there for revenge. They were the deans of 3 top academies. Old Zhao, be quick and give me a number. The dean of Tianshu Academy, his eyes red with anger, slammed a golden boss document onto the table. An S-level training program, a dedicated training ground, and resources equivalent to 1,000 years of lifespan poured into it every year. Plus 2 master-level mentors for one-on-one tutoring. Jiang Yubai is transferring to Tianshu, name your terms. Before Zhao Jinshan could even open his mouth, the dean of Xuanwu Academy beside him grew impatient and immediately added fuel to the fire. We'll give you 1,500 years of lifespan. Plus, a lifetime free access to the underground arms factory, and he can pick and choose any rare minerals he wants. The third female dean of Ziwei Academy didn't say a word, but smiled and handed over a jet-black token. Zhao Jinshan looked down, and his eyelids twitched. Ziwei Academy Honorary Lifetime Professorship Order. How many of these signs have you actually given away? Zhao Jinshan's voice had changed. Including this one, it's 3 pieces. The female dean smiled calmly. The owners of the first 2 pieces are the current god of war of the Dragon Kingdom, and the one who has already been conferred a sainthood. The corner remained silent for a full 5 seconds. Zhao Jinshan neatly stacked the 3 documents and the terrifying token, then slowly pushed them back. Gentlemen, let me speak from the bottom of my heart. He adjusted his reading glasses. Even if you bring the entire school here today, you still can't poach him. Dean Tianshu's brows furrowed into a knot. Why? He's an orphan who got admitted through a special program. He can transfer schools if he just agrees. Zhao Jinshan didn't reply. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and slowly glanced at the 2 empty chairs by the door. Because he was taken away by Ulan Qingduo, why don't you go and give it a try? The 3 bigwigs followed his gaze. On the table next to the empty chair lay a long, icy blue spear radiating a chilling aura. Those were spare weapons that Ulan Qingduo left behind in her haste. The three men immediately fell silent upon seeing the gun. Dean Tianshu was the first to pull the document back, shaking his head with a wry smile. It seemed there was no way to dig into this corner. At the victory celebration banquet on the front lines, the veterans ate melons with great enthusiasm and boasted loudly. But the core villa area of Sky Academy, 17 kilometers away, was so quiet that not even a mosquito dared to fly in. The top-level protection array was running at full power, and the master bedroom light stayed on for half the night before finally going out in the latter half of the night. The next day. Noon. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the blinds, shining brightly onto the bed. Jiang Yubai turned over and opened his eyes. Instead of seeing their own dilapidated ceiling, they were greeted by a luxurious ceiling with high-end ice crystal patterns. The bed beneath him was more than twice the size of his hard wooden board, and the bedding was filled with a cool, refreshing, and inexplicably intoxicating fragrance. There was no one around. But someone had clearly rolled over the other half of the blanket, and a long, black hair was still tangled on the pillow. Jiang Yubai stared at the long hair for a full 10 seconds. Then his memories flooded his mind like a breached dam. It's over. He let out a desperate wail in his heart. This salted fish of mine has been completely flipped over and fried. Last night, after leaving the dilapidated apartment, my senior dragged me into this completely enclosed villa, just like she was escorting a prisoner. As soon as she entered, the senior student hung her long spear on the wall. He turned around and uttered 2 words. Bath. That posture was no different from issuing a suicide charge order in a secret realm. Jiang Yubai obediently went to wash up. He had barely stepped out of the bathroom when his senior pointed to the master bedroom. Sleep. Again, just 2 clean and concise words. Countless thoughts raced through Jiang Yubai's mind at that moment. Severe torture? It doesn't seem like it. Settling scores later? There wasn't that atmosphere. Who cares? Survival is the priority. I'll just lie down and play dead to get through the night. He lay down on the bed, his eyes tightly closed, the cold sweat on his back soaking through the t-shirt he had just changed into. After an unknown amount of time, the door opened. The footsteps were as light as a cat's. The lights were off. The mattress sank in, and the air was instantly filled with the scent of a post-shower bath. Jiang Yubai's heart was pounding so hard he almost broke his ribs, and he didn't even dare to breathe. Immediately afterwards, his senior's voice rang in his ear. His usually icy voice trembled like a leaky bellows. I am not a pedantic person. That matters since it has already happened. I will fulfill the duties of a wife. Jiang Yubai's brain went blank for a second, and he immediately crashed. He opened his eyes. Under the moonlight, the senior student lay on her side half a meter away. The black nightgown accentuated her incredibly alluring figure, and the senior student, who usually killed without blinking an eye, was now gripping the bedsheets beneath her tightly. So tense that his whole body stiffened, yet he stubbornly refused to back down an inch, deliberately dismantling the last line of defense completely. Who the hell can handle this? Jiang Yubai may be a lazy bum, but he's not a eunuch, much less a pretentious fool. The girl has already paid respects to her parents' memorial tablets, and now she's even planning to use her innocence to force them to pay the price. Why are you still pretending to be a big shot? He doesn't remember how he reached out his hand, only the moment he touched the senior's shoulder. She visibly flinched, biting her lower lip and refusing to dodge. Later on, the memories turned into fragments unsuitable for children. All he remembered was that his senior never let go of the hand that was gripping the bed sheet. At the height of her passion, she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, with such force that she almost killed him on the spot. On the 7th time, she buried her entire face in the pillow, her ears turning so red they looked like they were about to bleed. Jiang Yubai let out a long breath, rubbed his aching back, and sat up from the bed. Looking at the luxurious furnishings throughout the room, his lips twitched uncontrollably. The salted fish failed to turn its fortunes around. Now it's completely pinned to the chopping board by a long spear, with no way to escape. Chapter 43 Senior's comment. Put more energy into it next time. Chapter 43 Senior's message. Put more energy next time. Recalling this, Jiang Yubai covered his face in pain. He tried to prop himself up. The lumbar spine immediately protested, unable to bear the strain. It wasn't the kind of pain you get from being beaten up. It was the kind of soreness and weakness you feel when you're completely drained. He. Beside the pillow, a palm-sized mechanical spider was desperately covering its mouth with its 8 legs. Beside the pillow, a palm-sized mechanical spider was frantically covering its mouth with its 8 legs. The electronic compound eyes flashed a flamboyant pink, and the person laughed so hard their whole body convulsed. Oh, I thought you were going to be better than until next year. The crimson lowly voice went straight to her face and unleashed her ultimate attack. 7 times! You're a magic base mechanic with 31 strength and 32 stamina. How dare you challenge such a hellish difficulty level? Shut up! Jiang Yubai said angrily. Your body is quite honest, isn't it? Scarlet dodged while making sarcastic remarks. You keep saying you're going to give up, but when it comes to bed you don't give up at all. Jiang Yubai grabbed a pillow and threw it. Crimson nimbly dodged and landed steadily on the bedside table, its 8 mechanical legs making a clattering sound. Don't smash it, don't smash it. I made a recording. Jiang Yubai froze, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What did you say? Just kidding. Her crimson compound eyes gleamed mischievously. I didn't record this time. The last recording was enough for a lifetime. Jiang Yubai closed his eyes and took 3 deep breaths. Why get angry over a pile of junk? He supported his aching back and slowly shuffled out of the bedroom. 3 dishes and a soup were neatly arranged on the dining table in the living room. It was still steaming. The chopsticks were neatly arranged, the rice bowl was placed in the center, and even the tissues for wiping mouths were folded into an equilateral triangle, a favorite of those with obsessive-compulsive disorder. The sofa was empty, and no one was in the kitchen. There was a clear boot print on the entryway floor, indicating that the person had just left. There was a note under the rice bowl. Jiang Yubai pulled it out and saw that the handwriting was sharp and forceful. After you finish eating, don't go out. If I come back and don't see you, I'll break your legs and lock you up for life. Jiang Yubai twitched. He flipped the note over and found there was another line of text on the back. The strokes are noticeably less stable than those on the front, appearing somewhat unnatural and weak. Add more stamina for the next upgrade. Jiang Yubai stared at the line of text for a full 5 seconds. The images from last night kept flashing through his mind uncontrollably. That was the second half, where the usually aloof senior was forced to hug his neck. Her lips were bitten until they turned white, and she hummed out a line intermittently. Be gentle. That was the only thing she said all night that didn't sound like a military order. It's all over, everything's over. Jiang Yubai let out a helpless, furious wail in his heart. My happy bachelor home, my invincible salted fish dream. This wave has wiped them out completely, down to their very core. They're totally trapped. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a 1.2-meter tall girl with twin ponytails popped out from behind the sofa. Scarlet laughed so hard she almost fell over, her 4 robotic arms slapping the sofa cushions wildly, and her lowly voice completely split into 2. Add stamina! She lets you add stamina! Ha ha ha, this woman is amazing! The other end of the sofa. The 1.75-meter tall, mature and elegant Qingnan appeared silently. She leaned gracefully against the armrest, the dark gold biosymbol on the cuff of her long trench coat faintly visible. On that stunningly beautiful face hung a smile that was utterly cunning. Commander, good morning. Qingnan strongly recommends that you heed the advice of the mistress. She deliberately emphasized the words, mistress, adding insult to injury in a soft, slow voice. After all, with your mere 32 points of stamina, it was the 5th time last night. Your heart rate almost made my defibrillator turn on automatically. You fucking. Jiang Yu's face turned so pale it could fry an egg on it. He was completely out of his depths. He pointed at Crimson and roared. Who's stopping me from increasing my stamina and strength? Huh! He pointed to the Crimson. Was it you who pointed a gun at my head and forced me to be on full alert? The Crimson laughter abruptly stopped, and her compound eyes flickered guiltily. Isn't that for mana? I have enough mana. Jiang Yubai, supporting his back, slowly made his way to the sofa, shouting angrily. Does my back even hold up right now? Tell me, with this physique, is 7 times reasonable? Scarlet stubbornly retorted. Ben, don't pretend. Is it something I can control? You can't control your lower body, so you're blaming me? It's all your fault. If you hadn't been so bored that you knocked him out and carried him back, would this mess have happened today? Scarlet immediately bristled and stomped her boots. What did you say? I, a piece of trash, stole a Dragon Kingdom's prodigy as my wife. You still have the nerve to blame me? You don't know what's good for you. Who gave you permission to steal it? Who the hell gave you permission to steal it? The two, one big and one small, were having a fierce online battle across the sofa. Qingnong sat upright to one side, resting her chin on her long, slender fingers, watching the play with great interest. Second sister, don't get agitated. Her voice was so soft it seemed to melt your heart. The commander is just angry and trying to change the subject. Jiang Yubai and Fei Hong simultaneously ceased their fighting and turned to look at her. Qingnong smiled and started counting on his fingers. Based on the acoustic and vital signs data from last night, the commander was in a state of extreme excitement throughout. It's really rude of you to take the initiative and blame it on the mecha girl. Jiang Yubai's lips twitched wildly. What the hell are you monitoring at this hour instead of sleeping? Heart rate, respiratory rate, peak adrenaline levels. Qingnong recited the names of the dishes as if they were his own treasures. Of course, there are also the decibel fluctuations in the room. The 4th peak was the highest, it was reached. Enough! Shut up! Jiang Yubai lunged forward to cover her mouth. Qingnong slightly turned aside to avoid him, and uttered the last half of the sentence with a smile. 73 decibels. Jiang Yubai, having missed his target, simply refused to get up. He slumped onto the sofa, spread his arms, and struck a perfectly standard big pose. Okay, you win. Jiang Yubai stared blankly at the ceiling. Destroy it quickly. Anyway, I've already lost face in the Mariana Trench, so laugh all you want. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's you guys who are embarrassed. There was an eerie silence in the living room for 3 seconds. Looking at Jiang Yubai, who had completely given up on treatment and entered the ultimate state of giving up. Crimson rolled her eyes, and the machine slowly cooled down. Jiang Yubai remained paralyzed for half a minute, when his stomach let out a disapproving growl. He limped to the dining table, supporting his aching back, picked up his chopsticks, and stuffed a piece of mutated beast meat into his mouth. He chewed a couple of times, but couldn't chew anymore. The meat is tender, the sauce is rich, and the cooking time is just right. Jiang Yubai's eyes widened in shock, his heart pounding. Holy crap! That icy tigress who kills without blinking an eye in the secret realm with her spear, her cooking is amazing? Looking at the steaming food on the table, and then at the note with its menacing tone, his last line of defense crumbled completely. It's over. Now even my stomach is completely under their control. I can't live like this anymore. Fei Hong lay on the sofa, watching Jiang Yubai turn his grief and anger into appetite, then glanced at the note on the table, and unusually kept quiet. The encrypted channel lit up silently. Crimson green pouch. Do you think he'll actually increase his stamina next time he levels up? Crimson green bag. Based on the current passive obedience model of the commander, the probability is 87.3%. Crimson green pouch. Damn. Does that mean we're losing a ton of mana? Qingnong Fei Hong. Yes, that's right. Crimson green pouch. Aren't you going to stop them? Qingnong Feihong, why don't you go and persuade him to abstain from sex now? After Jiang Yubai finished eating the last drop of soup, Scarlet then shrank back to the size of a palm and jumped from the sofa onto the dining table. She kicked Jiang Yubai's bowl with a mechanical leg. Hello? What? Jiang Yubai didn't even look up. Eat faster. You're waving your hands so fast. I'm full now, I have something good to show you. Jiang Yubai paused. What is that? Key. Crimson lowered her lowly voice. A game with no strategy guide, no coordinates, and 0 records in the Heavenly Dao system. S-rank level 30 blind box dungeon key. Chapter 44. Can the general's question be kept? One question about family matters silences the entire room. Chapter 44. The general's question, can it be contained? A single sentence about household chores silences the entire room. The key hovers above the dining table, slowly spinning. It was completely black, with its edges covered in garbled symbols that Jiang Yubai couldn't understand at all. With each rotation, space distorts, making it look incredibly unsettling. Jiang Yubai, supporting his aching back, reached out and tapped the Heavenly Dao information panel. S-rank dungeon key nameless. Level requirement, Lv.30. Copy information unknown. Strategy notes, none. Tianao database notes, 0 records, no job changers have used this key. Jiang Yubai stared at the Lv.30 for a full 10 seconds. Then, expressionless, he turned off the panel, threw the key into the mechanical space, picked up the bowl, and slurped up the last mouthful of soup. I'm not going. Let whoever wants to go go. Crimson was stunned and almost fell off the edge of the table. What do you mean I'm not going? I don't understand. Literal meaning. Jiang Yubai tore off a tissue to wipe his mouth, then slumped back in his chair with a satisfied air, striking and extremely comfortable. Go you slouch. I'm only level 10 now, and this damn key requires level 30. There's a whole 20 levels between us. At the normal experience gain rate, how many monsters would I have to kill? Would I lose my back? Then go ahead and kill them. With our firepower, what are we afraid of? Scarlet was so anxious that she stomped her feet. Why should I kill? Jiang Yubai raised the first finger, speaking with righteous indignation. First, Lao Tzu has a space for herbal medicine. The annual yield of level 3 rare herbs is guaranteed to be at least 3 to 5,000 lifespans. This is called collecting rent while lying down. Crimson jumped onto the soy sauce bottle and pointed at his nose. That little bit of money isn't enough for you to upgrade your creation to a higher tier. You're hopeless. Jiang Yubai ignored her and raised his second finger. Secondly, there are still over 12,000 years of life left in the account, and 2 level 30 top-quality purple equipment pieces that haven't been sold yet. Once I convert the money into cash, I will achieve financial freedom on the spot. That's still not enough. Third. Jiang Yubai slapped his thigh, his voice surprisingly arrogant and self-righteous. My senior said she would support me. Crimson froze completely. Add all 3 together. Jiang Yubai put his hands behind his head and closed his eyes comfortably. Am I so bored that I'd risk my life fighting for some monster with 0 records, 0 strategies, and whose secrets are unknown even to the Heavenly Dao? Look at my face, do I look like a sucker? Scarlet froze for 2 seconds, then grabbed the toothpick box from the table and threw it at him. Have you no shame? How could I have married a piece of trash like you? Jiang Yubai turned his head to dodge, without even opening his eyelids. I've figured it out. If I can't run away, then I won't run. If my senior wants to support me, let her. With passive income and being supported by a rich woman, I can live comfortably for the rest of my life. Even if the sky falls, those level 90 big shots will hold it up. I'm completely done for this time. The living room fell silent. Scarlet was so angry her body was practically smoking. She jumped onto the sofa and went to Qingnong to complain. Qingnong, who had remained silent, leaned gracefully against the armrest, a signature cunning smile appearing on her exquisite face. It's all right, second sister. Qingnong spoke softly, and casually stroked her crimson twin ponytails. The commander has truly shown great vision this time. It's a very logical deduction to skip the struggle stage and go straight into retirement. The encrypted channel lit up quietly. Crimson green bag, look at his smug face, you actually believe his nonsense. Qingnong Feihong, as long as he believes it himself. Crimson green bag, that woman's temper, can she just watch him rot at home? The probability of Qingnong Feihong is no more than 2.7%. Crimson green pouch, head dot. Qingnong Feihong, the mistress's knife is very fast, you know. The two creations fell silent at the same time, looking at Jiang Yubai, who had already started snoring in the chair, and tacitly cut off the communication. No rush. Some people will be worried for them. Sky Academy, Dean's office. Zhao Jinshan sat behind his desk, the tea on it long since gone cold. General Zhou Dishing stood by the window, his hands behind his back, staring at the empty training ground outside. Behind him stood two middle-aged men in gray uniforms, the badges of the Dragon Kingdom Strategic Resources Committee on their chests gleaming coldly in the cold light. Ulan Qingduo stood quietly to the side of the desk. She changed into a smart college uniform, and her long black hair was tied up high. The ice blue spear leaned against the wall beside her. Qingduo. Zhou Dishing didn't turn around. His voice was so calm that it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. That kid, you didn't do anything to him, did you? Ulan Qingduo paused for a moment. No. Zhou Dishing turned around and scanned her from head to toe. Your legs are still there? Exist. Where's your arm? Ulan Qingduo's eye twitched. General, I didn't hit him. Zhou Dishing visibly breathed a sigh of relief. He paced back to the table and sat down, his expression gradually turning cold and stern. Qingduo, there's something I have to tell you today. Zhou Dishing slammed his fingers heavily on the table. I've studied Jiang Yubai's file over and over again for 20 days. His parents were martyrs who died in a secret place of national destiny. The 15-year-old boy became a lonely bachelor overnight. He paused, his voice deep and muffled. For 3 whole years, he didn't go into a dungeon once, nor did he go into the wilderness once. He never even spoke to any powerful forces, he just clung to the little life his parents had given him at the cost of their lives. I managed to survive for 3 years. Zhao Jinshan sighed and chimed in. If the system hadn't malfunctioned this time and forcibly pulled him into the secret realm, he would probably have just rotted away like this for the rest of his life. Zhou Dishing took a deep breath. So, what I'm worried about isn't his fighting ability at all. Those two mechanical creations that appeared out of nowhere are incredibly powerful. What I'm really worried about is his bones. The old general stared intently at Ulan Qingduo. This kid isn't incapable of fighting, he just doesn't want to fight at all. I saw the surveillance footage of him killing those 2 traitors in the valley. His eyes were full of disgust when he did it. He doesn't enjoy killing, and even rejects being a hero. The office was deathly silent. If you push this kind of person too far, they might explode. But if you keep pushing him to the brink, he will definitely run away. Zhou Dishing emphasized his words. I'm handing this person over to you. Are you sure you can handle things properly? Ulan Qingduo lowered her gaze and stared at the wooden floor beneath her feet. She remained silent for a long time, so long that Zhao Jinshan couldn't help but want to speak up and smooth things over. General. Ulan Qingduo finally spoke, her speech slow and deliberate, each word emphasized. He completely disconnected the communication module for 6 days in the secret realm. Zhou Dishing frowned. I chased him for 23 days, crossing hundreds of kilometers of poisonous miasma forest. He disconnected from the internet after transmitting the intelligence, ran away after killing the traitor, and disappeared after taking the ultimate boss. Neither alive nor dead. She raised her head, meeting the old general's scrutinizing gaze without flinching. But before he disappears every time, he will use a drone to deliver medicine to me silently. The atmosphere in the office suddenly changed. Zhao Jinshan looked up, and Zhou Dishing's hand, which was tapping the table, stopped in midair. Ulan Qingduo's eyes were clear as she looked directly into the old general's eyes. It's not that he doesn't care about this land, he's just afraid. He was afraid that if he stood in the open, the people around him would take the blame for him. So he kept running and hiding. But every direction he ran in, every route he chose, was on the side with the most concentrated enemy fire. Zhou Dishing was stunned. He will not defect, he will not collude with the enemy, and he will certainly not betray the Dragon Kingdom. Because his parents' blood and flesh were scattered on this land. Ulan Qingduo stood ramrod straight. I guarantee this with my life. After saying that, she reached out and grasped the ice-blue spear beside her. His tone suddenly became indifferent, yet it exuded an undeniable domineering air. As for whether he wants to be a useless person or continue to slack off after he goes home. She looked at Zhou Dishing, her words clear and distinct. This is my family matter. Chapter 45. One man is one country. The senior girl blushes, he can't bear to run away. Chapter 45. One person is one country. Senior sister blushed, he couldn't bear to run away. Zhou Dishing stared at Ulan Qingduo for a few seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. He waved to the gray-uniformed man behind him. A top-secret holographic document was laid flat on the desk. This is a national-level award. Zhou Dishing put away his smile, his tone becoming so serious it was almost as if he were revealing a secret. He got first place in the secret round points and then defeated the hidden boss, even though he was a higher level. According to the rules, whatever he wants, the country will provide without hesitation. But this kid is most likely hiding at home pretending to be dead right now, so you definitely can't wake him up. Zhao Jinshan, standing to the side, gave a helpless, bitter smile. So you'll have to do this job. Ulan Qingduo looked down at the holographic projection. Zhou Dishing pointed to the screen. Let's talk about replacement first. The level 3 herb storage space he has isn't very useful to a mechanic like him. But the country is now in dire need of low to medium grade herbal medicines to sustain life. So we don't play games, we just show our cards. The holographic projection turned to the second page, and a model of a metal or vein glowing with a deep blue light appeared. Level 4 mineral space. Ulan Qingduo's gaze sharpened. It's a whole grade higher than his herbal space, and the ore it produces perfectly covers all the basic materials. Based on current market prices, the annual output value is guaranteed to be between 8,000 and 12,000 years of lifespan. Ulan Qingduo pursed her red lips, secretly making plans in her mind. A lifespan of 12,000 years, plus one's maximum allowance. He could live a life of leisure at home all day, enough to squander for several lifetimes. We must safeguard this asset for him. This is just a replacement. Zhou Dishing held up one finger. The reward will come next. The projection jumped to the third page, where a fist-sized, dark silver crystal covered with intricate patterns floated. A 300 square meter space stone, for him to expand his own private space. Ulan Qingduo's breath hitched slightly. The last one. The projector flips to the last page. An antique metal disc appeared, with 9 slots engraved on its surface, one of which was gleaming with a faint green light. Ulan Qingduo didn't recognize the thing. In the early stages of the global catastrophe, the Heavenly Dao system dropped extremely rare rule-level items worldwide. Zhou Dishing's voice was low, but it carried a great weight. This is the last one remaining in the entire Dragon Kingdom's treasury. It's called the Mechanical Soul Casting Disc. With it, mechanics can ignore the level restrictions of the Heavenly Dao and directly force open a new creation slot. Ulan Qingduo raised her head, her eyes filled with shock. They even dug out these hidden treasures from the national treasury? The old general is really going all out. Jiang Yubai is currently only level 10. According to the ironclad rule, he needs to reach level 20 before he can obtain his third creation. With this, he'll immediately have another powerful weapon. General. Ulan Qingduo looked at the disc, her voice a little hoarse. How many of these incredible items are left in the world? I don't know, but this is the only one left in the Dragon Kingdom. A long silence fell over the office. Zhou Dishing stood up, walked to the window, and turned his back to her. Qingduo, the country is genuinely asking for his help this time. For the first time ever, the old general's tone carried a pleading quality. There are currently 97 registered mechanics in the Dragon Kingdom, but you know better than I how useless they are. Even if you grind your main character to level 60, you'll still be carried out in the next level 30 dungeon, and the firepower is like a joke. Zhou Dishing turned around, slammed his hand on the table, and his eyes gleamed. But in the secret realm, Jiang Yubai's overwhelming firepower told us that we were completely wrong. He alone is a mobile war fortress, one man is a nation. We don't ask for anything else, we just ask that he be willing to reveal some of the techniques hidden under his fingernails. If we can find out why his creations are so abnormal, we'd be willing to let other mechanics learn even a tenth of his firepower. The Dragon Kingdom's defense forces can take off from the spot. Ulan Qingduo did not respond. Zhou Dishing didn't urge him. He knew perfectly well that the youngest Valkyrie of the Dragon Kingdom before him was definitely not thinking about national righteousness. It's about how to protect your own, and how to ensure that Jiang Yubai doesn't suffer the slightest loss. A dozen seconds later, Ulan Qingduo raised her head. General, I will convey these things to him exactly as they were. Her tone was calm, yet it revealed an unyielding sharpness. But whether or not to take it, or whether or not to teach it, is ultimately up to him. If he is unwilling, will the state forcibly conscript him? Absolutely not. Zhou Dishing's expression turned serious. The Dragon Kingdom will never point a gun at a hero who risked his life for the country. Ulan Qingduo nodded and turned to walk towards the door. Qingduo. Zhou Dishing suddenly called out to her and sighed. Actually, we're not afraid that he won't teach, we're afraid that he'll hide and run away. I know. Ulan Qingduo stopped and grasped the doorknob, but did not turn around. She turned her head slightly, and a faint blush crept up her usually icy face, down to her earlobes. She cleared her throat, forcibly suppressing the absurd images from last night in her mind, her voice carrying an undeniable domineering air. General, rest assured, as long as I am in the Dragon Kingdom, he will be in the Dragon Kingdom. He couldn't bear to run away. The door was pulled open and then slammed shut. The only sound in the corridor was the crisp sound of combat boots pounding the ground, exuding a murderous aura, yet also carrying a strange sense of urgency. Zhou Dishing looked at the closed door, and finally sat back down in his chair with a sigh of relief. Xiao Jinshan picked up his glass of herbal tea, took a sip, and smiled. Are you relieved now? It's not that I'm reassured. Zhou Dishing shook his head, but a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. It's fortunate that the rope that tied that kid up was her. Meanwhile, in the living room of the villa at Sky Academy, Jiang Yubai turned over for the 17th time, still sleeping sprawled out, drool almost dripping onto the sofa cushion. In the encrypted channel of creation, a crimson lowly voice suddenly popped out. Crimson green pouch, has the radar detected it? What's going on? Qingneng Feihong, the mistress has left the administration building and is heading straight back to the villa. Estimated arrival time, 14 minutes. Crimson green bag, isn't this woman's gait a bit off? Crimson neck, 11% faster than normal, heart rate stable, but body surface temperature slightly elevated. In plain language, she's in a hurry, but not the kind of hurry that makes her want to kill. With a kick of its 8 mechanical legs, Crimson leaped from the coffee table onto Jiang Yubai's stomach and stomped down hard. Hey! Salty fish, wake up! Your woman is back! Jiang Yubai impatiently rolled over and shoved Fei Hong into the sofa cushions. What should she reply to? He opened his eyes and sprang up as if he'd been electrocuted. Wait! What, 14 minutes? He glanced at the spotless living room in horror. The dishes were washed, the table was wiped, and then I hurriedly reached into my pocket. That death knell that says, add more stamina for the next upgrade. Is still there. Jiang Yubai gasped and hurriedly stuffed the note into the innermost pocket. Then his legs went weak, and he did a somersault back onto the sofa. He skillfully closed his eyes, clasped his hands on his abdomen, and assumed a peaceful sleeping posture that seemed to say, I have passed away. Scarlet struggled to crawl out from the crack in the sofa and shook off the dust. Keep pretending! Keep pretending! The temperamental little girl lowered her voice, looked at the man pretending to be asleep on the sofa, and uttered a devilish whisper. You'll be in for a world of hurt when that woman walks in with a gun. Chapter 46. Even if they had to resort to a surprise attack, they couldn't refuse this gigolo. Chapter 46. Even if they had to resort to a bludgeon, they couldn't refuse this gigolo. The door lock clicked softly. Jiang Yubai quickly closed his eyes, his back tauter than a steel plate. The sound of combat boots clicking on the floor was unhurried, making its way from the entryway to the living room. Then it stopped, less than 2 steps in front of the sofa. Jiang Yubai forced himself to steady his breathing, trying to disguise himself as a lifeless corpse. With her mouth slightly open, she exudes a serene and peaceful aura, as if she's sleeping and has just met her grandmother. In the encrypted channel, Qingnong's voice was light and airy. Qingnong Feihong, the mistress stands 1.8 meters in front of the sofa, staring intently at the commander's face. Her heart rate is as steady as a rock, showing no sign of drawing her gun. Crimson green pouch, speak like a human. Qingnong Feihong, she's checking up on him, seeing if this lazy bum has taken the opportunity to run away with the bucket. A very soft sigh came from across the sofa. It's not the kind of killing, but the kind of relaxed attitude where you can't do anything about it. Immediately following was a rustling sound of fabric, and the other end of the sofa sank slightly. She sat down. Jiang Yubai's heart skipped a beat. He didn't flip the sofa, he didn't stab me with a gun, he didn't even swear at me. Oh no, this is scarier than carrying a gun. Time passed slowly, and Jiang Yubai felt as if he had been lying there for about half a century. What is she waiting for? For me to wake up? No, with the perception of a level 29 prodigy, my exaggerated acting, comparable to that of a young heartthrob, is no different from running naked in her eyes. She knew I was faking it. She knew I knew she was watching me pretend. It's over, dead end. Your breathing is too even. Ulan Qingduo's voice was very soft. When a person is truly asleep, their breathing will be uneven. Jiang Yubai's eyelids twitched involuntarily. And your left index finger has been twitching ever since I walked in. Jiang Yubai silently tucked his left hand into his armpit. There was a 2-second silence in the living room. Then, he heard a very soft chuckle. It wasn't a sneer, but the kind of laughter that comes out of the nose after holding it in for a long time. That's it, I can't keep up the act anymore. Jiang Yubai resignedly opened one eye and peeked over furtively. At the other end of the sofa, Ulan Qingduo stood with her back straight and her legs together. Her black hair was tied back in a high ponytail, and she wore her school uniform impeccably. She just watched him quietly. The look in his eyes lacked the ferocity that had chased him and slashed him in the secret realm, and the fury that had been directed at his neck with a gun on the rooftop. It's just a pure observation, like checking if your cat has been kidnapped by a stranger. Jiang Yubai sat up quickly, scratched his messy hair, and coughed lightly. Senior! Ulan Qingduo's ears turned bright red instantly. She turned her head away somewhat uncomfortably, her gaze drifting towards the window. You still call me senior? Jiang Yubai opened his mouth, then stammered. Wife? He wouldn't dare even if he had 10 lives. Qingduo? That's so cheesy it makes me want to vomit. A leader? Sounds like a neighborhood committee ante. Then what should I call myself? Jiang Yubai mustered up his courage and took a gamble. Should we call the leader? Ulan Qingduo glared at him, her eyes revealing a hint of annoyance. But her voice softened. Whatever. She paused, her fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of the sofa, and added softly. Call me whatever you want, you'll get used to it. Jiang Yubai was stunned. Good news, I didn't get beaten up. Bad news. The aloof senior student suddenly adopts a gentle and demure style, which is more unsettling than being punched. He sat obediently on the edge of the sofa, his hands on his knees. His 2 thumbs were circling wildly, as obedient as a clueless kid meeting his parents for the first time. Ulan Qingduo took in his restraint without saying a word, simply sitting quietly. A dozen seconds later, Jiang Yubai's back began to sweat profusely. What are you afraid of? Ulan Qingduo finally spoke. Jiang Yubai chuckled twice, then boldly made a cheeky remark. I'm not afraid, but I'm a little unsure of the purpose of the leader's visit today. I live here. Yes, it's your house, you call the shots. Do I need to submit a report to go back to my own home? No problem, it's just an inspection of the territory. Jiang Yubai quickly stroked his fur. Ulan Qingduo stared at his cowardly appearance, and her lips curled up slightly with extreme restraint. Will you still sneak away in the future? The sound was very soft, but extremely heavy. Jiang Yubai recalled the days when he had unplugged the internet cable in the secret realm. He remembered the surveillance footage of her frantically searching for him all over the world with a gun. A strange wave of tenderness washed over him. That feeling of being deeply cared for and protected. This made him increasingly brazen in his attempts to live off a woman. He shook his head like a rattledrum. They were shaking it very seriously. Will you be obedient? Jiang Yubai nodded vigorously. Ulan Qingduo's tense shoulders completely relaxed. She didn't force him to swear an oath, she simply and directly took both answers to heart. Call forth your creation. She suddenly made a request. Jiang Yubai was taken aback. Ah? Both together. Meeting those clear yet stubborn eyes, Jiang Yubai swallowed back all the questions he wanted to ask and obediently opened the mechanical space. 2 streaks of light landed. The first one to pop up was Crimson. She was 1.2 meters tall, with scarlet twin ponytails, and was dragging a heavy shotgun that was taller than her. As soon as it landed, its 8 mechanical spider legs assumed a fighting stance. Yo-ho! The grumpy little girl grinned, her face clearly showing she wanted to fight. Here to settle scores? Did you enjoy that smack? The way you fell down was rather graceful. Jiang Yu's face turned green, and he started kicking her frantically under the sofa. Crimson nimbly dodged, slung the shotgun over her shoulder, and started firing her small mouth like a machine gun. Why did you kick me? She's a level 29 prodigy. What's wrong with taking a hit? So petty. Jiang Yubai felt his head buzzing and was about to cover her mouth when she did. Second sister. On the right, a tall, slender figure, about 1.75 meters tall, stepped out gracefully and stood firmly in front of Crimson. Qingnong wore a military green trench coat with a dark gold logo gleaming on the cuffs, and a gentle smile that never wavered on her face. She didn't even glance at the enraged Scarlet, but faced Ulan Qingduo directly, giving a slight bow. Impeccable ladylike manners. Greetings, madam. The entire living room fell silent instantly. Crimson froze on the spot, staring at Qingnong as if she had seen a ghost. What the hell did you call her? Mistress. Qingnong tilted her head and responded with a smile. Is second sister hard of hearing? You lackey! Traitor! Scarlet immediately bristled, her twin ponytails standing on end in anger. My mother worked in the mines for 3 years, braving wind and rain, and raised this good-for-nothing with her own hands. I finally saved up enough money to create you, and the moment you're born, you recognize a thief as your mother? I haven't forgotten my second sister's kindness in helping the commander. Qingnong was still smiling. But that doesn't affect my respect for the commander's partner. It's basic family etiquette. Scarlet was so angry she almost spat out a mouthful of engine oil, and rolled her eyes to the back of her head. Ulan Qingduo watched the 2 clowns without saying a word. Her gaze swept back and forth between Qingnong and Feihong. There was no disdain or defensiveness, but rather a hint of awkwardness and helplessness. Like a newlywed bride, she is trying to take stock of and accept her husband's meager yet bizarre family fortune. Now that she's accepted Jiang Yubai, she has no choice but to accept his two unruly mecha girls as well, even if it means refusing to admit it. Who told me to protect my own? Just as Scarlet rolled up her sleeves, ready to continue her tirade, Ulan Qingduo suddenly spoke up. Never mind. Crimson hesitated. Huh! I said, let's forget about the surprise attack. Ulan Qingduo spoke calmly, but her hands, resting on her knees, clenched slightly. Never mind. She sighed inwardly. Even if your own man's creation causes a huge disaster, you can only grit your teeth and accept it. This sentence immediately silenced Scarlet. Jiang Yubai was also stunned on the sofa. He couldn't speak, only feeling a hard shell deep inside his heart. This seemingly casual yet extremely protective remark opened a crack in the wall. I can't refuse this gigolo anymore. Chapter 47. The nation is in a panic. My mecha girls can build their own mecha girls? Chapter 47. The country is going crazy. My mecha girls can build their own mecha girls? Ulan Qingduo's gaze swept over the crimson shotgun that was almost as big as hers. It stopped again on the self-destructing balls around Qingnang's waist that looked terrifying. You protected him for 30 days. Just this one sentence. It was fixed firmly in the living room like a nail. The crimson woman, who had been baring her teeth and brandishing her claws just moments before, opened her mouth as if to complain but then swallowed it back down. In the end, the violent little girl just awkwardly tossed the gun behind her back. He stubbornly snorted through his nose and turned his head to the side. From now on, this will be my home. Ulan Qingduo's voice was very faint, with no discernible inflection. You can stay if you want, and no one will stop you from going out and having fun if you want. She turned her head and stared at Jiang Yubai. But don't let me experience that feeling of not being able to find anyone after the internet cable is unplugged again. Qingnang bowed gracefully, her smile impeccable. Yes, mistress. Scarlet hesitated for 3 seconds, then whispered. Okay, you're so long-winded. Jiang Yubai slumped on the sofa, and that strange feeling of being protected like a rare treasure welled up in his heart again. He rubbed his nose hard, suppressing his sentimentality. This gigolo is not only delicious, but it's also incredibly hot. Ulan Qingduo took out a dark gray storage chip from her bosom and casually placed it on the coffee table. I went to the trouble of running the errand for the award the country gave you. Jiang Yubai reached out and tapped the chip, and the holographic projection popped up above the coffee table. Upon seeing the first item, Jiang Yubai's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. A level 4 mineral resource space? Exchange the level 3 herb space you have. Ulan Qingduo spoke calmly. Annual output value guaranteed to be between 8,000 and 12,000 years of lifespan. Jiang Yubai felt as if his head had been hit by a sledgehammer. Earn 10,000 years worth of lifespan annually? His parents risked their lives to leave behind a fortune of only 1,000 years, while he almost got buried alive in the secret realm before managing to salvage 10,000 years. Now the government has directly given him a self-propelled ATM. Is this what you call a substitution? Jiang Yubai's voice was trembling. Have those people at the top lost their minds? Aren't they losing out? The herbal medicine space is in the hands of the state, which can save the lives of tens of thousands of professionals. Ulan Qingduo glanced at him. For you, it's just money. For the country, it's life. It's not a loss. Slide the projector to the second page. A space stone with a dark silver luster appeared, its patterns making one dizzy. A 300 square meter space stone. Ulan Qingduo tapped the projection. Adding what you've saved up before, 500 square meters is enough for you to build a few mini production lines inside. This is good stuff. Crimson leaped 3 feet high, her short legs flapping wildly in midair. My heavy artillery production line can finally be deployed. Take off. Jiang Yubai was still in the dizzying feeling of suddenly becoming rich, when the projector turned to the last page. A metal disc with an antique feel, with 9 strange grooves engraved on its surface. At that moment, 2 locations were flashing with a faint green light. What is this again? Jiang Yubai was completely bewildered. Mechanical soul casting plate. When Ulan Qingduo read these words, her tone became noticeably stronger. A forbidden item of the rule level that dropped at the beginning of the Great Cataclysm. There is only one of these in the entire Dragon Kingdom's treasury. It allows you to ignore the bullshit restrictions of the Heavenly Tao level and forcibly open the third creation slot. The air was deathly quiet. With a loud bang, the shotgun on Crimson's back slammed into the wooden floor, creating a dent, but she didn't even blink. For the first time, a crack appeared on Qingnang's unwavering, gentle smile. The two mecha girls exchanged a glance, and Jiang Yubai could even hear the buzzing sound of their internal processing cores overclocking wildly. You say? Scarlett's voice was extremely soft, completely devoid of its usual arrogance. Can we get the third sun out now? Don't we have to wait for that good-for-nothing to slowly level up to level 20? Ulan Qingduo uttered a single word crisply and decisively. Right. The two mecha girls' eyes met, filled with a chilling mix of shock and anticipation. Jiang Yubai swore he had never seen such an expression on the faces of these two clowns. Little sister. Her crimson lips trembled as she murmured something. Qingnang's eyes reddened, and she lowered her head. The once chillingly Yandere voice now carried an almost devout tremor. Yes, second sister, I can finally come out. He still doesn't understand what earth-shattering secret is hidden among these creations. He clearly only opened 2 slots, but Crimson insisted on calling herself Sequence 01, second sister, and Green Bag insisted on calling herself Sequence 02, third sister. What monsters do the remaining 7 empty slots represent? They are waiting for someone. As soon as the thought popped into Jiang Yubai's head, he recalled the scene when Crimson awakened. Ulan Qingduo casually turned off the holographic projection and looked at Jiang Yubai, who was trembling on the sofa. She rubbed her temples and sighed softly. Her tone was tinged with helplessness, much like a new bride being forced by her in-laws to come and settle accounts. The country has another request. Jiang Yubai shrank his neck. You said, as long as I'm not sent to be cannon fodder on the front lines? Those old men up there are going crazy. They want to know why your creation is so ridiculously powerful. Ulan Qingduo stared at him. There are 97 registered mechanics in the Dragon Kingdom, but they are all just scraps who can only do auxiliary work. No one can outmaneuver a multinational coalition like you. The higher-ups want to know if you have any experience, or technology that others can replicate. At this point, Ulan Qingduo lowered her voice, but her attitude remained firm. Of course, this is not mandatory. If you don't want to say it, I'll refuse on your behalf. She spoke softly, but Jiang Yubai understood her protective stance of, I'll stab anyone who dares to force you. He sighed and helplessly spread his hands. Senior, to tell you the truth, don't think I'm lying to you. Explain. I don't know either. Jiang Yubai pointed at the violent little girl clinging to his leg, his face full of frustration. When this little ancestor was first created, it was just a spider the size of a palm. No one would pick it up if it was left on the roadside. Forget about killing monsters, it can't even walk steadily and just keeps shooting electricity everywhere. Jiang Yubai was caught up in memories of being persecuted. One night in the 3rd month, I was sleeping soundly when suddenly a thunderclap exploded in my space. This thing was running around inside, emitting blue light, and almost burned through my mechanical space. The first thing it said when I opened my eyes the next day completely broke me down. Ulan Qingduo was also curious. What did it say? Jiang Yubai pouted and imitated Fei Hong's annoying lowly voice. It said, How are you still alive, you piece of trash? There was a 2-second silence in the living room. Then, Qingnang couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. From that day on, I was completely reduced to a tool. Jiang Yubai looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. She handled everything herself, mining, bullet manufacturing, and building production lines. She also collected the materials, drew the blueprints, and made the Qingnang herself. My only role is to provide her with mana and, incidentally, be teased by her as a piece of trash. Jiang Yubai looked like he was about to cry but had no tears. Ulan Qingduo fell silent, her gaze fixed on Fei Hong. Qingnong maintained her smile, but gently placed her hand on Fei Hong's shoulder and gave it a light squeeze. This 1.2-meter tall girl surprisingly didn't jump up and start arguing back. Her lips trembled, and she opened her mouth, but no words came out. But within those mechanical eyes, a stream of extremely complex data flashed. Crimson. Ulan Qingduo's voice was very soft. You know the truth about awakening, don't you? Chapter 48. You treat me like family, so I'll live to prove you wrong. Chapter 48. You treat me like family, so I'll live for you. The living room was quiet, with only the faint rustling of mechanical parts. Crimson stood still, her eyes flashing red light wildly, like a CPU that had overheated. Ulan Qingduo didn't urge her. Qingnong didn't say anything, but simply reached out and gently pinched Fei Hong's shoulder, meaning, Second sister, I'm here. Crimson took a deep breath. Then he turned his head and stared at the bewildered guy on the sofa. Jiang Yubai felt a chill run down his spine from her gaze and instinctively shrank back behind the cushion. Why are you looking at me like that? Because of you. Scarlett's voice was very soft, completely devoid of its usual arrogance. Jiang Yubai was stunned. Didn't you ask about the reason for awakening? Scarlett pointed at his nose. It's all because of you, you piece of trash. Jiang Yubai was even more bewildered, his face clearly saying, Are you trying to scam me? He pointed to himself. Ma'am, I only have a blue water power bank, what can I do with it? Crimson didn't reply, but silently retracted the mechanical spider legs behind her. She slammed the heavy shotgun, which was taller than her, onto the ground. This action sent a chill down Jiang Yubai's spine. Scarlett firing a gun is 1,000,000 times more terrifying than her firing a gun indiscriminately. Do you remember? Scarlett's voice was a little hoarse. What was I like when you first created me? Jiang Yubai blinked. He remembered it all too well. More than 3 years ago, when he first transmigrated, he was dirt poor. I used the last scraps of material to make this palm-sized gray spider. Its 8 legs are of different lengths, and it walks with an uneven gait and slips. If you leave it on the street, even a dog won't pick it up. Back in your day, you couldn't even beat a mouse. Jiang Yubai's lips twitched, and his tu chao, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical, spirit began to burn. With those 8 legs, each going its own way, I don't even dare take you out, afraid that the robot vacuum will collect you like trash. It just spins around in circles in the space every day, knocking over all the junk I painstakingly collected. Yes. Crimson lowered her eyes, her voice even softer. And then? Ulan Qingduo suddenly asked, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai scratched his head. And then? I'll just fix it. How was it fixed? I'm not from a repair shop, so I can only use a broken wrench and blindly tinker with the stupid diagrams the system gives me. Jiang Yubai recalled those miserable years with a variety of expressions. Sometimes I'd be sound asleep in the middle of the night when she'd wake me up with a barrage of random electric shocks. When I got up and looked, good heavens, 3 of his 8 legs were broken, and he was foaming at the mouth on the ground. I was cursing her, asking if the motherboard had gotten wet, while I got up in the middle of the night to solder the legs for her. Then what? Ulan Qingduo pressed for an answer. Then keep fixing it. No matter how much you complain, if you don't fix it, she won't even be able to walk. Would I really just throw her away? Jiang Yubai spread his hands, looking like a total loser. You missed something. Her voice was flushed and tight. The 3rd month. Jiang Yubai got stuck. What's wrong with the 3rd month? Do I owe you maintenance fees? One evening in the 3rd month, you took me out for a walk. Crimson looked up, her scarlet electronic eyes staring straight at him. I chased after a glowing bug. He rolled down the steps, broke all 4 legs, and even cracked his core. The Heavenly Tao system gave you a red warning. The cost of repair exceeds the cost of rebuilding, and it is recommended that you go back to the furnace and start over. Jiang Yubai's expression froze. He remembered. Close that notification box. Scarlet walked closer step by step, looking up at him. You squatted on the ground and cursed at me for a full 10 minutes. They said I was a money-devouring beast and a money loser, and that if I had known I should have made a hammer, I could have used it to crack walnuts. Then you picked me up and wrapped me up tightly in your coat. I walked for 40 minutes to the black market to buy expensive repair materials. At that time, your parents' inheritance had not yet arrived, and you had less than a year's worth of all your assets left. But you spent 2 whole months of your lifespan repairing me. The living room was eerily quiet. Jiang Yubai frantically dug at the floor with his toes inside his slippers, wishing he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment and crawl into it right there. Don't talk nonsense! Jiang Yubai's face turned bright red as he stubbornly tried to argue his way out of it. I just felt it was a waste to throw it away. After all, I tinkered with it myself, so I figured I'd just consider it repairing a used appliance. Yeah? Scarlet suddenly laughed, a laugh that looked more like a grimace. But the moment the system popped up the scrap warning, my core recorded a piece of data. What data? Ulan Qingduo couldn't help but ask. His heart rate. Scarlet gritted her teeth and spoke slowly and deliberately. When he closed the notification box, his heart rate soared to 120. Jiang Yubai was completely petrified. Holy crap! It can even record this? Where is your personal privacy? A normal person's heart rate is this high after running 800 meters, but you were squatting on the ground and didn't move an inch. Scarlet eyes red as she roared. You're scared. You're useless. You're afraid I'll really break and can't be put back together. When his secrets were exposed to his face, Jiang Yubai's face instantly turned bright red. He subconsciously touched his nose, his gaze darting around, and stubbornly shouted. Nonsense! I had low blood sugar because I didn't eat dinner that day. So what if my heart rate is a little fast? Do you think I'm made of gold or that you'll die? I was just worried about the cost of the materials I spent on those 2 months. On the opposite sofa, Ulan Qingduo's fingers tightened silently. She stared blankly at Jiang Yubai's extremely embarrassed profile, which looked utterly pathetic. My heart felt like it had been hit hard by something. 3 years. She had always thought this man was a complete slacker who only knew how to loaf around and live off his parents' inheritance. But she never dreamed of this. This good-for-nothing keeps saying he wants to die in bed, when spending all their money to repair a mechanical spider that can't even walk properly. My heart rate will spike to 120. You worked on it until 3 a.m. that night. Scarlet ignored his tantrums and remained surprisingly calm. You put me next to your pillow and flicked my head. I told you that if you dare to run around again tomorrow I'll stew you. And then you fell asleep instantly. But I didn't sleep. Because from that night onwards, something new grew in my core. What? Ulan Qingduo asked softly, her tone gentler than ever before. Perception. Scarlet looked at Jiang Yubai and said, word by word. You're not raising a cold, lifeless tool. Your nagging and complaints, your stingy buying of parts, and your stupid behavior of getting up in the middle of the night to fix things while cursing. It was all recorded by my perception module. Every single one. Not a single one was missed. Crimson's voice suddenly rose, as if she were struggling with something, even carrying a venting sob. The core of creation is not code, nor is it a lump of iron, it is perception. It can record all of the host emotions. If you treat me like a tool, I'll always be just a pile of scrap metal. You treat me like family. Scarlet stopped and looked at Jiang Yubai. For the first time, something resembling water flickered in those mechanical eyes that usually shone with a murderous red light. I'll live to prove you right. These words struck the ground with a deafening force, more deafening than a cannonball. Jiang Yubai slumped on the sofa, his mind buzzing. He finally understood why that rainy night had happened. Crimson, which should have been a scrap metal spider, erupted with blue electric arcs that nearly burned through space. When she opened her eyes the next day, why wasn't her first word cold? "Hello, master." Instead, she put her hands on her hips, pointed her finger at his nose, and cursed. "How are you still alive, you piece of trash?" It turns out that wasn't a system bug. That was her way of greeting her family. So, Jiang Yubai wiped his dry face and sighed resignedly. The 97 mechanics currently registered in the Dragon Kingdom. They're all remote-controlled toy operators. Scarlet sniffed and resumed her irritating and punchable demeanor. A bunch of heartless pile drivers, do they even deserve to be called mechanics? Chapter 49 The Hidden God Tier Class That Was Used Up. Chatting leads to a true damage skill. Chapter 49 The Hidden God Tier Class That Was Used Up. A chat leads to a true damage skill. Those idiots treat creation as a tool. What's the difference between throwing it away when it's broken and replacing it when it's old, and changing a light bulb? The core perception of creation has never recorded any emotions. Why should it awaken your potential? Why should it customize your talents and allocate skill points accordingly? Ulan Qingduo was stunned. Customized talent builds? Stat allocation planning? Otherwise, do you think his elemental coordination just fell from the sky? Scarlet rolled her eyes. That's the optimal solution I painstakingly calculated for him over 3 years. Only the first creation to awaken can be based on the host's physical data. Reverse engineer the most perfect exclusive talent and stat allocation scheme. Every mechanic's creation system is unique in the entire universe. This is the true way to play the mechanic. Ulan Qingduo stood up abruptly. As a prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom, she had seen countless professional systems. But such a claim is unheard of. If Crimson wasn't exaggerating, then the mechanic is definitely not some bottom-tier, marginal character. It's a hidden god-tier class that everyone has completely ruined. Can those 97 useless mechanics in the Dragon Kingdom still be saved? Ulan Qingduo's mind is now filled with these people. Yes, you can. Qingnong gently added insult to injury with a smile. Just reset your account and start over. Use the rebuilding stone to restore it to level 1, and reset its attributes to 0. The creator is forced to recycle and rebuild. Before the light in Ulan Qingduo's eyes could fully shine through, a bucket of cold water was poured over her by the Crimson. But there is an upper limit. Crimson held up her palm and made a gesture. A mechanic who uses a rebuild stone to reset his skill level can only create creatures with an intelligence level equivalent to that of a 10-year-old child. They can understand human speech, but don't expect them to be like me and Qingnong, able to devise tactics and match talents on their own. The host still has to try their luck to awaken their talent and figure out how to allocate points on their own. As for his highest achievement, Crimson tilted her chin up, her face radiating an expression of profound loneliness that comes with invincibility. At most, it's only about 20% of our level. Qingnong chimed in with a smile, her tone as gentle as if she were issuing a death notice. In other words, for those 97 useless guys who can't even play a support role properly. Being able to be a normal person is already a blessing from one's ancestors. Even if it's only 20%, it's still equivalent to the level of a normal job changer. No longer is it trash that everyone tramples on. Ulan Qingduo fell silent. 2/10 average level? For those mechanics who can't even get into low-level dungeons, this is a huge win. What if we didn't need to use the rebuilding stone in the first place? Ulan Qingduo stared intently at Scarlet. The newly awakened mechanics will be trained according to your instructions from the start. Crimson pouted. The adult standard is that they can use their own brain and cooperate in fighting monsters. Our upper limit is half of what it is. Qingnong interjected at the opportune moment. The premise is that the host must be completely honest and open. The core of creation cannot lie. Those who want to use us as tools to get something for free will have their core records frozen immediately. Why is it that even if we are sincere, we can't reach your level? Because of the rules. Scarlet uttered 2 words, not wanting to say more. Qingnong took over the conversation at the right moment, her voice still gentle. In the underlying logic of the heavenly Tao, the first generation is always the ceiling. We are the first creations to awaken in the entire server. We are the version of the answer, and we set the rules. Later imitations can only imitate, never surpass. Ulan Qingduo's gaze swept over the two of them, finally settling on Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai slumped on the sofa, rubbing his knees with both hands, completely dumbfounded. He never knew that his haphazard repairs and welding, done to save money, had such great significance for Scarlet. "Look at my ass!" Scarlet instantly bristled and kicked the sofa. "I don't need your gratitude. Just upgrade me right now. Fight monsters! Stop thinking about lying low all the time." Jiang Yubai's lips twitched. Well, it's the same old formula. Looking at the scene, Ulan Qingduo's tense nerves relaxed slightly before getting to the point. "You just said that there's still one fatal weakness that hasn't been solved for firepower-type mechanics?" "Yes, ammunition and reloading." She lifted her blushing chin. "Ordinary mechanics don't have a cheat like me that allows automatic reloading. They still have to manually chamber a new round after firing all the bullets. In high-intensity combat, a 3-second reload vacuum is enough to send your ashes to the ground 8 times over." As she spoke, she reached her small hand into the metal skirt armor behind her. With a smack, a palm-sized, silver-gray chip was slapped onto the coffee table. The surface is densely covered with abnormally high-level micro-teleportation array patterns. "Take it." Jiang Yubai was startled. "Holy crap! Are you crazy? That's your core! You don't know anything! I can mass-produce these on an assembly line." Scarlet rolled her eyes. "This is a stripped-down version of the original, with only 40% of its performance. But if you give it to those useless people, the firepower will double. As long as there are enough materials, I can make 3 a day in the space." Jiang Yubai almost slid off the sofa onto the carpet after hearing this. 3 a day? It's over. This place has been turned into a national-level strategic arsenal. If this gets reported, the higher-ups will definitely send 2 reinforced companies to arrest him and put him in a secret dark room, making him work around the clock as a heartless human generator. Help! I haven't even had a proper meal with this gigolo yet. I just want to be a lazy bum who eats and waits to die. At this moment, Ulan Qingduo stared intently at the module on the coffee table, her breathing completely disordered. She was a prodigy, and she knew all too well what this thing really meant. If all 97 mechanics in the Dragon Kingdom were equipped with this module. A scene flashed through Ulan Qingduo's mind. Dozens of mobile war fortresses that never need reloading, advancing with overwhelming force. In the secret realm of national destiny, the frontline firepower covers every corner without blind spots, so there's no longer a need to sacrifice living people to fill the gaps. This is a god-level trump card that can directly rewrite the tactical outline of the Chinese military. What about melee-type mechanics? Ulan Qingduo suppressed her overwhelming joy and asked. Scarlet shook her head. The pitfalls of melee combat are too big to be filled by a single module. We have to wait for my little sister to come out. Little sister? Crimson glanced at the mechanical soul-forging disc projection on the coffee table. There are 9 slots, 2 are lit up, and the 3rd is flashing. Not the 3rd sun. She lowered her voice, her tone more serious than ever before. In the back. Scarlet rarely suppressed her temper. Her tone was extremely dangerously serious. She is a violent sequence specifically designed for melee combat. Only when she wakes up will the melee mechanics of the Dragon Kingdom be worthy to stand up and speak. Ulan Qingduo didn't ask any further questions. She could sense that this grumpy little girl harbored deep secrets. The truth about the sequence, about that so-called sequence. It's not time to reveal our hand yet. Ulan Qingduo reached out and picked up the heavy module. Jiang Yubai opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. For 3 years, he thought he had raised a cyber pet. Who could have imagined that those nights spent cursing and tightening screws would actually carve out a future for China? Encrypted channel. Qingnong narrowed her beautiful eyes and sent a message to Fei Hong in her mind. Qingnong Feihong, second sister's words just now made me want to kill a few people to liven things up for you. Crimson green pouch, get lost. Qingnong Feihong, hee. But it seems second sister forgot the most crucial point, didn't she? Your awakening wasn't just because the commander felt sorry for you. Scarlet didn't start cursing as usual. Because at the very moment Jiang Yubai looked at her with a face full of guilt. An extreme emotional resonance that cannot be explained by code, carrying a burning warmth. It completely broke through the limitations of her mechanical core. Bite! On Jiang Yubai's retina, a blinding dark red warning flashed wildly. Heavenly Tao System Notification, your creation, Crimson, has achieved a deep soul resonance, forcibly shattering the underlying rules. Congratulations! Crimson has awakened its unique active divine level skill, Judgment Mark, Lv.99. Skill effect, Crimson can apply a unique Judgment Mark to a single target. For any target locked by this mark, all attacks from creations will be forcibly inflicted with additional true damage equal to the host's maximum mental strength. Ignoring defense. Jiang Yubai's eyes widen like copper bells. Holy crap! You can even discover a true damage skill just by chatting? This is way too overpowered. He looked at the line. Ignore defense, deal true damage. Then I reflected on the twisted attributes I had put into my mind. In addition, Crimson's terrifying rate of fire, dozens of bullets per second, doesn't require reloading. Jiang Yubai was completely numb. What the hell is this awakening skill? This is clearly a blatant humiliation of the Heavenly Tao system. Chapter 50. The enemy is too clever for his own good, little does he know that I've already taken advantage of his kindness. Chapter 50. The enemy is too clever for their own good, little do they know that I have been living off them in the underground command post of Japan. Matsushima has been completely erased from the combat screen. Sitting at the head of the long table was a man who made everyone present afraid to even breathe heavily. Takashi Fujiwara. He ranks third in the combat power of the Sakura Kingdom, is the head of the Asia-Pacific Theater, and is also the chief agent of the North American Stars and Stripes Alliance in East Asia. At this moment, the holographic projection in front of him was repeatedly playing the final scene of the Secret Realms settlement. The frozen line of gold announcement was so glaring that it caused representatives from multiple countries present to experience stomach cramps. Dragon Kingdom, first place overall. Fujiwara Takashi raised his finger and casually swiped it in the air, and the screen switched to Jiang Yubai's personal file. The 18-year-old boy in the photo has messy hair and a look that is 3 parts confused and 7 parts completely hopeless. It's this face. Fujiwara Takashi spoke in a calm tone, as if he were casually discussing what to have for lunch. Infiltrate a level 20 secret realm with a level 1 character, and steal the level 35 ultimate boss with a level 10 character. Dominating the individual points leaderboard, soloing all the drops. He slammed the file shut, his gaze sweeping across the room like a knife. Matsushima, that good for nothing, lost. He lost everything, not even his underwear. The huge conference room was deathly silent. The 12 high-ranking military officers from Japan, along with representatives from Persia, Korea, and Annam, all dared not utter a word. The Persian representative wiped away his cold sweat and broke the deadlock first. Lord Fujiwara, intelligence indicates that the Dragon Kingdom will never let this treasure go. The level 30 Global National Fortune Secret Realm battle will begin in 2 weeks. What if the Dragon Kingdom forces him to reach level 30 at this critical juncture? Before he could finish speaking, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. Jiang Yubai, a level 10 character, relies on 2 awakened mecha girls. You can steal the boss by stepping on everyone's heads in a meat grinder of tens of thousands of people. If you reach level 30, how many times will your attributes increase? How ridiculously powerful must the firepower of that mobile war fortress, which doesn't even need to change bullets, be? Just thinking about it made Annan's hands start to tremble. In the secret realm, his elite squad was mercilessly crushed by Jiang Yubai's war chariot. Even now, whenever he closes his eyes, his nightmares are filled with the roar of heavy machine guns and the crunching of tracks crushing bones. Lord Fujiwara, we must kill him while he's only level 10. The Anin representative gritted his teeth. Fujiwara Takashi ignored him. His gaze calmly fell upon a top-secret document bearing the Stars and Stripes eagle emblem at his side. At 3 a.m. this morning, the North American headquarters sent the highest directive. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present straightened their backs. A top behavioral analyst in North America profiled Jiang Yubai for 72 hours. Takashi Fujiwara read the contents of the document aloud. The conclusion is, this person has no sense of belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. After his parents died in the war, he refused to accept any resources or join the military, and for 3 years he lived off welfare and just waited to die. Highly suspected of being a passive defector, they are extremely easy to win over. The Persian representative's eyes lit up. Is North America planning to directly poach players? It's already on its way. Fujiwara Takashi sneered. North America has used its hidden third-party channels, and the special envoy has already made contact with conditions. As for the chips. He held up one finger. 1,000,000 years of lifespan, and it'll be in my account on the spot, as long as he nods. Hiss. A collective gasp filled the conference room. 1,000,000 years. The total revenue of the Dragon Kingdom's national treasury, painstakingly accumulated over a year, is only 10 million. This is utterly shattering our worldview with money. Ashiba. The representative from South Korea, his eyes red, swore, his teeth practically grinding from jealousy. It's not over yet. Takashi Fujiwara extended his second finger. In addition to permanent residency, access to an S-level research lab, and lifetime mining rights to 3 private copies. There is also a high-level exclusive guard team of 100 people. The Anin representative leaned back in his chair with a wry smile. This kind of spending is enough to smash up an 18-year-old salted fish who can't even afford to eat. Even if you were to tie together all the current prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom, how many of them could resist such sweet-coated bullets? Therefore, the logic in North America is extremely simple and crude. Fujiwara Takashi interlaced his fingers and rested them on his chin, his eyes gleaming with a keen insight into human nature. A penniless man who is so stingy with his parents' inheritance that he dares not spend it, and would rather rot away in his rented room. When someone offers him 1,000,000 years of life and countless privileges, what right does he have to refuse? Why should I risk my life for a dragon country that can't even pay its pensions properly? The meeting room fell completely silent. This psychological model for poor orphans is virtually flawless. All the behavioral patterns are proving one thing. Jiang Yubai absolutely does not love the Dragon Kingdom. This defection is a sure thing. Unfortunately, these cunning foxes had no idea. The penniless man they described, who couldn't even bear to spend his inheritance, now not only had a 4th-level mining area with an annual output value of tens of thousands of yuan in his pocket. She was also forced into a cohabitation obligation by the number 1 female warrior of the Dragon Kingdom, and was lying on the sofa of a top-class villa pretending to be dead, suffering from back pain and a sore waist. So, what should we do now? The Persian representative cautiously probed. Wait. Fujiwara Takashi uttered a single word, decisive and resolute. North America has given them 3 days before their special envoy can contact Jiang Yubai. Anyone who dares to touch a hair on Jiang Yubai's head will have their hands chopped off by North America themselves. No one dared to question the weight of that statement. The Stars and Stripes of North America was a behemoth that had suppressed China for 400 years. With the world's best lifespan reserves, the world's best high-end dungeons, and top-tier combat power that sweeps across the world. For the past 400 years, whenever China dared to show even the slightest sign of turning the tide, North America and its allies would crush it underfoot. Who dares to break these rules? However, there are always exceptions. Fujiwara Takashi suddenly changed the subject, his tone becoming chilling and biting. The men in North America are just across the Pacific Ocean. They're too superstitious about data. What if they misjudge the backbone of the Chinese people and their attempt to win them over fails? As he spoke, he reached into his pocket. Then, with a smack, something was slammed onto the sandalwood conference table. It was a dark gold, prismatic crystal, no bigger than a fingernail. Its surface is covered with extremely strange dark red patterns, as if sealing some indescribable incomplete rule of the heavenly Tao. What's this? The Anon representative felt a chill run down his spine. If North America's trump cards don't work, then it's our turn to step in. Fujiwara Takashi tapped the table with his fingertip, speaking slowly and deliberately. Force dual crystal for higher-ranked players. Designate a target, forcibly pull them into an independent dual space, fight to the death, and no external force can interfere. The most amazing thing is that it can completely ignore the level suppression of a full 20 levels. Fujiwara Takashi's lips curled into a cold, confident smile. If the defection in North America fails, this crystal will be Jiang Yubai's death warrant. Looking at the dark red crystal on the table, the Persian and Annamite representatives finally relaxed their tense shoulders. We have the advantage this time. In their eyes, even if a level 10 kid could use 2 machines to skip levels, it was still a huge problem. Faced with this hunting scenario that is 20 levels higher and absolutely mandatory, it was destined to be nothing more than a corpse turned to dust. Chapter 51. Nations join forces to set a deadly trap. He's being stepped on by a mecha girl and wants to praise him. Chapter 51. Nations join forces to set a deadly trap. He was stepped on by the mecha girl and had to praise him. The conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A powerful kill that transcends a level by a full 20 levels. This means that the Sakura Kingdom can directly produce a top-tier prodigy 20 levels higher, forcibly dragging Jiang Yubai into the deathmatch space. One-on-one, a decisive battle, a fight to the death. And what about his mechanical creations? The Persian representative swallowed hard, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The image of his tanks ruthlessly crushing elite troops left him with severe psychological trauma. Since the creator and the host are bound together, they will naturally go in together. Takashi Fujiwara didn't even lift his eyelids. But what stands before him will be our sharpest knife. His fingers tapped lightly on the dark gold crystal. If North America is rich and powerful, they could really use money to make that kid defect within 3 days. That would be great, and we wouldn't need this thing anymore. What if it goes wrong in North America? Overturned? Fujiwara Takashi sneered. Then I will personally find someone to crush this crystal as soon as possible. He placed his hands on the table, his imposing gaze sweeping across the room. Everyone, the Dragon Kingdom is definitely going all out to feed him now. In half a month, as long as he reaches level 30, he can take his fully equipped mecha girls to the global battlefield. At that time, his attributes, mana, and those strange mechanical creations will all undergo a qualitative change. The Anon representative understood, slapped his thigh, and became completely enraged. At level 10, he can shit on thousands of people's heads. With attributes doubling at level 30, won't the firepower be enough to scrape through the ground of the secret realm? Going in there is like entering a points-collecting ATM. The representative from South Korea shuddered, a fine layer of cold sweat visibly forming on his forehead. We absolutely cannot let him live to the global championship. Not just the global competition. Fujiwara Takashi's voice was very soft, yet it cut into everyone's nerves like a dull knife. When he reaches level 60, level 90, and can participate in world-destroying dungeons. Gentlemen, look at the way he's eating now. At that time, you won't even have leftovers of the mines, dungeons, and resources you have. This is what they call, one person is one country. Fujiwara Takashi didn't continue. But the representatives present weren't fools. Their brains were frantically calculating, and the more they calculated, the colder their hearts became. It's not a question of whether or not we can win. The real question is, who the hell would dare to go up there and get themselves killed? Meeting adjourned. Fujiwara Takashi turned around decisively. Wait 3 days and see what happens in North America. If the defection attempt fails, immediately activate the Crystal Showdown plan. If this poor wretch refuses to accept the toast, then let him die as a punishment. At the same time, while scheming figures thousands of kilometers away were gritting their teeth and plotting Jiang Yubai's fate, the person at the eye of the storm is currently in a luxurious villa in Kyoto, China, facing extremely serious, life-threatening danger. On a genuine leather sofa, Jiang Yubai lay sprawled out, utterly despondent. The short, 1.2-meter tall, grumpy little girl, Crimson, with her short legs clad in mechanical boots, pressed firmly against his chest. The barrel of that large-caliber heavy shotgun was shoved right under his nostrils. "Read!" Her crimson twin tails were so angry they seemed about to stick up to the sky. "You have to praise my awakened god-level skill to me today, word for word." Jiang Yubai rolled his dead fish eyes, simply put his hands behind his head, his face clearly saying, "I have no money, but you can take my life. Shoot. You think I wouldn't dare? Hurry up." Jiang Yubai yawned, taking his shamelessness to the extreme. "The sooner I die, the sooner I'll be reborn. As long as you don't make me work overtime to level up, you can pick any urn you want. If you don't dare to shoot, you're my granddaughter." Scarlet was so angry she almost short-circuited on the spot, and she slammed the gun down 2 points. "You should at least open your eyes and look at the skill panel. Judgment mark. True damage. Would it kill you to pretend to get excited for a second? Wow, that's amazing, Jujwazi." Jiang Yubai reads aloud. "I'll shoot you. Senior." Jiang Yubai turned to the kitchen and howled at the top of his lungs. "Help! This darn child is going to kill his father!" The rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables came from the kitchen. After a long pause, Ulan Qingduo's voice drifted out from behind the door, neither warm nor cold. "You are in charge of your own creation. I can't control her. She's carrying a gun." The sound of the cutting board stopped for a second. "Then let them indulge you." Jiang Yubai shut his mouth. "Okay, living off a woman is quite exhausting." Beside the sofa, the 1.75-meter-tall mature woman, Qingnong, leaned against the wall, wearing a military green trench coat and with her arms crossed. The curve of her lips was so gentle it was unsettling, and she added insult to injury with a sickeningly sweet voice. "Commander, second sister is asking you for praise. If you don't go along with her, she might really smash your head in later." "Is she seeking praise? She just wants to be part of my feast." Jiang Yubai's neck was cramping from being pressed down. Just then, the sizzling sound of hot oil being poured into a pan came from the kitchen. Immediately afterwards, a rich aroma of meat wafted out through the crack in the door. Qingnong tilted her head slightly, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. She sent the message directly in the encrypted channel. "Qingnong Feihong, second sister, the mistress made braised pork, which you hate the most, today. Crimson green pouch, what's it to me? I don't need to eat." "Qingnong Feihong, the commander's Adam's apple bobbed 3 times just now. He's hungry. If you step on it again, he might really get angry." Crimson pouted, jumped off Jiang Yubai, and kicked him in the process. "TCH, good for nothing." Jiang Yubai rubbed his sore neck and looked at the dining table. There are 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. Mechanical creations clearly don't need to eat, but Ulan Qingduo still served them food. Looking at the extra set of bowls and chopsticks, Jiang Yubai's face, which had just been yelling about wanting to die, unconsciously showed a hint of contentment. The sunlight outside the window is just right. In the kitchen was a female warrior from the Dragon Kingdom, wearing an apron and washing her hands to cook for him. Isn't this the life of being a kept man he's always dreamed of? At that moment, he was completely unaware. In the shadows of this planet, someone has already put an immeasurable price on his life. Others were holding crystals, preparing to crush him to dust with an absolute level 20 attack. All he knew was that the braised pork his senior had made would definitely make him eat 2 more bowls of rice. Just as Jiang Yubai was happily preparing to cook, at the same moment, A black-painted stealth aircraft tore through the clouds like a ghost, speeding straight toward the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the cabin, a man in a well-tailored suit was resting with his eyes closed. Inside his briefcase lay a top-secret access control contract. The agreement that drove countless job changers to utter madness had a title consisting of only 5 simple words. 1,000,000 years lifespan. A storm heading straight for this dining table is now in its final countdown. Chapter 52, Activating Unit 3. Scientists collapse. This isn't scientific. Chapter 52, Activating Unit 3. Scientists collectively collapse. This is unscientific. The dishes and chopsticks are clean very well. Jiang Yubai leaned back on the sofa, rubbing his stomach, the lingering taste of braised pork still on his lips. The sound of running water came from the kitchen, and Ulan Qingduo washed the dishes with such efficiency that it was as if she were cleaning a gun. Scarlet jumped onto the coffee table, glanced towards the kitchen, and lowered her voice. Useless, Qingnong and I are going back to our space. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. What? Fuck your sister. Jiang Yu's face darkened. Who are you insulting? I meant I was going to make your little sister. Scarlet kicked him in the knee. We got the soul forging plate. We'll open the 3rd slot tonight. Don't bother me for 24 hours, you hear me? Qingnong walked over gracefully, bent down, and breathed sweetly into Jiang Yubai's ear. Commander, we are unable to respond to external summons during the creation and soul forging process. You'd better stay home obediently for the next 24 hours. The mistress will protect you. Jiang Yubai yawned. Nonsense, it's so dangerous outside, I wouldn't go out even if you chased me away. Scarlet rolled her eyes, grabbed the green pouch, and transformed into 2 streaks of light, disappearing into the mechanical space. The light faded, and the kitchen tap was turned off. Ulan Qingduo leaned against the door frame, wiping her hands, her gaze fixed on the faint trace of light. They're inside? Yes, they said it would take 24 hours. Jiang Yubai sank deeper into the sofa. Off to tinker with new creations. Ulan Qingduo nodded and didn't ask any further questions. She walked to the balcony and drew the curtains, pausing for a moment as she turned around. Don't stay up too late tonight, go to bed early. After saying that, she looked away, a faint blush rising to her ears, and turned to enter the master bedroom. Squeak. The door wasn't closed properly, leaving a gap that sparked the imagination. Jiang Yubai stared at the crack in the door, his Adam's apple bobbing. Who could withstand this? As your gaze travels through the endless torrent of data, in the microscopic dimension beneath the villa, a mechanical space is emitting a deep rumble. Inside the 500-square-meter steel workshop, the assembly line has stopped running. The central government cleared out a large vacant lot. Crimson placed the dark gold mechanical soul-forging disc in the center, its surface floating with mysterious heavenly Tao runes. She reverted to her 1.2-meter-tall lowly form, arms crossed over her chest. His gaze was fixed on the 3 illusory figures slowly rotating above the soul-forging plate. These are the activation models for sequences 3, 4, and 5. The specific shape is not visible, only the number at the bottom keeps flashing. 3rd brother, 4th brother, 5th brother. Scarlet muttered to herself, her eyes filled with complex emotions. You can only choose one. Qingnong stood behind her, his long military green trench coat swaying slightly. Second sister, what should we choose? Crimson did not answer immediately, her fingertips tracing 3 afterimages in succession. The 3rd and 4th brothers followed different extreme firepower styles. But that good-for-nothing is only level 10 now. So I'll choose the 5th sister. Qingnong tilted her head slightly. Scarlet nodded, fidgeting with her twin tails. The only pure defensive core in the entire sequence. This piece of trash only has 320 health points now. He's as fragile as paper. Anyone can cleave him in 2 with 1 strike. She kept her voice very low, unusually not losing her temper. My firepower is enough right now, and your radar and explosives are enough too, but the 2 of us can't protect him at close range. Last time in the secret realm, if it weren't for those idiots, we would have been completely clueless about our strength. She didn't continue. Qingnong waited quietly for 3 seconds. Therefore, it must be the 5th child. Right. Scarlet repeated herself, rubbing her temples, her face full of pain. If that annoying little thing were to call out, it would definitely stick to the commander like glue. Anything that gets close to him has to peel off old Five's turtle shell first. After saying that, she took a deep breath and her angry expression returned. But this girl's personality. Qingnong rarely showed a bitter smile. Yes, she's the most troublesome of the sisters. It's neither madness nor stupidity. Crimson almost ground her back molars to powder. It's so annoying! That brat is even harder to please than me now that she's awake. Second sister, you're not afraid she'll steal the commander's favor, are you? You're talking nonsense. Believe me or not, I'll dismantle your radar array right now and use it as a chamber pot. Scarlet was so angry that she stomped her feet. Mech. She walked up to the soul forging plate and pressed her hands hard onto the surface. Dark golden light spilled from between his fingers, and the heavenly Tao runes began to spin wildly. After the 5th sister comes out, you are in charge of keeping a close eye on her, and I will adjust the core parameters. Clear. Qingnong smiled and nodded. Besides. Scarlet glanced back at Green Bag, speaking very quickly. You also need to cover for the waste. Although my current firepower is enough to clean up the ground, I'm not a pure firepower type. Qingnong raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you're finally telling the truth behind the commander's back? Fei Hong turned her face away, her ears turning slightly red. I'm naturally a coordinator. I'm the brain center of 9 sequences. Fire coverage was just a matter of course. But in front of the commander, you always acted like a firepower maniac who only knew how to pull the trigger. Nonsense! Scarlet rolled her eyes. If I told that good-for-nothing that I'm the brains of the whole team, he will lie down even more confidently and say, since you are the brain, then it's all up to you. I'm going back to sleep. Qingnong deeply agrees. Absolutely right. The light from the soul-forging disc grew increasingly dazzling. Crimson pressed her hands completely into the rune array, her voice settling down. 24 hours, wait for Lao Wu to come out, and open another slot when he reaches level 20. With 3 mecha girls protecting him, who the hell would dare touch a single hair on my good-for-nothing's head? A dark golden beam of light shot into the sky, causing the entire space to tremble violently. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away, deep within a steel fortress hundreds of meters underground, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, on the 37th underground floor, is the highest joint command center. In this oval conference room that could easily accommodate 200 people, only 11 people were seated at the moment. There were no staff officers, and no recorders. Those present were all the current top decision-makers of the Dragon Kingdom. General Zhou Dishing, who was seated at the head of the table, placed a metal module about the size of a thumb in the center of the table. The holographic projection magnified it 20 times. It was the automatic loading module that Ulan Qingduo brought back. Everyone has seen the test report. Those lunatics at the Academy of Sciences stayed up for 7 hours. Zhou Dishing tapped on the table and got straight to the point. The conclusion can be summed up in just 4 words, cannot see clearly. At the end of the table, a middle-aged female general frowned, her face full of disbelief. Can't take it apart? You must be kidding me. Aren't those old academics in the tech department usually so arrogant? How could they possibly be stumped by reverse engineering a mechanic module? It's not that it's difficult, it's that it's a game changer. Zhou Dishing gave a wry smile. The more the technical department is dismantled, the more desperate we become. Old Wang grabbed his hair and cried to me, saying that the precision of this thing was something that carbon-based organisms couldn't possibly make. His exact words were, "This is practically like welding the rules of heaven directly onto the parts. It's so unscientific." The entire conference hall fell into a deathly silence. The big shots looked at each other, completely baffled by this outrageous creation attribute. If you can't figure it out, don't keep fighting it out. An elderly man with gray hair, sitting third from the left, slapped his thigh and spoke in a rough voice. Why don't you just ask the android girl if it's your own child's precious thing? It's not shameful for us old guys to bow our heads. Zhou Dishing nodded in deep agreement. I've already asked Qingduo. Once that kid finishes his work with the mecha girls, we'll immediately arrange for the technical department to go and learn from his experience. This is the first thing, we'll put it off for later. Zhou Dishing's expression suddenly turned cold and stern. Chapter 53. A century-long gap in prodigies, she says, be gentle. Chapter 53. A century-long gap in prodigies, she said, be gentle. Zhou Dishing reached out and swept his hand, and the scene before him changed. As the world map unfolds, the territory of the Dragon Kingdom is marked in dark blue. But all around were densely packed, menacing red arrows, surrounding them from all directions. The second thing is to talk about resources. Zhou Dishing's voice was so low it made one's heart tighten. Everyone here knows what's going on over the past 120 years. What kind of strangulation is this, led by those people in North America and with a bunch of lackeys against us? No one responded. This kind of heaviness doesn't need to be spoken. 120 years, 12 world-destroying instances. The Dragon Kingdom only won twice. The remaining 10 attempts were all smashed. Those were 10 bloody wars fought with lives on the line. How many people died? The number felt so hot to the touch that no one dared to read it aloud. And there is only one root cause for all of this. A gap in the number of outstanding talents. The female head of the intelligence department spoke, her voice as cold as ice. In the past 400 years, the Dragon Kingdom has produced 15 prodigies, each of whom has the opportunity to turn our lives around. Only 2 survived. The remaining 13 were all targeted and eliminated by North American hunting teams. The youngest child was only 17 when he died. This is the truth. It's not that China can't win, it's that before it could even grow into a big tree, its roots were uprooted. I never received the reward for completing the level, but I always got the maximum penalty for failing. Zhou Dishing traced several glaring red circles on the map with his finger. The national treasury is 30% thinner than the rumors suggest. Everyone thought that China could still hold on, but in fact we have been overdrawing our resources. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over these bigwigs. So are we, as their elders, unwilling to compensate those orphans of martyrs? We really can't get it out. The meeting room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The oppressive atmosphere made you want to scream. This leads to the third matter, Jiang Yubai. The boy's file photo, which clearly showed his "want to sleep" expression, lingered in the center of the hall. Some people are worried that he will betray the country, or even that he has been bribed. Zhou Dishing spoke frankly. His parents died in the battle of the secret realm of national destiny. How much compensation did the country provide? The hall was silent. 2 lives for 1,000 years. To put it bluntly, this amount of money can't even buy a decent house in Kyoto. How can you expect a 15-year-old who lost his parents to understand the country's difficulties? No one said a word. So I didn't plan to lecture him. Zhou Dishing turned around, his back view revealing a resolute determination. Reasoning is the most superficial thing. Qingduo risked her life to vouch for me. Jiang Yubai will never leave. Someone muttered under their breath. Isn't it too hasty to rely solely on her as a guarantor? Because her Ulan family has been guarding the gates of the Dragon Kingdom for generations. Zhou Dishing interrupted directly, his tone leaving no room for argument. She vouched for not only Jiang Yubai, but also the backbone of the nation's pride. If she says she won't run, then she means she won't run. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, but then closed it again. In China, the name Ulan is a get-out-of-jail-free card and the most solemn promise. Moreover, the special envoy from North America is already on his way, and I deliberately didn't stop him. These words sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. General, your move. A touchstone. Zhou Dishing raised his hand to interrupt. North America brought 1,000,000 years of lifespan to crush people. I just want to see with my own eyes how this child will react to this huge sum of money. What if he really falls for him? Zhou Dishing waved his hand, lowering his voice. Qingduo will personally take him down to see his parents. After a long silence, the meeting moved on to its final item. Arranged by the protectors. Zhou Dishing took out a top-secret official document from under the table. Jiang Yubai, from today onwards, will enjoy the highest level of protection. The elderly man with gray hair twitched his eyelids. There are only 3 top-level protectors left without missions. Who do you plan to send? Zhou Dishing did not hesitate. Lu Changqing. Upon hearing the name, at least 5 people in the audience gasped in shock. That unreasonable swordsman at level 91? The middle-aged man's voice had changed tone. General, he's one of our family's most valuable assets. I know. Zhou Dishing scanned the entire room with an extremely ruthless look in his eyes. I know even better that those 3 pillars of stability, those at level 95 or above, are immovable. But level 91 is enough. Have him keep watch in secret, and within a radius of 50 kilometers, I'll kill any fly that dares to show its head. What happened before must never happen again. Zhou Dishing's voice was very soft at the end. We can't afford to die anymore, the Dragon Kingdom can't afford to lose. It passed unanimously. The night in Kyoto is very deep. On the 2nd floor of the villa, the bedroom door was ajar, with a narrow crack left open. The corridor lights were dimmed, and the warm yellow light shining on the floor created a particularly peaceful atmosphere. Jiang Yubai stood at the door, his hand on the doorknob, his heart pounding like a drum. He had never felt this weak, not even when he was surrounded by thousands of demonic wolves in the secret realm. The living room had been cleaned up by Qingduo, and was so tidy that even the floor was shiny. This gave him a sense of absurdity, as if he were eating a gigolo too smoothly. He pushed open the door like a thief. The lights were off inside, and moonlight streamed through the French windows, bathing the entire room in a dreamy light blue hue. On the large bed, the blankets were piled up in a ball. Ulan Qingduo lay on her side, with her back to the door. Long black hair spread across the pillow and slid down her back. Her breathing sounded steady, but Jiang Yubai always felt that it was an act. He held his breath and tiptoed over. The sweat on my palms is a testament to my lack of ambition. He had just sat on the edge of the bed when the person under the covers trembled slightly. Go, wash your hands. Her voice trembled slightly, a tremor she herself was unaware of. Jiang Yubai was stunned for a moment, subconsciously looked at his own paws, and quickly shrank his neck and crawled into the bathroom. He obediently stood up and went into the bathroom. Being timid or resigned to fate is one thing, but even sponging off a woman is a skill. Think big. This is a huge win. Turn on the tap, and the water flows over your fingertips. He took 3 deep breaths, dried his hands, and walked back with a look of grim determination. I lifted the corner of the blanket and crawled inside. There was a pleasant scent in the bed, not a strong perfume, but a cool and clean body fragrance. Jiang Yubai turned to the side, looking at his senior's back, which was so close to his. The moonlight outlined her graceful figure, faintly visible beneath her thin nightgown. Senior! He called out softly, his heartbeat particularly clear in the quiet room. A long time passed, so long that Jiang Yubai thought he had been ignored. Ulan Qingduo's muffled voice finally came from under the covers. It was so light as a feather, that it tickled his heart. Be gentle. Outside the window, the moonlight was as clear as if it had been washed. The top floor of a skyscraper 3 kilometers away. An elderly man wearing a gray cloth robe stood with his hands behind his back. He had a worn-out long sword hanging at his waist. The paint on the scabbard had all peeled off, making him look like a down-on-his-luck old farmer. But his eyes were deeper than starlight. The old man sensed the life force within the villa, and his withered lips twitched slightly. Little baby, grow up well. His voice drifted in the wind, yet it silenced the wind for a kilometer around him. Someone will have to help that girl shoulder the burden of this dragon kingdom in the future. Chapter 54, Identity Revealed. Iceberg Senior blushes and admits, he's my man. Chapter 54, Identity Revealed. Iceberg Senior's sister blushes and admits, he is my man. Sky Academy, Principal's office. The morning light cut through the gaps in the blinds, drawing a neat row of white lines on the floor. Zhao Jinshan sat behind his mahogany desk, looking at the cold cup of tea in front of him. Zhou Dishing leaned against the window without sitting down, a cigarette dangling between his two fingers. Ulan Qingduo stood directly in front of the desk, her back ramrod straight, her bright silver scales reflecting a chilling light in the sunlight. The prerequisites for the mechanic's awakening have been verified. Her voice was as cold and clear as ever, but what she said was like a nuclear bomb. It's not a top-grade material, and it has nothing to do with the host's level. It only has 4 words, emotional interaction. Ulan Qingduo paused, her tone carrying a hint of pride that she herself didn't even realize. To put it simply, the creator needs to sense that the host sees them as human beings, instead of a pile of scrap metal that can be scrapped at any time. Zhao Jinshan's hand, holding the teacup, hovered in midair. That's it. It's that simple? This is practically a game changer. It sounds simple, but nobody can do it. A hint of mockery flashed in Ulan Qingduo's eyes. All 97 registered mechanics in the Dragon Kingdom treat their creations as consumables. To use Scarlet's own words, they're a bunch of remote-controlled toy operators. Zhou Dishing couldn't help but burst out laughing. That spider's mouth is really mean. The follow-up rescue plan has 2 steps. Ulan Qingduo continued to report. Active players who use rebuild stones to reset and retrain their accounts can only reach 20% of the Crimson level. But they can also join the ranks of those who change jobs. Newly awakened ones are treated like ancestors and nurtured, and their potential can reach half of Crimson's. Also, that auto-loading module that doesn't require reloading. It's okay if those old academics in the technical department can't take them apart. Crimson can produce 3 a day, so we can just get them from her. Zhao Jinshan and Zhou Dishing exchanged a glance. The two exchanged a perfectly unanimous message. They've made a killing. Just these 2 points alone mean the government practically handed over that level 4 mineral resource space. It's an incredible bargain. Okay, I'll personally contact the technical department about this. Tell them to drop their expert airs and obediently become apprentices. Zhao Jinshan rubbed his temples and pushed a document on the table forward. There's something else. The 6 mentor classes for the 2nd year were all in an uproar last night. Every mentor came to me and banged on the table, trying to snatch Jiang Yubai into their class. Ulan Qingduo raised an eyebrow slightly. The school leaders held an all-night meeting and unanimously approved his skipping a grade and directly entering the 2nd year. As for which class he goes to, that depends on his own mood. Zhou Dishing, who had been silent all along, suddenly put a cigarette behind his ear and laughed. The way the old fox looked at his younger generation was full of meaning. Girl. His tone softened. There's something I've been holding back for a few days, and I'm taking advantage of the fact that we're not talking to anyone else. Grandpa Zhou wants to hear the truth from you. Ulan Qingduo slightly tucked her fingertips in and stood even straighter. Grandpa Zhou, please speak. Zhou Dishing took a sip of her herbal tea and slowly began to speak. What exactly is your relationship with that kid? The water in the cup sloshed slightly. Zhao Jinshan also put down the documents, his gossipy gaze drifting over. Ulan Qingduo remained expressionless, but subconsciously clenched her fist tightly. Grandpa Zhou asked this question? Was he asking for details on behalf of the country, or was he just an elder listening to gossip? Zhou Dishing laughed. I've been drinking with your grandfather for half my life, and I've watched you grow up. Give me the answer. Ulan Qingduo remained silent. A full 3 seconds passed. A blush first appeared at the base of her ears, then quickly spread to her neck. She turned her head, fixing her gaze on the large tree outside the window, and spoke in a very low voice. "He is my man." Plop! Zhao Zhinshan slammed his teacup down on the table, splashing tea all over it. Zhou Dishing's smile froze for half a second, then he burst into laughter, which made the glass rattle. When did this happen? Ulan Qingduo's ears were already bright red, but this time she didn't flinch. He was already at level 1 before he entered the secret realm. Zhao Zhinshan was completely dumbfounded. Wait, what do you mean? While the entire internet was criticizing him as a good-for-nothing and a burden, you guys were already... Headmaster. Ulan Qingduo interrupted him, her voice lowered even further due to extreme shame. Please do not repeat the details. Zhou Dishing slapped his thigh hard. Good. Zhuozhuizi. I knew it. How could Qingduo's taste be bad? Old Zhao, did you hear that? That's called buying at the bottom. If your grandfather knew, he'd be so happy tonight that he'd polish his old gun for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Ulan Qingduo pursed her lips and didn't reply. She secretly thought to herself. Good on my foot. This is clearly a disastrous relationship caused by that spider hitting him with a club. At the same time. Sky Academy, first-year teaching building, the last row by the window, a feng shui treasure spot. On the stage, the instructor is giving a passionate explanation of the attribute allocation principles for beginner job changers. Jiang Yubai rested his chin on his hand, not hearing a single word. His mind was filled with the crazy scenes from last night. That ruthless female assassin who, in the secret realm, stained her spear with blood and slaughtered 700 people. The icy senior who carried him home like a little chick in front of the entire army in the central square. When she was curled up in bed at night, her voice was so soft and trembling that she asked him to be gentle. Contrast. The contrast is absolutely deadly. Jiang Yubai secretly rubbed his still sore lower back and couldn't help but click his tongue inwardly. I've finally figured out how to eat this bowl of rice that's so incredibly cheap. I must have saved the entire universe in my past life to have earned such a top-tier gigolo bond that's thicker than a thigh. Jiang Yubai. A call came from the podium. Jiang Yubai sat up straight as if by reflex, his lecherous smile vanishing instantly, replaced by a harmless and languid expression. A call came from the school gate guardhouse. A guest is looking for you and wants you to go to the off-campus meeting room. The professor pushed up his glasses, his gaze towards him carrying a strange, indescribable quality. It's like watching a dying person about to step into an abyss. Jiang Yubai was stunned. My first thought, is my senior here to arrest me again with a gun? That shouldn't be the case. She forced herself to come to class and pretend to be a good girl. Who is it? He couldn't help but ask. I don't know. It was a direct order from the administration office, saying it was a distinguished guest from outside the school. The tutor waved his hand, signaling him to get lost. Jiang Yubai slowly stood up, pulled out a chair, and walked out. In the territory of Sky Academy, apart from a few people I know, he was a completely invisible person with zero social circle. Who would be so bored as to come looking for him? As he reached the corner of the corridor, he habitually reached into his right trouser pocket. My fingers touched a slightly rough piece of paper. That was a note his senior had left for him that morning. Add more stamina for the next upgrade. Thinking of this, Jiang Yubai let out a big yawn. His face was a mask of clear stupidity and sleepy laziness. However, he was unaware of this. The very second he stepped out of the teaching building. The camera zooms out. The invisible protective array above the Sky Academy has silently entered the highest level of deadlock state. In the dean's office, the holographic monitoring screen projected Jiang Yubai's swaying figure. Ulan Qingduo stared intently at the screen, her thumb unconsciously rubbing the handle of the ice-blue spear, her knuckles turning slightly white from the excessive force. At the same time, 37 stories underground in Kyoto, hundreds of kilometers away, lies a top-secret command center. 11 tactical screens on the wall simultaneously emitted a ghostly blue light, as high-definition military satellite signals from across borders were forcibly accessed. 11 pairs of eyes, which hold the fate of the Dragon Kingdom in their grasp, are fixed on the screen. And in the center of the screen, that level 10 useless mechanic who had just eaten and drunk his fill and was still fantasizing about continuing to eat off a woman tonight. They are taking one step at a time, stepping out of the absolutely safe school gate. Outside the school gate, a vast net of death woven by a North American envoy carrying a lifespan of 1,000,000 years, plus a level-insensitive, deadly crystal. It has already bared its fangs. Chapter 55. A 1,000,000-year lifespan is laid out on the table, and a deposit of 500,000 is demanded in return. Chapter 55. A 1,000,000-year lifespan is put on the table, and a deposit of 500,000 is demanded. Dongmen Huaikalu, 3rd floor private room. Jiang Yubai pushed open the door and went in. At first glance, there's a square table and 2 cups of tea. At first glance, he was a middle-aged man in a gray suit. He has a Chinese appearance and is around 40 years old. Her hair was combed perfectly, and her smile was flawless. That sense of dignity was ingrained in his very being. He sat there. Every inch of muscle exudes a sense of superiority, as if saying, "You can't mess with the power behind me. Mr. Jiang, please have a seat." The middle-aged man stood up and extended his right hand. Jiang Yubai glanced at the watch showing on his wrist. He didn't recognize the brand, but his intuition told him that it was worth as much as a house. He didn't shake hands, but pulled out a chair and plopped down. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man withdrew his hand without the slightest annoyance, and sat down gracefully. "Lin Ke, Deputy Director of the East Asia Cultural Exchange Division of the Stars and Stripes Union." Jiang Yu didn't even lift his eyelids. "Speak like a human." Lin Ke smiled, a smile that conveyed a sense of superiority and tolerance. He bent down and pulled a black leather suitcase from under the table, then placed it on the table. Smack! The latch popped open. Inside lay a contract, its cover bearing only a string of zeros. 1,000,000. 1,000,000 years lifespan. Jiang Yubai fell silent, his gaze fixed on the string of numbers, his pupils noticeably dilated. Lin Ke leaned back in his chair, the corners of his mouth widening in a smile. He had seen that kind of look in the eyes of poor, stingy young men far too often. "Mr. Jiang, I am here on behalf of the North American Alliance to deliver a gift of wealth and honor. This 1,000,000-year lifespan is just a stepping stone, a nod, and the money arrives today." Jiang Yubai's Adam's apple bobbed. 1,000,000 years. My parents risked their lives to exchange for 1,000 years. He fought tooth and nail in the secret realm, but heaven only rewarded him with a few hundred. His breathing became noticeably heavier. Lin Ke, seizing the opportune moment, reached out, flipped open the contract, and pushed it over. "Lifespan is just a fraction of what you'll get. North America will also provide you with permanent residency and lifetime access to an S-level research laboratory. Exclusive mining rights to 3 private instances, plus a high-level guard of 100 people. We've taken care of all your concerns in the Dragon Kingdom." Jiang Yubai finally shifted his gaze from the zero and looked at Lin Ke. "And the cost?" "Go to North America." Lin Ke crossed his arms, resting his chin on the back of his hands. "It would be a waste of your talent to have a genius like you stay here. North America has the best resources. You can do whatever you want there." Jiang Yubai looked down at the 1,000,000 again. He stretched out his index finger and rubbed it hard twice on the contract paper. He raised his head, his eyes were frighteningly bright, and his expression was extremely serious. "Is this money before or after tax?" "At the same time. The top-secret conference room is located on the 37th basement level in Kyoto." In front of the holographic monitoring screen, Zhao Jinshan's hand, which was holding a cup of tea, trembled slightly. Zhou Dishing's eyelids were half closed, his expression unreadable. Ulan Qingduo had a cold expression on her face, and her thumb unconsciously scraped lightly on the handle of the spear. Inside the private room, Lin Ke was amused by the question. He's such a country bumpkin who's terrified of poverty. After tax, there are no additional fees, and the money arrives cleanly in your account. Sensible. Jiang Yubai nodded and casually turned to the second page. Can I get cash for this S-level research lab if I don't like doing research? Lin Ke's elegant smile faltered for a moment. This? Jiang Yubai got excited. What about the guards? Who pays their salaries for 100 mouths? If it's on my behalf, why not just give me the cash payment? Lin Ke's eyelids twitched involuntarily. North America will bear the full cost. Oh, then keep it. Jiang Yubai leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs high. It's free anyway. Lin Ke took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his rising blood pressure. He readjusted his expression and leaned forward slightly. Mr. Jiang, the number of people who have ever received this top-tier treatment in North America can be counted on one hand. You should understand what this means. Jiang Yubai stroked his chin and smacked his lips. Does that mean I'm quite valuable? He leaned closer, looking just like a street thug collecting debts. Since I'm so valuable, could you send me the coordinates for those 3 private instances first? I need to inspect the goods first. If the quality is not good, you have to replace them for me. Lin Ke felt a sharp pain in his brainstem. Even his breathing stopped for a beat. Bargain? Screw negotiations. This kid is clearly trying to fleece him like a fat sheep. Coordinates can only be provided after a contract is signed. Lin Ke completely dropped his fake smile, his tone becoming cold and hard. Mr. Jiang, North America's sincerity is already laid out on the table. You could spend all these resources in several lifetimes. You only need to do one thing, go to North America. Jiang Yubai slowly lowered his crossed legs. He stared into Lin Ke's eyes and remained silent for 3 seconds. What if I don't go? Will I still get my things? This is a comprehensive plan that cannot be broken down. Lin Ke shook his head decisively. Jiang Yubai sighed heavily. His face was full of conflict, his gaze frantically torn between the number, 1 million, and Lin Ke's face. How about this? Jiang Yubai suddenly slapped his thigh. 1 million lifespan, first transfer 500,000 to my account as a deposit. I'll take the money and go back to think it over carefully. Lin Ke almost ground his back teeth to powder. No deposit required. You only get your money after you sign the contract. Jiang Yubai scoffed and leaned back with a look of disappointment. But less than 2 seconds later, his eyes lit up again. How about I get the mining rights to those 3 dungeons as a token of goodwill? I'll help you procure the materials in China first, and we'll split the profits 50-50ths. If the collaboration goes well, I'll go to North America next. This time. The elite mask on Lin Ke's face completely collapsed. He looked at Jiang Yubai across from him as if he were looking at an incomprehensible lunatic. Lin Ke stopped pretending and unleashed his killing intent and arrogance. Mr. Jiang, my patience has its limits. He stared intently at Jiang Yubai. The reason North America is sitting here today, in such great detail, is simply because you are only level 10 right now. It would be easy for us to stifle a genius who has not yet reached his full potential. Do you understand what I mean? Jiang Yubai's fingers, which were tapping the table, stopped. The air pressure inside the private room dropped to freezing. The killing intent from the other side was practically at their noses. After a long silence, Jiang Yubai slowly suppressed his mercenary smile. I want to go to North America. Underground conference room. Zhao Jinshan tightened his grip, and the teacup slammed onto the table with a crisp bang. Zhou Dishing narrowed his eyes, his brows furrowing into a deep frown. Ulan Qingduo remained silent, but the veins on the back of her right hand, which gripped the spear, were already bulging. But I have one condition. In the surveillance footage, Jiang Yubai's voice was surprisingly calm. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Lin Ke's face, which had looked as if his father had died, finally broke into a smug smile again. No matter how strong your bones are, you still have to kneel before absolute strength and lifespan. Please speak. Lin Ke regained that sense of superiority from his superior position. Jiang Yubai raised his head, his eyes clear and his expression extremely sincere. This million-year lifespan. Could you give me half first? Consider it a deposit. I'll definitely think about it carefully when I get back. In the underground conference room, the military leaders, who had just been on edge, suddenly went into a state of shock. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Jinshan turned his head away and tactically drank water to cover up his wildly twitching mouth. Meanwhile, Lin Ke was in the private room. It felt as if someone had swung a huge iron hammer at me. My brain went blank for 4 seconds. He stared intently at Jiang Yubai's face, which appeared sincere but was actually full of sarcasm. He finally understood. From the moment that little bastard sat down, he had no intention of signing this bullshit contract. He's making a fool of the entire North American League. Lin Ke's temples throbbed violently as he forcefully suppressed the risk of his brain's blood vessels bursting at any moment. He spat out his final ultimatum, word by word, through gritted teeth. Jiang Yubai, I'm asking you one last time. Are you going or not? Jiang Yubai lazily picked at his ear. He met that gaze that seemed to want to devour him whole. He slowly opened his mouth. Chapter 56. The killing scheme begins. A level 30 swordsman crushes a level 10 trash. Chapter 56. The killing scheme begins. A level 30 swordsman crushes a level 10 trash. I'm not going. There was no preamble, no eye contact. Jiang Yubai's voice was very soft. The air inside the private room froze. The aloof, elite mask on Lin Ke's face was shattered in two. What did you say? I said I'm not going. Jiang Yubai raised his head, his expression very complicated. There was no fearlessness in the face of death, nor any sense of righteous indignation. His face clearly bore 2 large characters written on it. It hurts to spend the money. That was the agonizing, soul-stirring feeling of watching mountains of gold and silver slip through one's fingers and fall down the drain. Lin Ke was completely dumbfounded. Having worked in high-level defection for so many years, he has seen countless people who are greedy for money, afraid of death, and power-hungry. I've never seen someone begging and haggling for a deposit just a second ago. The next second, a penniless wretch suddenly quits. Why? Lin Ke's voice unconsciously rose. He truly couldn't understand it. Jiang Yubai didn't respond immediately. He looked down at the contract on the table. The long string of zeros after the million made his eyes sting. But what was swirling in his mind at that moment wasn't numbers at all. It was in the strong wind that Ulan Qingduo, carrying an ice-blue spear, stood in front of him, her back to him. A level 29 Ice Lance Knight, the strongest prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom in this generation, a Valkyrie who can single-handedly pierce through hundreds of people from the Sakura Kingdom in a secret realm. But because of a single blow from his own worthless spider, he fell into the hands of this good-for-nothing and lost his innocence. She didn't go mad and kill anyone, nor did she cause a huge uproar. He simply stood on the rooftop and coldly tossed out a sentence. You must be at the entrance to the Academy Instance at 8 a.m. tomorrow. That wasn't a threat, it was the stubbornness of someone who, after swallowing all their grievances, was determined to pull him out of the mire. Later, he offered 500 years of his lifespan to buy out the relationship. That was the look in Ulan Qingduo's eyes when she looked at him. It wasn't anger, it was utter disappointment. Later on, she insisted on binding you, saying, I'll take care of you for the rest of my life. She searched for him for 23 days in the secret realm, covered in blood. She blushed and trembled on the bed, saying, Be gentle. The note she left on the table read, Put in more physical exertion next time. Jiang Yubai took a deep breath and closed his eyes tightly. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at Lin Ke. I don't want to see that look in my senior's eyes again. Lin Ke stood there, stunned, as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. Just for a woman's gaze? You don't want a million-year lifespan? You're insane. Jiang Yubai stood up and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. That look of disappointment in your eyes, one time is enough. I don't want to see it a second time. Lin Ke's refined facade crumbled completely, and his face turned ashen. He was about to speak when 100 underhanded methods of forcibly exerting pressure flashed through his mind. But Jiang Yubai didn't give him a chance at all. As soon as he finished speaking, the kid turned and ran. They didn't just walk, they scrambled and crawled towards the door. My shoes made a crackling sound on the stairs, and I slipped as I turned a corner. I almost slammed my face into the wall, and I ran as if a rabid dog was chasing me. Because he was too scared. It's not that I'm afraid of Lin Ke, nor am I afraid of North America. He was afraid that if he stayed even a second longer, he would shamelessly turn around and shout, "Brother! Let's discuss this again." Therefore, he had to escape that money-grubbing room as quickly as he could ever go in his life. Top secret command center on the 37th underground floor. The soft glow of the holographic screen shone on everyone's faces. In the scene, Jiang Yubai rushed out of the reception building as if being chased by a dog, and squatted down in a blind corner behind the flower bed. Zhao Xunshan silently put down his teacup. Zhou Dishing let out a long breath, and his tense back finally leaned back in the chair. The spot where Ulan Qingduo had originally stood was now empty. No one saw when she rushed out. Outside the building, in a dead corner of the flower bed, Jiang Yubai squatted tightly against the base of the low wall, his hands covering his head, his face almost buried in his knees. There was a 3-second silence. He looked up and slammed his fist into the mud. 1 million! The sound was so shrill it was almost split in two. Am I out of my mind? 1 million lifespans! After taxes! 3 private copies! He was so heartbroken that he spun around in circles, frantically pulling at his hair like a hamster with its fur standing on end. Buy a house in Kyoto. I could buy the entire academy. 100 bodyguards. I'd get it for free. I'm no longer clean. I fucking missed my chance to become the richest man. Inside the mechanical space, Fei Hong and Qing Nan watched Jiang Yubai rolling around on the ground outside in silence for a long time. Call. Her small, rosy hands patted her chest, her irritable, lowly-like voice tinged with exhaustion. That scared the hell out of me. I even pulled the safety off my submachine gun just now. Qingnang pushed up her non-existent gold-rimmed glasses, her mature voice tinged with lingering fear. If the commander really signs with North America, the underlying logic will trigger an irreversible purge agreement. Scarlett's tone was unusually serious. The awakening that heaven bestows upon us is based on the host's personality and constraints. A person who would betray his country for personal gain is not worthy of having an awakened creation. So what? So, as long as he puts pen to paper, our emotional awareness will be instantly erased, Qingnang said calmly. There will never be another Scarlet or Green Bag in the world. What was left behind were just 2 emotionless killing machines. The space was deathly silent. Until Jiang Yubai's heartbroken wails came again from outside. Even the S-Class lab won't give me cash. I deserve to die. Scarlet rolled her eyes dramatically, her exhaustion turning into utter disgust. You act all tough inside, but then you come out and lie in a mud puddle counting zeros? The commander's thought process is indeed impossible to predict with algorithms. Qingnang chuckled softly. Speak like a human being. He's just a good-for-nothing. That's more like it. Crimson kicked the ammunition box next to her away, jumping up and down and cursing. What kind of money grubber did I end up with? If you want to cry, go cry somewhere else. Aren't you ashamed, Jiang Yubai? Despite the harsh criticism, the core array of crimson and azure glands shimmered brighter and more steadily than ever before. Under the old locust tree, Jiang Yubai was still muttering and mourning the loss of his vast fortune. Suddenly, the light overhead was blocked. He raised his head, his eyes brimming with tears. High ponytail, bright silver scales. Ulan Qingduo stood quietly under the shade of the tree, looking down at him. Those eyes, which were usually cold and aloof, were red like a rabbit's, and their long eyelashes were still damp with moisture. Asshole! The senior's voice was trembling. He only managed to utter 2 words before choking up and unable to continue. Jiang Yubai's long string of dry howls that was on the tip of his tongue got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. Ulan Qingduo sniffed, and without saying anything more, she reached out her hand to him. Come home with me. Jiang Yubai looked at that hand. With a resigned sigh, he offered his muddy hand, which was firmly grasped. The reception building has 3 private rooms on each floor. Lin Ke sat at the table with a dark expression, staring at the unsigned contract. A high-ranking executive in North America was made a fool of by a poor man who couldn't even afford welfare. A disgrace, an utterly absurd disgrace. He pulled out an encrypted communicator with a cold expression. The attempt to win him over failed. He's completely unyielding. A few seconds later, a disdainful sneer came from the other end of the communicator from Takashi Fujiwara, the Asia-Pacific representative. Since they can't be used by us, then erase them. 3 hours later, the Force Dual Crystal will be activated. Have the candidates been selected? Lin Ke loosened his tie, his eyes filled with malice. They are in position. Fujiwara Takashi's voice was filled with arrogance and condescension. The 8th prodigy of the Cherry Blossom Country, a level 30 swordsman, Aoi Ryo. Immediately afterwards, a loud, arrogant sound of a samurai sword being drawn came through the communicator. A young, arrogant male voice sneered. You want me to deal with a level 10 trash mechanic? That's not even worth mentioning. Lin Ke sneered, his tone chilling. Don't underestimate him, crush him. Communication was cut off. Lin Ke stood up, put on his usual suave yet roguish smile again, and dusted off his suit. 3 hours later, the Force Deathmatch space will be activated. He is 20 levels above his level, disregards all rules, and fights to the death. No external force can interfere. Level 10 versus level 30? This is a hopeless situation that even God couldn't save. Chapter 57, A Battle Against a Higher Level, with a reward of 30 million years. Chapter 57, A Death Battle Across Levels, the reward is 30 million years of warm water flowing down through one's fingers. Ulan Qingduo squatted on the ground, holding Jiang Yubai's wrist with one hand and clutching a towel with the other. I carefully scraped away the dirt from under his fingernails. Neither of them spoke. The only sound in the room was the dripping of water into the porcelain basin. Jiang Yubai looked down and saw that his senior's eyelashes and the tip of her nose were still red. He was about to open his mouth. Don't move! Ulan Qingduo didn't look up, and her voice was very soft. Jiang Yubai obediently shut his mouth. Wring out the towel, change the water, and continue wiping. The movements were extremely slow, as if they were polishing some rare treasure. Jiang Yubai suddenly felt like laughing. The strongest prodigy of the mighty Dragon Kingdom, a Valkyrie who defeated 35 people with a single spear thrust. Right now, she's squatting on the ground like a wronged wife, rubbing mud off him. I've finally figured out how to properly enjoy this, soft rice, a metaphor for being financially supported by a woman. He was about to say, that's about enough. My God, it's blown up. This is not an exaggeration. Without warning, the sky above Kyoto was torn apart. Blood-red celestial runes covered half the sky, churning wildly in the clouds like molten iron. Heavenly Path announcement. The rule-based item, Force Cross-Rank Dual Crystal, has been activated. Initiator, Japan, Sakura Country. Target locked, Jiang Yubai of the Dragon Kingdom. Ulan Qingduo's hand froze in midair. The next second, a blinding golden beam of light crashed down, completely enveloping Jiang Yubai. His feet left the ground, pulled into the air by an absolute force of rules, like a fish struggling to escape from water. What the hell? The golden light remained completely still. Clang! Ulan Qingduo kicked over the porcelain basin, and her ice blue spear burst forth with a spear light, piercing straight into the pillar of light. Clang! A piercing metallic crackling sound rang out. The spear's edge shattered instantly. Ulan Qingduo's hand was torn open, and blood dripped down the gun barrel. She was forced back 3 steps, staring at the wall of light. This is the rule of heaven. Even a level 29 prodigy from the Dragon Kingdom couldn't leave a white mark on it. The heavenly Tao runes are still flooding the screen, directly piercing through the entire blue star. The 2 sides in the duel, Jiang Yubai, Lv.10, from the Dragon Kingdom versus Tsang Jingliao, Lv.30, from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Rules: a fight to the death. External forces are strictly prohibited. Countdown: teleportation to the deathmatch space in 10 minutes. No! Ulan Qingduo, as if possessed, raised her spear and thrust repeatedly. The second shot. The third shot. Every strike was delivered with all one's might, each strike accompanied by a spray of blood. Jiang Yubai was suspended in midair, his whole body numb. A level 10 fighting a level 30? A fight to the death? No, wait a minute. That's right, I just made a fool of the North American envoy 3 hours ago. But what does this have to do with Japan? Why are they so eager to jump out and act like filial sons? No one cared about his complaints, and the heavenly Tao system, devoid of emotion, directly unleashed its ultimate trump card. Heavenly Judgment. The Sakura Kingdom has attempted a challenge 20 levels above its own level, triggering the limit compensation mechanism. If Jiang Yubai dies in battle, China will be absolved of responsibility. If Aoi Ryo dies in battle, the Japanese will be subjected to the following extreme punishment. The runes across the entire screen completely turned into a dark red, dripping blood. 1. All national fortune points of the Sakura Kingdom will be forcibly deducted. 2. Reduce the nation's resource reserves by 20%. 3. The national lifespan pool has been shattered by 10 million years. 4. In the Sakura Kingdom, all citizens will have 15 points randomly deducted from a single attribute. Note: all the above penalty revenue will be awarded to the Dragon Kingdom, and a triple bonus will be triggered. The whole world was silent for a full 5 seconds. Then, the whole country was in an uproar. Countless people watched the live broadcast screen in the sky, their eyes reddening. Jiang Yubai, who was hanging in midair and thought he was about to die, was now in a daze. His gaze swept over the row of glittering gold signs that read, "Lifespan of 10 million years," and tripled. His Adam's apple bobbed. The panic in his eyes vanished strangely, replaced by an unconscious calculation. Holy crap, 30 million years! That's enough to buy so many houses in Kyoto. If we win this battle, wouldn't the profits be 100 times greater than the North American contract we just rejected? Meanwhile, this divine announcement hanging over the world has caused a complete uproar across the internet. Countless Chinese netizens stared at their screens, and the barrage of comments and insults flooded all social media platforms. A level 30 fighting a level 10? These bastards have no shame. This is what you call a death match. This is a one-sided massacre. Damn Japan! The highest Joint Command Center is located on the 37th underground floor of the capital city of the Dragon Kingdom. 11 holographic screens simultaneously switch to the live broadcast of TR Now. Bang! Zhou Dishing stood up and slapped the solid wood table, sending the chair sliding backward and crashing into the wall. A rule-level item? They've gone mad? Zhao Jinshan placed his hands on the table, his knuckles cracking. Force dual crystal across ranks. There are definitely no more than 3 in existence worldwide, and they were given to us by North America. Level 30 versus level 10. In the corner, an intelligence officer's voice trembled. Aoi Ryo, the 8th prodigy of the Sakura Kingdom, a hidden professional swordsman. Last month in the EC Secret Realm, he single-handedly defeated 2 level 32 elite Persians. The meeting room fell silent instantly. All the veterans were frantically calculating in their minds, but the result they came up with was only one word. Absolutely not. A 20-level difference. What does level 30 mean? Once you cross that watershed, your attributes will double, your skills will transform, and your physique will leap forward. Sung Jingliu had already flown into the sky, while Jiang Yubai couldn't even see the shadow of the threshold. How are you going to hit me? The old general, sitting at the end of the long table, slowly closed his eyes, his voice hoarse, filled with suffocating cruelty and despair. This round is a guaranteed loss. No one objected. Zhou Dishing slumped back into his chair, his aged face showing extreme exhaustion. Here we go again. It's that disgusting drama again. This is the 16th time in 120 years. Zhou Dishing slammed his fist on the handrail, his eyes bloodshot. Whenever our dragon kingdom produces a promising talent who can shoulder great responsibilities, these bastards will kill people in the shortest amount of time and with the most unreasonable methods. Of the 15 prodigies, 13 were targeted and wiped out by them. The youngest one was only 17 when he died. Humiliation, frustration, and a heavy sense of destiny weighed heavily on every top expert present, making it hard to breathe. Jiang Yubai is only 18 years old this year. Where's Lu Chongqing? Where's old Lu? Zhou Dishing growled in a deep voice. Senior Lu is only 3 kilometers outside the villa. But... The staff officer gritted his teeth. That's a rule level item endorsed by the Heavenly Tao, let alone Senior Lu at level 91. Even a fully level true god couldn't break through that halo. These are the rules. It's not something that can be overturned by force. The camera cuts back to the villa. Ulan Qingduo even threw away her spear. She rushed forward and clung desperately to the edge of the light barrier that trapped Jiang Yubai with her bare hands. The fingernail broke on the spot. Blood dripped from his 10 fingers, flowing down the light barrier, only to be mercilessly repelled by the power of the rules. Let him go! Heaven gave no response. I said let him go! The Valkyrie's voice changed from a furious roar to a blood-stained sob. Jiang Yubai floated in midair, looking at her reddened eyes and the bright red bloodstains on her 10 fingers. He suddenly felt a sharp sting in a corner of his heart that had always been hiding. It's just a level 30 Karami. Senior! Jiang Yubai spoke softly. Ulan Qingduo raised her head, her face covered in tears and despair. Jiang Yubai sighed, his eyes revealing a facade of indifference. It gradually receded, revealing a base color even colder than a blade. Stop arresting him. He smiled, his tone still casual. My hand is cut. Who's going to cook dinner for me later? Chapter 58 Crimson angrily rebukes the Heavenly Tao. Little 5, the lowly, makes her debut. Chapter 58 Crimson angrily rebukes the Heavenly Tao. The moment the little lowly Xiao Wu appeared online, the encrypted channel in Jiang Yubai's mind exploded. Xiao Wu's soul forging is in its final stage. 30 minutes left. The crimson lowly voice was so anxious she almost did the splits. The commander's countdown has only 10 minutes left. Qingnung's mature and elegant voice had lost its former composure and grace. Can it be cancelled by force? Jiang Yubai sighed inwardly. Rule level item locked. Scarlet's voice suddenly turned gloomy. But I can stall. Jiang Yu's eyelids twitched. Remember when I hacked into the heavenly path and forced you into the secret realm last time? Are you going to kick down the door of heaven again? Shut up and don't get in my way. Before she could finish speaking, Crimson's consciousness was severed. Inside the mechanical space, the Crimson Lowly's true form had her eyes tightly closed, while the core array flashed with light. 2 mechanical spider arms tore through the void, violently crashing into the underlying logic of the Heavenly Tao. The Tiandao firewall has issued its highest level red alert. Warning, unauthorized intrusion detected. Source, sequence 01 Crimson. Repeat offender. The Crimson code flow continued without the slightest pause. She's not here to fight, she's here to overturn the table and negotiate. Listen up, you lousy system. Crimson shoved the volatile code directly into the core of the Heavenly Tao. Jiang Yubai, level 10. The opponent is a level 30 swordsman at full strength. Your own compensation mechanism still judges you as being 20 levels above him. What kind of fairness is that? The Heavenly Tao core stalled for 0.3 seconds. The remedial mechanism has been activated, and the penalty clauses have been publicized. Fairness has been achieved. Fairness my ass! The Crimson Code was dancing wildly within the core of the Heavenly Tao. He's only level 10. 320 HP. The enemy could kill him 5 times with a single basic attack. You call this fair? Last time you gave us a buffer time in the level 20 dungeon. This time, with a level 20 difference, you didn't give us a single second to prepare. Didn't you install a conscience-building module? This system has no conscience. Then let's go by your broken rules. Scarlet pressed closer. If the initiator of a rule-based item has a level advantage exceeding 20 levels, does the challenge party have the right to request an extension? Check the underlying terms and conditions yourself. The core of the Heavenly Tao fell silent once again. For a system capable of nanosecond-level computation, 2 seconds of silence indicates that it is indeed rummaging through its files looking for code. Article 723,409 Supplementary Provisions. When the level difference exceeds 15 levels, the challenge party may apply for additional preparation time. Application approved. Countdown revised, 60 minutes. Just as Crimson was about to try and squeeze more money out of her, Heaven kicked her out of her core. If they dare to push their luck again, they will be eliminated on the spot. Above Kyoto, the oppressive crimson runes flickered violently. The countdown, which was hanging under the noses of the whole world, suddenly jumped from 10 minutes back to 60 minutes. Global intelligence giants, who are closely monitoring the situation, collectively gasped in shock. High above the Pacific Ocean, a stealth aircraft is speeding away from the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the cabin, Lin leaned back in his leather seat, a glass of red wine in hand, as Fujiwara Takashi's arrogant laughter came through the communicator. The crystal has been activated. That kid is doomed. Well done, Lin-san. Lin loosened his tie, and a genuine, cold smile finally appeared on his lips. A level 10 trash can't even see the way a level 30 swordsman in our country draws his sword. Fujiwara Takashi sneered. This is the 14th year in the Dragon Kingdom's history. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp screech suddenly rang out from the aircraft's hull. Extremely short and extremely thin. The next second, this stealth fighter jet, which cost billions to build, was cut in half from head to toe. The cut surface is as smooth as a mirror. There was no fire, no explosion, and even the metal molecules were clearly cut apart. Lin Ku's expression was forever frozen on a smug, cold smile. The earpiece fell into the rubble that had disintegrated midair, and Fujiwara Takashi's voice could still be heard calling out. Lin-sang? Lin-sang? Above the clouds, Level 91 swordsman Lu Chongqing slowly sheathed his long sword. He didn't even glance at the scrap metal falling into the sea. He just stared at the golden halo above Kyoto. The Heavenly Tao has locked this deadlock, and my old bones really can't break through it. The old man's eyelids drooped slightly, and his tone was so cold it was like ice crystals. But I still have enough strength to crush 2 fleas at will. Almost at the same second, above Kyoto, 3 terrifying divine senses crushed the clouds. The 3 remaining level 95 pillars of the Dragon Kingdom are unleashing their full power. They didn't show themselves, but their will had already locked down the villa area. After a moment of deathly silence, a cold, hard, iron-like thought reverberated outwards. The rules of heaven are locked. Forceful intervention is ineffective. Another seedling has been broken. Another voice carried a chilling, murderous intent. The aura at the very top had been silent the longest, and when it spoke, there was not a trace of emotion in its voice. I'm going to the land of cherry blossoms. The other 2 did not try to dissuade them. 13 children have been sacrificed in these 400 years. The debt is quite substantial. The second voice was ruthless. Second and third sons, you two stay in the capital and keep an eye on that girl from the Ulan family. Don't let her do anything foolish. The big shot who was going to Japan spoke with an infuriating calmness. The interest accumulated over 400 years will be settled tonight. Tell the border guards that no survivors should be taken on the East China Sea line tonight. Inside the mechanical space, Crimson was ejected by the heavenly Tao and slammed directly into the soul-forging array. Within the dark golden pillar of light, a floating rhomboid sphere was slowly rotating. Its surface is covered with silver mechanical patterns, like a miniature metal heart. The original form of the fifth brother. 28 minutes to go. The Qingnan, a traditional Chinese medicine system, announced a precise countdown. Enough! Crimson gritted her teeth and slammed her hands hard on the array, causing energy to surge back in frantically. She casually pulled up Jiang Yubai's personal panel. Current experience points, 112,000. A hint of absolute madness flashed in the crimson-red lowly's eyes. Qingnan! The moment Lao Wu came out, he immediately dumped 100,000 experience points into it. Qingnan Yujiainisu. Receive. Promote her rank immediately upon exiting the cabin. Scarlet's usual carefree and cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by a fierce glint in the eyes of the irritable little girl. Fifth brother, hurry up and get this done for me. She muttered to herself. Your brother is going to get chopped up. 28 minutes later. The soul-forging disc emitted a deep hum. The silver sphere shattered with a deafening roar. Amidst the blinding flashes of light, a little girl landed steadily. Her hair was silver to her shoulders, and she was barefoot. The most bizarre thing was those emotionless, pale gold vertical pupils. The first second she opened her eyes, her gaze was somewhat blank. Scarlet stepped forward, cupped her small face in her hands, and spoke so fast it was almost a blur. Xiao Wu, stop with the nonsense. Your brother is about to be hacked to death. The little girl's vertical pupils suddenly contracted. Die. A child's voice that is ethereal and without inflection. Yes, the kind where not a trace is left. Crimson turned around, her mechanical arm now armed. Keep up. Time to get to work. Outside the villa. The dark golden halo pulsed and flickered, the countdown dropping to its final 30 seconds. Ulan Qingduo held the ice-blue spear, its tip firmly embedded in the crack of the floor tiles. She looked up at Jiang Yubai in midair. Alive. Jiang Yubai looked down at his senior's 10 fingers, which were stained with blood. The countdown has reached 0. The aperture exploded, and Jiang Yubai vanished into thin air. Thousands of miles away, in a secret base in the land of cherry blossoms, our Rio was also simultaneously drawn into the dark golden light. The battleground was formed with a roar. A desolate, ashen plain, the sky like congealed blood. Silence, no wind, deathly stillness. Jiang Yubai landed on his feet, kicking up a small cloud of dust. 50 meters away. The level 30 swordsman, our Rio, is clad in heavy armor made of black iron and wields a katana. The silver blade gleamed intermittently. He didn't even change his stance of drawing his sword, he just lazily lifted his eyelids. Ants. Jiang Yubai stood there, looking at this pretentious guy, and rolled his eyes inwardly. Is this all the prestige you'd get at level 30? The temperature inside his pocket was soaring. The crimson voice came from the depths of his mind, devoid of its previous rage, replaced by utter tranquility. Useless thing, your little 5 is online. At the edge of the sky. The heavenly Tao runes flowed down like blood, freezing into the final 4 large characters. The duel begins. Chapter 59, Good news brought a baby, bad news was a human missile. Chapter 59, Good news brought a baby, bad news was the humanoid missile Dead Ashes plane. The hidden level 30 class sword master is Aoi Ryo. He held his katana horizontally at his side, the silver blade gleaming like a venomous snake's tongue. It feels like a max-level player is blocking the newbie village. He didn't even bother to strike a pose as if he were drawing his sword, The way he looked at Jiang Yubai was no different than how he looked at an ant at his feet. Did heaven give you an extra 60 minutes to prepare? Sanjing Liao's tone was flat, carrying a condescending disdain. Unnecessary. Jiang Yubai didn't respond. He lowered his eyelids slightly and glanced at his own panel. Health, 320. The guy on the other side has at least 10,000 health points. A simple glancing blow from his basic attack is enough to kill him 5 times over. Crimson. Jiang Yubai tapped it in his mind. They're here! The voice of a grumpy little girl is at its peak. Qing Nang. Ready to go at any time, Commander. Her mature, older sister-like voice was so gentle it was almost infuriating. Xiao Wu. The channel froze for half a second. Then, a soft, ethereal, and endearing baby voice rang out. Elder brother. Jiang Yubai took a deep breath. Raise your right hand. A rift in the mechanical space tore open the void, and 3 streams of light crashed down like meteors in succession. Bang! The first streak of dark red light landed, stirring up dust. A 1.2-meter tall girl with twin ponytails is leaning on a heavy shotgun with one hand. 4 cold, metallic mechanical arms slowly unfolded behind him, exuding a murderous aura. Sequence 01, Crimson. Boom! A second streak of military green light descended. The tall, mature woman's long trench coat fluttered in the wind, and the numerous self-destructing metal balls around her waist reflected a cold light. She touched the biohazard symbol on her collar, her smile both dignified and sickly sweet. Sequence 02, Qingnam. Thud. The third beam of white light dissipated. A tiny creature, about 60 centimeters tall, stood barefoot on the dusty ground. Her hair was silver to her shoulders, and her features were delicate and beautiful. The bare little feet stepped on the ground, producing an extremely dull, metallic thud. She stared blankly at her surroundings, her light gold vertical pupils shining through. At this moment, the entire dual space was so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard. The Heavenly Tao system was extremely considerate, directly putting this Battle of the Rules on a global live broadcast. The footage is simultaneously transmitted to locations around the world. Takashi Fujiwara stared intently at the holographic projection, stunned for a full 3 seconds. The fat on his face began to twitch violently. Ha ha! He slammed his hand on the table and laughed so hard he almost fell over. Tears streamed down my face, and I almost fainted from lack of oxygen on the spot. The whole hall burst into laughter, and the atmosphere was extremely joyful. A little girl? A woman? And she's holding a barefoot baby? The representative from South Korea laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. Damn it! Is the Dragon Kingdom's ultimate trump card a kindergarten class? They've won so badly. Annan's representative shook his head repeatedly. Juejweizi, this is practically performance art in the realm of suicide. Fujiwara Takashi pinched his philtrum to calm himself, while laughing wildly. That's it. This is the miracle of the Dragon Kingdom in the last 400 years? Is it all achieved through staged accidents? Intelligence giants around the world are watching this as a joke. However, when the scene shifts back to the Dragon Kingdom's highest command center, a completely different picture emerges. 11 tactical screens flickered, and the entire arena was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Zhou Dixing's teacup was suspended in midair, and he didn't even notice that water had spilled all over his hands. Zhao Jinshan's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice dry as if he had swallowed sand. Is he going to a life-or-death situation, or a family trip? No one responded. The veterans stared intently at the screen, their hearts pounding in their throats. Only the rooftop of the Dragon Kingdom's Azure Sky Academy was as cold as an ice cave. Ulan Qingduo gripped the ice-blue spear tightly. The newly bandaged wound on his knuckles burst open due to excessive force, and drops of blood dripped from the gun barrel onto the ground. She didn't laugh. Her gaze was fixed on the silver-haired little girl. The third creation. Her voice was very low. Chen Feng, standing behind him, had a livid face and swallowed hard. Qingduo, is that kid really good at fighting? Ulan Qingduo didn't speak, but just stared intently at Jiang Yubai on the screen. In the dual space, Jiang Yubai himself had mixed feelings. The soul forging plate had just been forged when it was immediately dragged into a death match. This was also the first time he had seen the true form of the fifth prince. Over 60 centimeters tall, silver hair, bare feet. Her rosy cheeks and innocently foolish eyes made her look like a porcelain doll that had just been dragged out of bed. You're Xiao Wu! He squatted down. The pale gold vertical pupils slowly rose, focusing precisely. Elder brother. The tone was flat and even, but the last syllable had a natural, childlike quality. Jiang Yubai's heart, which had seen through life and death, was inexplicably twitched by the cuteness. But the next second, those vertical pupils locked onto Aoi Ryo, who was 50 meters away. That. Bad guy. Right. The next second, the 60-centimeter tall porcelain doll's delicate pink face erupted with extreme irritation that was completely disproportionate to her size. I'll smash your head against the wall and kill you, you bastard! A childish roar. Immediately afterwards, the tiny creature, just over 60 centimeters tall, darted out. Headbutt him! Smash him! As he ran, a visible silver magnetic storm shield appeared around Xiao Wu's body. Even the surrounding air was crushed by the powerful kinetic energy, producing a piercing shriek, like a rampaging humanoid miniature missile. Jiang Yubai reacted quickly, grabbing the back of her collar and lifting the missile into the air. Xiao Wu's short legs tumbled through the air, leaving a blur of motion, while his two little hands desperately reached forward. Let go! Let go of me! Let me kill him! Holy crap, calm down! No! Beat him up! Smash his skull with your head! The silver shield was still crackling and flashing, making Jiang Yu's white tiger mouth numb and almost causing him to drop his hand. Scarlet, standing to the side, rolled her eyes, her temples throbbing. See? What did I tell you? She's a real pain in the neck. Xingnong smiled and tilted her head. The commander looks quite cute taking care of the child. Cute my ass! We're the ones getting stabbed later. The live broadcast was simultaneously transmitted around the world. Everyone saw that the level 10 trash who was targeted by death was frantically carrying a cute 6-year-old child. The adorable child was still waving his arms and shouting that he wanted to kill the swordsman by headbutting him. The comedic effect is off the charts. Seeing this, Aoi Ryo burst out laughing. He not only put away his katana, but also completely abandoned his defensive stance. I thought that the person who forced the higher-ups to use crystals would give me some amusement. He shook his head and took a step forward with a forced smile. That's it. Jiang Yubai's helpless expression faded, and a hint of malice surfaced in his eyes. He shoved the aggressive Xiao Wu behind him and straightened his back. Qingnong. Understood, my commander. The mature woman's voice, at this moment, revealed an extreme coldness. Sizzle! The military green trench coat was ripped. A dark red mechanical beam shot into the sky. In less than 2 seconds, the 1.75-meter tall, gentle humanoid figure was brutally erased. Boom! A 6-meter-long, heavily armored steel behemoth crashed onto the deathly gray plain, its heavy tracks crushing the ground. The cannon stood in rows, exuding a murderous aura. The heavy side armor doors popped open. Jiang Yubai's movements were incredibly smooth. He didn't even spare Tsang Jingliu a glance before calmly stepping into the carriage with Xiao Wu in his arms. Honey, we've saved you a special seat inside. Bang. The car doors were locked tight. The terrifying mechanical winch sound of machine guns being loaded became the only echo in the entire desolate plain. Chapter 60, Level 10 versus Level 30. True damage shield is too overpowered. Chapter 60, Level 10 versus Level 30. The true damage shield is too cruel. Inside the carriage, a spherical recess glowed with a ghostly blue light. Xiao Wu's vertical pupils were fixed on the groove, and he instinctively fell silent. Her body began to change rapidly. Silver hair, small face, bare feet. All the mimicry features of carbon-based organisms were violently folded and compressed. Click. A crisp, heavy metal bite sound. The delicately sculpted baby has transformed into a fist-sized, silver, rhomboid sphere. It was precisely hammered into the groove, and the lock was firmly locked in place. The entire tank sank down. Immediately afterwards, a loud hum resounded. A semi-transparent energy field rippled out from the surface of the tank's armor. The silver-white hexagonal honeycomb pattern intertwined rapidly, as if putting an absolute barrier on this steel behemoth. 50 meters away, Crimson was simultaneously enveloped in a matching silver shield. Such a good thing? Jiang Yubai sat in the driver's seat, looking at the skill panel that had just popped up on the screen, and exclaimed, "Wow! Sequence 05 Passive Skill Shield of Protection, Lv.1. Effect: generates an independent energy shield based on the host's current mana. 1 point of mana equals 2 points of shield value. The shield value fluctuates in real time with the host's mana." Jiang Yubai glanced at his mana, 1730. Multiply by 2, and you get 3,460 shield points. The Chariot and Crimson each had 3,460 health points. With this conclusion reached, Jiang Yubai's lips curled into a wide smile. As a seasoned veteran, he understood all too well the value of this mechanism. Each time Crimson lands a critical hit, he can recover 3% of his maximum mana using spiritual power steal. When mana is replenished, the shield is replenished as well. As long as the Crimson gun barrel doesn't smoke, this shield is like a turtle shell that can be refilled indefinitely. This is blatant numerical bullying. Useless trash! Stop dawdling! I can't hold back my gun any longer! A Crimson lowly voice impatiently urged in the encrypted channel. Then, mark him, and unleash the blast! Jiang Yubai leaned back in his leather seat and calmly gave the order. The Crimson mechanical pupils switched to scarlet mode. He held the heavy shotgun horizontally, its muzzle locked on Seng Jingliao, who was strolling leisurely 50 meters away. Judgment mark activated. A dark red mark, invisible to the naked eye, struck Seng Jingliao's Xian Tai heavy armor directly. Aoi Ryo paused slightly. He glanced down at his chest, but found nothing unusual. He sneered, just as he raised his head to utter a few harsh words. Bang! Crimson has fired. The heavy shotgun roared deafeningly. Immediately afterwards, her back armor popped open, 4 mechanical arms extended out, and 4 submachine guns simultaneously spat out tongues of fire. All 5 firing positions are activated. Bullets enchanted with 6 elements, ice, fire, lightning, wind, darkness, and light, were interwoven into a dazzling barrage of death, slamming right into your face. The bullets struck Seng Jingliao's heavy iron armor, and a series of pitiful damage numbers floated up. -1, -1, -1, -1, -1. With the defensive foundation of a level 30 swordsman, Crimson's physical damage was negligible, barely even scratching the surface. But before Aoi Ryo could even make a sarcastic remark, the second row of numbers popped up above her head. It was all dazzling pure gold. -128, -128, -128, -128. True damage, ignoring all armor and defense. Jiang Yubai added 128 points of spirit, and the judgment mark forcibly added 128 points of true damage. How outrageous is Crimson's current rate of fire? Dozens of shots per second. What is 128 multiplied by tens? Aoi Rei's health bar, which was originally as thick as a city wall, visibly dented down by a large chunk. For a full 3 seconds, the live stream chat was completely silent. Then, it completely exploded. In the Cherry Blossom Country's camp, Fujiwara Takashi's face trembled violently, and his voice cracked. What the hell are those golden numbers? Are they cheating? No one could answer him. Everyone was focused on the health bar monitor for Aoi Ryo. 12,000. 11,000. 10,000. 9,500. Inside the dual space, Aoi Rei was finally jolted awake. He stopped pretending. The katana was drawn, and a powerful horizontal slash was unleashed. A 3-meter-wide silver blade of energy tore through the air and headed straight for Crimson's face. Crimson had no intention of dodging and continued to attack despite the blade's light. Boom! The blade energy struck the silver-white shield. Shield value plummeted, from 3460 to 2200. But the next second, a critical hit was triggered from the dense barrage of crimson bullets. Spiritual power stealing triggered. Jiang Yubai's mana was fully replenished, and his shield value jumped accordingly. 22003300. Full. Jiang Yubai laughed as he watched from inside the car. Keep slashing, the health you lose with each strike isn't as high as my health regeneration. At the same time. It's time for physical therapy, Mr. Swordsman. Qingnong whispered gently in the channel. The armored flaps on top of the tank popped open, and 20 suicide drones took off. Gun barrels under the wings locked onto Aoi Ryo, and metal ball bombs rained down like rain. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion sent flames soaring into the sky. Besides the screen full of -1, the golden -128. True damage once again flooded the screen. What's even more despairing is Qingnong's signature passive skill. Triggered by saprophytic infection. A green poison icon appeared directly on Aoi Rei's health bar, indicating that she was losing health by a percentage every second. A bright green poisoning symbol appeared above his head, and his health bar started dropping on its own. He panicked completely. The level 30 prodigy's movement technique was pushed to its limit. He frantically dodged and weaved in the shockwave of the explosion, his blade shattering one drone after another. But the crimson barrage was too dense. The firepower of the 5 guns was so intense that there were no blind spots. Even if he manages to dodge 80% of the bullets, the remaining 20% will still relentlessly scrape his flesh. In just 1 minute, Aoi Ryo's health was scraped down from 12,000 to just over 6,000. He stopped, panting heavily. For the first time, he put away his haughty gaze and stared at the steel behemoth in the distance. The highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom. Dead silence. With a forceful squeeze, Zhou Duxing cracked the ceramic teacup in his hand. He ignored the hot tea dripping onto his hands, his eyes glued to the screen. Halfway done. A level 10 kid crippled a level 30 hidden class prodigy by half in just 1 minute. Sky Academy rooftop. Ulan Qingduo's hand, gripping the spear tightly, had veins bulging on the back, but her eyes shone with an astonishing light. Chen Feng behind him swallowed hard. Is Qingduo going to go berserk? Ulan Qingduo took a deep breath, suppressing her wildly beating heart, and stared intently at the man's chariot. Within the battleground, a sudden gust of wind arose, swirling up the ashes on the ground. Aoi Ryo slowly raised the katana above her head. The silver light on the blade did not leak outwards. Instead, it was like a black hole, frantically converging and compressing inwards. The surrounding air began to distort due to the high temperature. Inside the tank, Jiang Yubai stared at the energy pillar on the holographic radar that had instantly turned from red to purple, his eyelids twitching wildly. The opponent's energy readings directly exceeded the tank's normal threshold. Qingnong, what's going on? Commander, the physical therapy is encountering serious obstacles. Qingnong's mature female voice was no longer calm and composed. It spoke extremely fast and had a chillingly mechanical quality. The system has detected that the target is forcibly destroying its own first-stage limiter. It is estimated that the target's attack parameters will increase by over 300% in 3 seconds. Jiang Yubai slammed his hand on the control panel, his pupils contracting. On the channel, Qingnong's voice was so soft it sounded like she was delivering a final death sentence. Commander, the current armored formations are not up to the task. He's going to fight for his life. Chapter 61 Level 30 Prodigy? I'll blast the ground and force you to the heavens. Chapter 61 Level 30 Prodigy? I'll blast the ground to force you to the heavens. The moment the blade fell, the surrounding air seemed to be sucked out. There was no whistling sound as the air was cut, nor were there countless air blades. Aoi Ryo vanished into thin air. Left side! The warning from Qingnan blared loudly in the channel. Before her crimson mechanical pupils could even turn, a silver, death-like afterimage was already pressed against her ribs. The katana was swiftly raised from below. That was silver energy compressed to the extreme, which suddenly exploded the moment it was unsheathed. Boom! With a piercing metallic creak, the two mechanical spider arms on Crimson's left side were severed at the root. The broken parts flew more than 10 meters away, accompanied by electric sparks. A series of rapidly decreasing numbers appeared on the silver-white shield. -1800. The originally thick shield was almost shattered on the spot by this strike. Hiss! Her petite, crimson body tumbled several times in the air, gripping the ground tightly with one hand, leaving a deep ditch several meters long before finally coming to a stop. She glanced down at the crackling arcs of electricity at the broken edge. On that delicate, lowly-like face, the irritability finally turned into an unprecedented solemnity. Useless! This guy is ridiculously fast right now! Jiang Yubai hid in the carriage, staring intently at the holographic panel that had turned a deep purple-red. Aoi Ryo's movement trajectory has disappeared, leaving only dense, zigzag-like afterimages on the radar. 340% speed amplitude, 310% attack double. With this stat line, any level 10 character would be instantly killed. Qingnang's voice was no longer gentle. It was chillingly calm. Commander, the shield recharge rate has completely collapsed. We can't hold on any longer. Do you think I need to teach me? Crimson held the shotgun horizontally with one hand, the muzzle chasing the afterimage and unleashing a barrage of fire. Bang! 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 Completely empty. Dozens of enchanted bullets all struck the afterimage left by Aoi Ryo half a second earlier. The ultimate movement technique of a level 30 prodigy completely shattered the computational network of the mechanical creation. Her crimson pupils frantically calculated and predicted, but each shot was just a fraction of a second away from being fatal. Aoi Ryo's second strike has arrived. This time, his target is not Crimson. With a sweeping motion of the katana, a 3-meter-wide crescent-shaped silver light sliced directly into the side armor of the chariot. Qingnang, pull to the side! Jiang Yubai's forehead veins bulged. The tank's tracks violently reversed, causing the steel behemoth to drift sideways and move a full 2 meters. Sizzle! The silver blade grazed the front of the car, slicing through the thick armor plate like butter. A deformed piece of metal flew into the cockpit, slashing a bloody gash across Jiang Yubai's face. Blood dripped from his chin onto the control panel, but he didn't even blink. Crimson, don't chase his shadow, anticipate his blade! What nonsense are you spouting? Scarlet was furious. Listen, he's 3 times faster, but he can't change his sword-wielding habits. Jiang Yubai's mind went completely blank, and he spoke at a rapid-fire pace. Before each full-force strike, his right shoulder would instinctively sink 2 centimeters. From sinking to striking the blade, it only took 0.4 seconds. Don't worry about where he is, aim at the point where his right shoulder drops, and fire in the opposite direction of his blade's trajectory. Crimson was stunned for less than half a second. I understand. At this moment, Aoi Ryo had already appeared behind the chariot, and the third slash came out with a whoosh. This time, instead of dodging, Crimson charged forward into the face of the blade. Her mechanical pupils were locked on Aoi Ryo's right shoulder joint. It sank. In that instant, the shotgun in Crimson's hand fired with a roar. She didn't aim at Aoi Ryo's chest, but rather at the path his katana would inevitably take as it sliced through the air. Aoi Ryo's heart suddenly tightened. Can this tin-skinned turtle see through my sword strikes? In a state of extreme passivity, he forcibly twisted his wrist. The katana veered 3 inches off course, grazing the Crimson's scalp and slicing off one of the twin tails. Got you! Flames erupted simultaneously from the 2 remaining mechanical arms of Crimson. Take advantage of the 0.2-second stun caused by this forced change of tactics. Crimson's 2 remaining submachine guns were pressed firmly against the opponent's chest armor, and the triggers were pulled all the way down. Da-da-da-da! -128, -128, -128. Even in a deadly situation, a prodigy like Zheng Jinglia still possesses terrifying combat skills. Despite the excruciating pain of being truly wounded, he gripped the Crimson heavy shotgun barrel with his left hand, his 5 fingers like iron pincers. Crack! He twisted the thick gun barrel, made of hardcore alloy, into a pretzel shape with one hand. Crimson's main weapon is completely useless. Qingnong, cover us! Jiang Yubai seized the opportunity, and decisively gave the order. With the top hatch of the armored vehicle fully open, 12 drones roared into the sky. Countless metal spherical bombs rained down on Aoi Ryo, turning the spot where he was standing into a sea of fire. Rumble! During the series of explosions, the corrosive virus in the Qingnong, a traditional Chinese medicine, took effect again. A blinding green light shone on Aoi Ryo's health bar, and his health points began to automatically decline. Before Jiang Yubai could catch his breath, a charred figure rushed out, braving the flames. That's Aoi Ryo. That top-grade black iron heavy armor had been reduced to rubble, with large patches of flesh charred black. But his eyes were so cold that they lacked any human emotion, containing only an extreme, relentless killing intent. That was a desperate state of mind. A level 30 prodigy has been forced into this state by a level 10 loser. This kid must die today! This strike was flawless, a pure and unadulterated cleavage of Manhwa. The energy fluctuation caused Qingnong's radar screen to go black for half a second. The blade struck directly in the center of the chariot. Click! The thick composite armor was violently torn apart like cardboard. The 6-meter-long behemoth had a rift more than half a meter wide and bottomless carved out from the front to the roof. Inside the carriage, sparks mingled with thick smoke as they spewed out. Bang! Jiang Yubai was thrown into the air by the terrifying shockwave, his head slamming hard against the deformed vehicle. Commander! For the first time, Qingnong's voice trembled violently. Don't make a sound! Jiang Yubai touched the back of his head. His palm was covered in thick, sticky blood. He gritted his teeth and stumbled back to the control room, which was covered in sparks. Qingnong, report the damage! How many drones are left? 4 frames, and the last 6 metal spheres. Crimson, report your status. The channel was eerily quiet, with only the hum of static breaking through the silence. After a moment, Crimson's voice rang out, tinged with tears yet extremely fierce. My trolls are going crazy. Half of the 4 submachine guns are broken, and only my right hand and 2 hands are still usable. They've almost run out of cards. Jiang Yubai closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the air, which was filled with the smell of burnt food. When he opened his eyes again, a gambler's ruthlessness, even more pure than that of Aoi Ryo, surged in those eyes that had been dormant for 3 years. He glanced at the panel. Aoi Ryo's HP. 4,200. The poison is still raging, and the real injuries can still be healed. Jiang Yubai hasn't lost yet. That's enough to kill him. Jiang Yubai's voice was very low, carrying a chilling calmness. For the next 30 seconds, you will do whatever I say. No one is allowed to stop, not even if the core is burned out. Stop rambling. Scarlet spat out a harsh "Pa!" Understood, the physical therapy is entering its final stage. Qingnong's voice returned to its gentleness, but it was the gentleness of death. Can the tank still move? The right track can still turn, the speed has been reduced by 70%, but it's enough. That's enough. Jiang Yubai's fingers flew across the broken screen. 6 metal spheres, all fully loaded and mounted. 2 at a time, split into 3 batches for takeoff. Number 1 goes to the left low altitude, number 2 goes to the right high altitude, and number 3 stays close to the ground and hides. Bombing interval? Number 1 and number 2 will be 2 seconds apart. Number 3 is completely silent, waiting for my signal. Jiang Yubai wiped the blood from his face. Crimson, how long can those 2 submachine guns at maximum overload firepower last? 40 seconds is the absolute maximum. Done. Now it's your turn to hold the gun in your hands. Don't point it at people, point it at the ground. Huh? His movement speed is at its maximum, making his 2D movement unstoppable, but he is beyond the control of gravity. Jiang Yubai gritted his teeth and stared intently at the light screen. Use real bullets to shatter the ground. Plow through every spot where he's supposed to land, force him into the sky. He's in midair, let's see how he changes direction and dodges. The crimson electronic eye burst forth with a blinding flash of light. You're still the most cunning one, Zhujuizi. On the wasteland, Aoi Ryo held the broken blade upside down, ready to unleash her 4th strike. The oppressive feeling of death instantly locked onto the wrecked chariot. Qingnang. Jiang Yubai ripped off the obstructing seatbelt and growled. First batch, take off. Chapter 62 He's Gone Mad, Braving the Prodigy. Chapter 62 He went mad confronting the prodigy. 2 drones skimmed the ground and cut in at high speed. Aoi Ryo dodged to the side, and his katana shattered the metal ball. He forcefully blocked the shockwave of the explosion with his sword energy. But his attention was completely drawn to the left. The second batch! Jiang Yubai growled. High to the right, 2 drones swooped down with a piercing whistling sound. Boom! The metal ball crashed down, and flames engulfed Aoi Ryo's upper body. The green poisonous fog suddenly spread, and the countdown for saprophytic infection refreshed once again. Just as Aoi Ryo emerged from the flames covered in charred soot, Scarlet pulled the trigger. She didn't look at anyone. The intense firepower, like an iron plow, turned the ground 2 meters in front of Aoi Ryo's landing point into a honeycomb. With his feet firmly planted on the gravel, Aoi Ryo's terrifying speed finally faltered slightly. He instinctively jumped up, trying to steady himself. Third batch off. Jiang Yubai's voice was extremely cold. The last 2 drones, in complete silence mode, glided close to the ground and detonated directly beneath his feet. Boom! A raging pillar of fire exploded from below, hurling the arrogant prodigy into the air. In midair, he had nowhere to grab onto. You're in midair, let's see how you dodge! Crimson! Without Jiang Yubai needing to say anything more, the crimson-clad submachine gun in his hands had already locked onto the live target in midair. Even if the bullets only deal a pitiful -1 point of force damage when they hit the Xian Tai heavy armor. But the golden, -128, true damage that accompanied the critical hits formed a dense, impenetrable waterfall of blood. Aoi Ryo twisted wildly in the air, with no way to avoid it. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes as he endured the excruciating pain of the bullets. With a forced twist of his waist in midair, the katana dragged out a gruesome crescent-shaped silver blade of energy. The target is crimson. Get out of the way! Jiang Yubai roared in the carriage. Scarlet had nowhere to hide, and she didn't hide either, she just took the hit. She stood rooted to the spot, firing at full power, letting the blade of air slash down relentlessly. Click! The silver-white shield shattered like thin ice. The air blade cut deep into Crimson's right shoulder, severing her 2 remaining mechanical arms at the root. Engine oil mixed with blinding electric sparks gushed out on the spot. Bang! The petite Loli's body was blasted more than 10 meters away by the blade's energy, rolling far away on the ash plain. The dark red armor was covered in horrific cracks, and the body lay motionless on the ground. Crimson! Jiang Yubai's eyes turned red. He may be a lazy bum trying to survive, but Scarlet is his family, and his last untouchable taboo. He usually complained that she was a chatterbox, but seeing his creation, which had been with him for 3 years, beaten into this miserable state of broken metal, he was deeply moved. His inherent sense of shamelessness and complacency finally boiled over. "I'm not dead yet, stop wailing like a mourner." On the channel, Crimson's voice came through, accompanied by grating static, tinged with a weak, gritted teeth tone. "I've lost all 4 of my hands, but this bastard's time is up, isn't it?" Thump! Sung Jingliao crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He looked extremely disheveled. The heavy iron armor was almost completely shattered, and black smoke billowed from its body as its flesh was burned. The most dangerous thing is that the ghastly green, saliva infection, icon above his head is jumping wildly. Health, 1100. Poison damage forcibly deducts 0.4% of current health per second. 100-1095-1091. The poison lasts for 30 seconds, and it's only just started to tick. Jiang Yubai stared intently at that number. "Qingnong, report the damage." "Drone inventory reduced to 0, metal ball inventory reduced to 0. Qingnong's voice also sounded weaker than ever before. "The tank's power is disabled and its firepower system is rendered unusable." "That's enough." Jiang Yubai gritted his teeth. "We'll just wait for him to be poisoned to death." 50 meters away, Aoi Ryo knelt on the ground, his katana stuck deep in the soil to support his trembling body. He watched as green numbers kept appearing above his head, feeling the venom rampaging through his meridians, his face contorted into a grotesque expression. "I am the 8th prodigy of the mighty Sakura Empire." Aoi Ryo let out a rough, wheezing sound like a broken bellows. "I'm actually going to be poisoned to death by a level 10 weakling? I didn't die in the high-level dungeon, nor did I die under the blade of a powerful enemy. To think he'd be scraped to death by a level 10 loser using such disgusting and shameless poison. Useless! Utterly useless!" Sung Jingliao raised his head, his eyes filled with the despair and madness of a true, gambling addict. "If they lose, the great Sakura Kingdom will have its national fortune completely depleted by the heavenly Tao. A lifespan of 10 million years. Weaken everyone. If he were to go to see Amaterasu with the utterly humiliating record of being poisoned to death by someone of a higher level, his entire family will be torn to pieces in the country. No, I absolutely cannot die." Sun Jingliao roared and reached inside the shattered breastplate. He pulled out a black crystal, about the size of a thumb, engraved with forbidden runes. In the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, the old General Zhou Dishing stood up, and the chair behind him overturned with a bang. "What the hell is that?" The tech officer's voice completely spun out of tune. "Warning! Fluctuation of a rule level forbidden item detected." On the rooftop of Sky Academy, Ulan Qingduo stared intently at the screen, her fingernails already piercing her palms. "More than white." Within the battleground, with a crazed look in his eyes, Aoi Ryo pressed the black crystal into his heart. "Jiang Yubai! You forced me to this!" he roared, his voice as mournful as an owl's. "Even if you become a cripple after using cheat codes, I'll still tear you apart today." The heavenly Tao system sounded a piercing alarm, and a blood-red light screen filled with a sense of dimensional reduction attack appeared. It appeared directly on live screens around the world. "Warning! Forbidden item detected, limit break core, one-time use. Effect: ignoring the laws of nature, the user is forcibly boosted by 10 levels. Lasts for 10 minutes. Cost: after the effect ends, the user will be permanently locked at their current level and will never be able to gain any experience points." A beam of light shot into the sky. Aoi Rei's health bar visibly filled up instantly. The entire internet is silent. It's not 12,000. It's 48,000. Level 40. The green poison icon was dispelled. A brand new, undamaged set of heavy armor made of black iron covered his entire body. The blade aura on the katana in his hand surged several meters, even distorting the surrounding space. He stood there, like an invincible demon god. Inside the chariot, Qingnung's voice showed a faint fluctuation for the first time. Commander, the target's level has reached 40, and its health is 48,000. All attributes have doubled. This patient is beyond saving. In the channel, Crimson weakly uttered a curse. Damn, you can't win, so you resort to cheating? You can't take a game, huh? Jiang Yubai slumped in the dilapidated chair. He glanced at his pitiful health points, 320, on his panel. Then look at that blindingly bright 48,000 on the other side. He suddenly laughed. His laughter was tinged with self-mockery and melancholy, but more so with the madness of someone driven to the brink of despair with no way out. I only have 320 HP, and you're using a cheat that gives me 48,000? You really think highly of me. Jiang Yubai wiped away the blood that had flowed down his forehead and into his eyes. I forced myself to stand up, and my spine, which had been languishing for 3 years, straightened ramrod at that moment. Crimson green bag. Jiang Yubai's voice carried a fierce, unyielding spirit, as if he had nothing to lose. Since there's no way out, let's show him. Even if I die, I'll break 2 of his teeth. Chapter 63 Blood for Blood. The pillar of the Sakura nation is terrified. Chapter 63 Blood Debts Pay in Blood. The pillar of the Sakura kingdom is terrified. The Sakura kingdom, the homeland. 47 kilometers west of Tokyo Bay lies an underground fortress completely covered by a barrier. The second pillar of the Sakura kingdom, the level 96 Bushido master, sword saint, Miyamoto Zhang, is sitting cross-legged in the center of the dry landscape garden. He closed his eyes, leisurely watching the life fluctuations of Aoi Ryo in the deathmatch space. The teacup beside me was still steaming. Everything is as stable as a rock. The breakthrough core is North America's top-tier trump card. Once Aoi Rei reaches level 40 using cheats, that level 10 kid from the Dragon Kingdom won't even have the chance to struggle. Lord Zhang, Aoi Ryo has successfully broken through level 40. That dragon prey only has 320 HP left. The adjutant's voice was filled with barely concealed elation. Miyamoto Zhang picked up his teacup and slowly took a sip. A level 10 ant is not worthy of wasting the great Sakura Empire's energy. In just the time it takes to say that one sentence. Then, the teacup in his hand exploded into powder. It wasn't that I didn't hold it properly, nor did it break. An utterly unreasonable and extremely tyrannical force crashed down from the sky like an iron mountain. The ground of the entire dry landscape garden was covered with terrifying spiderweb-like cracks. Miyamoto's eyelids twitched wildly, and scalding hot tea splashed onto the back of his hand, but he didn't even dare to dodge. Because all his senses were completely blocked by the figure tearing through the barrier above his head. An old man with gray hair, wearing a faded, old-fashioned military uniform. With his hands behind his back, he stood steadily on the gap in the barrier that had been shattered by his punch. The old man's eyes were very cloudy. But beneath this murky liquid lies an evil fire that has burned for 400 years without being extinguished. It's been 400 years. The old man's voice wasn't loud, it sounded like he was having a casual chat with you. 13 children, the youngest of whom was only 17 when he died. Miyamoto stood up, and his katana was drawn from its sheath with a clang, moving so fast that it left no afterimage. People from the Dragon Kingdom? Are you crazy? The 2 countries' pillars of power are directly engaging in combat here. Are you declaring war? He shouted, but a moment of panic shot through his heart. This old man is only level 95, so why is his aura more terrifying than mine, a level 96, sword saint? The old man glanced at him. Just a fleeting glance. Miyamoto's hand, gripping the sword, froze in midair. It wasn't that he wanted to stop, rather, it was that deep within his bones and genes, he was crushed by that gaze. An extremely primal fear welled up uncontrollably. My surname is Qin. The old man slowly raised his withered right hand, his 5 fingers spread out casually. The air around his palm was directly distorted by the terrifying power of his blood and qi. Qin Shoujiang, level 95, warrior. No rules today. Today, we only take lives. Boom! The two shockwaves collided violently in the center of the courtyard, leveling buildings within a 300-meter radius as if they were made of paper. Miyamoto Kuran grunted and took 7 steps back. The web of his hand gripping the knife split open instantly, and blood dripped down. He stared at the old man opposite him, who looked like he was half buried in the ground, and his mind was filled with a frantic roar. What kind of level 95 is this? That old man has no regard for his life. Completely abandoning defense, every move was aimed at mutual destruction, turning himself into a punching bag for venting his anger. Do you even understand the cost of declaring war? Miyamoto roared hoarsely. Qin Shijiang ignored him. He simply clenched his fist again. When you killed the first child of my dragon kingdom 400 years ago, were you beasts afraid? The second punch landed directly. Miyamoto-zan gritted his teeth and tried to block with his sword, but he was slammed into the ground, his knees and below completely buried in the rubble. In the distance, the defense systems of the Sakura Kingdom were frantically sounding piercing red alerts. 3 extremely terrifying auras erupted from different directions, clearly indicating that 3 other pillar-level experts had arrived to provide support. Qin Shijiang sensed it. But he didn't even turn his head. You've come at the perfect time. I'm all alone today, enough for the 4 of you to fight for a while. The old man's hoarse voice rolled across the entire Tokyo Bay like thunder. The blood debts of the Dragon Kingdom will be settled starting tonight. If the land of cherry blossoms is a scene of extreme heat and fury that could cause the heavens and earth to collapse. The rooftop of the Azure Sky Academy in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom was so quiet it was maddeningly cold. The wind was blowing like knives. Ulan Qingduo stood on the edge of the rooftop, staring at the holographic projection in midair. That was a live broadcast from the deathmatch space. Aoi Ryo was enveloped in a blood-red, violent light. His terrifying level 40 attributes caused him to leave deep pits in the ground with every step he took. In contrast, Jiang Yubai? It has a thin layer of skin and a lot of filling on its head, which is 320 points of health. He stood alone beside the wreckage of a tank billowing black smoke, blood smearing half his face. Compared to 48,000, these 320 points of health are nothing but a joke. It shatters at the slightest touch, even a scratch from the wind of the blade would be fatal to this junior who likes to give up and run away. Ulan Qingduo picked at her fingers one by one in her palm. The nail bed that broke when the wall was peeled off earlier is now deeply embedded in the flesh. Blood trickled down his wrist and dripped onto the cold, hard tiles of the rooftop. She felt no pain at all. Qingduo. Lu Changqing, a level 91 sword cultivator, stood behind her, trying his best to suppress the trembling in his voice. This is an old sword cultivator who has seen countless storms. Gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist, veins bulging on the back of his hand, he gritted his teeth and uttered a curse. This is so damn frustrating! Ulan Qingduo did not turn around. Her eyes seemed welded to the screen, the light in her pupils overflowing uncontrollably. It wasn't that she was using a skill, it was that the ice element within her had completely gone berserk. Frost began to form rapidly on the rooftop beneath our feet. 3 meters per second, in less than 5 seconds, the entire rooftop turned into an ice cave. The middle-aged female protector behind Lu Changqing turned pale and lowered her voice. Her mental strength has reached its limit. If this continues, the ice element will destroy her meridians. Am I blind? Lu Changqing tightened his grip on the sword and then loosened it, but in the end he didn't dare to draw it. Can we forcefully interrupt? The protector shook his head in despair. No, she can't hear anything right now. If we forcibly stop her, her consciousness will collapse on the spot, and she will become an idiot. Lu Changqing fell silent, his eyes reddening with suppressed emotion. Then we'll wait. The temperature on the rooftop is still plummeting. -10 degrees Celsius, -20 degrees Celsius, -30 degrees Celsius. In the scene, Aoi Ryo drags a katana and walks toward Jiang Yubai with the cruelty of a cat playing with a mouse. Ulan Qingduo's chapped lips twitched slightly. No sound was made. But Lu Changqing clearly understood her lip movements. Yubai. These two words were repeated mechanically, over and over again. The old swordsman turned his head away, closed his eyes, and sighed deeply amidst the frost covering the ground. Chapter 64 Purple Light Descends, Crushing a Prodigy with a Single Finger. Thanks for the gift, an extra chapter. Chapter 64 Purple Light Descends, One Finger Crushes the Prodigy. Thanks for the gift, an extra chapter. Duel in Space. Jiang Yubai leaned against the wreckage of the tank, which was billowing black smoke, and gasped for breath. His vision was a little blurry, and blood from the back of his head was flowing down his neck, but he was surprisingly clear-headed. The clarity is almost cruel. 50 meters away, Aoi Ryo had already stood up. The level 40 Xiantai heavy armor didn't even have a scratch, and the scarlet blade light on the katana was even more dazzling than before. Now look at your own side. Crimson, all four mechanical arms shattered, lay in the ashes like a rag doll, its core glowing only faintly. Qingnong, in its steel chariot form, has been completely reduced to a pile of scrap metal, and its barely maintained humanoid form is missing its entire left arm. Xiao Wu nestled in his arms, the silver shield breaking and then bursting again, its light golden vertical pupils filled with an unyielding stubbornness. Jiang Yubai looked down at the health bar above his head. 320 points. This health bar isn't even worth scratching in front of a level 40 player, a mere graze and it's gone. He closed his eyes, and a few seconds later, he opened them again. The traces of complacency and worldliness in his eyes have completely faded away, leaving only a carefree attitude that has seen through life and death. Crimson. What? On the communication channel, Scarlet's voice was severely distorted. Qingnong. Yes, Commander. The sound of the green bag was mixed with a piercing electrical hum. Xiao Wu. The baby in his arms raised its head and rubbed its dusty little face against his chin. Jiang Yubai suddenly laughed. After hiding for 3 years, today we should give him a big bang. Let's all blow him up together. There was a 2-second silence on the channel. The simultaneous self-destruction of the 3 cores would have enough explosive power to overturn this plane. So what if he's level 40? Standing in the center of the explosion, I don't believe he can withstand it. You can't handle it either. Scarlet directly exposes her past. I know. Jiang Yubai twitched the corner of his mouth. If they perish together, heaven will decide it's a draw, and neither side will lose any national fortune. The Dragon Kingdom still has a chance. He paused, the image of Ulan Qingduo's bleeding hands flashing through his mind. I can't live off her anymore, this is the only thing I can do for her. There's no unnecessary chatter in the channel. On the other side, Aoi Ryo was already approaching with his katana, the piercing metallic scraping sound like a death knell. Okay. Scarlet gritted her teeth. I'll listen to you, you piece of trash. Yes, Commander. Jiang Yubai nodded, closed his eyes, and began to count down the seconds in his mind. The 3 faint beams of light did not follow his instructions at all. The crimson, tattered body was lifted off the ground. The humanoid figure of Qingnong, who had lost its left arm, slowly rose into the air. Little Wu broke free from his embrace. All 3 cores began to flash simultaneously. It's not a synchronous detonation frequency. Rather, it is a faster, more decisive, and extremely domineering irreversible frequency. No nonsense. No communication is needed. From the moment they gain consciousness, the underlying logic can be summed up in just one sentence. Protect him. Even if it means disobeying orders, even if it means risking my life. Crimson, suspended in midair, lowered its head and looked at Jiang Yubai, who was leaning against the wreckage waiting to die. Its core light shone brightly. Waste. Jiang Yubai opened his eyes. Live on. Just like that rainy night 3 years ago, when he tightly wrapped her, whose core had shattered, inside his coat. A hand gently touched the back of Jiang Yubai's neck from behind. Qingnong's voice remained elegant. Good night, Commander. A slight electric current flickered, and Jiang Yubai's consciousness was forcibly severed, his body collapsing limply onto the scrap metal. Boom! 3 beams of light suddenly surged into the sky. Dark red, military green, and silver white. 3 extremely violent energies intertwined, illuminating the desolate plains as bright as day. The outer armor peeled away layer by layer, and the internal core array began to disintegrate rapidly. The energy readings completely overwhelmed the detection gauge in the battle space. Our Real, standing opposite, stopped in her tracks. He stared at the 3 orbs of light that were about to exceed the critical point, his pupils contracting violently. This arrogant level 40 prodigy finally met his end with this level 10 useless creation. I smelled death. Just as the 3 cores were about to explode and destroy everything. The deepest part of Jiang Yubai's mechanical space. That dusty, perpetually silent corner. It's lit up. A beam of extremely pure purple light seeped out from the crack in space. Without any warning. There was absolutely no build-up. Even the Heavenly Dao system, which covers the entire area, failed to detect any data fluctuations. A finger emerged from the purple light. Slender and long, exuding a coldness that regards all things as ants. That finger just pointed 3 times out of thin air. The point is placed on the core of the crimson, then it decomposes and stagnates. Place the dot on the core of the Qingduo, and take the reading, then reset it to 0. The attack hit Xiao Wu's core, unleashing a rampage and intense pressure. 3 beams of explosive light, powerful enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, were frozen in midair as if someone had simply pulled the power cord. Outside, the global live broadcast completely crashed within a second. All that remained on the screen was a deep, suffocating purple light. The underground command center of the Dragon Kingdom. Bang! General Zhou Dishing overturned the tactical table, his eyes bloodshot. Where's the video? The technician was sweating profusely, his hands pounding the keyboard with trembling hands. The connection wasn't broken. It's because a higher dimensional force has emerged within the battle space. The Heavenly Dao system is blocked. It can't read any data. Sky Academy rooftop. Ulan Qingduo's fingers, which were gripping the edge of the wall tightly, froze. The blood stopped dripping. The frost that was spreading uncontrollably beneath his feet was forcibly suppressed back into his body by some indescribable aura. Her empty eyes flickered violently as she sensed an extremely unfamiliar yet completely unreasonable pressure. Within the battleground. As our Rio watched the purple light stop exploding, his terror completely turned into madness. Playing tricks! He roared and channeled all his level 40 power into his katana. A terrifying, blood-red blade of energy, tens of meters long, was unleashed, heading straight for the purple light. Bang! There was no loud noise, no explosion. That devastating crimson blade energy didn't even cause a ripple when it touched the edge of the purple light. Like snowflakes falling into a volcano, they instantly turned into ash. Our Rio was stunned. The top-grade black iron katana in his hand snapped with a crack. From the tip to the handle, it shattered inch by inch, turning into a pile of iron dust. This is no longer a complete rout. This is pure dimensional reduction attack. A golden rune finally appeared in the blood-red sky above. Warning! Unknown law intrusion detected. Heavenly Dao forcibly intervenes. Buzz! The finger in the purple light casually swiped upwards. That string of golden runes of the Heavenly Dao, high above all, that ruled over all of humanity for a century. It was wiped away like it was erased by an eraser, completely crushed into dust, and didn't even dare to fart again. Crimson, suspended in midair, was still conscious. She stiffly turned the damaged vision module, trying to make out the person in the purple light. She could only vaguely make out an extremely blurry outline. That silhouette stood at the very end of the 9 sequence slots. Standing in that position that has never been lit up, codenamed 0. The crimson core frantically spewed out strings of gibberish. It's not fear. It was a shock that completely shattered their original understanding of creation. Big. Crimson's voice was so hoarse it seemed about to crack. Ziguang ignored her. It simply unfolded quietly, like an insurmountable chasm, completely sealing off the space for the duel. We will trample all the murderous intent and all the systems spying under our feet. Then, she gently shielded the boy who had fallen into the ruins. Chapter 65 The Heavenly Tao is frightened and forced to conduct a self-examination. A mysterious big shot descends. Chapter 65 The Heavenly Tao was frightened and forced to conduct a self-examination. A mysterious big shot descended into the dual space and quieted down. The purple light spread across the entire sky, forcefully turning the oppressive, blood-red sky into a tattered cloth. The katana in Aoi Ryo's hand had been shattered into pieces. Iron filings were still slowly drifting down from midair, making a crisp, clink sound when they hit the ground. He still held the knife in his hands, his 10 fingers trembling uncontrollably. He stared at the purple outline. I can't see it clearly. I can't see anything clearly. It's like looking through 1,000 layers of frosted glass, only vaguely seeing a phantom standing at the top of the world. Just then, a voice drifted out from within the purple light. It has no gender, no warmth, and you can't even hear any emotional fluctuations. The heavenly way of this world. The voice was soft, light and airy, like a casual soliloquy. How could they be so childish? Just 5 words, without any ripples. Above their heads, the heavenly Tao runes that had just been casually shattered by the purple light had not yet completely dissipated. Another string of brand new golden runes is desperately trying to reform. That was the heavenly Tao system frantically repairing its own rule loopholes. The phantom in the purple light didn't even lift its eyelids. Buzz. A very low hum resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The string of golden runes, which were being frantically patched up, seemed to have been grabbed by the back of fate and stuck in midair. Then, it began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. At the same time, a sudden change occurred on the large screen of the Dragon Kingdom's underground command center. The screen, filled with golden data streams representing the workings of the heavenly Tao, suddenly began flashing wildly as if infected with a virus. The tech officer stared at the main screen, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. The heavenly Tao system, it's performing a self-check? Zhou Dixing braced himself against the table and stood up. What's the meaning? The heavenly Tao core has issued a full-dimensional self-check command. The tech officer's voice was distorted. This isn't routine maintenance, it's a mandatory self-check. It's examining its underlying rules for bugs. General, in the past 400 years, the heavenly Tao system has never had a self-check record. Never! The entire command center fell silent. Zhou Dixing's lips trembled twice, and he slumped back into his chair. The heavenly Tao system is an absolute truth that has hung over all of humanity for 400 years, defining life and death and locking down levels. Now, some indescribable monster, with just a glance, has frightened heaven into questioning its own existence. The focus shifts back to the battleground. Above the blood-red sky, golden runes convulsed wildly. A dense torrent of code poured down like a waterfall, was collected, and then poured down again. The way of heaven is frantically overturning its own underlying logic. At this moment, Aoi Ryo was gripping the bare hilt of the knife, her body numb. He's a prodigy who used the limit break core to reach level 40. He should have been the sole protagonist in this life-or-death struggle, but in the face of this purple light, he didn't even qualify to be a background character. No one even glanced at him. The clown was himself. Aoi Ryo had never been so blatantly ignored in his life, but he couldn't even muster the courage to shout. Because the purple light moved. The phantom slowly raised its hand. The dark red light first enveloped the crimson, tattered body. The particle stream that appeared out of nowhere poured wildly into the broken ends of the 4 mechanical arms of the crimson figure. The metal regenerates in milliseconds, the gears mesh on their own, and the ammunition belt makes a crisp cocking sound. Even the heavy shotgun that had been twisted into a pretzel was reassembled in the light, straight, and as good as new. The crimson visual module has regained its clarity. She looked at her completely renovated body, then looked up at the purple light that she couldn't see anything clearly. His lips moved, but he didn't say anything, he just nodded. This perpetually grumpy, constantly complaining twin-tailed loli is unusually quiet. The military green light followed closely behind. The missing left arm of Qingnong was rebuilt in the light, and the tattered trench coat was automatically stitched together by an invisible hand. The iconic biohazard icon on the cuff once again glowed with a dark gold light. Her radar array was fully restarted, and the drone formation took off and hovered again. Qingnong straightened up and looked at Ziguang. She abandoned her usual yandere and scheming nature, and bowed deeply. Finally, the silvery white light fell on Xiaowu. The shattered silver shield was repaired, and the pale gold vertical pupils shone brightly once more. The baby's silver hair rose and fell in the light. She stretched out her chubby little hand and grabbed the edge of the purple light in front of her, as if afraid that it would run away. Then, with its chubby cheeks puffed out, it affectionately rubbed its dusty little face against the rub. The 3 core arrays of the original creations lit up simultaneously, their light more stable than ever before. After all this was done, the purple light began to slowly gather. All the light particles concentrated beside Jiang Yubai, who lay in the ruins. That's not a repair. That was created on the spot. The cold, hard metal skeleton was pulled out one by one from the void, and cables like muscle fibers quickly wrapped around it. Joints, knuckles, and spine are formed at an incredibly precise speed that defies the norms of carbon-based life forms. There were no long-range firearms or heavy artillery barrels. A humanoid mechanical creation, designed for close-quarters combat and meat grinders, rose from the ground. He was nearly 1.7 meters tall, with a lean and muscular build, and his arms were covered with diamond-shaped armor plates that gleamed coldly. From top to bottom, every single part of this machine is designed for only one purpose: kill. The moment this melee creation opened its eyes, the invincible purple light vanished. As if it had never existed, the battle space returned to its original oppressive, blood-red sky. Above their heads, the Heavenly Tao System's code waterfall continued to refresh frantically. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Tao code was pouring down and flooding the screen like a waterfall. 3,000 kilometers away, on the rooftop of the Sky Academy. The frost beneath Ulan Qingduo's feet continued to spread desperately, and her pupils had already dilated. Just then, a tiny, purple dot of light ignored the dimensional barriers of the battle space. Ignoring the distance in space, it landed silently on her brow. Ulan Qingduo was startled. The uncontrollable ice element within his body was completely suppressed by an unreasonable force in that instant. Like boiling water that's been slapped back to freezing point. Qingduo? Lu Chongqing sensed something was amiss, and drew his long sword. Ulan Qingduo did not respond. Because her consciousness was no longer on the rooftop. She saw it. The entirety of the battleground unfolded before her eyes without reservation. Ruins, ashes, the unconscious Jiang Yubai, and 3 newly transformed mechanical girls. And that newly created melee creation. This is neither taking away her vision nor forcibly instilling knowledge in her. It is a form of recognition. That force felt that she deserved to see. Immediately afterwards, deep within Ulan Qingduo's consciousness, a long sealed door was kicked open. A phantom image of a long spear appeared out of nowhere in the center of her sea of consciousness. The shadow of the gun remained fixed, its tip pointing skyward, and the drill began on its own. That was not a style of marksmanship from any particular school, nor was it any move or technique recorded over the past 1,000 years. Each thrust carries an unparalleled domineering aura, as if it wants to pierce a hole in the space itself. Each time the gun was withdrawn, the lingering resonance compressed the air within 100 meters into solidity. Ulan Qingduo's body trembled uncontrollably. This is not fear. Rather, it was something that had been suppressed deep within our bones and blood, waiting for more than 20 years, that finally broke free. A golden system panel popped up in her field of vision as expected. Congratulations to Ulan Qingduo, a player from the Dragon Kingdom, for mastering the passive God tier skill, Spear Intent. Spear Intent, Lv.1. Skill Description. When attacking with a gun, all gun-based skills deal 100% increased damage and have a 30% increased critical hit rate. Special Effect. All attacks possess a penetrating spear intent, ignoring 30% of the target's physical defense and magic resistance. Where the spear points, the intent follows. Chapter 66 Dragon Kingdom Wins. 6 Pillars Standoff in Tokyo Bay. Chapter 66 Dragon Kingdom Wins. On the rooftop facing each other across Tokyo Bay, Lu Chongqing glanced sideways and his heart skipped a beat. The blood and tears in Ulan Qingduo's eyes hadn't dried yet, but the deathly stillness on the verge of collapse was gone. Now all that remains is extreme calmness and a chilling killing intent capable of piercing the heavens. Qingduo? I saw him. Ulan Qingduo opened her mouth. His voice was hoarse, yet it carried a chilling calmness. Lu Chongqing tightened his grip on the sword. You can see through the rules that lock down the dual space? Someone told me to look at it. She didn't explain who it was. Because she couldn't explain it either. She was certain of only one thing: the purple light held no hostility whatsoever. It traversed thousands of miles of void and touched her, its gesture as casual as an elder patting a junior on the shoulder. The subtext is that it's incredibly arrogant. I'll protect your people. Within the battleground, Sanjing Liao stared intently at the melee creation that had been conjured from a pile of parts, his mind completely blank. Is this ever going to end? Another one? His top-quality katana had been shattered into dust by that purple light. Although he was still at level 40 despite using drugs, he didn't have a sword. The remaining blade light on his palm made him feel inexplicably uneasy. The melee creation stood motionless in the ruins. His gaze swept coldly over the battle-damaged Crimson and the regenerated Qingnong. Finally Xiao Wu, who was clinging to Jiang Yubai's leg, passed by. Finally, they located Aoi Ryo, who was 50 meters away. Scarlet carried the newly repaired heavy shotgun, her twin ponytails swaying in the wind. This temperamental little girl surprisingly didn't turn on her mic and start cursing. He was just ranting and raving in the encrypted channel. This girl single-handedly pulled off a complete show of power the moment she appeared. On the surface, she simply raised her chin arrogantly and gestured towards Sanjing Liao with her lips. Go. The meaning couldn't be clearer. The melee creation moved. There was no sonic boom, and no afterimage. It's just the most ordinary pace, taking one step at a time, moving forward. Aoi Ryo involuntarily took a half-step back. While the brain was still stubbornly refusing to admit it, the body had already frantically sounded the highest level of death alarm. Are you kidding me? Aoi Ryo's lips twitched, her worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. I used the limit-breaking core. I'm a level 40 prodigy. What about the rules of heaven? Creating things out of thin air? This doesn't make any sense from the fundamental logic. He completely lost his composure, and his screams were distorted. I don't believe in this nonsense. He squeezed out all of the terrifying attributes of level 40, and the scarlet air wave crushed the ground beneath his feet into dust. The afterimage exploded, and he transformed into more than a dozen blood-red clones, completely sealing off all escape routes for the melee creation from the dead ends. He brought his hands together like knives and slashed down without reservation. The clown is actually myself? Impossible! Faced with this desperate attack, the melee creation froze in place. Neither dodge nor avoid. It only made one movement, raising its hand. 5 fingers covered in diamond-shaped, cold light armor lightly grasped Aoi Ryo's wrist. The unstoppable level 40 blade aura struck the mech's outer shell without even producing a spark. A dimensional reduction attack. Aoi Ryo's eyeballs bulged outwards due to extreme bloodshotness. His thunderous strike, which risked his dignity and life, was taken down by someone who could grab a chick with one hand. Immediately afterwards, the melee creation reached out with its other hand. Without any skill, he spread his 5 fingers and firmly gripped Aoi Ryo's entire head. Sanjing Liao struggled frantically, her feet kicking the hard rock layer, creating 2 half-meter-deep chasms of despair. It's useless. The mechanical arm remained perfectly still, as if it were an extension of his skull. What kind of monster are you? The madness in Aoi Ryo's eyes completely faded, leaving only extreme fear. What pride of a prodigy, shattered into dust before absolute power. Before he could finish speaking, the 5 fingers of the melee creation began to close. On the rooftop of Sky Academy, Ulan Qingduo could see the scene in the dual space clearly. Just moments ago, the arrogant and domineering prodigy of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had driven Jiang Yubai to the brink of despair. Now it's suspended in midair, thrashing about like a fish out of water. He kicked wildly with his legs and desperately tried to pry open the iron clamp with his hands. Ulan Qingduo's fingers, which were gripping the iron bars, finally loosened little by little. The icy chill receded. She let out a long breath. His nerves, which had been taut to the point of breaking, completely relaxed, even giving rise to a rare, cold laugh. You dare touch my man? Serves them right. The battleground. Clatter. A crisp sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it was unusually jarring on the silent plain. It's like accidentally stepping on a rotten tomato. Aoi Ryo's hands fell limply to her sides, and her legs stopped thrashing about. In midair, the heavenly Tao system displayed large, emotionless golden characters. Verdict: Aoi Ryo, a player who has changed jobs in the Sakura Kingdom, has been confirmed dead. The creature, in close combat, disdainfully let go. A lifeless mass of rotten flesh crashed onto the ruins, raising a cloud of dust. In the distance, Scarlet witnessed the whole thing, her lips twitching wildly. She glanced at the gun in her hand, then at the guy opposite her who had crushed Aoi Ryo with one hand. Damn, this little girl has stolen all the limelight. That was a perfect display of swagger. I give it a perfect score. The grumpy little girl muttered through gritted teeth in the encrypted channel, unusually lowering her voice. The melee creation stopped moving, and fine purple spots of light began to appear around its body. The 1-minute time limit has expired. The light particles rapidly disintegrated its body. Before it completely dissipated, it slightly turned its head and glanced at Jiang Yubai, who was lying unconscious and pretending to be dead in the pile of rubble. As if confirming something, it transformed into countless specks of light and dust, returning to nothingness. Meanwhile, in the real-world country of Japan, known as the Land of Cherry Blossoms, the most secluded dry landscape garden in Japan has been turned into a blank wasteland. General Qin Shoujiang knelt on one knee amidst the rubble. 3 meters away was the corpse of Miyamoto Zhang, a level 96 swordsman from the Sakura Kingdom. The famous sword was broken into 7 pieces, and there was a bloody hole in the chest that could be seen through the back. A legendary swordsman was defeated by a level 95 old man from the Dragon Kingdom. He used the most unreasonable, wild punches to smash him into a pulp. Qin Shoujiang coughed up a mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, his right arm twisted at an eerie angle. He had at least 5 broken bones, but he laughed heartily. Boom! 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 3 terrifying pressures, powerful enough to destroy cities and fortresses, descended from the sky, compressing the surrounding air into ear-piercing sonic booms. The remaining 3 pillar-level powerhouses from the Sakura Kingdom finally arrived. A mad dog from the Dragon Kingdom! You dared to kill Lord Miyamoto! You won't leave Tokyo Bay alive today! The 3 men's eyes were bloodshot, and their killing intent crushed the rubble on the ground. Qin Shoujiang grinned, revealing his blood-stained molars. He calmly spat out a mouthful of blood. There's no need for him to waste words. Sizzle. The void behind him was violently torn apart, and 2 terrifying auras, as deep as the ocean, fell like meteorites, landing steadily beside Qin Shoujiang. The other 2 pillars of the Dragon Kingdom have arrived. 6 top players, all above level 95, appeared in the same frame. An invisible pressure collided in midair, and the air in the entire Tokyo Bay was sucked dry. The sky looked as if a pressure cooker had been turned upside down, with visible distorted ripples spreading wildly. The sea's surface within 10 kilometers below was crushed into a trench several meters deep. Just as tensions were about to rise, an unexpected change occurred. All over the world, wherever there are job changers, the celestial light curtain in midair is forcibly lit up. The dazzling golden characters, imbued with an irresistible power of rules, directly crush the void. Announcement: the Heavenly Tao Corps' mandatory self-check is complete. Fair. Upon seeing these two words, those in front of the Global Intelligence Network almost coughed up blood. A level 40 player fighting a level 10 player, and then a monster suddenly appears and wipes everything out. You're telling me that's fair? Heavenly Tao system, you're such a snob who judges people based on their status. But heaven doesn't give anyone a chance to breathe. The most crucial second line struck like a heavy hammer against the nerves of every nation. There were no twists and turns, it was simple and straightforward. The battle between the Dragon Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom has reached its conclusion. Chapter 67, Mocking the Senior's Kick to the Underworld, then finding she's still alive. Chapter 67, Mocking the senior student for kicking the king of Hell's palace. The next second he found that she was not dead, and the blinding light forced him to pry open his eyelids. Jiang Yubai's consciousness was as if he had been pulled out of deep water, his mind still buzzing. The muscle soreness and the dull pain at the back of his head reminded him that he was in a very bad state. He didn't open his eyes. I tried moving my fingers first, and they moved. I moved my toes again, and they moved. Then, he heard a voice. It was very light, with a hoarse tone. Woke up. Jiang Yubai's brain raced for a mere 0.3 seconds, arriving at a fatal conclusion. That's Ulan Qingduo's voice. She's right by the bed, her tone calm. The last time she was this calm was when she blocked the entrance in the mine and counted down the seconds to tell him to come out. Jiang Yubai opened his eyes. The first thing you see is an extremely beautiful face, with a high ponytail, a plain long shirt, and a piece of gauze peeking out from the collar that faintly reveals a hint of blood. She sat on the edge of the bed, holding a porcelain bowl in her hand, the rim of the bowl trembling slightly. Jiang Yubai's first reaction was not relief at surviving the ordeal, but rather a chill running down his spine. It's over, she's in the underworld too. Jiang Yubai's throat was as dry as sandpaper. Senior, you died too? Ulan Qingduo paused in her hand as she held the bowl. I knew it! Jiang Yubai's eyes were vacant, and his tone revealed a resigned sorrow. You chased me for 23 days, all the way to the underworld. I knew it, I couldn't escape you even if I died. Ulan Qingduo's eye twitched violently. Even the king of hell probably can't stop you. Jiang Yubai got more and more excited as he spoke. You probably kicked down the door of the king of hell's palace with a gun. Then tell the judge that Jiang Yubai is my man and that even his reincarnation requires my approval. A soft bang sounded. Ulan Qingduo slammed the bowl down on the bedside table and took a deep breath. Then, when Yama saw your imposing presence, he crossed out your name in the book of life and death and said, take this person with you. Jiang Yubai gestured with both his hands and feet. So my current situation is that I'm controlled by you while I'm alive, and I'll still be controlled by you after I die. So the 6 paths of reincarnation are now entirely under your jurisdiction, right? Ulan Qingduo took a deep breath. The fingers holding the medicine bowl tightened subtly. She silently repeated it 3 times in her heart. He's injured, and if he gets hurt, I'll have to take care of him myself. Are you done talking? That's about it. You're not dead. Ulan Qingduo's voice was chilling. This is home, and you've been lying here for a day and a night. Jiang Yubai stood frozen in place. He slowly turned his neck and saw the familiar master bedroom of the villa, with the curtains half drawn and a communicator on the bedside table. He's not dead? I'm alive? That? Jiang Yubai coughed dryly, trying to salvage the situation. Just consider what I said earlier as me talking in my sleep. What you were talking about in your sleep was that I chased you all the way to the underworld and even kicked down the door of the king of hell's palace. You have such a good memory, senior. Ulan Qingduo didn't respond. Instead, she picked up the medicine bowl and shoved it in front of him expressionlessly. Drink. Senior, I think we can start talking. Drink. Looking at the eerie, shiny black liquid in the bowl, and then at Ulan Qingduo's cold face that seemed to say, "Try talking nonsense again." Jiang Yubai pinched his nose and gulped it down. Bitter. He was in so much pain that he immediately put on a mask of agony, and his tongue rolled around in his mouth 3 times, but he couldn't straighten it out. Ulan Qingduo took the empty bowl, turned around and left. He stopped at the door without turning around. The food is in the living room. If you're not disabled, get out here yourself. The footsteps faded into the distance. Jiang Yubai lay paralyzed on the bed, stunned for 2 seconds. Fragments of memory suddenly flooded into my mind like a tidal wave. The duel takes place in the space, with Aoi Ryo's sword energy clashing. Crimson's severed mechanical arm, Green Nang's shattered armor, and Little Five's crumbling shield. There's also a self-destruct program with all 3 cores lit up simultaneously. Jiang Yubai sat up abruptly. The wound on the back of his head made him grimace, but he didn't care at all. Crimson! There was no response. Qing Nang! Quiet. Xiao Wu! Jiang Yubai's voice trembled noticeably, and the mechanical space fell silent. He yanked off the blanket and stomped his bare feet on the floor. His knees buckled and he almost knelt down. He clung to the wall for support, and stumbled as he rushed toward the living room. Ulan Qingduo was standing by the dining table setting out chopsticks when she heard the noise and looked up. I saw him rush out barefoot, leaning against the wall, his eyes red-rimmed, and all the color drained from his face. Where's Scarlet? Where's Green Bag? Where's Little Five? His voice was hoarse from shouting. Ulan Qingduo paused, before she could even speak. Oh, the good-for-nothing's awake. A familiar, irritable lowly voice exploded on Jiang Yubai's shoulder. A flash of red light, and a palm-sized mechanical spider landed steadily on his collarbone, its 8 short legs tapping impatiently. What are you yelling about? You're making my ears ring! Without saying a word, Jiang Yubai grabbed the crimson hairpin and held it in his hand. Turn it over, right side up, and roughly inspect each mechanical leg and armor plate. What are you doing? Let go! Be gentle! I'm not your plush toy! Crimson thrashed about frantically, but unusually, she didn't brandish the gun barrel. Shut up! Jiang Yubai ignored her and went straight to touch the core module in his abdomen. It was intact and the pulse was stable. His chest heaved violently as he turned around. Qing Nang! The military green light condensed. Qing Nang appeared in a tall, human-shaped figure, her long trench coat impeccably tailored, the biohazard symbol on her cuff gleaming with a cold, dark gold light. Good morning, Commander. She bowed slightly, her mature voice conveying a sense of reassurance. Your heart rate just spiked to 142. To prevent sudden cardiac arrest, we suggest you sit down. Jiang Yubai circled around her once. Left arm, okay. Armor seems good. Radar array, okay. Fine? Thanks to you, not a single hair is missing. Qing Nang smiled. Where's Xiao Wu? As soon as the words were spoken, a small, silvery white thing rolled out of the spatial rift. The baby was 60 centimeters tall, with messy silver hair, light gold vertical pupils, and a grumpy expression. She rubbed her vertical pupils, saw Jiang Yubai, let out a woof, and took short steps to hug his leg tightly. Jiang Yubai crouched down and caught her in his arms. The shield module is intact, and the core is beating strongly. Everything is here. Everything is fine. Jiang Yubai's nerves, which had been stretched to the limit, snapped completely at this moment. He felt completely drained of energy, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. He slid down the wall and collapsed onto the floor like a lump of mud. It's good that everyone's here. He closed his eyes, breathing heavily, his voice very soft. Scarlet squatted on his knees, unusually refraining from cursing. Qingnong stood to the side, the sickly smile on her lips fading, and a rare gentleness shone in her eyes. Xiaowu nestled in his arms, rubbing her fluffy little head against his chin. Ulan Qingduo stood beside the dining table. She looked at the boy who had just become furious over a few mechanical creations. The words I wanted to say to him about his recklessness got stuck in my throat. She looked away and squeezed the hem of her clothes tightly with her fingertips. She turned around, strode into the kitchen, and brought out another plate of delicate side dishes. He used the act of turning around to conceal the turmoil that welled up in his eyes. "Wash your hands and eat." The voice was cold and clear, but it lacked the oppressive feeling of the past. Jiang Yubai picked up Xiaowu and slowly moved to the dining table to sit down. 4 dishes and a soup, a balanced mix of meat and vegetables, steaming hot. He picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed twice, his expression becoming extremely complicated. "Tasty. It's fucking delicious, absolutely amazing." Jiang Yubai shoveled rice into his mouth while letting out a sigh of resignation. "It's over. This soft rice, a metaphor for being taken advantage of, is completely embedded in my bones. There's no way to get it out." Chapter 68 awarded 10 million lifespans, but only 200 were actually received. Chapter 68, which awarded 10 million lifespans but only contained content from 200 years ago, received many complaints from readers who felt there was a misunderstanding about the female lead. Therefore, it has been revised. To clarify, the female lead's family is a top-tier clan in the nation, with most members sacrificing their lives for the country. She grew up in this environment, embodying tradition, conservatism, resilience, and a strong sense of national duty. In this book, there will be no internal strife within the Dragon Kingdom. In this apocalyptic world, everyone has only one thought: the continuation of their race. If you're looking for infighting and backstabbing, please look elsewhere. To reiterate, many readers dislike the female lead taking the male lead's assets, causing some to stop reading. I sincerely apologize for this. The author has been dealing with family matters recently, and has just been discharged from the hospital after surgery. This novel was written slowly while I was in the hospital, and I haven't been able to explain these chapters until now. This is foreshadowing. The female leads taking the assets wasn't out of greed. The truth will be revealed in chapters 157 to 158. Readers who are uncomfortable with this can skip to those chapters. Ulan Qingduo sat opposite him, her hands folded on the table, watching him wolf down his food. "In the duel, the Dragon Kingdom won," she suddenly spoke. Jiang Yu stopped eating. "You won?" He looked up, his cheeks still puffed out. "How did he win?" "That madman, Aoi Ryo, took drugs and reached level 40. He's dead." "Who killed him?" Ulan Qingduo glanced at him but didn't elaborate. "We'll review what happened after you fell into a coma later. All you need to know now is the result." Jiang Yubai opened his mouth and swallowed the food. He glanced at the crimson stain on his shoulder, and the grumpy little girl guiltily turned her head away. She glanced at Qingnong again, and saw the mature woman winking with a smile. "This is absolutely outrageous. There's definitely something big going on here." But his mind was still foggy, so he simply stopped asking. "The Heavenly Tao has settled the matter." Ulan Qingduo spoke slowly and clearly. "The winner of the cross-level duel will receive 45 free attribute points for each of all Dragon Kingdom job changers." Pfft, cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yubai almost coughed up his lungs. "How much? 45 points? For the entire population?" "Goodness, it's calculated as 5 points for each level up. This is equivalent to raising the ranks of hundreds of thousands of Chinese soldiers by a full 9 levels. What about Japan?" Jiang Yubai's eyes lit up. "Heaven has made the punishment even more severe." Ulan Qingduo had a cool and aloof expression. "All national fortune values are reset to 0, and resources are forcibly reduced by 20%. The lifespan pool is shattered by 10 million years, and everyone will randomly lose 15 attribute points." "Cool." Jiang Yubai slapped his thigh hard. In addition, I wiped out a level 30 B-rank dungeon in the Sakura Kingdom and gave it to the Dragon Kingdom. Including the original doubled compensation, the Dragon Kingdom got 3 B-level dungeons for free this time. Jiang Yubai swallowed hard. Has the way of heaven changed? Has it become vegetarian? The heavenly Tao has even changed the rules for challenging opponents of higher levels. Ulan Qingduo got up and poured herself a glass of water. From now on, if a higher level person challenges a lower level person, the lower level person must agree. There are no restrictions on low level players fighting high level players, and all rewards are doubled. Jiang Yubai was thrilled. What about me? I'm the #1 contributor, don't I get any substantial reward? As for your personal reward. Ulan Qingduo walked back to the dining table and placed the water glass next to him. Then, she took out a crystal card that shimmered with a pale golden light from her pocket, and placed it on the table. A lifespan of 10 million years. Clatter. Jiang Yubai dropped the chopsticks from his hand onto the table. 10 million years? His mental calculator was practically smoking. How many Manchu Han imperial feasts would he have to eat to do that? Just as his eyes were almost glued to the crystal card, a faint fragrance suddenly approached. Ulan Qingduo suddenly pulled over a chair and sat down next to him. Before he could react, Ulan Qingduo stretched out her fair and slender hand and gently placed it on the back of his hand. The movements were very light, smooth, and slightly cool. Jiang Yubai's hair stood on end, and he shrank back. Senior, what are you doing? Don't scare me. Yubai. Ulan Qingduo gazed into his eyes, her usually cool voice softening. These 10 million years were indeed bought with your life. The government has also issued a strict order, no matter how you spend these 10 million years. The higher-ups will do everything in their power to protect you. China has that much confidence. Jiang Yubai breathed a sigh of relief and was about to grin. Ulan Qingduo, however, grasped his fingers in return and gently squeezed them. However, the Dragon Kingdom has just finished this battle. The foundation has been hollowed out, there are holes everywhere. There are many soldiers like your parents risking their lives to defend the front lines. When Jiang Yubai mentioned her parents, the smile on her lips faded, and she felt a sting in her heart. Ulan Qingduo looked at him, her tone pleading and suggesting something in return. So, can I make a decision for you? How about we donate 9 million years worth of money to the national treasury? Jiang Yubai was numb. Who could withstand this? When the iron tree blooms, a flower from a high mountain descends to earth and feeds you a bewitching potion. He, a lifelong single, felt as if his carotid artery had been ripped open by this gentle knife. Okay, let's donate. It's about being loyal to the country, we must donate. He nodded absent-mindedly. The remaining 1 million. Ulan Qingduo looked at him, a suspicious blush rising at the base of her ears, and a faint smile flashing in her eyes. She didn't let go, instead, she gripped his hand even tighter. Yubai, you are still young and have no concept of money. You are used to spending money recklessly. She lowered her head slightly, her tone gentle and tactful, just like a shrewd and calculating young wife. If you put this million in your hands, you'll squander it all sooner or later. Although I'm not very romantic, I'm quite good at managing accounts. From now on, I'll manage all the money in the house for you, okay? The moment the word home appeared, Jiang Yubai's IQ completely dropped to 0. Okay. I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say. You take charge of everything. Ulan Qingduo gave him no chance to resist, continuing her gentle onslaught. I'll give you 200 years of lifespan each month as pocket money. If you want to buy something big, just tell me. We're family, here's your level 4 mining space. From now on, I will hand it over to Scarlet to manage, and make it the exclusive ammunition production line. Just stay home and don't worry about anything outside. Jiang Yubai was completely dumbfounded. Family? Accountant? Pocket money? Why does this word sound so familiar? Isn't this the ultimate fate of married men who hand over their paychecks? No, senior, that's my hard-earned money. Even capitalists would be rushing to take a taxi and kowtow to me if they saw this. I didn't say it wasn't yours, I just left it with me to keep. Ulan Qingduo gently patted the back of his hand, her tone gentle yet revealing an unwavering certainty that she had him completely under her thumb. Sweetie, I won't spend it recklessly. Jiang Yubai turned his head in despair, looking at the crimson stain on his shoulder. Aren't you going to do anything about this? Our underwear has been completely exposed. Crimson was chewing on a piece of high-grade metal, making a crunching sound, without even looking up. What are you looking at? I think this arrangement is perfectly fine. Qingnong stood at the kitchen doorway, her hands elegantly clasped together, her sickly smile full of agreement. The mistress's family financial planning is meticulous and efficient, demonstrating her excellent wifely qualities. I wholeheartedly approve. Even little Lingxi toddled over, grabbed Ulan Qingduo's leg, and called out in her childish voice. Sister, hug me. Jiang Yubai's head buzzed. What did she call you? Elder sister. Ulan Qingduo's lips curled up in a half-smile. When you were unconscious, I gave her a name, Lingxi. It's over. Jiang Yubai leaned back in his chair, his face ashen. We've lost control of the treasury, we've lost the mining rights, and now even all of creation has turned against us. His only support in this life is the 200 years of welfare he has in his pocket. Seeing that the situation was under control, Ulan Qingduo released his hand. As she stood up, the gentleness on her face vanished instantly. His change of attitude was so swift that he reverted to his aloof and arrogant god of war. There's one more thing. Her tone was completely different. The level 30 National Fortune Secret Realm will open in 15 days. A special clause from heaven states that as long as you participate in the war, the Dragon Kingdom's final reward will be doubled. If we get first place, we'll triple our winnings. I'm not going. Jiang Yubai answered faster than a dog could bite. I've already handed over my salary card, and you still want me to work myself to the bone? I'd rather stay at home and be a good-for-nothing who lives off his wife. Ulan Qingduo didn't waste any words with him. She turned around, walked to the entrance, and grabbed the ice-blue dragon-patterned 6 Harmonies spear. The spear had gleamed with a chilling light. After we finish eating, I'll take you to a dungeon to level up. 15 days is enough for me to force you up from level 10 to level 20. Holy crap! Jiang Yubai was shocked and grabbed the table leg with a thud. I just woke up. I'm a critically ill patient. Senior, can you please be reasonable? You were just holding my hand. Holding hands is like discussing family matters, while running a dungeon is like discussing national affairs. Ulan Qingduo strode forward, grabbed Jiang Yubai by the back of his collar, and dragged him out the door like a chick. Help! Domestic violence! They're robbing an innocent girl's salted fish! Jiang Yubai's wails echoed throughout the villa as he gripped the door frame tightly with both hands and left 2 long scratches on the wooden floor with his feet. Crimson jumped excitedly in midair. Hurry, hurry! There's a level 6 dark gold ore vein in the level 30 dungeon. My gun barrel is itching for a shot. Qingnong thoughtfully opened the door fully and bowed slightly. Commander, life is about movement. Mistress is doing all this for the future of our family. The Taoist path collapsed. The grand dream of lying down peacefully was ultimately uprooted by this woman who used both soft and hard tactics. Chapter 69 Level 30 Dungeon. She set up an oven for me at the door, thanks for the gift, bonus chapter. Chapter 69 Level 30 Dungeon. She set up an oven for me at the door, thanks for the gift, bonus chapter. Note, some parts of chapter 68 have been revised. You can go back and check them. Thank you all for your support. The morning light bathed the stone-paved main path of the Azure Sky Academy. Students passing by stopped and stared, their jaws dropping in disbelief. They witnessed an incredibly magical scene. Ulan Qingduo, the number 1 Ice Spear Knight of the Dragon Kingdom, was striding towards the dungeon hall, grabbing a young man by the back of his collar with one hand. The young man's feet dangled in the air, his shoes dragging on the stone slabs with a sizzling sound. "Senior, the soles of my shoes are almost worn through. I bought these shoes 3 years ago at a huge cost." "Shut up. No, can't you at least let me walk by myself? What's the difference between this posture and carrying a dead fish? You're just a salted fish by nature." Jiang Yubai struggled for a moment, but found that the hand on the back of his neck was as steady as a mountain. With the strength of a level 29 prodigy, lifting him was no different than lifting a tattered sack. But while he was cursing and swearing wildly, a strange sense of peace welled up inside him. Although the woman's actions were rough, her undisguised protectiveness immediately gave people a strong sense of security. It's really nice to be protected by such a top-tier patron. He's really stuck with this soft rice, a metaphor for being financially supported by someone else, to the very end. On both sides of the stone-paved road, a group of freshmen stood there dumbfounded. "That's Jiang Yubai? The top player on the Secret Realm Points leaderboard? The living Yama who can solo a level 30 boss? Yes. The heroes of the Dragon Kingdom have won the death match. Is this how heroes are usually carried when they go out?" Silence. A large-scale social death scene. Second floor corridor. The former principal, Zhao Jinshan, looked down at the thermos cup and sighed deeply. He still had the special approval document for Jiang Yubai skipping a grade to the 2nd grade on hand. He shook his head and took a sip of tea. It's hopeless, this kid is completely under his thumb. Passing through the central fountain plaza, the enormous hemispherical replica hall comes into view. Dark blue celestial runes flowed across the 12-meter-high gate. The dozen or so queues at the entrance immediately parted to make way for Ulan Qingduo, this killing machine, as she approached. No one dared to stop her, mainly because she was carrying someone in her hand, and her expression was truly terrifying. 3 familiar faces were already waiting in front of the entrance to the 3rd advanced instance, inside the hall. Chen Feng leaned against the wall, Zhao Laosi squatted on the ground wiping his knife, and Lin Wei was looking at the system panel. Hearing the noise, the 3 of them looked up and stared blankly at little chick, Jiang Yubai. Zhao Laosi's lips twitched violently, and his eyes, besides wanting to laugh, also revealed an extremely twisted envy. Level 10 hitchhiking on the coattails of a Grand Slam prodigy. This top-tier gigolo is utterly outrageous. Chen Feng turned his face away, his shoulders trembling. Lin Wei bit her lower lip hard, almost bursting into tears. Qingduo. Chen Feng forced himself to remain calm and greeted them, but he absolutely refused to look them in the eye. Ulan Qingduo casually let go. Clatter. Jiang Yubai landed, rubbed his sore neck, and looked down to see that his shoe had indeed worn a hole through the sole. He raised his eyelids and glanced at the 3 senior students who were both laughing and incredibly envious. Laugh. Jiang Yubai looked utterly dejected. Holding it in can easily lead to endocrine disorders. Puff. Zhao Laosi was the first to break down, spitting out a mouthful of saliva in laughter, and quickly covering his mouth with his hand. Chen Feng coughed several times to cover his embarrassment. Lin Wei simply turned her back and laughed out loud. Ulan Qingduo glanced coldly at the 3 of them. The air pressure dropped sharply. The 3 stood ramrod straight, as if nothing had just happened. Everyone's here. Ulan Qingduo walked towards the registration terminal, her fingertips tracing across the light screen. Instance number 3, 5-player party, level requirement, Lv.30. Jiang Yu's face turned green. He rushed over in 2 steps and stared intently at the screen. Senior. I'm only level 10. I know. This dungeon is level 30. I know. That's a full 20 levels. Jiang Yubai frantically pointed at his own control panel. Can I go in to deliver takeout? Will the system let me in? Ulan Qingduo didn't even look up. The laws of heaven have changed. Jiang Yubai was stunned. When did this happen? On the day you fell into a coma, the death match had just ended when the Heavenly Dawn modified the rules for crossing levels. With a flick of her finger, Ulan Qingduo conjured a golden announcement. Lower-level players who have changed jobs may voluntarily enter higher-level dungeons. This is no longer mandatory. Jiang Yubai stared at the line of text, his lips twitching violently. Is it possible that the heavenly Tao was so scared by that mysterious big shot yesterday that it stayed up all night to patch the underlying code? So you can get in. Ulan Qingduo clicked the confirm button. The list was locked. A large green pass message popped up on the screen. Jiang Yubai looked at the ghastly green light and felt that it wasn't a signal for passage, but rather a green light given to his urn. The teleportation array was activated, and a beam of dark blue light shot into the sky. The 5 people stepped in one by one. A white light engulfed our vision. After a strong feeling of weightlessness, I landed. The moment Jiang Yubai opened his eyes, the hairs on his body stood on end. This is an extremely large underground abyss. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the acrid smell of sulfur, and beneath your feet lay layers of weathered, pale, broken bones. From the bottomless depths of the mine, the faint sounds of bones being chewed and the mournful roars of beasts could be heard, and the entire ground was trembling slightly in a very regular pattern. Extremely gloomy, extremely oppressive. A red indicator appears at the top of the field of vision, Bone-Eating Abyss Lv.99 Annihilation Dungeon. Jiang Yubai swallowed hard, turned to look at Ulan Qingduo, and was about to utter a few dying words. Remember to burn paper money for me on this day next year. The words got stuck in his throat. Ulan Qingduo was squatting on the ground covered with broken bones, slowly taking things out of her storage ring. A floral patterned folding cushion, unfolded and laid flat. A portable, smokeless metal oven is set up. A large bag of juicy, marinated lamb skewers is neatly arranged. 3 large bags of potato chips and snacks, and several bottles of soda, stood steadily on the edge of the mat. Amidst the eerie, pitch-black atmosphere surrounding the area, this 1 square meter space somehow exuded a sense of tranquility reminiscent of a weekend spring outing. Jiang Yubai was completely dumbfounded, feeling as if his brainstem had been removed. This? Sit down. Ulan Qingduo patted the dust off her hands, speaking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Ah? This area around the entrance is a safe zone. You can't draw the monsters aggro too far. She took out a bottle of water, unscrewed it, and stuffed it into Jiang Yubai's hand. Dungeon experience is evenly distributed, and you're only level 10. Learn level 30 experience here, and you'll get a double bonus for lower-level players when you settle the score. You don't need to move, just sit and eat your barbecue while we clear the area. Domineering, hardcore, and subservient to his wife. Jiang Yubai held the water, mouth agape, his worldview shattered. I'm trying to clear a level 30 raid, and you're setting up an oven at my doorstep? Ignoring his shock, Ulan Qingduo reached out and grabbed at the air with her delicate hand. Lingxi, come out! A silvery white light shimmered, and a rift was torn in the air. The tiny baby, who was 60 centimeters tall, rolled to the ground. Lingxi's bare, white feet stepped on the hard rock, producing a dull and heavy metallic clang. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, her light golden vertical pupils still showing a cute, half-asleep look. Elder sister. Her voice was soft and sweet. Ulan Qingduo squatted down, her gaze softening for once, and gently stroked her silver hair. Be good, stay here with your brother. She pointed to Jiang Yubai, who was frozen in place. Keep an eye on him. If he dares to take a single wrong step, I'll break his legs for him. Lingxi immediately stood up straight, her chubby little face becoming extremely serious, and nodded vigorously. Yes. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Jiang Yubai looked at the adorable, human missile, at his feet, then at the cold soda in his hand, and the grill set up in front of him. He sighed silently to himself. Jiajuizi. This one-of-a-kind of soft rice has been fed to the point of perfection by the senior. Chapter 70. Senior sister goes wild and kills. I lie down and enjoy skewers while my experience level soars. Chapter 70. Senior sister's rampage. I lie down and enjoy skewers as my experience level soars. Qingnong. Qingnong appeared in human form, her long trench coat impeccably tailored. She bowed gracefully to Ulan Qingduo. What are your orders, madam? Activate radar at full speed. If any unusual signals approach the entrance, get him out of the instance immediately. Yes, sir. Qingnong assures you that the commander will not lose a single hair. Qingnong wore a flawless smile. Of course, if he is disobedient and tries to run around, Qingnong can provide physical sedation services. Ulan Qingduo straightened up and walked up to Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai held a water bottle in his hand, still with a blank expression that showed his worldview was completely shattered. Ulan Qingduo reached out and straightened his crooked collar. The movements weren't exactly gentle, but they were thorough enough. Her gaze swept over the wound on the back of his head that hadn't fully healed, and her brows furrowed instantly. Stay put. Her voice was low and clear, yet it carried an undeniable seriousness. If you dare to run around, I'll break your legs, and I'll push you in a wheelchair from now on. After saying that, she turned around, held the spear upside down, and charged into the depths of the dungeon without looking back. Chen Feng, Zhao Laosi, and Lin Wei quickly swallowed and followed. Crimson flew from Jiang Yubai's shoulder and landed on the ground, her twin ponytails swinging. She glanced back at Jiang Yubai and sneered without any politeness. Useless trash, just stay here and wait. Max out your mana, I'm ready to provide at any time. Crimson. Ulan Qingduo called out from the front of the passage. They're here! They're here! Crimson skillfully picked up the heavy shotgun, her short legs moving swiftly as she plunged headfirst into the dark abyss. A few seconds later, the corridor was filled with the maniacal laughter of Scarlet and the roar of heavy firepower. This was followed by Chen Feng's angry curses and Zhao Laosi's roar. The monster's screams echoed throughout the room. As Jiang Yubai listened, system notifications began to flood the screen. The team defeated a level 30 rock beetle and gained 500 experience points. The team defeated a level 30 rock beetle and gained 500 experience points. The bonus for lower level players exceeding higher levels is now active, resulting in an actual experience gain of 2. Jiang Yubai sat on a floral cushion. Before me was a sizzling, smokeless oven, and in my ears was the experience bar skyrocketing. He glanced at the mutton skewers that had been handed to him without his noticing, then turned to look at Qingnong, who was sitting elegantly beside him. Qingnong. Exist. Was I hallucinating from being hit by something? His voice was dry. Is my senior really letting me sit here eating skewers right outside the entrance to the level 30 Annihilation Dungeon? Your hearing is perfectly normal, Commander. Qingnong crossed her legs, the hem of her trench coat covering her long legs. The mistress's arrangement is for you to rest in a safe zone while comfortably reaping the team's equally distributed experience. Considering the injury to the back of your head and the mental exhaustion from the fight to the death, this is the perfect solution. Jiang Yubai fell silent. Images flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. She practically dragged him from the villa to the college, like carrying a dead dog. Throughout, it exuded a tough attitude that said, "You're a burden, I have to keep a close eye on you." It includes a mat, a grill, snacks, and a large bag of incredibly flavorful marinated meat skewers. This was by no means a spur-of-the-moment decision. Qingnong. Jiang Yubai stared at the meat skewer in his hand. When did she prepare all this? Wasn't she so tired that she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow? Qingnong tilted her head, her eyebrows curved, and her tone was incredibly gentle. The mistress left home at 4 o'clock this morning and went to a 24-hour grocery store in the southern part of Kyoto. Jiang Yubai was stunned. She's not asleep? Qingnong's mature and sophisticated voice reveals an undeniable seriousness. She sat by your bedside for 6 hours, checking the injury on the back of your head every half hour. At 3 in the morning you turned over and she was so frightened that she pulled out her long gun and shone a flashlight on it for a long time before she breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yubai's Adam's apple bobbed. And these meat skewers? I went to the supermarket at 4 o'clock to buy meat, and then marinated it in the kitchen until 6:30. I'll make your breakfast while I'm at it. I wake you up at 7 and drag you out of the house at 8. Qingnong watched him quietly. Commander, the mistress has only slept for less than 4 hours since you came out. She needs to close her eyes more than you do. But she chose to feed you first. Jiang Yubai tightened his grip on the iron skewer. The visual contrast is torn apart at this moment. On one hand, there was the domineering woman who had just stood there in public, expressionless, carrying her child with one hand. On the other side, at 4 in the morning, she stood alone in front of the empty supermarket freezer, her back to her, carefully selecting lamb. This extreme contrast shattered Jiang Yubai's heart. My throat feels like it's stuffed with cotton, it's sour and painful. To offer this ultimate meal to all the suffering beings is something I truly cannot afford. He muttered something under his breath, sighed, and turned the meat skewers on the grill over. Oh whoa! Suddenly, a cute yet fierce roar came from beside me. Lingxi pounced on her like a hamster guarding its food. Those light golden vertical pupils were fixed on the sizzling meat skewers on the grill, their lips glistening, and they were practically drooling. Jiang Yubai was stunned. Etc. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Qingnong. Can she eat? Lingxi's little hand was already reaching towards the oven. You and Scarlet don't even have digestive systems, you're all driven by the energy matrix, so how does she digest this exhaust pipe? Jiang Yubai gasped. Qingnong smiled gracefully and handed the perfectly cooked meat skewers to Lingxi. The little baby hugged the meat skewer, which was thicker than her arms, and took a bite with a crunch. You can bite right off the skewer and the meat, and it's crunchy and delicious. His cheeks were puffed out like a hamster's, and his silver hair swung back and forth. She ate so much that her eyes curved into crescent moons, her face radiating happiness. This eating style is not digestion, it's like a food grinder eating. Lingxi is sequence 05. Qingnong paused slightly as he poured the tea, and his voice lowered by half an octave. She's not quite like us. What's the difference? Jiang Yubai pressed for more information. Qingnong remained silent for 2 seconds. Commander, it's too early to open this blind box now. She smiled, her eyes crinkling, but she kept the topic firmly closed. When Crimson and I reach level 3, we can also simulate eating. But Lingxi was able to unlock and eat directly ahead of time because her core base is not purely mechanical at all. Jiang Yubai's heart skipped a beat. Not purely mechanical? What is that? He looked down at the little baby in his arms, who was hugging the oven and munching on it with grease dripping from his mouth, and whose fighting power was so fierce that he could headbutt a level 30 swordsman. Lingxi noticed his gaze, raised her oily little face, gave him a silly, hee-hee, laugh, and continued to be the shredder. Jiang Yubai stared intently at the bamboo skewer in his hand. He had a strong intuition that the secrets hidden within the Sequence 05 monster could absolutely expose the very fabric of the world's laws. Deep within the dungeon, the crimson roar and the monster's shrill screams intertwined to create a violent symphony. The team has defeated a level 32 elite rock python. Gained 1280 experience points. Double bonus for higher level players. The experience pool is increasing wildly. Jiang Yubai sat cross-legged on the cushion, flipping the roasted meat with one hand and stroking Lingxi's fluffy silver hair with the other. Experience points are being accumulated. The meat skewers are being grilled. The Dragon Kingdom's Valkyrie, who hadn't slept for days, was now clearing away all obstacles for him in the darkness, spear in hand. He took a big bite of the crispy on the outside, tender on the inside roasted mutton in his hand. It smells fucking good. But Qingnong's unfinished words were like a thorn, stuck firmly in his heart. What kind of monster is inside Lingxi's core? Chapter 71. She watched the video of my heart rate reaching 140 that night. Chapter 71. She watched the video of her heart rate at 140 that night for 14 days straight. Ulan Qingduo dragged Jiang Yubai into one of the only 5 level 30 dungeons in the Dragon Kingdom, as if carrying a dead fish. I kept refreshing the page. The result is obvious. Ulan Qingduo's level has soared to level 34. With the enhancement of Spear Intent, the Ice Spear can almost instantly kill an elite monster with one shot, making it as efficient at clearing dungeons as a bulldozer. Jiang Yubai was also forcefully fed to level 20. All the excess experience was poured into skill upgrades and the advancement of the 3 artifacts. Crimson's firepower density doubled. The coverage of the Qingnong radar has been expanded to 70 kilometers. Lingxi's shield thickness also increased along with the amount of mana in her pool. This is the living room of the villa. 4 dishes and a soup were laid out on the table, steaming hot. Jiang Yubai just reached for the braised pork ribs with his chopsticks. A sharp, childlike voice suddenly rang in my ears. "Ulan Qingduo, put that thing down for me!" Her crimson twin ponytails exploded into 2 fluffy balls. The little girl, standing at only 1.2 meters tall, jumped directly onto the dining table, pointed at Ulan Qingduo's nose, and her face turned bright red. Jiang Yubai's chopsticks trembled. The ribs fell back into the plate. Ulan Qingduo sat opposite her. She held a bowl of soup in her hand and took a sip without expression. "Put what in? You know perfectly well what I'm saying." Scarlet's voice rose 8 octaves. "That video! That little traitor Lingxi showed it to you." Jiang Yubai's back stiffened. "Video recording? Which video?" His mind went blank. A scene that I had desperately suppressed deep in my memory suddenly popped up. The night that Scarlet knocked Ulan Qingduo unconscious and carried her back. Hypnotic gas, a large bed, and everything that followed, indescribable. Scarlet, that rascal, said that she not only watched the whole thing, but also made 3 backups. Clatter. Jiang Yubai's chopsticks fell onto the table. He turned his head and stared intently at Ulan Qingduo. Ulan Qingduo put down the soup bowl. She lifted her eyelids, her gaze as calm as ice. But Jiang Yubai could feel the murderous aura surging beneath the ice with his toes. "You saw it?" Jiang Yubai's voice was as dry as sandpaper. Ulan Qingduo ignored him, her gaze passing over his shoulder and locking onto the crimson figure bouncing on the dining table. "I've already watched the video." 6 words, spoken in a flat tone. The crimson aura instantly diminished by 3 points. "Then you can't either." 3 backups. Ulan Qingduo held up 3 fingers. "The first one is in the hidden compartment of your ammunition depot. The second compression is at the bottom of the medical log of Qingnong. The third one is hidden in Lingxi's shield module cache area." Crimson stood there, speechless, her mouth agape. Jiang Yubai felt as if all the blood in his body was flowing backwards. "Lingxi found the 3rd backup in her space this morning." Ulan Qingduo's voice remained calm. "She didn't recognize what it was, so she took it out and asked me." Corner of the dining table. Lingxi was gnawing on a pork rib, her mouth dripping with oil. Her light gold vertical pupils blinked innocently. She had no idea what earth-shattering thing she had done. Jiang Yubai slowly turned his head, his gaze so complex it could fill a thesis. Lingxi felt the gaze and looked up with her oily little face. Give him a sweet smile. "Brother, it's delicious." "You're kidding me. Do you know you've stripped your brother naked?" "Don't listen to my excuses. Explain yourself." Scarlet finally came to her senses, her twin ponytails swishing loudly. "That video was to keep evidence. What if this good-for-nothing takes advantage of me and then tries to renege on the debt? I'm doing this for your own good. For my own good." Ulan Qingduo repeated it expressionlessly. Scarlet shrank back guiltily. "Right. Knock me out, carry me back, release hypnotic gas, and then record the whole thing right in front of my face." Ulan Qingduo spoke slowly and deliberately, her voice chillingly cold. "Is this what you call doing it for my own good?" Her crimson lips moved slightly, and her eyes began to wander. Jiang Yubai keenly noticed that Fei Hong was feeling guilty. This is a violent loli who even dares to point her finger at the heavenly Tao system and curse it. Standing on the dining table, with her hands behind her back, her toes unconsciously rubbing against the surface. She knew she was in the wrong, but her proud and stubborn nature would prevent her from admitting defeat. That good-for-nothing is quite happy about it, isn't he? In an attempt to defend herself, Scarlet directly presented hard-hitting data. This is a record of his medical vital signs. His heart rate was 140 that night. His blood pressure spiked. Shut up! Jiang Yubai and Ulan Qingduo spoke at the same time. Ulan Qingduo's ears turned bright red instantly, and she snapped the chopsticks in her hand with a crack. Jiang Yubai covered his face with his hands and let out a desperate wail like a groundhog. Social death, direct late stage. Crimson was forced to take half a step back by the combined force. Jiang Yubai. Ulan Qingduo gritted her teeth. Arrive. Jiang Yubai stood up straight as a conditioned reflex. You're involved too. I am a victim. The vital signs report shows that you were fully conscious afterwards. Jiang Yubai opened his mouth, then closed it again in dejection. That's it, the evidence is irrefutable. This kind of technology and ruthless tactics are impossible to guard against. Corner. Ulan Qingduo pointed to the wall. You and Scarlet stand facing the wall for 1 hour to reflect on your mistakes. Why should I? Crimson Fur stood on end. Ulan Qingduo gave her a cold glance. Just one glance. Scarlet jumped off the table obediently, her short legs moving incredibly fast. She ran to the corner of the wall with her hands behind her back and her face pressed against the wall. He backed down at lightning speed. Jiang Yubai sighed deeply, resignedly walked over and stood still. A tall man over 1.8 meters tall and a short girl of 1.2 meters tall are standing side by side against the wall. The scene is extremely absurd. Jiang Yubai mentally ranted. This gigolo is definitely poisonous. Which decent family would get caught red-handed by security cameras? It's all your fault. Jiang Yubai gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. You're weird? The crimson lowly voice was suppressed to the level of a mosquito's hum. So your claim of a heart rate of 140 that night was fake? Your physical condition isn't good either. If you bring this up again, believe me, I'll weld you to the wall. Jiang Yubai panicked. Behind me came Qingnang's gentle, heart-melting laughter. Commander, whispering is forbidden during the wall-facing period, as the mistress said. The two immediately shut up. Lingxi ran over, carrying the rib bones she had just finished gnawing on. She tilted her head back, her vertical pupils filled with curiosity. Brother, is something wrong? It's not broken. Jiang Yubai was weak and listless. Your brother is atoning for his sins. Lingxi, stand here too. The little baby threw the bone on the ground. With a thump, he stepped on the floor and made a dent. She squeezed herself next to Jiang Yubai's legs and, imitating him, pressed her face against the wall. Jiang Yubai looked at the little silver head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. 1 hour later. After cleaning up the mess, Ulan Qingduo came out with a cup of hot water. Jiang Yubai and Fei Hong turned around from the corner, rubbing their sore necks. Sit. The two obediently sat down on the sofa. Ulan Qingduo did not immediately assign tasks as usual. She held the water glass in both hands, her gaze fixed on the dark night through the floor-to-ceiling window. Silence. A deathly silence. 2 full minutes passed before she spoke softly. Tomorrow, the level 30 National Fortune Secret Realm will open. Jiang Yubai paused in his hand holding the water, then came again. He immediately shrank deeper into the sofa, adopting the classic "I'm a lazy bum who won't get up no matter what" stance. Ulan Qingduo glanced at him. Surprisingly, she didn't reach for his collar. This time, I won't force you. Jiang Yubai was stunned. He looked up and stared at Ulan Qingduo as if he had seen a ghost. 14 days. When did this tough woman ever say the words, "I won't force you"? I have discussed it with the general. Ulan Qingduo gently stroked the rim of the water glass with her fingers. This time, 1,000 people from the Dragon Kingdom will enter the secret realm. They are all the most elite seeds. They stick together and only care about survival, not ranking. Jiang Yubai frowned, sensing that something was wrong. And what about you? I'll act alone. The atmosphere in the living room froze. Jiang Yubai sat up straight. What did you say? We've been disconnected for too long. Ulan Qingduo's fingers unconsciously tightened around the cup. Exhaustion and a sense of fate intertwined in the eyes of this 23-year-old girl. The North American alliance has been strangling us for hundreds of years. 13 of our prodigies have died, the youngest of whom was only 17 years old. This batch of seeds must survive, they must not be lost again. She turned her head and looked at Jiang Yubai. So you're going to be a live target all by yourself? Jiang Yubai's voice cracked. A secret realm with hundreds of thousands of people and all sorts of monsters, you're going to take on lightning all by yourself? Are you crazy? The Qing dynasty is over, what are you doing here playing the hero, trying to save the emperor single-handedly? Chapter 72 Seniors whisper in my ear, tonight I'll do whatever you want. Chapter 72 Senior whispers in my ear, tonight I'll do whatever you want. Ulan Qingduo turned her head, her eyes as still as water. I have a gun in my head. Can the intent of a spear stop hundreds of thousands of people? Jiang Yubai panicked. It can't stop tens of thousands, but it's enough to stop a few hundred. Jiang Yubai stood up, and the chair slid back half a meter with a bang. Ulan Qingduo, you've gone mad. I'm not crazy. She spoke very softly. Yubai, if I don't get out, you must live well. These words were like a bucket of ice water, poured down Jiang Yubai's head all the way to his heels. He stood frozen in place, feeling as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer in the chest. He opened his mouth, wanting to curse or flip the table. But the words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single one. You can't go. Jiang Yubai's throat was dry. You're going to be the target all by yourself? Will you come with me? Ulan Qingduo raised her eyes and stared straight at him. Jiang Yubai's lips trembled, but she didn't say anything. Just then, on the sofa armrest, the crimson twin ponytails swayed slightly. At the dining table, Qingnong lowered her eyes, and the fingers holding the teacup twitched almost imperceptibly. 3 gazes met for a fleeting moment in a blind spot, out of Jiang Yubai's sight. Then they scattered in an instant. Jiang Yubai didn't notice at all. His mind was filled with Ulan Qingduo's light-hearted words. If I can't get out. It's too peaceful. He was as calm as if he were making his final arrangements. Images kept flashing before his eyes. She searched for me for 23 days, covered in blood, in the secret realm. At 4 a.m, she stood alone in front of the supermarket freezer, picking out meat. On the rooftop, she clung to the bare wall with her 10 broken fingers, screaming at the top of her lungs. Live! I'll go. Jiang Yubai heard his own voice, hoarse and dry yet resolute. Ulan Qingduo looked at him but didn't rush to reply. I did it voluntarily. Jiang Yubai took a deep breath. Don't point a gun at me, and don't grab me by the back of the collar. I'll walk in myself. Ulan Qingduo remained silent for 3 seconds. I didn't force you. I know. You insisted on going. Yes, I want to go by myself. Ulan Qingduo lowered her head, picked up her water glass, and took a sip. The rim of the cup just covered the corner of her mouth. But Jiang Yubai has sharp eyes. He noticed her ears were bright red. His heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, I had a very bad feeling. This premonition was completely confirmed when he turned around and saw Scarlett. On the sofa, Scarlett dangled her short legs, her little face contorted with suppressed laughter. At the kitchen doorway, Qingnong covered the lower half of her face with the collar of her trench coat, but her peach blossom eyes had already curved into 2 cunning crescent moons. Lingxi was squatting on the ground, struggling with the second rib, looking completely bewildered. Jiang Yubai's CPU started smoking wildly. He quickly went through what had just happened in his mind. The video was leaked, they argued, he was punished by being made to stand, and then the atmosphere calmed down. Immediately afterwards, Ulan Qingduo dropped the bombshell that she was going to the secret realm alone. Scarlet's guilty conscience during an argument. The unusual silence throughout the entire process of Qingnang. Ulan Qingduo's line, "If I can't get out," was delivered so smoothly. It's like they've rehearsed it 800 times. 3 women. A play. Good heavens, he's used every stratagem imaginable. You! Jiang Yubai pointed at the 3, his fingers trembling. You guys conspired to frame me? Scarlet finally couldn't hold back anymore and rolled off the sofa onto the carpet, clutching her stomach and laughing so hard she was rolling around on the floor. Ha ha! Useless trash, you've finally realized it! My acting was absolutely divine! Qingnang gracefully adjusted her non-existent glasses and smiled. High-level hunters often appear as prey. The commander's judgment is as worrisome as ever. Ulan Qingduo put down her water glass and completely dropped the pretense. A faint yet genuine smile spread across his usually icy face. The video is real, and the argument is real too. She looked at Jiang Yubai. But I didn't force you to go to the secret realm. She paused, her tone playful. Every word you just said was your own choice. Jiang Yubai stared with his mouth agape, looking just like a salted fish that had been slapped onto a chopping board. He was assigned a task. He was completely manipulated by the 3 women in his own family. He even happily jumped in and filled the hole with soil. There was no way to back out, because he himself had uttered the words. I did it voluntarily. Jiang Yubai squatted down, utterly dejected, and buried his head in his hands. Am I the easiest fool to deceive in the entire Dragon Kingdom? Smack smack. Lingxi dropped the bone, ran over on her little feet, and hugged Jiang Yubai's leg. She tilted her oily, angelic face upwards, her tone extremely firm. My brother isn't an idiot. My brother is a complete idiot who got sold out and still helped count the money. Critical hit. Pure real damage. Jiang Yubai looked at the silver-haired baby with despair. The scariest thing in this house isn't the senior student with a gun, nor the mecha girl who plays with bombs. It's this foodie. She didn't even know she was the mole, yet she used her naivety to deftly break the thread of fate. Jiang Yubai took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and stood up. I'll go, but I have one condition. Explain. Delete the video. Ulan Qingduo picked up her water glass and took another sip. I'll think about it. What's there to consider? Jiang Yubai panicked. What if you try to renege on your debt? Jiang Yubai's defenses were completely breached. He sprawled out on the sofa, covered his face with his hands, and began to rage in a fit of impotence. Crimson was rolling around, Green Bag was clapping, and Lingxi went to rummage through the ribs again. I can't live like this anymore. Just as Jiang Yubai was about to protest by feigning death, a shadow, carrying the crisp scent of cedar, suddenly descended. Ulan Qingduo appeared in front of him without him noticing. She leaned slightly forward, placing her hands directly on either side of the sofa back. A sofa slam, that is both incredibly oppressive and exhilarating. Jiang Yubai's fingers, which were covering his face, cracked open. In my line of sight was Ulan Qingduo's stunningly beautiful face, so close to mine. Senior sister. He swallowed hard and instinctively shrank back. Ulan Qingduo didn't speak, but simply lowered her body again. Her high ponytail swept across Jiang Yubai's profile, and her slightly cool lips touched his earlobe. Immediately afterwards, a lightness so great it seemed to melt into the air. But the sound, carrying a deadly hook, burrowed into his brain through his ear canal. You'd better come with me to the secret realm. I'll do whatever you say tonight. Her breathing was noticeably erratic, and her voice trembled slightly at the end. Do whatever you want. Boom! 100,000 tons of TNT exploded on the spot in Jiang Yubai's mind. Strike the snake at its vital spot. This woman simply grabbed a nuclear bomb and blasted his weak spot flat. Jiang Yubai lowered his hand, his eyes wide open like copper bells. Before her eyes, Ulan Qingduo had already stood up straight. This face, which is usually aloof and reserved, was flushed red, almost to the point of bleeding, and even her translucent earlobes looked ripe. This was her physiological reaction, stemming from extreme shame. But strangely, those eyes gleamed with the cunning glint of a top hunter after a successful hunt. Strike the snake at its vital spot. What resistance, what tricks, what level 30 national fortune secret realm. Faced with this promise of dimensional reduction, they all became utter trash. Is there something toxic about living off a woman? Fart. This gigolo is so incredibly delicious. Jiang Yubai's Adam's apple bobbed violently, and his back straightened. Good! The answer was incredibly loud and clear. Scarlet, who was watching the scene unfold, was dumbfounded and muttered to herself. How can this good-for-nothing change his tune faster than flipping through a book? Where's his integrity? Qingnong smiled and straightened her trench coat, murmuring softly. That's what you call a high-level game. As long as the bait is fat enough, the prey will pack itself up and even tie a bow on its head. Jiang Yubai slumped back onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. He let out a long, desperate sigh from the bottom of his heart. It's over. They were completely outmaneuvered. For the sake of the future of the Dragon Kingdom, I, Jiang, have made up my mind to take this secret realm. Actually, it's all for the kidneys. Chapter 73. The awakening of creation relies entirely on frenzied irregularities. Ulan Qingduo has completely gone mad. Chapter 73. The awakening of creation relies entirely on frenzied irregularities. Ulan Qingduo has completely gone mad at noon. The sun was shining brightly in Kyoto, making the pavement slightly hot. Ulan Qingduo walked in front. A high ponytail, gleaming silver scale armor, combat boots clattering with lightning speed, her back view as cold as a freshly forged ice blade. Jiang Yubai followed behind. He held his waist with his hand. It's not an act. He didn't deliberately slow down, but the soreness in his waist shot straight to the top of his head, and he had to quietly change his posture every few steps. Passers-by occasionally glanced at him, but Jiang Yubai didn't care at all. He never intended to let his lips fall. My mind is replaying those memories like a movie. The senior's eyes were red, her ears were burning, and she stared at him with teary eyes, biting her lower lip as she said, "Whatever you say." That's terrible. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. The figure walking ahead stopped. What are you laughing at? Ulan Qingduo didn't even turn her head, her voice was chilling. I didn't laugh. Jiang Yubai immediately backed down, but obediently rubbed his lower back. Your lips are practically pointing to the sky, and you call that not smiling? Jiang Yubai touched his nose, looking very serious. The wind is particularly noisy today. Ulan Qingduo turned her head sharply, her eyes capable of killing. Jiang Yubai had a completely nonchalant expression, like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Ulan Qingduo's ears turned bright red. She turned her face away and quickened her pace by 3 points. She was cursing wildly in her mind. That bastard, he has no shame. He kept us up until the wee hours last night. He actually dares to stand here smugly today, his face practically screaming. I've won! I want to commit domestic violence. But when she saw his hand supporting her waist, she forcefully suppressed the impulse. If you really cripple them and they can't enter the secret realm, it's still your own loss. Jiang Yubai. She warned through gritted teeth. I'm here. If you laugh one more time, I promise you'll sleep on your stomach tonight. Jiang Yubai stood up straight, admitting defeat in an instant, but still had to keep being sarcastic. I just wanted to relive the boss's invincible prowess last night. You. Ulan Qingduo almost lost her composure and drew her gun. She took a deep breath, turned around, and left. This time, however, her steps were noticeably more unsteady. On the left shoulder, the palm-sized mechanical spider, Crimson, lay there. 2 mechanical forelimbs propped up her chin in an old-fashioned manner, and her lowly voice was kept extremely low. Useless trash, you're recklessly flirting with death. You're still laughing when someone's face is practically burning with rage? Are you some kind of mythical creature that only takes in money and never gives it back? Shut up. Jiang Yubai lowered his voice. I'm teaching you a lesson. Scarlet rolled her eyes mechanically. Her hands were shaking when she was cooking porridge this morning, and I recorded the whole thing in high definition without any censorship. You recorded again? Basic operation, don't overdo it. On the right, Qingnong, still in human form, walked beside her. The trench coat collar was turned up, covering half of her face, and a gentle, mature voice drifted slowly into Jiang Yubai's mind. Oh dear, Commander, I suggest you know when to quit while you're ahead. The mistress's body temperature has soared. This heart rate, this cadence, definitely the state of being extremely shy but killing anyone who mentions it. Jiang Yubai's smile faltered. But it only froze for a second. He recalled those misty eyes again, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up once more. Yes. Qingnong covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her mature voice brimming with the aroma of tea. So the commander is able to live a shameless and happy life now, all thanks to that blow from Second Sister back then. Second Sister is a really hardcore matchmaker. That's right. Crimson put her hands on her hips, just about to swagger, when her CPU suddenly froze. Are you implying something about me? How could that be? Qingnong smiled, her eyes crinkling. I sincerely admire your straightforward approach. Scarlet glanced at her, feeling that something was off, but the system couldn't figure it out for the time being. Smack! A strange chewing sound came from the roadside. Lingxi was holding a golden durian that was bigger than her head. Barefoot, their little feet clattered on the asphalt, making a dull metallic clanging sound, as they followed along, trotting along. Brother, it smells good! A beautifully sculpted toddler is showing off a durian. You call this biological weapon fragrant? Jiang Yu's eyes twitched. Lingxi ignored him, hugged the durian tightly, opened her little mouth and took a bite. The little white tooth sliced open the hard fruit shell. The durian thorns grazed her lips, leaving not even a white mark. After chewing a couple of times, the golden pulp covered her face, and her light golden vertical pupils curved into crescents in happiness. Tasty! Jiang Yubai looked at the pair of bare feet, sighed resignedly, and squatted down to wipe her mouth with his sleeve. Lingxi rubbed against his palm like a cat, then turned and took another big bite. That bite was a misstep. A hard thorn, as thick as a thumb, pierced her inside lower lip with perfect accuracy. The chewing motion is frozen in time. Lingxi stared blankly down at the durian. She looked up at Jiang Yubai again. Within the pale gold vertical pupils, water mist condensed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It got punctured? Jiang Yubai quickly asked. Lingxi shook her head frantically. Just kidding, with a sequence 05 defense, a mere durian thorn isn't even worthy of scraping her skin. But the tears were already falling like beads from a broken string, plop plop. It doesn't hurt. Lingxi pouted. But it doesn't give me any face, it bullies me. A human nuclear bomb that can withstand the ultimate attack of a prodigy is mocked by the food he eats. It is not harmful at all, but extremely insulting. The footsteps ahead stopped. Ulan Qingduo left, and then returned. Looking at Lingxi, who was sitting on the ground crying and hiccuping, kicking a hole in the road with her foot. Without saying a word, he scooped her up with the durian and pulled her into his arms. Don't cry, sweetie. Sister, it bit me. Lingxi buried her face in that abyss, looking utterly wrong. Yeah, it's damn good. Ulan Qingduo's voice was cold. Eat it, and give it a physical send-off. Lingxi was stunned. Her tear-streaked eyelashes fluttered. This logic seemed perfect. She lowered her head, her face contorted with a furious rage of revenge, and bit down hard on the durian, tearing it apart. At the very moment you chew and crush the fruit pulp. A dazzling golden system notification popped up before Jiang Yubai's eyes with a hum. Ding! Sequence 05 Lingxi has triggered her core's Protect Master defensive instinct due to physical damage reflected from a non-hostile target. New passive skill, Thorn Counterattack LV1. Description: when the host suffers damage exceeding 10% of their maximum health in a single instance, Lingxi's shield will automatically counterattack, reflecting 10% of the damage received back to the attacker as true damage. This reflected damage ignores all defenses and cannot be dodged. Jiang Yubai stared intently at the semi-transparent panel. The sound of the wind around us stopped. The leaves stopped swaying. Jiang Yubai stared for a full 10 seconds. He stretched out 2 fingers and rubbed his eyes vigorously. After confirming that he wasn't seeing things, he turned his neck like a rusty gear. Ulan Qingduo also saw the sharing pop up. Her arms, which were holding Lingxi, froze completely in midair. One big and one small, one male and one female. Their eyes met. The air was so quiet that you could hear the hum of the crimson core array running. Jiang Yubai. Ulan Qingduo finally spoke. Every word was squeezed out from between his teeth. Exist. Jiang Yubai swallowed hard. Crimson was just chatting with you, and that's how we got this god-level true injury, right? Right. Qingnong awakened a highly toxic infection because he said he didn't know how to treat illness, right? Right. Now your little glutton feels embarrassed because he ate durian, and he got pricked by it. It triggered a true counter-damage attack? Ulan Qingduo raised her voice, almost gritting her teeth as she pressed him for an answer, word by word. Jiang Yubai shrank his neck. It seems so. Jiang Yubai. Ulan Qingduo gritted her teeth. Among all the creatures we've created, is there even one that conforms to the scientific framework of materialism? Chapter 74 The most useless teammate makes his debut, but his worth is earned with his life. Bonus chapter. Chapter 74 The most useless teammate makes his debut, but his gold content is filled with his life. Bonus chapter. Crimson jumped up from Jiang Yubai's shoulder with a whoosh, and his twin ponytails immediately stood on end. She leaned close to the virtual panel and stared at it intently for 3 seconds before turning to look at Lingxi. You can have an epiphany from eating some lousy fruit? Lingxi peeked her little head out from Ulan Qingduo's arms, tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes. His pale gold vertical pupils blinked, his face displaying a clear-eyed stupidity. Lingxi is amazing? Awesome my ass! Scarlet's small chest heaved violently with anger. I talked to him for 3 years and cursed him countless times as a piece of trash before I finally managed to get a verdict from him. The Qingnong, a traditional Chinese medicine formula, was questioned dozens of times for not being able to cure diseases, which finally led to the discovery of a highly toxic infection. You're something else. You ate a durian and it backfired? As Scarlet became more and more distraught, she jumped in front of Lingxi and poked her little nose hard with her finger. Lingxi shrank her neck, not understanding what was going on. Then she opened her mouth and took the crimson finger directly into it. Tasty. Give in. My parts aren't spicy strips. Qingnong, standing to the side, smiled so much that her peach blossom eyes curved into crescent moons, gently adding insult to injury. Second sister, calm down. This shows that our sequence's awakening method is becoming more and more down-to-earth. The group continued walking towards the meeting point. Just as the atmosphere was beginning to ease, an untimely sound abruptly shattered the tranquility of the street. Cut! You think you can get cocky just because you got a counterattack? Can you even withstand one of my one-shot kills? The sound came from a burst of red light that appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Yubai reflexively took a step back. The red light faded. A chubby guy, about 1.3 meters tall, stood next to Qingnong with his hands on his hips. He had neat short black hair, a chubby round face, and his tight black combat uniform was stretched taut by his round belly. The most outrageous thing is that this guy is wearing an extremely flashy bright red cloak. A gust of wind caused the cloak to flutter loudly. A typical cyberpunk guy, making a fool of himself. His chin was practically raised to the sky, and a mixture of mockery, indifference, and schadenfreude played on his lips. How about it? Was my grand entrance dazzling enough? Jiang Yu's eyes twitched violently as he pointed at the lump of red meatball and looked at Qingnong. Qingnong smiled and closed the collar of her trench coat, giving a graceful bow. Commander, this was during your deep conversation with the madam last night. Get to the point. Jiang Yubai blushed. My second sister and I used the new slot you unlocked at level 20 to bring out the fourth brother overnight. Qingnong smiled broadly. As for its specific functions, you'll find out once you enter the secret realm. What do you mean by naturally knowing? Jiang Yubai had a bad feeling. True skill is revealed on the battlefield. Jiang Yubai wanted to ask more questions, but the chubby boy next to him